Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Irving taps it back. Doncic. Kaboom! It's a three.
Ian Eagle with the call. What a win.
Ian Eagle, come on.
Ian Eagle. What a win for your Dallas Mavericks, where the best player on the floor shows up and shows who he is. And that was frustrating because it should be over. It should be over. That's the takeaway from last night. It's like, you know what? We shouldn't be having to watch a game, Saturday, Friday, I guess? Shouldn't be having to watch a game tomorrow night. It should be over. The Mavericks should be moving on. And they will be eventually. But 104-92, they beat Oklahoma City in a night where you had three teams in action, three DFW teams in action, and then the other one coming out with their schedule. It's maybe the biggest story of them all because it is the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, it is a busy day in the Metroplex. We got a loaded lineup for you today. We got Jordan Schultz this time, definitely.
Oh, yeah, I'll believe that when I see it.
Jordan Schultz will definitely be here today. But we also got Brent Severin. We got Eric Nadel. And then we don't need a Cowboys guest because we can talk all the Cowboys we want.
My belief is if you're an expert on the subject, you don't need to bring a guest in. That's why I don't like to have Cowboy guests on.
Just because I'm here.
That's right.
I'm here to answer all your questions.
Got you.
That's what it is. No, this was a fantastic Luka Toradol. Thank God for Toradol.
Toradol is the greatest.
And all other painkillers that we may have 40-year studies about that go like, maybe we shouldn't have been giving that to people.
You know what? What do you need?
But thank God for it right now.
I'll bring him back for you.
Boy, he looked like old Luka last night.
He did. Yeah, when I go to the airport, when I go to Mexico, I will bring back whatever you need. Whatever you need, I'll get it for you.
They've got it down there.
Maybe with fentanyl involved. I don't know. Not sure how that works, but maybe I will. But he did. He looked like the fountain. He got the fountain of middle age last night. Holy cow, he looked so much healthier.
But even with him playing as well as he did, and this is going to be a huge, I'm glad that him coming off of a game like that, he does get 2 days off now. He gets the 2 days to rest and recover and hopefully finish this thing out in Dallas on Saturday. But even with Luka playing well, this series for the Mavericks still feels so much like it's about the role players. Like Derrick Jones Jr. is huge in this game last night. Derek Lively is huge in this game last night. That ultimately, while Luka is the star of the game, number one, no doubt about it, you still probably don't win that game without Derrick Jones Jr. and Derek Lively playing the games that they did. And look, they made it. It felt like you had almost done the Shinks last night.
No, I didn't.
You had ball game at 18, and then it was immediately followed by a 10-0 run in about a minute.
Don't worry.
You were tensing up a little.
No, I would. I had started doing other stuff. It was over. I was like, okay, you know what I can do now? I can go make myself a drink.
Pack for Mexico?
I'll pack today.
You're a day before pack guy.
Yeah. Why do you need to pack any earlier?
Well, aren't you going there for a week?
I mean,
why do you need to pack for a week any earlier? How long does it take?
Just to make it a little easier to pack. I usually go the day and a half before. You know, at least lay out the suitcase.
There's so many traits about you that remind me of every woman that I've ever known.
Wow.
Yeah. No, see, we did quite a bit of laundry, yesterday.
That's
and
prep work. I count that as vacation prep work.
Yeah, okay, but
because you won't prep for the actual show.
Yeah, God forbid either one of you guys do anything for the show. Bobby, for the last 3 days, just sending down a run sheet. That's it. It's just a run sheet.
Cowboys.
That's all he's doing.
Rangers,
That's all he's doing. This is all going in the file. Okay, I have a file.
No. We're gonna go to this now. Let's talk about the 8 GD Mike Zimmer cuts that I was pulling the other day. All the Cowboys audio I pulled the other day that we spent the entire 720 Expressway using.
I'm just messing.
Pelissero, we lit out. Him all you want. Me, no.
So yes, I haven't packed. I haven't done any packing yet. We did a lot. So we have like. We have the dogs. We have house guests staying, so we're trying to get everything settled for them.
Who's going to watch the dog?
My mom's going to watch the dog. My nephew's going to watch the dog, but they're going to stay at the house.
Handicapped dogs.
They're going to stay at the house.
Fingers.
And Tindy Fingers. So what we need is I needed to change the sheets in the guest room and clean up the guest bedrooms for them. So
all sorts of stains in there you got to clean up.
Well, I got a 14-year-old, so you never know.
Oh, and you got you. So you know. Boy,
I'll tell you, my 11-year-old made me die laughing. He called me up in the middle of the game and he goes, the Thunder are he goes, they're trash, man. They're trash. That's what he says. They're trash. I'm like, really? He goes, yeah. He goes, it's just SGA doing everything, and then Getty's in the corner checking out 16-year-olds.
Yay,
and I was like, God, how does he know this?
And then he went, gaga boom, B.
I was like, man, I love it. It makes me laugh all the time.
Last night, I wanted so bad during Luka's post-game interview for Mavericks players to walk up behind and just go like, ruh, 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 or do that dumb thunder bark crap.
So lame. But, like the Mavs did what a team that knows what they're doing in the playoffs does, which is they go on the road at a big spot in a must-win game and they take care of business.
They are smothering defensively.
They are.
Lately. And I mean, even in games that they blow, like they blew game 4, and Oklahoma City made the plays late that they needed to, and so they deserve credit for snatching that one away. But even in those games, these games that they lose in a lot of these playoff games, they are playing so well defensively.
Mm-hmm.
It's usually just been offensively, they're dropping the ball. They're not making shots when they need to. And there were a couple times early in the first quarter yesterday where I saw Luka take some shots. Like, I think 2 of his early shots went off the front rim. And I was like, oh gosh, is this the legs again? Are they heavy? Mm-hmm. But he cleaned it up. He did not whine to the officials much at all. And he talked about it in the post-game interview, made a point of saying, like, just focusing on basketball. In fact, the headline over at ESPN Shop read, Luka keeps peace with refs, dominates pivotal game 5. So people were taking notice. He changed it up.
Kept the peace.
Stood on business.
Whatever that means, yep, stood on it and kept the peace.
He did it.
That's what he had to do. It is when he takes the floor and he is engaged with just basketball and not worrying about the extracurricular stuff like the officiating.
Yeah.
He is. I like that. Like even defensively, that block he had at the end.
Yeah, late.
He doesn't block shots. SGA's got to retire. You can't have that.
Luka has become a better defender.
Yeah, but you can't have that on your resume. You can't have blocked by Luka in a tie series with under a minute to go. You can't have that.
I'll tell you what. Last night stood out to me. Lou Dort hits that 3 that then forced Dallas to take a timeout. That was when they were on that 10-0 run that cut the lead and made you a little nervous. Well, it didn't make you nervous. You were doing other stuff around the house. But the Lou Dort shot in general, is there a higher arcing rainbow jumper than the one Lou Dort takes? That thing...
It's high.
Every time I see him shoot, I'm like, there's no way that's going in.
It's the complete polar opposite of Kawhi, who shoots a laser line drive.
Yeah.
Right? Which I don't know how it just even clears the rim. But it is high, man. It is a high arcing jumper. But this, the Mavs did, I thought, great work on Chet at times. They did great work defensively overall. And there was every answer. It was just like, I think it was game 2. Every answer the Thunder had, the Mavs had an answer for them.
Yeah.
This was they didn't even let it get like that. I mean, they let it get like that back in the early part of the game, first quarter, where it's in the early 20s.
This was the most complete win the Mavericks had in this series.
It was like the Stars win the other night where they won, 5-1? Yeah. They just really had a great put it together game. And
I mean, even PJ Washington, who's didn't have nearly the game that he's been having.
For 3 quarters.
But he hits that big 3-pointer, and then he has the other one that he misses, and then he collects the rebound and gets that big, emphatic dunk. And, man, it's just, again, while Luka's the big star of this yesterday, and Luka is, the number one spotlight that you focus on, ultimately you still get big-time, crunch-time contributions from PJ Washington. Derrick Lively, Derrick Jones Jr. contributing at a really high level.
That was the key.
Derrick Lively is such an energy boost for them.
He is.
And I think and then you still get Tim Hardaway Jr. looking like he needs to be shot into the sun.
Yeah. Yeah, because look, he had through 3 quarters, I think he had played 5 minutes. And then he gets a lot of run late in the game.
He is just an awful basketball player.
I liked him.
Hey.
Yeah. Hey, Tim Collins. But sometimes he just got to go.
He's just not very good.
And then Kyrie, he's still not taking charge. He had some big shots, but he's still not taking charge.
Yeah, with 12 points, 4 assists. This has been a very
strange,
odd series. again, it's got to just be kind of what we're talking about yesterday. The size of these Oklahoma City defenders who are really good. Jalen Williams is a really good defender. They are good.
They've done a nice job on them.
It's just, I think you've got good defenders with length and size, and he's not able to get good looks at the rim.
He's not. We got a lot to get to here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys schedule is out. Stars had a chance to wrap things up. Could the Rangers get a victory?
It'd be nice. Could they score a run?
Could they score a run? Do all that coming up here on Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
about trust.
Get out the lawn chair and the drinks and prepare Bowl Arena because the Avalanche and Stars are coming back to the Mile High City for Game 6. The Avalanche aren't dead yet. They win Game 5 by a final score of 5-3 and will have a chance to tie up the series on Friday night in downtown Denver.
That is the call on Avs radio as the Stars fall 5-3 to Colorado in Game 5. It is now a 3-2 Stars lead. Going back to a place they won 2 in a row, but also a place where Colorado had the best record at home on home ice throughout the regular season. So Game 7 certainly is in the cards. That's scary as hell. But the Stars lose 5-3. And what I thought was one of, at least since one of the first 2 games of the Vegas series, their most mentally checked out game. That was they were careless with the puck. That the goal right before the end of the first period, there was a shift right before that. They were very, very careless with the puck, trying to clear it. Colorado had some chances. I thought Otter was a little off.
Otter wasn't very good last night. I mean, to be honest, that's probably the first game of the series where Georgiev outplayed him.
Yeah.
And Georgiev is not supposed to be like they don't exactly lean on Georgiev there in Colorado. And so not a great game from Otter. To me, it's, you're how many games now into this playoff run? 12.
Yeah.
You're 12 games deep into this. So yeah, you get a bad game out of Otter about every 10 or something like that. All right. Okay, cool. I mean, the law of averages says you're going to have a bad game every so often, especially when you're talking about going against really good playoff teams. But ultimately, Otter's been fantastic in, this stretch of games here. And so I'm not going to be too upset about it, but he was not very good last night. There were a couple of goals that just were not great ones to give up. But you kind of waste the awakening of Joe Pavelski in this game, too. Pavelski played really well.
He did, and he needed, he was not quite pointless the entire postseason, but damn near close to it.
Close to it.
And he had a good night. He had a really good night. You can get him going. This team is so good anyway. Like, they are, every interview you listen to that involves a national analyst, they all tell you that this is the best team in the league. They're all saying that right now. And they are. I think they are. Now, last night, they weren't. They were not the best team in the NHL last night. They weren't even the best team in this game. That was clearly Colorado, but the Stars have a chance to wrap things up again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, and we'll talk about this more as we get into things a little bit later, but does this rattle your confidence at all in them winning the series?
No,
it doesn't for me.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't rattle my confidence at all. I would like to see them. Otter. I would like to see not Otter especially. I expect him to be back to being his normal self. I would like to see them, defensively be a little bit better, be a little bit stronger, be more careful with the puck. But other than that, no. I mean, look, they just got beat. Colorado's a good team. Like, they're going to put a game together. They got good players. They got playmakers. They're going to put a game together. Am I reading this right, though, that if the Stars win, if they lose tomorrow, they play Saturday in Game 7? There's no back-to-back? I mean, there's no day off? The schedule has the 17th, and then Game 7 is the 18th. It can't be right.
No, that's wrong.
It can't be right.
No, that's not right, because we were talking about...
Look, am I reading that right?
You are reading that right, but that can't be right.
It's on ESPN, and so it's probably wrong, as Kobe would say.
Let me see here. No, in fact, because then you go to the breakdown on the schedule, it says, if necessary, on May 19th. So I think that's just a typo.
Okay, just a typo. Rangers get the victory over the Guard.
They do. They get another great pitching performance from John Gray in this one. The bats come alive a little bit. Marcus Semien hits a home run. Adolis Garcia hits a home run. So, I mean, You're getting a little bit of a power back in the lineup. You're getting another great performance from John Gray, who goes 6 1/3, 0 runs allowed. The pitching's not been a problem in a lot of these games. The rotation has been doing their job despite all the injuries. And so it's nice to clean up, get a series victory, and finally get back to even at the Globe. That win yesterday brought them back to 500 at the Globe.
Well,
so
look at that.
Look, they are road warriors. That was established last year.
Yeah, they are. They are.
I mean, not during the season it wasn't, but in October it was.
In October it was.
Dude, we were out at the I was out yesterday at the Southern Leisure and Spas in Flower Mound.
I see photos.
I got well, I mean, it wasn't my I was about to say shout out.
What did he say?
Jeez.
I said we got shit, and then I stopped. That's what I did.
That's 3 letters, 3 of the 4.
So
Counts.
It's more than half.
So I had 3 of the 4, 75%. It counts. Is that what you were told throughout high school and college, Peyton?
Yes.
So the thing that was, I'll have a couple shout outs to give out later on throughout the day. But one of the fans who's out there, Luis, he had gone and gotten the Seager ring giveaway.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like expecting to check it out and be like, all right, is it like positive? It's like a legit ring. It looks, that makes me now think that's what they gave Jared Sandler, was that ring.
Could be.
Because it could pass, I think, to most people. I was very impressed by it. And the ones that, they're giving away 8 throughout the year.
Yeah. It's like, when you go to a youth baseball tournament and you get like, you win or you come in second place, they give you a legit ring. It's it's metal. It's not like diamonds or anything, but it's metal.
No, it's cubic zirconia, but I mean, it's passable. Yeah. Like you wouldn't necessarily know. I mean, it's an impressive one, but it's I guess they were saying that there were people in line at 11 a.m. to get that giveaway yesterday, and that there was just a line at the ballpark when Luis said he got there at 3. And so those are going to be hot items throughout the year, but very, very impressive.
Very impressive. Good deal. So the Rangers get the 4-zip win, and John Gray, like you said, pitched very, very well in this one. 6 1/3, 4 hits, no runs, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. You get a halfway decent outing from Leclerc to finish out that inning.
Oh, thank God. So that means the next 2 will be awful.
Right, and then Robertson and Yates strike out 5 of the 6 batters they face total. And the Rangers walk away with a 4-zip win and avoid the sweep. And now they get set for Ron Washington.
Since John Gray's first start against the Cubs, he has not allowed more than 2 earned runs in any game. And he's only done that once. One time he's allowed 2 earned runs. Every other start has been 1 earned run or none.
Wow.
He has been dominant.
Yeah, he has.
Since giving up 5 to the Cubs.
Yeah, he has. Speaking of Wash, we got some great Wash audio to play for you later on today.
That's the way baseball goes.
He's cracking.
Is he?
Oh, he is cracking. He is. I don't think Wash finishes the year. I think he is going to quit.
That fast.
He is cracking. I've never seen Ron Washington do this to a player. We will talk about that today. It was bad. It was bad. It was very unbecoming of Wash.
So I saw
not unbecoming of Wash. I shouldn't say that because he's probably right.
It out of character.
Out of character.
Not that not that it's poor character. It's just it's not his normal
style.
Yeah, it's not his normal style.
It was out of character for Wash because he is a player's guy.
I've heard it described. I've not listened to it yet, but I also know that Lucius played it yesterday during G-Bag. So I was like, well, if Lucius decided, hey, I'm gonna throw this into G-Bag of the day and stuff, then Wash had to have gone off.
Yeah. We will get into that. Cowboys schedule release.
Oh baby. Yeah, you want to do that? We'll do that at 6:20. Cowboys schedule release. But big win for the Mavericks. Huge win for the Mavericks, and now this thing might. I don't even know. Let's ask a question. Which series now is more over in 6 games? Ooh,
Mavs or Stars? Do that next in the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something,
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Jumper is Washington, partially blocked. Ricochets back and he slams it. PJ Washington in the right spot.
Good morning, DFW. It is the 6 a.m. Club. Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. The Mavs a massive game 5 road victory over the Oklahoma City Thunder. They take a 3-2 lead. They're coming back home, and Luka played as well as he has looked. At least he looked as well as he has almost all postseason here, with as healthy as he looked last night.
Yeah, he looked absolutely fantastic and finally looked a little healthy.
Yeah.
I don't know what concoction they created back there in their Walter White lab to inject into his knee or give him or whatever else, but he looked back to normal for the most part. Looked like he was able to move better than he had been. Whatever treatment he'd been getting the last day or so, big time. Look, it looked like it had a big time impact. And the fact that he gets 2 days off now, chance to rest, come back home is absolutely huge. And Jason Kidd even talked about a post game how effective Luka was despite being banged up like he is.
I thought we got off to a good start, and Luka, our leader, was part of that start, and I thought he set the tone and got everybody involved, and I thought everybody was comfortable there. I think you saw his intent. He was aggressive. He was making shots, taking shots, the deep three, being able to get to the basket, playmaking for his bigs and also for the wings, and just the trust factor. And I thought he did a great job of taking care of the ball tonight. But his intent was to get to the basket and score, and he did that at a high level.
I don't know how many alley-oop baskets they've got in this series. It seems like they get 1 or 2. I would say they get like 2 a quarter, it seems like.
It feels like it's half
crazy,
of
man.
all of Derrick Jones Jr.'s buckets.
Well, it is.
It's alley-oops and three-pointers for Derrick Jones Jr.
And Gafford, too. Gafford gets a lot of them.
Gafford, Lively, both of them.
I mean, they all do. And that's just like, and Luka, so effortlessly just throws them up there. And half these damn things are three-quarter court.
Yeah.
That's just insane. And that's funny, man. Luka threw that one up. It was three-quarter court, half court. And before, you even see the player catch the ball and dunk it, Luka's already got both of his hands up in the air, yeah. He already knows. He knows. I mean, he knows.
They are one of the best lob teams in basketball.
Yeah,
because of Luka's ability to put up there, because you've got athletic finishers like Gafford, Lively, Jones. That's why they're able to do that. But this last night was.
I wish Florida Gulf Coast didn't take Dunk City, the song.
Yeah, I mean,
that'd have been better.
What was the who was Lob City?
Clippers were Lob City.
Yeah. So I mean, look, that was
a blatant ripoff of Florida Gulf Coast, who was Dunk City. A blatant ripoff.
Well, yeah, I mean, Florida Gulf Coast can't just take Dunk City.
They can take it.
Okay, but that's the thing. So you got to come up with synonyms. So Lob City is what the Clippers took. So what are we?
So they're going to use the same song.
What are we?
They're going to use.
Are we going to be Oop City?
Alley City?
Ooptown.
Ooptown? Ooh. Yeah, because you can't use Rack City, right? You can't. It's already been taken by
Rack
Dunk
City. Rack City.
Yeah.
Because we're D-Town.
It's Dunk City already used that song.
Big
so
D,
now
Big Oop.
Big Oop. The Big Oop.
Big D Oop.
Yeah, big. There you go. You do the Big Oop. But you got to be able to find a song that works with that. Right? You could do, there's a song called, can I Pound Town? Can we say Pound Town?
Oh.
That's the name of the song.
I think so. Pound Sand.
Yeah. Now you can just take that and you can go, Ooptown.
There you go.
There you go. See, now that's a song. If I was, maybe as they move on to the NBA Finals, I can make that when I come back.
Oh, there you go. Which they will. They will be in the NBA Finals when you return. We all have faith in that at this point. No, but this is yesterday. Obviously, Luka's the big headliner here. Role players step up big, but this is a second. I mean, really, several games in a row now where the Dallas defense is smothering.
Mm-hmm.
Even when Oklahoma City goes in there and steals game 4, they're making Oklahoma City look like a very bad offense at times. And
they're making them look pedestrian. And I got a text from my buddy, and he's like, dude, Oklahoma City is garbage. Garbage. This guy he doesn't live in he's not a Mavs fan, but he bet him. He's a gambler. He bet him last night. And he's like, Oak City's garbage. I knew this game was over. And I knew this was going to happen. We all did it. We overreacted to the loss the other night.
I don't think so, though, because...
It was a collapse, but they were clearly the better team.
That's fine. But I think if Lucas looks as beaten up in Game 5 as he had in the last 3, that's not an overreaction. Because we had to, there was nothing that told us he was going to come out and look as healthy as he did last night. And that was a big difference. Because, if you've got them taking away Kyrie's shot and Luka's banged up, it's really difficult to just say the role players are going to beat the Thunder, no matter how well they play. And so that was the issue of it for me. Was not necessarily that they didn't outplay them that game. It's that how healthy is Luka going to be the rest of the way?
How healthy is he going to be? I didn't look going into last night before the game that there was a chance he was going to be healthy. And he looked every bit as healthy as he possibly
as healthy as he could be.
Yes, he did. Now, so, both have a chance to wrap it up now. Both the Mavs and the Stars, they still do. The Stars still have a chance. Now the Mavs have a chance. We were all thinking that if you're going into last night, the Stars were going to wrap it up, and the Mavs might fall down 3-2. Do we flip it now? Do we think the Stars? I'm sorry. Do we think the Mavs have a better chance to wrap this thing up in 6 than the Stars do?
I still think the Stars series is over.
I think the Stars series.
I don't know that the Mavericks series is over. Just because I can't predict consistently right now how healthy Luka's going to look. If Luka looks healthy, then I'm confident. If he's not, then okay, we'll see. How good are you playing defensively? Look,
you put your house, apartment, whatever on the line. Who's winning? Who's more likely to win Game 6?
The Stars.
Peyton Russell?
It's the Mavs. They're at home.
Yeah, but you love the Avs. You've been picking the Avs.
You said
every
Avs
game.
in 4.
No, because it's just logically the Stars would have to win 3 games in Colorado. They already won 2 games. The odds of them winning 3 games in Colorado, the best home team in the NHL, one of the best. It just doesn't seem likely. I think the Stars can go in there and win, but if I'm betting everything I have, it'd be the Mavs because they're at home.
So you would pick, let's just say, who's the most important player to the Stars?
On the Stars?
Mm-hmm.
Ottinger.
Okay. So Otter goes out there and health-wise is at 60% for Game 6, but it's in Dallas, and the Mavericks have to go to Oklahoma City. You would say, well, logically, the Stars have a better chance because they're home. It doesn't matter that their goalie's at 60% health potentially.
But I just saw Luka play last night.
Right, and Luka played healthy against the Clippers in Game 5 or whatever, and it was ready to go, and then immediately came out and looked banged up for the next 5 games. So what I'm saying is that you don't know how healthy he's going to come out and look.
But Luka playing banged up and at 60% is better. He's much more effective than Ottinger at 60%.
Is he? Luka was a bad basketball player the last 3 games.
I don't want now. If it was now, look, I don't. If a goalie is at 60% health wise and it's a lower body injury, that could be very impactful. But
and your goalie's your everything. You get a bad goalie.
Luka's their everything.
Well,
it's just bad analysis, Peyton. Be better.
Yeah,
that's all. UNT Sports Zone Joey was right about you.
You're also making me think that that Otter's at 60% health. You're making me think about that. That's freaking me out.
Well, he's not. Bobby's
not
at
that health. He's not that health. It's just an example.
You're making me freak. You're freaking me out.
The Thunder were the number 1 3-point shooting team in the NBA this year.
They don't look it.
32% in this series.
Gross.
43% overall from the field. Dallas is
that is early 90s.
The early 90s scoffs at that. Dallas, meanwhile, shooting 38% from 3.
Look, you would love to see that continue as the series progresses. If they shoot 38% and the Thunder shoot 32% in Game 6, Mavs are going to win. Assuming that 2 things don't happen. 1, the Mavs don't go 50% from the free throw line, and B, the officials don't Bennett Salvatore a red carpet to the charity stripe for Oklahoma City. Other than that, the Mavs they have shown they're the better team throughout the entirety of the series. After Game 1, they have shown they are the better basketball team, especially when they're healthy and they're right. The Thunder had a better regular season. A lot of times it doesn't matter. We've seen it, But as you go and look at these two series in the West, the team that and look, the Mavericks, not like the Mavericks have done anything, right? They've just been around more. The team with more experience, not necessarily the more talented team or whatever, but the team with more experience is up 3-2.
Individually. But like individually more experience. Because that was something that was brought up. I think TNT even had mentioned it.
Well, they better get all their takes out now while they still can.
The fact that you're just you're
going NBC.
I know, but the fact that you're so flippant about the death of that show, just like, who cares? It's inside the NBA. It's your worst take.
Look, man, I dealt with baseball tonight going away.
Nobody cared about baseball tonight.
Nobody cares about this show.
Wrong.
No. NBA fans care about it. That's it. No, casual sports fans don't watch it. Just NBA fans. It's not. Let's see. Give me a football show here. What's a good football show?
Good morning
football.
That's
the original version of it.
I mean, look.
First take.
Is that not a football show? They try to masquerade as one. There's not really a comparison. There's no other show that compares.
Exactly. There's no other show that compares.
It's very unique. It's very unique. It's also like if you're just a casual observer of the NBA, you don't care about the show.
It's entertaining, even when they're not, because they get away from it's the vibes.
It is
the vibes.
It's a very good vibey show. They admit it. They don't even watch the damn sport.
Which is why, exactly. So it's not even about, they're casuals as much as the people who watch it now. But what they brought up last night was that experience advantage that they have, though, is individually still. Like, Luka has playoff experience, Kyrie, like, you've got some guys on this team with playoff experience, but they, collectively, this is kind of their first run together, too.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, if you want to talk about collectively as a unit getting that playoff experience, that's something that Dallas is getting right now as a unit.
Oh, yeah. Well, they are, but also, like, they made a West Finals run a couple years ago, the Mavs did, and,
there's not a lot of guys, like, I mean, the core of that team is very different.
The core of that team is, but your two main guys have had some deep runs.
Yes, and that's why individually, they're definitely the more experienced team. But
now, this is all new to PGA Washington. And Hardaway was there though, so he's been around. It's all new to Derrick Lively. It's all new to Daniel Gafford.
Derrick Jones has played some playoff games.
So you've got some guys. It's a good mix. But I mean, Oklahoma City's rolling out there. They got a bunch of guys who are like, oh.
Do you think Tim Hardaway Jr. learned anything about his awful shot selection and other things in previous playoff runs? Because it looks like he's still working through that.
Boy, man, the slander for Tim is
that man is the most useless athlete in professional sports. He is so bad. And any moment that he is on the court is a moment where Jason Kidd's saying, I'm okay losing this basketball game.
What a stupid ass take.
You hate him.
He's just a bad basketball player. He's a bad basketball player.
Who okay. I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna put you in that spot.
Hit me.
No.
Do it.
No. Him or Mike.
Mike who?
Oh, Friday Mike.
Huh?
Friday Mike.
Mike McCarthy.
Oh. Well, I mean, one's a player, one's a coach.
No, I get it, but which could you do without more?
I mean, Tim can sometimes run into an open three. At least. I mean, look, he'll actually
I told you I didn't want to put you in that spot.
Sometimes sometimes he's an advantage.
Sometimes he's an advantage.
Sometimes, yeah. All right. Every now and then, will Tim Hardaway Jr. score 10 points in a row? Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I guess he does that. It's like the broken clock thing.
Yeah.
So, it's broken clock is right twice a day. That's Tim Hardaway Jr. McCarthy is a sundial with cloud cover.
Yeah.
One's wet and one's dry.
And the 903, I actually agree with Bobby on his THJ take. For the 469, Hardaway wasn't really a part of the 2022 playoff run. I actually agree with Bobby. Hardaway needs to get hit away.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hit him away.
There you go. There you go. This is not slander. People saying, give me JJ Hardy. JJ played, 15 minutes last night?
Yeah, that was interesting.
Defensively, it was all right.
It was funny.
Pretty effective.
I was sitting there I went out last night to watch the Stars game with Jessica Pauls and her husband Aaron. Jessica Pauls is the coach over at Keller High School. So we were catching up and talking before their big game against Plano West on Friday. And we're sitting there talking, and I'm watching the Stars game, and I'm trying to like move my eye level over to okay, over here Rangers, Mavs, and I'm just kind of like scanning TVs. And when I looked over and I saw Jaden Hardy on the floor, and I had to double take. I was like, kid put Jaden Hardy in the first quarter of a basketball game? What happened?
Happens.
Not very often.
Not very often, but it did. It's great. It's good to see. So Mavs get the victory. So you say Stars still more likely to win in 6?
Yes, but ultimately, I think both teams win the series.
Peyton, you say Mavs more likely to win in 6. Yeah. I think I do think the Mavs are more likely to win in 6 right now. And they both win, though. They both win the series.
I think they both win in 6.
They might. If I had to pick one, I'll just hit the home team, but I think they both are moving on in this series. All right, let's get a little Cowboys schedule breakdown. It is finally out. All the leaks were had. Some were right, some were wrong, but the Cowboys schedule is out. Let's go through it coming up next to the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the 08 Loss. That's soda.
Oh, man, the payload coming up at 6:40. I have so many thoughts about the Cowboys' schedule that was released last night, as is customary. They do this every year. They'll pick a Wednesday. They'll just spring it on you. Like, they'll spring it on you the week before.
They will.
That they'll do a Wednesday or Thursday release of the schedule. And the Cowboys, now we knew their opener was going to be on Fox, Tom Brady on Fox, and the opener will be his first game. That is the season opener. And the Cowboys are a 1-point dog, is what Peyton Russell said to us. They're a dog already?
I think that was DraftKings that put that out there.
That is a playoff team you're going against, and you're on the road.
That is a playoff team. Bobby Bell?
Yes, sir.
What jumped out to you?
About the Cowboys specifically or the NFL schedule? Which would you like to do first?
Let's do the Cowboys specifically.
Okay, so first off, I think you made a really good point.
Thank you.
When you talked about the other day the benefit of getting to play the Cleveland Browns early in the season as opposed to December, and being able to have that. Because if you look at, I jumped back and looked last year. What would it have looked like if the Cowboys would have played the Bills in September instead of that game in December, which was rainy and 40? And if you look back, the first game of the season that the Bills played at home, second week of the year, it was 73 degrees and sunny in Buffalo.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
And so
Cleveland, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, September, that's football weather.
And so the fact that you're going to get Pittsburgh in the first week of October and Cleveland in the first week of September, I think those are, I think that's pretty good. I think that's a pretty good setup. The stretch from October 13th to November 18th is when we're going to find out what kind of team the Cowboys are.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, honestly, you could probably go back the week before. A road game in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's always a steady team. So if you want to go back to even the week before that and say October 6th, on the road against Pittsburgh, at home against the Lions, bye week, on the road against the 49ers, on the road against the Falcons, at home against the Eagles, at home against the Texans. That's your stretch where you find out what your team is.
That's tough. I mean, Atlanta could bite you. We have no idea what they're going to be like. And it's a noon game, so Kirk Cousins will be good. Detroit, you don't get a night game out of that. It's 3:25. You get San Francisco at night on the road on Sunday Night Football. Philadelphia, home. It's an afternoon game. And then Houston is a Monday Night Football game. I'll tell you what jumped out to me. And I think it's garbage.
That's garbage.
That's garbage. The Cowboys customarily play 2 Thursday night games every year.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. No problem with that. But since the Cowboys always play on Thanksgiving, what the NFL does is they give the Cowboys the following Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So they play Sunday before, and they play Thursday Thanksgiving, and they got a regular rest, and they play the following Thursday. So they have one short week. This year, the Cowboys have 2 short weeks because they play a Thursday game in September. So they go Sunday, Thursday there, and they come back and they play the Thursday Thanksgiving game, and then they have a regular, 13-day break or 10-day break or whatever. So I don't like the fact they have 2 short weeks as opposed to just 1 short week.
Yeah, and that first one is also a travel to New York.
Travel.
Now they're trying to, both these Thursday games are against New York. So I don't know if that's meant to be hey, let's even it out. Let's make the Giants travel off, from New York for a short week, and you travel to New York for a short week, and then we balance it. But
let's see, because Detroit is the only other team that always plays on Thanksgiving. Let's see what they're doing with them.
Would you rather have
So Detroit gets the Cowboys Thursday. Detroit is doing what the Cowboys normally do this year.
Oh, is it?
So they're going to play November 24th at Indy, home to Chicago, home to Green Bay, Thursday.
Here's what I'll say, though. I'm going to disagree with you. I think this is actually a good thing for the Cowboys. So in the middle of that crucial stretch we just talked about of games, you get your bye week in week 7. Then you get the 49ers and Falcons on the road back-to-back, the Eagles and the Texans at home, the Commanders on the road, and then you come back for Thanksgiving. I kind of like the fact that they're not playing on regular rest the next week. They're getting that's a bye week, essentially.
Yeah.
Because they're going Thursday to Monday. It's not even Thursday to Sunday.
It's to Monday.
It's Monday, December 9th. They are going to get a full week and a half of rest before they have to close the December stretch run. I don't mind coming out of a series of games that are probably going to beat you up physically. You may win them or not, but I mean, you're going to come out of those taxed. I don't mind getting essentially 11 days rest coming out of that for the final 5-game stretch of the playoffs, especially as we were wore out. We were just tired.
I was tired. Yeah, but now wouldn't you rather have that 11-day break in the final 4 weeks of the season instead of the 5? I don't know. I mean, it just, you're getting closer to the play.
But I mean, the fact that you're getting a Monday, that you're getting a Monday game.
I just don't like that they're playing 2 separate short weeks. I think that's a disadvantage.
It's the Giants, though.
Who's burned out, man?
It is the Giants.
And then, man, you finish it's a little unfortunate you got to go on the road to Philly at the end of the year.
It's true.
That's a little unfortunate for you, but man, you come off that long stretch, that long bye, and you get the Bengals at home. Then a couple of you get the Panthers on the road, the Buccaneers at home, Eagles at on the road, Commanders at home.
1 game on Prime Video. 3 games on NBC. You've got a Sunday night game on NBC. You've got against the Pittsburgh Steelers. You got the Sunday night game against San Fran on NBC. And then you got the Sunday night game against Tampa on NBC. So 2 Monday night games, 3 Sunday night games. There's your 6 peak ones. They have that stretch you mentioned. They do have Pittsburgh on the road on October 6th, Detroit October 13th, bye, San Fran October 27th on the road, Atlanta, Philadelphia, Houston. That is a tougher draw. So there's that part of it.
That's also So Houston, you play Monday night. So short week, travel to Washington to come back for a short week Thursday game against the Giants.
Yep.
That's going to be a tough stretch from logistics.
Tough stretch. I love they're playing the Giants on Thanksgiving because that should be a blowout and you can focus on dinner. You can focus. My mother has no concept of time. None. Ma, when are we eating?
My mom has no concept of time.
Right,
either.
absolutely. Ma, when are we eating for Thanksgiving? Well, I figure we'll do it around 5 o'clock. We'll have dinner at 5 o'clock. You can eat during halftime. Like today, she has no idea how long it takes to eat Thanksgiving dinner.
Mm-hmm.
And she refuses.
And I hate the assumption that she thinks you just want to eat during halftime when Dolly's on.
Right. Refuses to change Thanksgiving dinner time.
Why?
Dinner's at 5 o'clock.
Stubborn?
Thanksgiving dinner's at 5 o'clock. That's what she says. It's mock. We do it like noon. No, I'm not going to get up that early and cook. Can we do it like 7? No, it's too late. She refuses to change things up.
Do you say, because you just said it there, do you say ma?
Yes. Even when I text her, I call her
ma.
Even when I text her, it's just M-A.
Is that a Northeast thing?
It's probably an Italian thing.
Is it?
Oh, yeah. Because even when if Sarah, if I'm driving, I'm like, hey, text my mom. She even writes ma because she knows otherwise my mom will know it's not from me.
Ma.
Yeah, she'll know.
What do you say, ma? What do you say, mom, mommy?
Mother.
Oh, okay.
Mother.
Do you say mother seriously?
No, I don't.
I usually
say mom.
Yeah, when I address my mom, I start with dear Jesus now.
Wow. More schedule quirks from around the NFL. These idiots at the NFL, they gave the Jets 6 primetime games.
Yeah. Did you see, by the way, the one team in the NFL who didn't get a primetime game? There's one team that didn't get one.
Oh, I got it.
Who is it?
Arizona.
The Panthers.
The Carolina Panthers. Only team in the NFL that didn't get a primetime game.
They are hitching their wagon to that star again. What if Rodgers gets hurt? I mean, have fun with that. And the Jets, how about this one? The Jets finish at home for the first time in 8 years. They haven't finished the season at home since 2016.
That's weird.
It's very, very strange. I don't know. How do you go Dak Prescott's entire career without finishing a season at home?
5th year, 6th?
Yeah, 5th year, 6th. The Giants, they announced them on Hard Knocks. That is a snoozer. This is the unofficial end of Hard Knocks for me. This one right here.
The Giants
on Hard Knocks.
They had some drama last year though with Daboll. So that might be interesting.
How do you not put the Bears or Broncos on there?
Well, because the Giants, it's their 100-year anniversary.
Ooh. I don't care about that.
No, I know, but the NFL does.
The NFL cares way too much about the New York Giants. I get it. They probably have second biggest fan base in the NFL. Third.
I mean, they got a big fan base, but
big fan base. I get it. It's a huge fan. It's a legendary.
I mean, I think Pittsburgh, San Francisco, Dallas, off the top of my head.
There is no NFL without the New York Giants. It doesn't survive. Right? It just doesn't survive. But it doesn't survive the 30s and the 40s and the 50s and the 60s without that market.
Without the wing tee and
team.
Yeah.
But dude, they are boring.
When you take a look at the Cowboys schedule though, and we'll probably do this, we might do this tomorrow when the nosebleeds are in, when Choppy's out, where we'll go a little more specific, a little game by game. But when you look at that schedule, what do you see? How many wins?
12-5.
You look at that and still say 12-5. Okay.
Yeah.
Because we got a lot of people in the fan text and other people who were tweeting me yesterday and saying, this looks like 9 wins.
We can go through it today. I have no problem going through it today. We can do it a little bit later.
We can do game by game if you like.
I think that my adopted Detroit Lions did get a little bit jobbed in the sense that their 2 toughest games are road games at San Fran, at the Cowboys. Their 2 biggest NFC games are road games against those 2 teams, but they also get the benefit of 3 home games in a row, which I don't think any team should have.
Now, what did you think? And let's say hour from now.
All right,
7:20. We'll pick games. But what did you think about the Cowboys schedule release video?
I thought the schedule release video was very creative,
and it's not one that we can really
can't play.
It doesn't translate to radio, but it was. They did these like FaceTime calls with celebrity fans of the other teams.
Yeah, no, I didn't know. I thought they should have done a better job of telling me who the celebrity fans were.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I know some of them are going to be a little
I knew Burt Kreischer. I knew Shane Gillis. I knew Kay Adams. I knew Ocho. I knew Eli.
Why did John Wall get the bye week? Do we know why?
Well, John Wall's a Cowboys fan, so I thought that was a little.
Okay.
I didn't understand.
Is that who that was?
Yeah, that was John Wall.
I was thinking. I was like, why do I know that guy? I was like, who is this?
Well, it had their name in the top of the corner.
No.
Yes, it did.
It did?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it had their name.
Oh, I was looking just at...
some of them were just regular fans. Like it was Baltimore Ravens super fan because there's no famous Ravens fans.
Yeah, I was
because they have a running back playing quarterback.
I guess I was just looking at like the week and the team that they're playing.
I was expecting the Tampa Bay Buccaneers one to be Nick Carter from the Backstreet Boys because he's a big Buccaneers fan.
Yeah, but Bert's a bit bigger. Bert's bigger name.
You know what we need to do this year? We need to like the week they're playing the Buccaneers or whatever. We need to get Bert on and get like we need to try and get like we need to try and get like celebrity fans that week. Let's do that.
Let's do that.
I'll just send Bert a DM since we follow each other on social media.
You follow Bert follows you on social media?
He does.
And Andrew Schultz?
He does.
See, I'm the comedian fan here. I'm the comedy guy. And how does this idiot over here get all these guys?
Because I got clout, boy.
Clout boy. you said it B-O-I.
I got clout, boy.
Boy. Hey, Peyton, what do we have coming up next?
Tell us about your load.
Guys, I have a big problem with Jimmy Fallon after what he did. And Harrison Butker gives some interesting advice to women graduating college.
We're going to call it interesting advice?
It's going to be his segment.
All right.
That's next on the fan.
First life hacks, now this.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. Another edition of The Payload here every Thursday at this time, and we got so much to get to in so little time. But first, I throw it to Bobby Belt for Bobby load time, I guess we can call it. For some shout-outs, Bobby, what we got?
Well, it's rather unfortunate. I was at Southern Leisure and Spas yesterday when we were giving away those fan shirts. They went like hotcakes.
Yeah.
Just disappeared in a flash out there in Flower Mound. And I was out there for the G-Bagger mode. And a gentleman walked up to me, Chris, who is a Plano West alum, by the way. So he had some trash talk for me in the Keller softball program, since it's Keller softball versus Plano West on Friday. But Chris came up to me, and he had his son there, Dylan, his daughter, Charlie. And they just mentioned, they said they're in the car every morning, 6:40. Big fans of the Payload.
Well,
I told him how unfortunate that was. Then they said, he started talking about how he doesn't think Dak's the guy. And I was like, as offensive as that is, that's not nearly as offensive as telling me you're a big fan of Peyton's segment. That's the worst thing, is that I'd rather you trash Dak all day long than tell me you like Peyton's segment. But they were really nice. They're big fans of your segment here. So that's Chris, Dylan, Charlie. Dylan was wearing a CeeDee Lamb shirt, big CeeDee Lamb fan. He wants to just get that contract done. He's tired of them playing around.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, Bobby. Appreciate the Tolos out there. Look, hey, as long as you like me better than Alec, the part-timer here, it's all good.
What is that damn, like, health insurance flex you keep dropping on Alec of being a full-time employee, man.
It's a back and forth thing.
You're
I
like,
love Alec,
you're
but
like, how's it feel to be
paying
on
on the FM sucks.
How's it feel to be on the bronze plan, the public option? Public option Medford.
All right, so this went viral the last couple days. Harrison Butker, the kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
He was at, I believe it's Benedictine College. He was doing a commencement speech there to all the graduates the other day, and this kind of blew up in a way. I don't know if he meant it this way, but he said it, and here's about a minute-long clip of what he said, and you tell me what you think. But he basically tells all the women about to graduate, don't focus on those degrees, ladies.
For the ladies present today, congratulations on an amazing accomplishment. You should be proud of all that you have achieved to this point in your young lives. I want to speak directly to you briefly because I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you. How many of you are sitting here now about to cross this stage and are thinking about all the promotions and titles you are going to get in your career? Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world. I can tell you that my beautiful wife, Isabel, would be the first to say that her life truly started when she began living her vocation as a wife and as a mother. I'm on this stage today and able to be the man I am because I have a wife who leans into her vocation. I'm beyond blessed with the many talents God has given me, but it cannot be overstated that all of my success is made possible because a girl I met in band class back in middle school would convert to the faith, become my wife, and embrace one of the most important titles of all, homemaker.
Okay.
You hear that, Caitlin Clark?
So what I took from this basically, and tell me if I'm wrong.
Bobby, you skated yesterday. You
You're off
skated.
the nice.
You
You're about
skated
to fall
yesterday.
through. But what I'm taking from this is he's basically saying, women, don't worry about your degrees that you just worked your ass off for 4 years or however many years, to focus on finding a man and supporting the family. Is that what he's saying here? Did he say it wrong? Because he's getting torched on Twitter.
Know your audience. Like, the reality is he's talking to a college, a Catholic college, that is an audience that's probably the message that.
Yeah, that
is probably the reality of the group that he's talking to, is that they have that perspective. Like, you can feel right or wrong or whatever else. Speaking to a private Catholic college, a pretty conservative Catholic college, that's going to be that is the thought process that a lot of them are going to have. So I don't necessarily think it's not like he went and said this at.
If he said this at Duke,
he didn't go to Berkeley
or
and deliver this.
Yeah, if he said this at Texas A&M, Duke, North Carolina, Ole Miss, Colorado, that's one thing. My thought on this is we are in an era where everything is now public because of camera phones and stuff. I don't believe, like, if you go to a comedy show and then, or not even go to a comedy show, if you see a clip of a comedy show that you don't like the message being sent, don't go to the comedy show. It's not meant for you. It's meant for the people who paid to go.
It's meant to be offensive.
That's the audience. Well, yeah, it is. But that's the audience. The audience is not the people on social media. The audience is the people in the building. Right? So I'm not offended if I don't go to the comedy show. I have no right to be offended by the content there. It's not meant for me. It's meant for the people who are fans of that comedian, who pay for that comedian, not the people who are sitting at home. And this is a completely back-asswards thought process. But for the people in that room who went to that college, who sent their kids to that college, Bobby's right. That's probably how they think. And he's not speaking to me or to you guys. He's speaking to the people in that room. And that's all that really matters in that situation. Like, he's not being asked to speak to everybody. He's just being asked to speak to the graduates.
Yeah, look, whenever I understand when there's a public figure like a politician or somebody else that I understand when people get worked up when they maybe go to somewhere like First Baptist Dallas and they make a statement or whatever. But like, if you have an athlete go show up at First Baptist Dallas and say something to the audience at First Baptist Dallas and it's a certain belief system and anything else, like, I don't have a problem within that setting you talking to them the way that are the beliefs that they hold to. And those are the beliefs that are probably held to in large part at Benedictine College. So to me,
I'm just looking this place up. This was a college that's it's not very old. It's only about 50
It's a Catholic school, isn't it?
It's only about 50 years old.
literally what we've been talking about for the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, Benedictine monks, right? Benedictine monks. So it was like
the Catholic
John Paul
guy.
The Catholic
John
guy.
Paul.
It was founded by the merger of two colleges, a men's college and a women's college, like back in the 70s. Like it's a relatively new college in Kansas City. Like, relatively new in all the grand scheme of things. It's one of these, private religious schools that's probably their viewpoint.
Well, so the Chargers got a hold of this, and because they were doing their schedule release yesterday, and they did theirs in My Sims kind of a fashion or version of it. And when it got to the Chiefs, when they played the Chiefs, they put up Harrison Butker, and we have it. Carter has on the fan cam here. They put Harrison Butker in the kitchen as their had announced that they're playing the Chiefs.
Very
so
clever.
it was very quick, because this has only been out a few days. So congrats or props to the Chargers for doing that.
California.
That's very California.
Well, some people might have a problem with Harrison Butker, but I have a problem with Jimmy Fallon for doing this.
Oh,
Look,
boy.
you guys have your platform, right? You guys maybe get some free tickets, some shout-outs here and there. You're able to go to places that other people aren't, just because of who you are and the platform you have. So Jimmy Fallon, obviously very famous talk show guy. He refused to buy or get tickets to Taylor Swift, the concert, for his daughters because he says they, in quote, they have to earn things in life. I think this is way too much. Now, again, if it's a money thing, I totally understand. I'm not saying,
it shouldn't be for Jimmy Fallon.
Right, it shouldn't. But
how expensive are Tay-Tay tickets at Jimmy Fallon?
But like he knows people. Like he's had Taylor Swift on his talk show.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and you can't get tickets for your daughter. Like it's a huge problem I have. Now, I know I'm not a parent. I'm not a dad. I shouldn't tell other people how to parent. It's a pet peeve of mine when other people try to parent other people's kids. But I just think it's a huge miss there. You can make your daughter's lives here by going to see Taylor Swift, probably up and close behind stage, and you refuse to do so just to teach them a lesson. Disappointing.
Look, I mean, I don't know. Michael Irvin.
Bobby, if you got offered, it could be Cowboys tickets or, you Rangers tickets or any Taylor Swift, any concert tickets, and your daughters really want to see that person or that team, you would make anything happen for them.
But if he says they have to earn it, what does that mean? Does that mean that they haven't been...
They're 9 and 10 years old. That's the thing.
But I mean, I don't know what that means. Like, if they have to earn it, I don't know. Does that mean... is he trying to say they've been acting up recently?
Right,
and
bad in school.
Like Michael Irvin told me and Slater one time when we were interviewing him. We were interviewing him for a podcast, and we started talking about his son who was off living with his cousins or something. I can't remember the exact story, but Michael Irvin said the most valuable thing you can pass on to your kids is your struggle. He's like, do not let them be comfortable in don't just pass on to them everything easy. Like, you got to give them some struggle so that they can learn to persevere through it. And
so
I don't have a problem if Jimmy Fallon feels like they've been a little spoiled lately, or they haven't been handled.
Yeah.
If that's the context, I don't know what earn that means. That's a little vague to me.
Yeah,
but if he feels like, hey, they get a lot of, I'm sure they do get a lot of fun stuff and get to meet a lot of cool people and stuff like that. If he felt like right now, they haven't been on top of stuff that I want them to be on top of, so no,
they've been slacking in school or whatnot, then I get that. I guess it's out of context, this quote, but I thought it was a miss here. You have the chance to make your kids' lives here.
Kristen feels like sometimes we make the kids too comfortable in our house.
Look, I mean, I've said this. So my kids play. So my kids going to go to Colleyville Heritage, which is a relatively kind of, I don't say uppity area, but a more upper middle class area. And they're not we're divorced parents, and we do not have the same means that everybody else they're going to go to school with. So they see other kids with brand new AirPods and they're going to have, go look at the parking lot at Colleyville Heritage High School. All right. It's my kid's going to be, I've already got it planned. The car I have now, which is 8 years old and 220,000 miles on it, I'm hoping it makes it for another 18 months so he can get it when he's 16. That's what he's getting. You got to deal with that. But if you have a chance to make your kid's day, I would do it. I want to give them the experience of that. I want to do the much as I possibly can, but that doesn't mean now like Jimmy Fallon is I assume no money trouble. My assumption is Jimmy Fallon can afford anything he wants.
Yeah.
Like Taylor Swift tickets are not going to set him back. What is he at? What is his kids doing? Are they not doing well in school? Are they not cleaning the house? Are they not doing their chores? Are they just being lazy little bums? If that's the case, this is good parenting.
Fan text is largely in favor of what Jimmy's doing here.
Yeah.
That they're saying, 580 says, how's going to Taylor Swift going to make their life? Not everyone has a trust fund, and I think he's trying to teach them the lesson. You've got other people. 817 says, I gave my daughter too much and realized it too late, so now my son gets the short end of the stick, but he'll be better off for it. Others saying the power of a no. I mean, there is something about the idea of trying not to create what would be the word? Try not to create entitlement in your kids if you feel like if they get the sense of they can always get anything. Yeah. I would understand somebody trying to strategically find points to just say no.
Yeah, there's a lot of kids that grow up that have means and I see this on my kids' baseball team. Some of these kids have there's no edge to them. They got no edge because they've been given everything. And you see other kids that come in the ballpark and they don't have anything and they are just scratching and clawing. They're dogs, man. And it's just okay. Well, it's a give and take. And he's trying to instill that. I get it. I don't have a problem with this. Okay. You don't have to give her the Taylor Swift tickets. She'll be fine.
Yeah,
she'll live without him.
I get the power of the no. You're trying to teach him a lesson, but I just think Jimmy Fallon's platform area and what he I think you could help him out. But again, I'm not a dad. I don't understand that yet. But
we'll be soon though, right? 7 months from now.
No.
Oh, wow. No. Is she 2 months along?
No.
I guess it'd be 3 months.
Maybe engage in 7 months, but.
Whoa!
Stop it.
What are you telling? Stop it. You just said it.
I was just going along with a bit. Segment's over, RJ.
Segment's over? Oh, man. We have a ton to get to here on Sean RJ. Well done with the payload, Peyton. I think you managed to not get fired during that one. I think you did. We will pick the games coming up at 7:20. We, of course, at the Neighborhood Watch at 7:40 during the commercial-free expressway. Little college kegger action, get you set for the PGA Championship. And, of course, recap that Mavericks game and that Stars game from last night. It's all coming up next to the 7 o'clock hour on 105 through the Fan.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Irving taps it back. Doncic. Kaboom! It's a three.
What a victory for the Mavericks. That is TNT. I am Eagle with the call as the Mavericks get the victory over the Oklahoma City Thunder. They take a 3-2 series lead. It should be over. They should have won it in 5. They should have won, just like they should have won the other series, the Clippers in 5. They should have won this one in 5 too. But the Mavericks now on the cusp of advancing to the Western Conference Final for the second time in the Jason Kidd era.
And you know what we should be rooting for? 7 games between Minnesota and Denver. Get you 7 games.
Yeah.
Wrap this one up in 6 on Saturday night. Get yourself a little bit of rest because, man, you're going to need all of the energy you can if you want to go up against especially what Denver has to offer. Because this has been a beat up and bruised basketball team. This has been a really physical series, but Mavs coming out and making big time plays yesterday. Luka was absolutely fantastic. Derrick Jones Jr., Derrick Lively, both of those big time critical pieces in this game. And PJ Washington coming up with some big buckets in the fourth quarter. Just an awesome, awesome team victory minus Tim Hardaway Jr.
Wow, Bobby, the hate on THJ. Derrick Jones had a couple of big threes, a couple of big alley-oops. He had one, holy cow, just like one-handed, just a tomahawk. It was a fantastic play. They're fun, dude. When they get those alley-oops going, they are fun. They are a fun team to watch. And now they have a chance to wrap this thing up, tomorrow night?
Is it tomorrow? No, Saturday. It starts tomorrow. They have a chance to wrap it up on Saturday, and then they can, if they don't win, they would have to go wrap it up on Game 7. Which would not be fun.
No, it would not be fun.
I don't want to push this to 7.
I don't want to push it to 7 either.
Just get it done, wrap it up, dispose of these Oklahoma City Thunder, make Ruben Portillo, marketing consultant Cody, make these dumb Thunder fans in our building cry.
Yeah,
that's what I want.
Yeah. Now maybe this was maybe the guy that we hammered yesterday. At least I did about the bet that he cashed out. Yeah. I mean, maybe he's feeling pretty good today.
Yeah, because that would have dropped from 80 to 10 grand, maybe,
if that, maybe been 5. Maybe he knew. Maybe he knew his Thunder were cooked.
In fact, I need to look up. Let's see. What do you think the line is right now for the game on Saturday?
I would say it's probably Mavs by 3.5.
Okay, it is
maybe 4.5. 3.5.
Mavericks 4.5.
NBA spreads are usually like in that 4.5 range with the favorite. I don't know why.
The matchup predictor says 57% chance Mavs win on Saturday. So
is that like any kind of as how accurate are these predictions? Is that money puck? Is it as good as money puck?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess I don't know. ESPN Bet says the money line is minus 175. So what is that?
That sounds about right.
What kind of
the implied odds? I'm terrible with that. It's a decent favorite.
But the Thunder would be those sort of odds would make it unlikely that parlay would look very good.
That parlay will not look very good. So he made the right call. If you were just looking from the what are you getting in the end result? Was it the right move from a mathematics standpoint? I don't know, but from this, yeah, he made the right call.
He made the smart move there, and Mavs ultimately, you got to give credit to Jason Kidd, and I've been hesitant to do that at times this season, but man, he is, I think, coaching these guys up on the defensive end of the floor right now.
He is. Look, I think Jason Kidd is a much better coach than people give him credit for. He gets hated on a lot.
He's and this is kind of what is needed in the NBA these days. I don't know that he's a great coach necessarily.
Like an X's and O's, yeah.
He is a fantastic personality manager.
Yeah, he's a resolve guy. He's got a lot of resolve.
And you need that. With this particular group of guys, you need that.
And you can argue personality manager. You can argue his coaching ability 1 through 82. I think in the playoffs, he doesn't. It's not a fluke that they're going to wind up making 2 West Final runs in his 3 years here. It's not a fluke. Maybe there is something to now. How much of it is Luka? A lot of it. It's Kyrie. A lot of it. The rest of the team. A lot of it. But he does give them the resolve. Like a lot of teams could have cratered after that Game 4 loss. A lot of teams could have cratered.
Yeah, a lot of teams. Mavericks would have, or Mavericks, like Cowboys would have collapsed after a loss like that.
the Cowboys wouldn't even have gotten to that fourth game of the playoffs.
That's true.
And the Cowboys haven't played 4 games.
The fourth game of the playoffs is the Super Bowl.
That's the Super Bowl, man. So
what's that?
It's a game. I've heard things about it. A lot of people watch, usually around a party.
I'll have to ask Harrison Butker about it.
Ask Harrison Butker about
He's
it.
played plenty of them.
If he thinks women should be allowed to watch that game. I'm not sure what his thought process
it's one of the
is.
biggest cooking days of the year, Chop.
He would say that. He would say that, man.
You like that?
Oh, man. Peyton. I can't wait for vacation. Boston 113-98 over the Cavaliers. Boston moves on to the Eastern Conference Final. They will face the winner of Knicks Pacers. But that Boston did not cover the spread. What a kick in the
15.5.
What a kick in the pants that was. I think it went off at 16 maybe, but I saw it at 15.5 yesterday. What a pants kick. 15.5 and you win by 15.
Bad beat. It's a bad beat.
Bad.
But look, I mean, that was what would the series open. Didn't Sean tell us that was like the
boring
Celtics were like minus 5,000 to win that series or something? I mean, it was absolutely ridiculous, the odds. And look, it was always going to be difficult to win that series. When you don't have Donovan Mitchell at the end of it.
Last 2 games, I know.
You're toast.
You're done.
You're finished.
You're done. Now, he may be finished in Cleveland. That's the word on the streets. Maybe he's done in Cleveland, so we'll see. Colorado takes game number 5 for the Stars, 5-3 at the American Airlines Center.
Leaves it for Sam Girard. Shot through traffic. Knocked down Parisi. Wide open net. It's off of Ottinger and in. The mighty Casey has struck for the Colorado Avalanche. He has goals in back-to-back games, and Colorado has their first lead of the series.
Wow, I think that's absolute radio with the call.
With a reference
to Mighty Casey.
Mighty Casey has struck out.
The Marty Casey.
My gosh, some of these announcers lately. Look, we played the Oakland A's call yesterday.
Jenny Kavner.
Yeah, not allowed to complain about Jenny while we keep getting cha-ching a Thunder Moneyball. Mighty Casey has struck.
We make fun of plenty of announcers.
I think the announcing game is lacking right now. Now we're very blessed here in DFW to have somebody like Eric Nadel, Matt Hicks, specifically on the station. We have great play-by-play guys.
Sham.
Yeah, Brad Sham, Babe Loffenberg. They all do great jobs. There is. I think I'd seen something recently. It was Awful Announcing was doing the ranking.
Well, hello.
Doing the ranking of the top local TV broadcasts. I want next time.
Okay.
We need to have Sandler. We need to have Sandler next time he's doing play-by-play. I'm gonna give like $100. Just be like, when they hit a home run, say, "Well, hello."
Well, hello.
But we do have the Awful Announcing ranked the local TV broadcasts and
for baseball, right?
For all of them, but specifically, I was talking about basketball. They did the local TV ones, and I think from 7, like the 7th ranked one, all the way back to 30, the rankings were no better than a C grade. So you're talking about 6 local broadcasts, local play-by-play announcer teams were better than just average. By the way, I will point out the bottom 2 on that list. The worst was the Warriors, which has the pregame show hosted by Bonte Hill from 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy.
Hey. And then the second worst was the Sixers, which has the play-by-play announcer Kate Scott, who was formerly Bonte Hill's co-host. So what I think we're learning here is that Bonte, a little salami boy, if you connect yourself to that show, you are going to be the absolute worst.
Yeah. All the overnight dances.
I also have I personally think, like, if you don't, if it's not your announcer, you pretty much hate all other local announcers. I find local announcers to be very meatballish. They're very just meatball homer.
I like
guys.
some of them.
Some of them are good. But
Michael K sucks.
I know you don't like Michael. I like Michael.
Cut your hair.
But I know Mike. So it's like I'm biased. I can't. But yeah, a lot of local announcers I find to be very, very meatball. Because I don't like homers. My buddy TK was at this game, the Stars game. He's now banned. Okay, if you go to a Stars game and you see TK there, banned. He's 0 for 2 in the playoffs. Banned. Sorry, buddy. Can't go to any more games. You're my boy. I love you. You're banned from Stars games. henceforth.
Is the juju off? Does Sean Sharif have to sacrifice another snake in
He
order
has to
for
have a
us
snake. He's got to get a snake. And look, he needs to kill the snake. By the way, sidebar. If you're on the fan cam, the Twitch, the YouTube, whatever, what the heck is this knife doing in this building? This is one of those. I mean, this looks like the knife that the girl in Die Hard with a Vengeance slit the throat of the security guard with. It's a curved, hooked, serrated edge knife. Why is this up here? Who is using this?
Let's see. That's
I think
Corey C. Broadus's, but they were on remote yesterday, and then CA sits there, but.
No, this was in the kitchen. It was in the kitchen.
Oh, it's in the kitchen.
Eric cuts stuff up. I would guess that's Eric's.
No, this is a weapon. You can't have a weapon. It's a workplace.
Some people have steak up
It
here.
just looks like a regular knife to me. Let me see it.
If you're cutting steak with this thing, you have problems.
Is it sharp?
Yes, you have problems if you're cutting steak with this thing.
Let's see here.
It's not alive.
It is the Miracle Blade 3, the Perfection series. Stainless steel. Oh, made in China. Get
rid of it.
China. Yeah, get that out of here. Look, I mean, what does China know about blades?
Rangers get a 4-zip victory. They avoid the sweep against Cleveland. They're off today. They take on Ron Washington's L.A. Angels of Anaheim starting tomorrow. Let's play this Wash audio here real quick. Ron Washington, to me, very, very, very out of character for him. All right, very out of character. So here's the backstory on this one. It was the bottom of the 8th. The Angels are down 7-6. Bases loaded. They go for the suicide squeeze with 1 out to tie it. Okay, Ben, 1 out, bases loaded, bottom 8, down a run. The hitter does not get the bunt down. Pitcher a little outside. Hitter does not get the bunt down. The out's at home. They get the out at home. They obviously tagged the guy out. And then the hitter would go on to strike out. The hitter is Luis Guillorme. Ron Washington did not mince words in the postgame. I'm convinced Ron Washington is going to quit by the 4th of July.
Blame Guillorme. Missed it, but why did you want to call for that?
Lefty on lefty. I didn't sink a ball with left-hander. I didn't want him to hit into a double play. He can handle the bat. He didn't do the job. It wasn't anything I did wrong. He didn't do the job.
Some good at bats.
I would have rather went to the 9th inning with a 6-6 lead than to went to the 9th inning the way we did. It didn't work out.
When a pitcher is that wild, does that make it a little tougher to get the bat?
Wow. He was throwing the ball in the strike zone. Why are you making excuses? He was throwing the ball in the strike zone. He did not get the bunt down. Period.
Damn. That's so out of character for Wash. He has had it. He is done. I don't know what Guillorme did. He hates the guy. I guarantee he hates the guy.
He's going to have to go back to his job at Jimmy Kimmel.
He is going to... Wow, good one. He is going to quit. Wash has had it. He is already done with the Angels. Already done, and they're in town for 3.
Well, I'm trying to think of moments where Wash got really mad. I can think of one.
It was in the it was not with the media, was it? It was in the he laid into the team.
One time he on the field, it was 2008, I think, and CJ Wilson was still a reliever, and he went in and took CJ Wilson out of the game, and as he walked up, CJ Wilson didn't hand him the ball. As Ron Washington was coming up, he tossed it to him and started just trying to walk off. And Ron Washington catches the ball, grabs his arm, and pulls him back and puts the ball in his hand and, hand it to me. Don't toss it to me. And, made CJ Wilson hand it over to him.
Yeah.
CJ Wilson was such a
He blocked me. One of the few that have me blocked.
Oh.
Yeah, I know.
Old straight edge racer.
Yeah,
you can't follow him on there anymore.
The PGA Championship is going on today. It started as at Valhalla. And right now, Luke Donald is among the leaders at 1 under par. They did a really nice job, I thought, with pairings in this one. You've got a lot of big names. I mean, they're just teeing off here just now on the first hole. Justin Thomas, Xander Schauffele, and Ludwig Oberg. I mean, those are 3 big ones. Adam Scott, Tiger Woods, Keegan Bradley. That's a good group. You got Justin Rose, Dustin Johnson, Rory McIlroy. That is a hell of a group. Brooks Koepka, Jordan Spieth, Max Homa. That is a hell of a group. They did a bang-up job here with these pairings. Kudos to the PGA Championship. They always do a good job with the pairings. They're not shying away and burying the live guys away from TV. They're putting them in major ones. They're putting them against rivals. I love it. The PGA Championship did a great job. Hopefully it's a great tournament. I won't be able to watch it, though, because I'll be
you'll be locked up. I did Joe and Flower Mound was out at the G-Bag remote yesterday, and he did come up. He's like, is RJ serious about not watching sports while he's away? I was like, yeah, he's not going to be watching anything. He's going to be watching the beaches. He's going to be watching the tide roll in.
No vacation, dude. Is this a strange thing?
It was something where they were thrown off, man. They were like, he's got to be.
It's a Super Bowl. I imagine you'd watch.
Well, I wouldn't take a vacation during the Super Bowl. But if I was on vacation, if I was on Tahiti, I'm not going to watch it. I'm on vacation.
I just don't know how you're going to go a full week not watching Caitlin Clark games and expect to come back in here.
That's true. When Sean's back,
to be caught up on the content that Sean wants to talk about at the top of every hour.
Caitlin Clark stuff. Oh, man. All right, we're going to pick the games next.
Yes, we are going to pick the Dallas Cowboys schedule and do the neighborhood watch.
Next. On 105 to the Fan, let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, the Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
DFWsecurity.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Get your pen ready?
I do.
Pen is mightier than the sword. You got it ready?
Look, I haven't actually tested this pen out. Real quick, let's look. Because about, what would you say, 1 out of every 4 pens that are actually in this studio work.
I mean, mine works.
That's it.
That's about it.
But it's yours.
But it's mine.
The ones that are in the studio.
Yeah, it's hit and miss.
All right, we got it.
It
works.
Hit and miss. Good. Real quick, the G-Bag Nation. Yesterday, of course, is at Southern Leisure Spas and Patios. You were out there.
I was.
Today, if you are in the Fort Worth area on the 820 and 35 kind of side, KNC Masterpiece at the brand new Buffalo Wild Wings, 5908 Quebec Street in Fort Worth. And, of course, G-Bag Nation live from Globe Life Field tomorrow for the Rangers game from 2 to 6:30 in the center field broadcast location.
We are out in the community. We're out there
every day.
We're pounding the pavement, boots on the ground, hanging out with the Tolos. I had somebody leave me yesterday at the G-Bag broadcast. Stephanie Blumenthal from our sales team, she was like, hey, somebody came by earlier looking for you. He left his card, and on the back he wrote a note, and he was like, Bobby, I live in Flower Mound, like 2 blocks from you. I challenge you to a game of ping pong. Text me.
Oh, dude, you got to say yes.
I know. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to play him at ping pong.
You're gonna have to. All right. Yeah, we will have the neighborhood watch coming up at 7:40. This is the commercial-free expressway. Sean and RJ on 105 to the Fan. This is the one of my favorite times of the morning is the commercial-free expressway because we can talk for basically 35 straight minutes uninterrupted, and I love to hear myself talk. I mean, you know that. Let's go around the Cowboys' schedule. Let's break it down game by game.
Let's do it.
All right. First one.
Game 1.
September 8th. Roadie at Cleveland. The Cowboys are a 1-point dog.
Yeah, I mean, look, Cleveland was a playoff team last year. We don't know what Deshaun Watson's going to be yet. We assume they're going to be starting a rookie left tackle across from Myles Garrett. But, man, I don't know. My sense of this one is Cleveland's not as good as they were, as good as their record and their performance last year seemed it was going to be. I'm going to go ahead, and I have no idea what I'm going to come out with on the record for the Cowboys. So I might have said, like, they're going to be around 500. Maybe I come out with 12 wins, but I'm going to say this is a W for the Dallas Cowboys. They beat the Cleveland Browns.
I think this is a W as well. Now, Peyton, you had said that this is a Browns. The Browns are favored. Interestingly enough,
has it moved already?
Well, at BetMGM, the Browns are a 1.5-point favorite. The consensus in Vegas, though, among all the books offshore and onshore, is that the Cowboys are a 1-point favorite. So there you go. I think the Cowboys win. So let's go. Let's see. Win, loss, 1. Peyton, what do you have?
I have that as a win. I mean, it's a close game, but I have the Cowboys winning this one. If it was in December, I think it'd be a different story. With the weather, you guys talked about it yesterday, but it's going to be 75 and sunny there. Maybe a little rainy. I don't know, but Cowboys win.
Yeah, you don't want to play Burning Kosar in December.
No, you don't. You really don't. Next week, they're playing the Saints at home. It's the home opener. It's a noon start. Cowboys right now open up at 6.5-point favorites.
How much do the Saints feel to you just like one of the most definition of 500 teams in the NFL today?
I think they're they're coupled in with about 8 to 10 teams that feel that way.
Everything about that football team just feels average. Across the board. I'm going to say home opener, W. They start 2-0, your Dallas Cowboys. We're off to a great start, Chuck.
Great start. Peyton?
W as well. I'm bummed it's a noon game, but it's a win.
Why? You don't want to be done with the day early? Come on.
I mean, but noon games, it's a home opener. I expect that to be 3:25.
Yeah, noon home opener is very, very strange. I can't remember the last time that happened. September 22nd, Ravens in town, 3:25. Cowboys open up as a
3-point dog.
1-point favorite.
Okay. So Vegas doesn't know what they're doing anymore. That's shocking.
Yeah, this is Vegas Insider. They just kind of do a what's it called when you take all of them?
Aggregate.
There you go. It's a tough one. I think this is a loss.
L.
This
is a big L. This is their first real challenge of the season, and I think there are going to be there's still some depth issues along the defense. There are going to be some growing pains there, and while Lamar Jackson is not my favorite quarterback, he's not even a quarterback at all. The way that they can just threaten with speed and some of their open field plays, that's going to be tough. So I think Baltimore wins that game and very well may rush for 500 yards.
Yeah, I think a close loss here. They're at home, but I give it a close loss. Mobile quarterback. Cowboys defense usually struggles with that.
Did you call him a bolt?
Mobile.
I thought he said
you said mobile there. You said
Mabolt.
Like you're calling him like you're referring to your quarterback as your bull or
fast
something.
Quarterback.
Thursday, the first Thursday game of the week for the year for the Cowboys is not Thanksgiving. It is week 4 at the Giants. They open up as a 4.5-point favorite.
I hate this.
I think
this. No. I hate this. This just dawned on me, Chop. Thursday, 8:15 Eastern in New York means that charter's going to be landing about 4 in the morning.
Oh yeah, just come right here
for Friday broadcast.
Come here.
Oh, that's going to be a beat
hopefully we'll be at a firehouse that next morning.
No, that's the end of the month though. We're usually earlier in the month. So, the Giants are a bad football team.
Agree.
This is a W. I don't see anything that tells me that the Giants are ready to compete with the Cowboys. So Cowboys finished the month of September for me 3-1.
Peyton?
Same as well. It's the Giants automatic win.
All right. They go on the road to start the month of October after a mini 10-day bye week, and they open up as a 1.5-point favorite at Pittsburgh.
This is Dallas is a better football team.
I
Pittsburgh
love
is
some
one
of
of
these
these
lines.
teams. Pittsburgh is one of these teams that they're always going to be, at the very least, difficult. Like, I mean, they're not always fun to watch. Their offense can be awful, but Pittsburgh is one of those teams that's always tough to put away, especially in Pittsburgh. So I'm gonna say Steelers steal this one.
Ooh,
Pittsburgh beats
Good
Dallas.
No, I don't see the Steelers as a great football team. I mean, they'll be 9-8.
It's
They always
Mr.
go.
Unlimited.
I exactly. That's why I got the Cowboys winning. I don't see this as a huge difficult game. I think the Cowboys go in there and win.
Russ ain't beating the Cowboys. I give me the Cowboys in this one. So the Cowboys are 4-1. I got them at 4-1. Peyton has them at 4-1 after 5 weeks. Bobby has them at 3-2.
Mm-hmm.
Now the stretch. They are home to Detroit. Cowboys open up as a what in this game?
I mean, it sounds like Vegas doesn't know what they're doing, so 2-point favorite.
Half-point dog.
Okay.
All right. Boy, Detroit is. I looked at Detroit's schedule. They play 8 playoff teams from last year. I think Detroit wins.
I do too. I think this is a loss. And there's zero chance that Dan Campbell forgets how that game ended last year. Detroit wins this one. Dallas, for me, falls to 3-3, 500 heading into the bye week.
Yeah, I'll lean loss. I mean, it's a pick 'em like Vegas is saying.
It's a tough game.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you're at home. I don't think the Lions are as good as they were last year. I think they're going to fall back a little bit.
Why?
I just think, I mean, they were. It was a lot of hype last year. You know, they had a lot of things to go their way. A lot of healthy guys. I mean, I think the Packers are a much better team than they were, you know, throughout the season last year. So I think the Packers can win that division. But yeah, I think the Lions are just a little better than the Cowboys.
At San Fran, they have a bye. So they have a bye after the Lions game. They go to San Fran. The Cowboys open up as a 4.5-point dog. I'm surprised it's less than 7. The way San Fran beat them up last year and the matchups they've had over the last couple of seasons. I will take San Fran.
No reason to believe the Cowboys will beat San Francisco until they do. This is a loss.
Bobby has them at 3-4 after 7 weeks. Peyton?
Big L.
Big L.
Oh, baby.
Oh, baby. They go on the road to face the Falcons. They're a 1-point favorite.
Look, Kirk Cousins, so it's a noon game. He shows up in his noon games. But I'm going to pick the Cowboys. I'm not going to be too ridiculous here. This is a Dallas Cowboys victory. We get back to 500, Chop.
I have the Cowboys winning this one as well. Peyton?
I think Michael Penix is your quarterback for the Falcons by the time this game rolls around.
Big Penix energy.
Yep, so I have the Cowboys winning.
Okay, so 5-3. Is that right?
Yep.
5-3 for me, 4-4 for Bobby. Home to Philadelphia. Cowboys a 1.5-point favorite. Dak Prescott doesn't lose home division games. Give me the Cowboys. And give me the Cowboys with the. I am going to bet every single one of these games. I have an amazing feel on this. I will not have a car payment or a house payment for a year after this NFL season.
It's 1.5, you said? Favorite?
Yes.
Oh, hammer that.
God, hammer it.
This will be the Kellen Moore revenge game. This is an L for the Cowboys.
4-5. Peyton, you have them as a win?
Yeah, easy win.
All right, very good. I agree. Houston, Cowboys are a 3-point favorite over Houston at home, November 18th.
I mean, I think Houston is prepping to be one of the dominant teams in the AFC for the next 5-6 years. Stroud is really, really good. I'm going to take Houston.
Bobby has them at 4-6. I got nothing for Houston. I think Houston is.
Question: if I'm right about this, if they're 4-6 at this point, is somebody fired?
They'll run it out. I mean,
depends on the division, I think.
Yeah, one of the coordinators might be. You know, but maybe they make a change with play caller. I don't know. It depends on how things go. I think the Cowboys win. I think Houston's ripe for they got a first place schedule. It's gonna be a little bit more tough.
Yeah, see, I think the Texans are gonna. They're gonna be really good this year. I think they're gonna win that division, AFC South, over Jacksonville. I have the Texans winning.
Wow, Peyton's at 5-4. Okay, at Washington, November 24th, -2. Cowboys 2.5-point favorite. I got Cowboys.
Dan Quinn revenge game. No, I'm kidding. This is a Cowboys win. I'm not going to be that extreme. All right, Cowboys beat the Commanders here. Mike McCarthy triumphantly smashes some watermelons or something to prep them for the game against Dan Quinn and their former teammates. but this is a Cowboys W.
Divisional game. Dak doesn't lose those. It's going to be, I have them at 5-4 going into that game, so I think it's going to be a must-win at the season. So I have the Cowboys.
Now, remember, Chop, we did point out earlier, you're coming off a short week, Monday Night Football for a noon kick on the road and then turning around and traveling back for short week on Thanksgiving.
We did, but thankfully they're playing garbage teams in the Commanders and the Giants. So I'm going to leave all the doubt. The Cowboys are a 9.5-point favorite on Thanksgiving. It's the biggest point spread of the year. Cowboys minus 9.5. Give me the Cowboys over the Giants all day.
W, because the Giants are a terrible football team, and Brian Dable might be fired by then.
Big win.
Bobby has them pulling back to 500. They are home to Cincinnati in the fighting Joe Burrows. The over-under is 48.5. Cowboys a 1-point favorite over Cincy.
Loss. I'm looking at big bounce back here for the Bengals and Burrow, and so I think that this is one where Cincinnati comes in here and takes it from you.
I agree. I have them losing this game as well.
I have the Cowboys winning. I question Joe Burrow's health. I don't think he makes it this far in the season, or will not play that game. I question that and health and what leading up to that game and that week. Have the Cowboys winning. It's home game.
All right, so Peyton has them at 9-4. I have them at 9-4 through 13. Bobby has them at 6-7.
Mm-hmm.
Haterade. Carolina on the road. They're a 6.5-point favorite. They go back there for the second straight year. Are we all taking the Cowboys?
We are, but if they are 6-7 going to that game and they lose to Carolina, then people should be fired.
Then heads will roll. Home to Tampa and Baker Mayfield, 4.5-point favorite for the Cowboys on December 22nd.
Tampa was a sneaky, decent team last year.
Yeah, they were. They gave Detroit a good game in the playoffs.
Now, they did lose Dave Canales, who was a big part of what Baker was doing and his comfort level and everything else. But ultimately, I'm going to believe that Dallas is a better football team than Tampa Bay and shows it.
I agree. Give me Cowboys to win this game to move to 10-4.
Give me Tampa Bay.
Wow. Okay. I'm sorry. I have the Cowboys at 11-4 at that point.
Oh.
Peyton has them at 10-5. Bobby has them at 8-7.
Mm-hmm.
On the road, December 29th at Philadelphia. This will be the worst weather game of the year for the Cowboys. They are a 2-point dog. I will take Philadelphia to win this game. The Cowboys are going to go 5-1 in the division again, like they always do with Dak Prescott. And I think the Eagles win. So give me the Eagles to win this one. Cowboys are now 11-5 on the year.
Cold, outdoor, bad weather games late in the season for the Cowboys historically have not been good. Give me a Philadelphia victory here. Cowboys get 8-8.
They always split with Philly. You win at home, you lose on the road. I think they lose it in Philly here.
And then finally, the Commanders to end the season. The Cowboys are 5.5-point favorites. I will take the Cowboys, and their record is, for the fourth straight year, 12-5.
Cowboys go to this one 8-8. Potentially eliminated for playoff contention at that point, or they may be a wild card. Mike McCarthy ends his Cowboys career with a big W and finishes at 9-8 and rides off into the sunset triumphant with them putting him on his shoulders, much like the Bears did with Mike Ditka and Buddy Ryan after the Super Bowl. So as it stands now, because of many depth issues and a difficult schedule, I have the Cowboys going 9-8.
Cowboys win this one, and this will be for the division title.
Like the Commanders?
No. Like the Cowboys will win, and they'll win the division.
I was like, what are you picking?
I got 12-5. I don't know if that wins them the division or not, but nobody repeats this division. We know that.
I love the fan text, which is consistently coming on here telling us we homer it up, and then also telling us like, is there a reason why you always go to the worst possible outcomes and everything else? So I like it. So we get called both sides. It means we're playing both sides in the middle. 214 says 8-9. 469 says 5-12 for the Cowboys. 214 7-10. We get 13-4 from the 801. What other picks do we have here? 13-4 from the 214. 817 says 12-5. 817, Bobby's trolling so hard. Secretly has a fridge magnet schedule at home that has them 13-4.
There you go.
I mean, look, I troll a lot. We all know that. In these conversations we have on and off the air, when we talk about the Cowboys,
Bobby's pretty consistent.
I'm not bullish on this team this year.
Right.
I have massive concerns about their depth, and the culture that's in place there right now with everybody on 1-year deals. So,
for the 817, how does Choppy feel good about this team? Does he have eyes? Look, I follow the sport very, 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 very simply. Who's the better quarterback? If the Cowboys, and they have a top 8 quarterback in the NFL. Top 8 quarterbacks generally are going to win 11 games every year, regardless of who their teammates are. This is generally how it's going to work. So I just kind of bet on that way. And if you go down the list and you look at it, and if you were to just pick the games based on if they have a quarterback advantage or not, they have a quarterback advantage in, like, they have a quarterback advantage in more games than they're gonna actually lose, right?
Yeah,
you could argue they have a quarterback advantage against Baltimore. Lamar, they don't. Lamar's got 2 MVPs. Bobby would say they have a quarterback advantage. I disagree. That's why I threw the Ravens. Do they have one against Detroit? I think Goff and Dak are pretty equal. If you want to say Goff's better, Dak's better, I'm not going to fight you on that one. San Francisco, I think Dak is better than Brock Purdy as a career, obviously, even though Purdy's been to a Super Bowl. But I'm going to take San Francisco because I think Brock plays better within that system. If you just go down the list, they win the games where they have a quarterback advantage, and they lose the games where they don't. It's that simple. That's why they're a 12-win team every year.
It's a fair way to look at it. I do think that we also talk about football being a war of attrition. Cowboys' depth has been decimated by free agency this year, and they weren't able to do a lot to be able to replenish that.
All right, let's do one of the favorite segments of the week, the Neighborhood Watch.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Oh boy! By the way, I just got a message from Tolo Richard. He says rinse and repeat, 12-5, losing the second round. So status quo, just like you have them. All right, our Facebook community group post of the week comes from none other than Citizens of Irving News.
Hey, all right.
And this is the post. I'm glad the city is, quote, cracking down on neighborhoods not feeding the feral cats we're all infested with. They say the cats will move on to other neighborhoods or learn to hunt. Nope. They are simply tearing up trash left on the curb within 10 minutes of being put out. Let's not even mention the fleas and rampant disease. What the heck are we to do? And within the comments, what was surprising to me was the overwhelming messaging from the citizens of Irving about the feral cats, which I used to live in Las Colinas and I still am in Irving quite a bit. Like, they do have issues out there with this.
Really?
And yeah. And what's funny is a lot of these citizens are, I guess, they've got a soft spot for the feral cats. And one of the messages says, when the question is, what can we do? Somebody says, move. I don't mind stray animals. You do your part. They do theirs. Simple enough. Some cats suck. That's when you trap them and you personally drop them off at a different area. I see enough evil things happening to strays. Makes me sick. And that's the thing. There are people just like, why these poor strays? They don't have a home. So I guess just like how you've said, or we've talked about before, like how Peyton got life hacks canceled for a certain subject. You cannot talk about homeless cats in any sort of way as being a problem.
If a stray cat showed up on a doorstep, I'd take it in, I'm sure.
Would Pudge like that, though?
It's not his house.
What?
Oh, yes, it is.
It's not his house.
It's yes, it is.
It's part of the family.
Would it, I don't know if he would like it or not. I have no idea. We thought about getting another dog. We have no idea how he would like it. Maybe give him something to play with. But, Sean needs a stray cat. Big time.
Yes.
Big time stray. By the way, cats, dude, like, if you die, you got about 24 hours before your cat eats your face.
What? Is your cat doing bath salts?
Like that. Yeah. So like that the people will tell you like the amount of times they walk into a house, the person's been deceased for like a day or two, just laying there, has a cat. Cat's starting to nibble at their face. If they don't have any food, that's what they're gonna go to. Dog give you about a month, week, whatever. Dog give you some time. Cat.
So that means the cat is literally just sitting there, which is the energy they give off. They're sitting there waiting for you to die.
Cat will eat your face, man.
That's what they're doing. Shout out to Tolo Mechanic Mike, who Eric Chiafalo used to work with.
Mike
the mechanic.
And the mechanics.
Yes, Mike the mechanic.
Mike and the mechanics.
Home Improvement.
All right, ring him up. He got it. That was the rival show to Tool Time.
No, Mike and the Mechanics is a band.
I know. I'm trying to get it. I want him to think his dumb answers are right.
What is this? Mike and the Mechanics.
No, but shout out to Solo Mike. He helped me out the other day because I was driving home, Chop. You remember we talked about the flat tire that I had over the weekend? We had that leak in the tire that Discount Tire went ahead and fixed. So I'm driving home on Tuesday it was, and I'm hearing it almost sounds like a strut creaking or like bad shocks or something. I'm like, it's coming from the passenger side. Did they not tighten the tire on when they put it on? Did they do something? So I recorded the sound and messaged it to Mike. I was like, are these shocks or is this just a tire? What's going on here? He's like, you got time to bring it in? I was like, yeah. So I drove it into him and he was checking it out and he's like, yeah, that's weird. I don't know. So he jacked up the car. He checked the tire. He's like, no, it's on there tight. And he's looking at some things. There was a piece of metal from 35 that, you know where that, that rubber flap is behind the tire in most cars?
The mud flap?
Yeah, that flap there. A metal stick had somehow driving on 35 got jammed up into where that thing connects. And so every time I would go over a bump, it would scrape the road and make a sound. And so it sounded like bad shocks or something. It was just this piece of metal scraping on it. Yeah, it was. And I mean, it was in an awkward place to find it. So it could have very easily been overlooked. So thankful to Tolo Mike, who was about to, or who did save my mental health in the process, because my wife would not have been happy if we would have had to have paid for something else. Yeah, there you go. Mike and the Mechanics. Very good.
I like
That was
Great hair.
That was the theme song from the Home Improvement Show. All right, a North Texas man has changed his name.
A North Texas man has changed
his name. This is a North Richland Hills teacher and an Army veteran. And he's changed his name to, his first name is Literally, his middle name is Anybody, and his last name is Else.
And he's running for president. Oh, I love this.
As literally anybody else.
This is great. This is fantastic.
Which is a protest to the two-party system within our country.
Is it a protest to the two-party system or to the two candidates?
Yes.
Yeah.
Before Dallas Stars hockey game earlier this year, fans were met by an ordinary, eager-looking guy wearing a TCU ball cap and a shirt that read "Literally Anybody Else 2024" by the steps of PNC Plaza. His mission? Impossible. But the sentiment driving it all? Wholly relatable, sympathetic, and engaging to so many. But he is running for president with the name Literally Anybody Else. He's a 35-year-old Birdville ISD 7th grade math teacher. Oh, 7th grade math teacher. And a Army veteran who legally changed his name to Literally Anybody Else earlier this year to run for president in the first year he's eligible to do so. What I love here is that WFAA in the article is within it going, Mr. Else tells WFAA.
I love this time of year. I love election years because I get to look around my neighborhood and see the people who are actually willing to tell everybody who they're going to vote for.
Did you?
They're willing to tell people who you can be friends with and who you can't.
Did you see the I feel like nowadays, by the way, it used to be people put up one sign in their yard when I was growing up.
Now you got like 7
now,
of them
that's
there,
the thing.
yeah.
Nowadays, if you're the type,
county commissioner and
if you're the type who will put one sign in your yard, you'll put 15 in your yard.
Yeah.
And so it's either none or 15. Like, you can't just make one statement. It's like, well, I gotta have it. And I like how now you're seeing more and more people who are not just putting up like the names of candidates. They're also just putting up like slogans or like perspectives, like, in this house we embrace love. And like that kind of stuff. So
meanwhile, I got my K-Post roofing and waterproofing sign in my front yard. That's what I got.
Yeah, there you go.
K-Post in the front
there
yard.
you go. Now what's funny is when we like look at something like this, changing his name. Did you see that story? This is like a couple of years ago, but it reminds me. Obviously, something that's very, a hotly discussed issue in this day and age, Chop, is the pronouns people choose to use and identify with, right? So in one college campus in Michigan, they had made a rule that, hey, you need to put down your pronouns so everybody in the class knows what to call you. And so, you know what one of the kids in the class said his pronouns were?
I don't feel comfortable with this already.
Your Majesty. So they had to address him in the classes, Your Majesty.
You know what? As a lord.
Uh-huh.
You
are a lord.
I am a lord. I own property in Scotland.
Yeah.
I bought a square foot in Scotland.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I refuse to.
You'll pass that down to your kids.
Is that a good investment?
$75. I get to call myself a lord on the radio. I mean, I think it's fantastic.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is also why plus I could also call it when I marry Sarah. She becomes my lady, not my lady, my lady. That's how they say it over there.
Mm-hmm.
But this is also why I will never root for a English Premier League team down south. I only root for teams in the north.
Yeah.
Okay, because I'm Scotland Lord.
Yeah.
I would never dare root for a team south of Manchester.
That sounds like the name of a noble, though. Lady Sarah.
Yes.
She's Lady Sarah Countryman.
Yes, she is.
I think that or Lady
Choppy Man.
Lady Sarah
We're going to be Choppy Man.
Right, you're going to blend the names there.
We're going to combine them.
Starting tomorrow, it is the 40th annual Main Street Fest in Grapevine, a craft brew experience.
This is one of my favorite times of the year.
People love Main Street Fest.
It used to be, they used to have Grape Fest and Main Street Days, and now they've just changed them to like Grape Days or Main Street Fest, as you said.
Yeah, so this is the 40th annual festival. They expect this is a big family event too. They expect an expanded Kids Zone this year, sponsored by 121 Community Church. The Kids Zone features attractions like Legoland Discovery Center, the Cook Children's Arts and Crafts Area, Great Wolf Lodge dance parties, reptiles from Sea Life Grapevine Aquarium, and an interactive discovery zone courtesy of Dairy Max. Thrill seekers of all ages will delight in the Midway Games and Carnival rides featuring classics like the Ferris wheel and a variety of entertaining games like ring toss and basketball. There will be food, shopping, bunch of different vendors, live music. And so that will be going on starting Friday all through the weekend into Sunday. Another post I came across when I was looking at the Facebook community groups came from Grand Prairie, Texas Talk. And Jackson Middle School, apparently, they said we're entering last week of school for kids before they get out for the summer. And Jackson Middle School was not able to get out of the end of the school year without a little bit of drama. Parents were emailed yesterday afternoon that earlier today, acting on a tip from students, a weapon was found on a student at Jackson Middle School.
Is it like this knife that we have in here?
It was. If it was, it had to be a pretty big one because that student was arrested and has criminal charges pending. The student is also facing disciplinary action by the district. Parents, remind your students that if he or she sees something that isn't right, report it to a teacher, administrator, or a member of our security team immediately. And so you're 1 week out from school, you're showing up there with a weapon, and now you are thrown in, you're basically arrested, facing charges, and guys, the decisions you make even in middle school can affect you for the rest of your life.
They do. And I do hate, like, at 12 and 13 years old that you can, because let's be fair. Like, doesn't matter how smart your kids are. Your 12-year-old's really a moron, right? They don't know. Half the decisions kids make is just to be cool, or to show off, or whatever you want to call it. And it's like, oh man, like I'm literally sitting here like every day praying that my kids get through the day of school, one, without something like that happening, but two, like without doing anything stupid that is going to haunt them forever.
Also, if you are obviously ahead of Memorial Day weekend, there are several parks and boat ramps closed at Lake Grapevine. Lake Grapevine, a popular spot for stuff like that. High water levels are impacting things. There's more rain expected today and tomorrow. The city of Grapevine said that the lake is roughly 10 feet above its average level. So as we get close to Memorial Day weekend, there's a good chance that if you're one who wants to go out on the water and party and hang out on Lake Grapevine, you're not going to have as many opportunities to do that. So I would call ahead and check if you were planning on going and partying at Lake Grapevine.
All right, very good. There's a little bit of neighborhood watch from Roberto Belt on here on 105 through the Fan. We got Brent Severin on the Stars coming up at 8:20, below the belt at 8:40. But up next, are the Mavs about to become the biggest draw in sports? Next on 105 through the Fan. But let's get you.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on the Fan.
Jumper is Washington, partially blocked. Ricochets back and he slams it. PJ Washington in the right spot.
Ian Eagle with the call on TNT as the Mavericks take Game 5 in Oklahoma City. They are able now to come back to the American Airlines Center over the weekend and win it in 6 games. It's Sean and RJ here on 105 to the Fan. Bobby, what a performance the Mavs put on the road. Luka with a really good game. I think his best easily, probably the entire postseason.
Yeah, I mean, look, not just obviously Luka banged up, the physicality of the last game, the disappointment of the last game. It would be easy to not pack it in, but it would have been easy to be overwhelmed by all of that. And they weren't. And I mean, you talk about they go on the road to the West Coast and they end up winning a big game. And that's like you travel to like a totally different time zone, 2 hours behind, Chop. You get over there all the way on the West Coast of California, beat the Thunder. That's impressive.
Long trip.
Yeah, they had to go to California,
trip.
right? Because they were on the West Coast since that game started at
they were
9 o'clock.
Yes, West Coast, man.
Again!
Dude,
it's starting to drive me nuts. Dude.
It really
starting
is.
To crack a little over it.
It's absurd. It really is absurd. I mean, you could start the games in the East a little bit earlier.
Well, they shouldn't have it on one network. Have TNT have the Eastern Conference games, ESPN have the West games. That way you don't have to start, because what they do is they start it at 6, and then by 8:30, 8:45, it's just the next game will carry over.
The league doesn't want you to compete, man. They don't. All right, look, if they this is what I don't understand. They force the teams in the Central Time Zone to stay up later. Okay, why don't they just start the games in the Eastern Time Zone at 6 o'clock local time, 6 o'clock New York time, Boston time?
That's 3 LA though. You know, that's the
who's
problem they would say.
But I know, but like, how many people are watching like sports outside of football are just regional sports, right? You watch your team and you don't really watch anybody else's.
Yep.
You know, so understand leagues refuse to admit this. So just put the game on 6 o'clock. You could get there for a 6 o'clock local start. And it's just as big of an inconvenience to get to a 6 o'clock game in Boston as it is to stay up till midnight if you live in the Central Time Zone.
This is the game. This is the one that broke me, Chop. This is the one that broke my circadian rhythm a little bit. Because this is the one that I woke up this morning, the alarm went off. You know what happened?
No.
Fell back asleep.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, which is dangerous because I did not have a second alarm. I luckily woke up about 12 minutes later on my own. But then even driving in here, I was literally pinching my earlobe driving in like, please keep your eyes open until I can go get an energy drink. Because that's what these dumb series have done to me by just running us to 11:30 at night with 4 a.m. wake-up calls. So screw you, TNT. I'm glad Inside the NBA is going away.
Yeah, it might. I mean, they got it's not official yet, right? They've got to TNT can match.
817. Nobody works on the West Coast anyway.
Oh, that's a good reference. I like that. But yeah, I don't care about out-of-market teams. Like I care about the market. It should be based and catered around the market that you're in, or that the game is in. And I think it's a miss. I thought this was a really good performance. It was a sound performance all around by the Mavs. They played well defensively. Luka was as good as he can be.
The flip in this team defensively after the Gafford and Washington trades is insane.
Mm-hmm.
They have become a borderline dominant defensive team at times. And they're making Oklahoma City look absolutely ridiculous. 2-4. Energy drinks are bad for you, Bobby. Well, I need to be awake. I drank a Ghost Energy for the first time today, which you're a big fan of, I know.
Well, I like the they taste good. Sour Patch taste.
Oh, yeah, the Sour Patch ones.
Yeah, the Sour Patch ones are good. But, the Mavs now have a chance to wrap things up. The Stars had a chance to wrap things up last night. They did not do it. They fall to Colorado 5-3 with Brett Severin coming up here at 8:20.
Yeah, ultimately, just last night, Joe Pavelski kind of came on finally for the first time, and it felt like one of these games where it was the first time this series it felt like you didn't have the better goalie.
I agree.
Like last night, Georgiev was just better. And Otter's got to be better than that, the rest of it. And I don't think this is going to be indicative of any sort of problem. I have no concern about the Stars finishing this series. I still think that this is the Stars series to take.
Yeah.
It's just last night, Otter wasn't Otter for the most part. And so this was the first time in this entire series where they had to play from behind. And they played from behind in that third period, and it was just a little difficult for them.
PGA Championship's going on. McIlroy, Schauffele, Hovland, Luke Donald all tied at 1 under par. Tiger's on the golf course. He's 1 over. Spieth is about to birdie, hole number 1. Koepka is about to par, hole number 1. So they are underway at Valhalla for the PGA Championship.
What's Rory doing?
Rory, how about this, man?
Other than getting a divorce.
Dude,
is he gonna be like Tom Brady if he shoots like even par this week or like 1 over? Is that the equivalent of Tom Brady getting a divorce to go 8 and 9?
Yeah, I see what you did there.
Hitler.
Hitler.
And your wife apparently.
He announced he and his wife were getting a divorce. This was a couple days before the PGA Championship started. It was when this announcement happened, and he's looking for his first major in 10 years. It's been a rough year for him, man, with the live stuff and the PJ hanging out to dry. And the fact that Scotty Scheffler's caddy's made more money than he has this year on the PGA Tour. Although I think that changed over the weekend. It's tough. He's dealt with it. He has dealt with it with class. That's for sure. This has got to sting though, because he found out he's not even at the top of his wife's leaderboard anymore. Brooks Koepka trolled him in an Instagram post.
What did Brooksy do?
So he posts a photo of Jenna Sims, his wife, and he says, "So proud of you, Jenna Sims. Amazing to see what hard work can do. I love you." And then Rory's ex-fiance, Caroline Wozniacki, comments on it, "Hot mama." And they all know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
They absolutely know what they're doing. But people are thanking her for troll post.
He may just be genuinely. He's a newlywed. He may just be genuinely.
He may just be, yeah. But it's all he did the day it happened. It's a little trolly, which I support. I support all kind of trolling behavior.
Do you think Rory's? Do you think Rory's soon-to-be ex-wife took live money or something? Or
maybe she wanted him to take live money.
Maybe that's why he and Tiger had a falling out.
Could be.
That's within Tiger's bag of tricks, I think.
It is. All right, what do we think about this? This is Stephen A. Smith. Now, Bronny is staying in the draft, right? He's staying in the draft, and there are reports out there that teams are very interested in Bronny. Why? Because they think he'll boost ticket sales for their G League. Which, there's no way a team is drafting anyone for G League ticket sales in the first round. I'll tell you that right now. Second round, Satnam Singh, get him in there. But Bronny's not a draw. Now, unless LeBron goes to the game.
No, I bet Bronny would be a draw.
You think Bronny's a draw?
For a G League game, yeah.
He scored 4 points a game in college. Or whatever.
I mean, have you seen the ticket sales for the Fever?
Okay, she was the legend.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah.
A legend.
Could she beat Bronny one-on-one?
Yeah, now, like, and then the other rumor, and this may be more ludicrous. I didn't catch what you said. I was trying to read something.
I said, could she beat Bronny one-on-one?
Oh, yeah. You know what? No, she can't. Like, there was talk that LeBron was in Cleveland to recruit Donovan Mitchell to the Lakers. Like, even that's low for LeBron. There's no way LeBron went to Cleveland it was Mother's Day, man. That's why he was there. There's no way he went to Cleveland to go sit courtside only to recruit one of the players of the Cavs to his team. Like, even that is low for LeBron James. There's no way he did that.
He would do that, though.
He would.
He would.
He would.
He has no shame.
Stephen A. Smith. Listen to this clip on his podcast.
Let me tell you what else I've been hearing. LeBron James is trying to get the Los Angeles Lakers to draft Bronny James with a second-round pick. He'd also like for J.J. Redick to be his next head coach. I'm just telling you what I've heard. Now, that doesn't mean the Lakers want J.J. Redick. It doesn't mean they don't. They haven't made a finite decision about anybody yet, but LeBron has. That's the guy he wants. But here's a news flash, what I've also heard. Bronny James might not make it to the Lakers' second-round pick because if a team like the Dallas Mavericks could position themselves to get him in the second round, they'll take him because LeBron said he wants to go where his son goes. And if you're the Dallas Mavericks and you got Kyrie and you got Luka and LeBron James is willing to come to Big D, that might be the first time something's more popular than the Cowboys.
Now, that's an interesting question. This would make the Mavericks the hottest team in sports. They would be the most talked about team in sports. LeBron, Luka, Kyrie. I mean, holy cow. But how valid do you think this is? The Mavs do this and draft him just to get, try to find a way to get ahead of LA in the draft in the second round to get Bronny.
I mean,
but
they would absolutely draft Bronny.
They would absolutely draft it if they were able to get ahead of the Lakers. But what actually has to happen for them to be as talked about as the Cowboys? Other than become the Cowboys.
Like in terms of acquiring, like what players would they have to acquire?
Let's say they have this team and they add LeBron to it.
They hire Michael Jordan to be the head coach,
and then they're more popular. They're
something
more
like that.
About,
like I don't know. Like it'd have to be something ridiculous like that.
I'll tell you this. Like winning helps. There was a time you asked people from Boston, the Patriots were easily the fourth team in Boston. Right? They were easily four. And at the end of Brady's run, you could easily make the case they were number one. But they overtook the Red Sox. You could make that. And the Red Sox won like 4 World Series in that time.
Mm-hmm.
And you could still make the case that the Patriots overtook it. Now, it's probably still Red Sox right now because the Patriots have gone back down. But I don't think anything will be bigger than the Cowboys. But like if they got LeBron, that would...
You know what gets them bigger than the Cowboys? You get LeBron.
And you win. And you win like 3 in a row.
You win a ton. You don't even hire Michael Jordan as your head coach. Michael Jordan buys the team. And then he hires LeVar Ball to be the head coach.
So
that is when you would get the most possible discussion about
Are the Warriors bigger than the Niners now? In San Fran, or have they been? You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know. That's a good question because I don't know how they're received. I mean, obviously the Warriors have been better, but I don't know what the interest level is.
Yeah.
In that city,
because when the Bulls were great in the '90s, the Bears weren't very good. So the Bulls probably took over the town. The Phillies have been really, really good. Have they overtaken the Eagles? No, because the Eagles have been really good. But what happens if the Eagles were bad? Would they have overtaken
look at the last
them?
6 weeks of last season, right?
Right.
Maybe we could have found out that.
Yeah, there you go. L.A., it's a Dodgers-Lakers town. Dodgers were first out there. But, the Lakers have won more. But the Dodgers have won a lot recently. And the Lakers, they both won the bubble. But the Lakers have not been great the last couple of years.
Can I make a legitimate, not a trolly one, can I make a legitimate parallel point to the discussions we've had about Caitlin Clark?
Which is?
This argument that we've had of stop trying to compare whatever Caitlin Clark has done and the attention she's bringing and everything else to the men's side of basketball. Like, just let it stand on its own as an accomplishment, right? If all those things happen and we started trying to see about popularity with the Cowboys, is that just a standard where it's like, let the Mavericks stand on their own? They are never going to be the Cowboys. Don't even try.
Sure,
like
absolutely.
Like, it may be one of those things where you just got to say, as that is as good as it can get for you, but you will never do anything that will be more popular than even a 5-12 Cowboys team, because that is the Dallas Cowboys, and they are the most valuable franchise in the world.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree. Don't try to compare yourself, but people love to compare themselves.
A lot of people on the fan text, by the way, the Franklin injury attorneys text line, a lot of them rejecting the idea of having LeBron James.
I know a lot of people don't like him, and I don't know that I would want him here, but it'd be fun to, like, from a talk show standpoint, it'd be great.
Yeah.
From a team standpoint, I do think he's kind of he's going to fire Jason Kidd in a year.
Yeah. Oh no, he loved Jason Kidd though. He was mad he left the Lakers as their assistant.
Yeah, he also loved Ty Lue for a minute, and Darvin Ham for a minute. He loves everybody in the beginning. He'll love JJ Redick, and then him and JJ will never speak again in 2 years.
Yeah, because JJ wears his hat backwards.
Absolutely. That's why he can't be a great coach, according to Colin Cowherd. All right, the great Brent Severn joins the show next year on 105 through the Fan. A little Stars talk.
Like snakes in Sean's yard. Eek. The Odyssey app is
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Get out the lawn chair and the drinks and prepare Bowl Arena, because the Avalanche and Stars are coming back to the Mile High City for Game 6. The Avalanche aren't dead yet. They win Game 5 by a final score of 5-3 and will have a chance to tie up the series on Friday night in downtown Denver.
That is Avs Radio with the call. Hate to hear the excitement in their voice as they know they are coming home for a Game 6. Stars lose 5-3. And joining us now on the D&M Leasing Hotline is the great Brent Severin on 105 through the Fan. Morning, Sevy. How you doing?
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing? Why are you throwing the Avalanche stuff on? What's wrong with you guys? You know the Stars have their own broadcast too, right?
We do know that. There's rules with that. But we play what we got.
I get it. But anyway, yeah, they're going to bring their drinks. They're going to bring their lawn chairs and their crying towels because this thing's going to be over in Denver.
That's where you go. All right, now
there you go.
Now question with that, because like you had a chance to wrap it up at home. You're a great road team, but they're a great home team. But you've already won 2 there at their place. Is the pressure? Obviously, the pressure is going to be on the Avs still. They're going to be the aggressors. They have to be. They have nothing to lose. But does this put added pressure on the Stars to wrap this up? Because nobody wants a Game 7 ever.
Yeah, it's pressure for both teams, right? That's playoffs, gentlemen. You know, we all watch it. We all feel the pressure. You know, everybody's watching, and everybody wanted to close it up last night. Obviously, it didn't happen, but that's the way it goes, and that's NHL playoffs. And you're really going game by game, and the urgency obviously was in favor of this Colorado team, right? They're going to come in. It's do or die for them. Same thing, the Stars. Game 6, they don't want to come back to make a Game 7, so their urgency is going to be ramped up. They got to find a way to control the top guys for the Avalanche. That was the difference in last night's game.
When the layman, myself, Bobby, are watching this game, you guys
are laymen to hockey.
Yeah, well, and just in general, we weren't former athletes, we were professional athletes, right? So
I'm just asking.
When someone, when a team scores 5 goals, the average was like, all right, it's the goalie's fault. How much of it was Otter was off? How much of it was the defense was not helping him out as much?
Well, when you start to break down the goals, and Colorado really took advantage of some of the mistakes the Stars made. Ottinger on the goal from Mikhail Makar, I think that everybody's looking at. Mm-hmm. If you look at it closer, it was tipped as the shot was being taken. So if you guys back it up a little bit and look, so it threw him off a little bit. Would you like him to be able to stop that? Absolutely. But I look at it as before that, where was the forward going who was chasing Makar? Why did he get that kind of position to take that shot? So there's a lot that goes into it. And yeah, Ottinger was outstanding, I thought, in a lot of times during that game. But they're in the NHL playoffs, you have to make the save. And that's an opportunity for them. The Stars give up 2 power play goals on 3 attempts. They could have been better in that area. They give up the goal late in that second period. 0.4 seconds remaining in the game, in that second period, So those are situations where the Stars and the players really kind of let down the goaltender in that situation. So you can't really blame one or the other. I thought Ottinger gave them enough to win. I thought the Stars broke down a little bit in those areas that gave the Avalanche chances to score the goal. So the Avs, their top guys were flying, and they were unable to curtail that last night.
Sevy, obviously the Stars were missing Hintz in this game. The cross-check on Hintz, the whack on Sagan. As a defenseman, do you look at that and say, hey, this is just, that's playoff hockey. That's how this is played. Or do you look at that and say, hey, this is a little bit on the dirty side?
Yeah, it's dirty all over, though, fellas, just because we're looking through it through Stars glasses, right?
Yeah.
And for Roope Hintz, to me, it's about, it's also I thought that Hintz, when he took the shot off the heel, that's where I thought he got hurt. You know what I mean? Yeah, the cross-check was there, too. I know I was in Canada at the time watching the game, and they were showing that cross-check over and over. But any time you take a blast off the heel like that from a shot, that's going to put you down. And obviously, they've taken x-rays. sometimes fractures don't show up until the next day. There's swelling, there's other things going on. Hopefully that's not the case, but Rope Hintz obviously was not available. You move on, you add someone else. The Stars, their depth really has been the key for them all year. It's been the key for the playoffs. For the Avalanche, if you can shut down their top guys, Stars are deeper. They can win the hockey game that way. So when you look at keys moving forward, it's very simple. You stop Makar, you stop, obviously, Nathan MacKinnon, and you stop Arte Lehkonen. Those are the three guys that you're going to key on next game.
In your experience, when something, and obviously you may not have dealt with something as specific as what Colorado's dealing with the whole Valnichuskin situation, but in those moments, do you find that teams tend to rally and tighten up together on those things, or does that have a tendency to deplete and kind of kill morale? Because, I mean, Colorado seemed like that first game they came out a little flat and maybe defeated, and then last night it seemed like they came together, rallied, and played really well.
Yeah, you can imagine, because they found out about Nichushkin right after the morning skate the coaching staff did. So that means the players really didn't hear about it till they entered the rink that night, because they have the board, they have your line set up, and obviously they see that Nichushkin, his name bar is out, everything's gone. It takes the breath away probably for a little bit. And yeah, that game, even their coach said that they were flat, they didn't have energy, and it does. It takes the wind out of your sails. And it's weird. That's how fine the emotional level is, right? They just dropped a little bit, but you can see it on the ice. Like it's a tiny, tiny bit. We're trying to get to 100% every game, and you can't quite do that every single day or every single playoff game. So it's something that like that happens, and it just takes a smidge, a percentage point off that effort or that emotional push, if you will. And yeah, they were a little bit flat. They came back last game. The big boys, they took this under the belt and they said, we got to be better. Makar was better. Nathan MacKinnon was all over the ice last night. They said, okay, we got to take this team and go. The Stars and their big guys are going to have to match that next game.
Is that the biggest key? Is it usually the guys at the top taking over, or because the Stars do have, they are pretty deep. Is it the role guys that really kind of step up in the playoffs that send teams to the Cup?
Somebody, right? Somebody has to step up, and you would expect that Makar and MacKinnon are going to be going again. So you want our top line. Jamie Benn was outstanding, I thought. Of course, Wyatt Johnson was all over the map. Those guys are going, but Steele is a guy that can score goals, right? Faxa, he was playing. He could get in there and chip in. You just never know who it's going to be with the Dallas Stars, and that's their advantage. Yes, in the NHL finals and when you get to the Stanley Cup, your top guys have to chip in. The Stars, when I played here in 99, the top guys chipped in, but they also had the lower level guys, if you will, score goals and help out and chip in. Mike Keane against Colorado Avalanche. Those guys are the kind of guys that chip in and help. Stars have that advantage. They need everybody on board. It's very simple.
Talking Stars here with Brent Severin. Going back up to Colorado, and we always hear the discussion about the altitude and how that can impact guys when they're playing up there playing up there with the change there. The Stars having such a tighter rotation of defensemen, just being a little thin there and all the time on ice they're spending, is that where you're most likely to see some of those heavier legs potentially and some of the conditioning stuff later in games?
Well, here's the thing. I played the position of defense most of my career. I was just head goon here for the Stars and played forward. But when you roll five defense, that's where your cadence is really advantageous to you. That's when you feel the best, believe it or not. 6 is good because you're getting some rest, but 5 is you can really roll guys through and you're into the game. And I know Lundqvist is the guy that's out on this. But where it is not beneficial is when you're stuck in your own zone and you're doing those stops and starts consistently. So let's say Colorado spends a lot of time in your zone, moving it around, penalty killing, you're doing these stops and starts for a minute and a half. Now you're gassed. And if you do that consistently over a game, that's where your 5 guys can get tired. So you're really trying to get the puck out as much as you can. But 5 guys overall is not an issue at all. The altitude is not going to be an issue. It's the situational play that happens during a game that can affect the 5 guys. So if Miro Heiskanen is consistently getting the puck out, he can skate all day. He can do his 30 minutes, no problem. But now if you're starting to fight and battle, kill a lot of penalties, chase MacKinnon around, finding Makar all the time, that's when it can wear on you. Goaltender is the same thing. If you're down in the crouch all the time in your own area or in your own zone, that's where you get tired. So I think overall it's not a big deal, guys.
Sevy, I'm curious. This is Dallas obviously got a big victory during the regular season. Colorado, they go up here in the series, they win a couple there. Does that take over? Like, is any sort of psychological impact at play there, do you think, for Colorado of like, hey, do they start thinking unconsciously, like, do we have the same advantage here in this building that we feel like we typically have when we're going up against the Stars? Because Dallas has shown they're not affected by playing up there at all.
Yeah, and that's important for any team to win the Cup. You're not affected by these emotional lifts and downs that you have during a season or during a playoff run. And that's the biggest thing when I tell people about the Stars who won it in 99. The consistency of their level was unbelievable. No matter, they got really upset during the season. If they won a game 5-2 but didn't play well, that's when they got pissed off. But if they lost a game 3-2 and everybody did things well, they were fine with that because they knew they gave everything they could. And when the Stars bring their emotional level and everybody's on board with their play, they will beat everybody in the National Hockey League. They know that, so they're going into Colorado. They're just saying, fellas, we have to elevate our game a little bit, match their emotional level. If we do that, our goaltender is going to beat their goaltender. Our defense is better than defense, and so on and so forth, and they're going to win games. That's why this team has a chance to win the Stanley Cup, is because of that factor.
You know, you mentioned, Sevy, you were head goon. What does head goon do if you're on Boston with the hit on Marchand? What does head goon do there?
Well, your head goon is not playing, first of all. He's sitting in the stands because it's playoff time and they don't need the head goon. But what you want to do, that's the way it works. Yeah, they don't have goons anymore, but you obviously want to make it difficult on anybody that's done that, right? So every time he gets the puck, you want to rush at him, you want to talk to him, you want to chirp at him. But the problem is every penalty is magnified.
Mm-hmm.
So when you have an opportunity to finish him clean, you got to do it. You really can't take a run at him. You can't take a penalty. You can't overextend on them. You got to be careful on how you do that, because at this time of year, the best way to get back at him is send him home golfing. And Boston is such a precarious position. You got to be careful how to do that. But there's a lot of chirping, a lot of sticking, a lot of extra stuff going on there, but you got to be very careful. So you're probably not going to see retribution unless this game gets out of hand and the score is one way or the other. Then you can take your run at them.
If if the Stars were to wrap things up, this weekend, tomorrow or when. I don't want to jinx it.
Thank you.
I don't want to jinx it.
Oh my gosh.
Do you have a? I know, right? Do you have a preference in the West Finals?
I don't. I've been watching that Vancouver-Edmonton series when I was home in Canada, where hockey is 24/7 over there.
Yeah.
It's I was watching that game and they had all the highlights and everything. So pretty evenly matched. I thought the Oilers were going to be done with their goaltender. They switched goaltenders much better. I just want them to extend the series as much as they can, give the Stars a little bit of a break. Does it matter who it is? It really doesn't, because Vancouver's got their demons and they're playing pretty well. They're a quick little team that moves the puck well down low. For the Edmonton Oilers, it's all about McDavid and Draisaitl, what they can do and how they can do it for you. They got some guys that can maneuver the puck, but Stars, either way, I think you take both those teams. So to me, it doesn't matter.
Very
I'm fine
good.
with either. I just want them to get there.
Great. Absolutely. Let's do it. All right, Sevy, we will talk to you in the next round, we hope.
Oh, it's so nice to talk hockey with you guys.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Bye, Sevy.
Thanks, guys.
Brent Severin joined us here, 105.3 The Fan. Stars up 3-2 in their series. They head into Game 6 tomorrow night in Colorado. Roberto, what is coming up in Below the Belt?
We're going to fix the NFL's problem with Trey Lance-type players. That's next in Below the Belt on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Soda Weight Loss, boys.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not. Let's fix the NFL's Trey Lance problem. RJ Choppy, you fixed the NFL playoffs yesterday in Below the Belt. Or we tried to. We talked through it. We're trying to figure it out. Today, we're going to fix the issue of guys like Trey Lance. Or for the Cowboys, Luke Schoonmaker or Nashawn Wright or other things like that. So, I had this discussion the other day. I'm trying to remember where I was. I was talking with a couple of different people about the idea of they need to bring back NFL Europe. Like NFL Europe, I thought was...
Really?
I mean, it was awful football. But that's not the point. NFL Europe was the opportunity to develop players that weren't getting the proper reps. Trey Lance, you would love to have Trey Lance playing in NFL Europe, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would. I mean, that'd be great.
It'd be great if he could get the reps prepared. Now, here's the biggest problem with it. NFL Europe was always in the spring. You can't have Trey Lance or guys that you want to contribute play in the spring and then come back and give you any reps in the fall. It's year-round football. It's a problem. Kevontae Turpin got drained by it. There were questions about how reasonable it was from a health perspective to have somebody play that much football back-to-back. So it's something that's one of the things you run into with NFL Europe all the time, is the debate about playing year-round football, essentially, and how dangerous that can be. In addition to just the sustainability, the money it was making, everything else, that was a problem. So, Chop, why can't the NFL create, and it's not even something you'd have to broadcast for television necessarily. I mean, you could, I guess, but why can't the NFL develop something similar to a minor league system where you have you have a developmental league, but that developmental league, just like it does in basketball a lot of times and it does with baseball, it doesn't run in your off season. It's running concurrently. It's running along with the NFL schedule. So you play Friday night games. Teams have these collections of developmental teams that, you can call up guys to your practice squad or bring them up or bring them down or do whatever else. But it runs concurrently, and those games play on Friday nights or something like that, or Thursday nights, whatever it is. You want to own the schedule? Start throwing some developmental games on there. And then if you want to call somebody up, they can't play, obviously, 2 games in the same week, so they'd have to sit for a week or whatever else. But you basically have a league where Trey Lance can get throws in live game action regularly and get contact and feel real football speed, real game speed, and get a chance to see how they perform in these game settings. Why can't the NFL embrace something like that?
I would say my first thought would be is there's no money in it.
But isn't there money in making your product better?
I would say my second thing is that the lifespan of a football player is so short. They want the guys up there now. Period.
But take a guy like Trey Lance.
Yeah, I get a quarterback. You want them to get reps. He's not going to get better today.
What is Lance doing right now? There are plenty of guys who... Penix. If Penix isn't going to play right now, wouldn't you like Penix to play somewhere? Wouldn't you like him to get that work in?
So.
For the Cowboys, wouldn't you have liked hey, Nashawn Wright's not ready to play right now. Wouldn't you like Nashawn Wright to get game speed reps? Or some of these different receivers? When Kevontae Turpin was trying to work his way in, give those opportunities. Nathan Thomas, one of these offensive linemen that the Cowboys have, or Matt Willetsko, or these guys that you're trying to get prepared to play football. I don't know why it's just not feasible to say, partner with the UFL, have the UFL move their schedule up. They are now the official developmental league of the NFL, and you run concurrently with the NFL schedule. So you're playing all the way through in the fall, just the same way.
I would totally do it. I think that the league is not going to... Look, they don't want a G League scenario where nobody goes to the games, right? I think the other part is that the NFL has that with the XFL. That's what they're using. With the what is it called now? The UFL?
Yeah, but the UFL occurs in the spring, and that's a problem because guys play in the spring and then they come through, and you can't assign guys to go play in the UFL and stuff like that. It's completely separate. There needs to be a partnership there.
Right.
The NFL needs to make it an official developmental league, and they can't have them playing in the spring because that's the problem. Then you are playing 12 months of football. That's just not safe.
No, it's too much.
Contact football for 20, if you play 10 games in the UFL and then you make a roster
17 games,
and you're playing 17, you're playing damn near 30 games consecutively, that you can't do it.
That's a lot. That's an awful lot. There's no doubt about that. You'll get a little bit of a break, not much.
So if something is just running the same time as your league and you can call guys up, you can elevate, you can do different things. That's the way other sports have done this.
So what is the main reason why they wouldn't do it then, in your opinion?
I don't know. I don't have a good... I think generally the decision not to partner with the UFL or do something like that is because they don't want to... They feel like we don't have to partner with anybody. If we want to do something, it'll be NFL Europe. It'll be our product. We're not partnering with any of it. You don't get a cut of what we do. That's not happening. I think there's an ego thing there. And then the other aspect of it is, I wonder if they feel like they don't want anything to potentially take away from the main thing, which is this. Not that it'd be a big draw or anything else. It's just they don't want anything being a distraction from this is our product. And our product is high quality. It's not that.
Well, no one's going to watch that.
No, but the idea of NFL Europe,
nobody watched.
One of the things the NFL didn't like about NFL Europe was they felt like it was besmirching their name. Like, our name is sticking on this product. That's bad football.
Oh, well, just don't call it NFL Europe.
Well, I don't think the European aspect was the issue there, Draymond. I think the issue was more that it was the...
This is an anti-European
you're going full Draymond.
I just
think it was just They thought it was low quality football.
Yeah.
And that's why they wouldn't want to be aligned with the AAF or the XFL or whatever. It's just, that's a bad product, and we don't put our name on bad products.
Yeah.
Is essentially what I think it kind of comes down to. But I think it's silly. And I know there's a couple of suggestions here. 469, 361. They're both saying expanded practice squads, let them play each other. Okay. But I mean, like,
You're still not getting practice time.
Yeah, and it's not the problem is, like, I think you need to have them as established games with practice time, or if you do scrimmages, whatever else. But the idea being, let them get real game speed, let them get real game reps. I think that would be something that if you could help Trey Lance, we've talked about this before. High school, college to the pros. Trey Lance has fewer than 500 passes in his career. Fewer than 500 passes in his entire football life.
It's crazy.
You need to see him.
Yeah, you do. You need to get him thrown. You need to get him playing. That's what the preseason is going to be for him, right? He's going to play. I would assume if I were the Cowboys, he's playing everything in the preseason.
I would hope, but do you feel like you can get as many answers in the preseason as you could from him playing competitive games against lesser competition? Like, isn't the competitiveness and the real game speed?
I don't know that what you're going to get seeing him play in the UFL, for example. I don't know what you're going to see from him.
But if the NFL bought into it,
if they bought into it
and said, you are a developmental league and we are sending a collection of NFL talent down there to play, then it does improve the quality.
It does. Real quick, PGA update. Jordan Spieth tied for the lead at 3 under par. He's through 4 holes with Victor Hovland and Xander Schauffele. Rory, Matsuyama, among others, at 2 under par. So Spieth is off to a hot start at Valhalla.
I mean, some of those names didn't even sound real that you just read to me, but I'm going to assume those are actually good golfers.
They're real, and they are spectacular. That's a hell of a leaderboard.
It is
a hell of a leaderboard.
Yeah, who's the one you said? Xander
Schauffele.
Yeah, him.
That's Scotty Scheffler.
That's my Scotty Schauffele. Yeah,
Scotty Scheffler, Xander Schauffele.
Oh, okay. Yeah. See, those don't sound like real names to me.
I know.
Tom Brady, as Mike McDaniel would say, he's regretting his Netflix roast.
I don't want to hear it, Tom.
Why not?
I don't want to hear it.
Tom Brady says he wouldn't do it again. And why? Because of the children. He's not Michael Jordan. He's not saying F them kids.
Yep.
He's saying, no, this is what I regret. I regret how it affected my kiddos.
You took the money. You knew what you were getting into. Did you think they were not going to get personal? Have you seen a roast before? Like, you knew your kids were going to hear all the bad stuff that those comedians were saying about their mom. Either one of them. Both mothers. Both Moynihan and Giselle.
Yeah.
You knew what they were going to say. You did it anyway. So you knew they were what?
I'm just laughing at the thought of, like, he's standing up here now. He didn't get worked up enough to confront somebody over jokes about his kid's lives.
Bob Kraft.
Robert Kraft.
Bob Kraft can't talk about that.
My God, can't talk about old Bob.
Talking about Giselle, maybe or maybe not hooking up with her jiu-jitsu coach. Basically telling everybody that you're telling your kids, oh, hey, let's just out the fact that your mom may have done this. We don't know. We don't know.
That's more embarrassing for the jiu-jitsu coach than anybody else. Because, I mean, gosh, Giselle.
Now, like, I heard a caller in a radio show the other day say that
Kenny and Quinlan?
No, his kids won't even talk to him now. I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is, that's 100% on Tom. And even if the rumor is true about Giselle, the kids didn't want to hear the entire world mock their mom. It's reality.
No.
And Tom's not the first one to have a roast or do a roast or get roasted that has kids, right? You can't complain. You took the money. However much money Netflix paid him, he took the money. You can't regret it, man.
That's like if we did that's like if we did a roast here at the station, right? And
if you agree to do it, you agree to everything.
They start teeing off on, and I sit up there, and then it's Bobby's mom, his son vaping, his wife who he treats like Cinderella. She's gonna leave him one day, and then me being surprised, I had no idea y'all were gonna come at me with those jokes. I had no idea it was gonna be that offensive. That's just. I had no idea that was coming for you. 3 hours worth of content. You got to fill it with something. By the way, Derrick Holland listening right now, talking about weighing in on the developmental league idea. He says play their games Fridays. That way they can be called up for Sunday's games. Yeah, that would be good. The only thing is they couldn't play Friday and then Sunday.
No
that
chance.
Would be the thing. Now, if you're playing Friday, though, and you're leading up to a game, that way you could, potentially stagger before the game Friday. Like, make your decision of, hey, we're here on a Friday practice. You're not playing tonight on Friday. We're scratching you because you're getting called up Sunday.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I had a guy, Tolo, text me yesterday saying, look up the Broadcasting Act of 1961, right? The Broadcasting Act of 1961. The NFL can't play Fridays and Saturdays.
Interesting.
According to they would lose their antitrust exemption or whatever, unless they've already lost it. I don't know if they gave it up.
So they're challenging it. They're saying, "Come get us, Supreme Court."
So they can't. Well, they can't play. They can't play if there's college games, like the college high school games on. That was the rule. Now, again, does that change with the NIL?
Because now you're professionals.
Now you're professionals. So maybe that does change, and that's why the NFL is able to do that. Big 9 o'clock hour for you coming up next year on 105 The Fan. The great Eric Nadel, little Rangers talk at 9. Jordan Schultz on the NFL at 9:20. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Eric Nadel coming up next.
The FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
There's a swing and there's a drive. Deep left field. Going back is Florio at the wall. He leaps, and it is history. A two-run homer for Marcus Semien just over the outstretched glove of Florio. And the Rangers lead 2-0 in the fifth.
That is the great Eric Nadel with the call. The game you heard right here. The Rangers get the victory, avoid the sweep at the hands of the Guardians.
They did. They did. I'm a little distracted, though, right now.
Why?
I'm finished with this little thin, mustachioed fool behind that
What
glass
happened
this morning. He's just, he's had a little bit of an attitude the last 2 weeks. And, It finally came to a head. I'm sitting here. It is dark as hell out there now.
This is scary.
The split, because it is clear over here.
I'm going to look. Hang on.
Yeah, so Choppy's going to go over here and look outside the window, but it is super clear if you're looking off to the east. There's sunlight there. If you look off to the west, it is black. And there's storms heading this way. It doesn't look like there's anything like super severe, but I mean, this looks like I don't know. West of us is in the path of totality.
I feel like we're in World War Z.
I mean, it's bizarre because it's sunlight over here.
Yeah.
And it's dark. So I just took a picture of it for Peyton. I was like, dude, have you seen this? And Peyton was like, no. He's like, we're about to come back. I was like, all right, I'm going to take a picture of it for you. And I took a picture. I was like, look, dude, look how crazy this is. And I showed it to him. And he goes, I said, look, it is dark. And he goes, yeah, it's going to rain. And he said, Brunoff was right. It's
wow.
Like, all right, screw you. I'm not showing you anything cool ever again. I'm not having fun with you. We're not buddies anymore because everything's a bit to you. You can't appreciate somebody wanting to show you something cool. So fine. Fine. You want to be that way? You want to be that way? Aisha, I'll sit out the next 3 hours.
Whoa. He actually named names. Wow. You would think that you were the one going on vacation you were saying something like that. Dropping the mic, walking away.
That was a fun draft show.
Sounds it. Sounds it. Eric Nadel.
Are you
as here in a few minutes?
Yeah, as we prepare for Eric Nadel. Now, are you obviously out of sight, out of mind? You're going on vacation starting tomorrow, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any, not concern, but just in your own analysis, how do you think tomorrow is going to go with me, Zach, and Eric? Arguably the three most frequently dumped individuals at the station. Bassick might be in there somewhere. With Peyton back there determining if what we're saying is acceptable. How bad could that get?
I think that you guys will be fine.
I think we're going to behave. We'll do good. You know who I think is really going to feel the pressure to behave? Is Zach. I think Zach's going to feel like he has to be like, hey, I'm the adult in the room. I gotta keep it on the rails. And I think he's going to feel that pressure a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, Eric and I are going to do good. We're not.
You guys are fine. You guys are pros. You might have some problem with Zach, but you guys will be all right. I have faith that y'all will be able to hold down the fort. No doubt about that one. So if you were to tell me that everything works, then everything works.
I think it will. So I think it will. But you know what I know works for us right now?
What's that?
Having the great Eric Nadel on.
The great Eric Nadel joining us here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, Eric. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing well. Biggest takeaway. We're about a quarter of the way through the season now. Biggest takeaway in your estimation through this first quarter?
I think the biggest takeaway has been the inconsistency of the Ranger offense. And it's kind of inexplicable, look at a team that is leading the league in runs scored, but on any given day, the offense might completely shut down. And it's a combination of things. It comes from Wyatt Langford not having performed the way the Rangers hoped and then getting hurt. Evan Carter not being quite the player he was last year. Corey Seager maybe not having been fully 100% when the season started. And the Rangers just not clicking on all cylinders. This was a team you figured was going to average about 5.5 runs per game as they did last year, and they're just not doing it. The pitching's probably been about what was expected, despite all the injuries. But this offense is going to round into shape, and when it does, I think the Rangers will really be a force to be reckoned with.
Eric, Chop and I were talking about earlier today, it feels like kind of quietly there's not enough discussion about how dominant John Gray has been and how big he has been stepping up since that first start against the Cubs. Every single start since the first one against Chicago, he's given up 2 runs or fewer. In fact, it was just 2 runs one time. Otherwise, it's been 1 earned run or none. Pitches another gem last night. How big has his contribution been to helping keep this team kind of steady through all of these injuries that they've had on the pitching staff, and obviously, the departure of Jordan Montgomery and everything else that they've gone through?
Yeah, it's been totally crucial considering, all of the guys that they're lacking, all the injuries that they've had. I don't know where they'd be without him. Unfortunately, they haven't scored a whole lot of runs when he's pitched or when Andrew Heaney has pitched. But he has held it together. And remember, he had a month like this last year in May, and he would have won the American League Pitcher of the Month if Nathan Eovaldi hadn't had an even better month. But we've seen John in a stretch like this before. Hopefully he stays healthy this year, and hopefully he's able to maintain it longer than he did last year.
When you talked about the offense and the inconsistencies, and you lose Josh Young for a while, and Wyatt Langford wasn't having the type of start that he wanted. When you go back to last year, and they lost Young. Did they not have a little bit of a dip? Because he does extend the lineup quite a bit, does he not?
They did. They actually had a losing record during the time that he was out last year. What they didn't have last year was Josh Smith hitting the way he's done this year. But even with Josh Smith hitting, the Rangers really miss Young against left-handed pitching. He was the Rangers' best hitter against left-handed pitching, and he supplied a lot of power that obviously Josh Young isn't going to hit a whole lot of home runs. And Josh Young was much more of a run producer. So, yeah, that's one of the reasons the offense hasn't been where you thought it would be.
When Wyatt Langford, obviously he's dealing with the injury right now, and hopefully he's going to come back. What have your impressions been of him? Because I know we were reading some different thoughts. We talked to Keith Law a couple weeks ago from The Athletic. I think you've seen some stuff written by David Schoenfield from ESPN, and both of them still seem really bullish on Wyatt Langford and feel like, hey, he's not overmatched out here. It's something where eventually this is going to turn around for him. Do you think that when he comes back off that rehab, that we're going to see somebody who, hey, that's going to eventually turn around from him? Because it's not like he's just getting dominated at this level. He's just, it's not clicked into place the way he wanted it to.
No, I think a big factor has been the strike zone too. He has such a great eye. He's so incredibly disciplined and patient, and he's basically gotten screwed by the umpires more than any other player in the league. When he gets called out on those pitches 2 and 3 inches off the plate, it affects everything he does. He's trying to maintain his discipline and not swing at bad pitches. But it turns out that sometimes he pretty much has to. I think the best thing that's going to happen for him is that, when he's ready to play, he's going to go to the minor leagues on a rehab assignment. And I think he'll get his confidence back there. He'll probably drive the ball better there so that when, he's ready to fully come back here, he'll be better equipped to do so.
Man, I do wonder how that robot strike zone in the minor leagues affects players coming into the bigs, because they expect those to be called a certain way, I guess. I don't know if that plays into it or not with some of those strike calls.
Yeah, and he's got to wonder right now exactly what the strike zone is. Yeah. What the strike zone is for him anyway. He's a very low-key guy. He doesn't show anger, doesn't show frustration. But, he had to be feeling a lot of that stuff.
Eric, when we look at this team and say, hey, I think the common thought for a lot of people has just been, look, try to play 500 ball, a little above 500. Just keep yourself competitive up until you start getting some of these guys to return from injury. Max Scherzer, Malley, you get Jacob deGrom back. Now you're waiting on Evaldi and some of these guys to return. What point do you think the Rangers need to be at? Is it just a function of playing around 500? Do they need to start playing to where they're a little bit above 500? What range do they need to be in to where you feel comfortable with, hey, okay, this is the position you want to be in by the time these injuries get healed up?
Well, you need to be at least a few games over 500, I think. I mean, you're looking at wanting to win close to 90 games to win a wild card spot. That's 18 games above 500. Depending on when these guys come back, it's tough to get that far over 500 if you're just a 500 team, going into the All-Star break, for example. So, I would think they've got to be, 5 to 10 games above 500 by then.
You've seen them, 7 games, I guess, this year. What is wrong with Houston?
Well, early in the year, what was wrong with them is they were missing a couple of key offensive players, and a couple of their relievers were not performing well, most notably Abreu and Presley, and to some extent Hader. But they also had quite a rash of injuries. They were missing 4 or 5 starting pitchers for a while, and they also didn't really fortify their bullpen when they lost the 3 guys that they lost to free agency. They didn't really replace those guys with veteran people. Guys like Neris leave and Maton leave and Stanek, and they didn't really adequately replace them, and I think that was one of the problems. But you're starting to see them play better. They're making their move now. Bregman got off to a slow start, but he's hitting home runs now, and I think that we're going to have to deal with them before the season's over.
All right, Eric, I know you have a big birthday benefit going on tonight, actually, out at the Kessler. Tell us a little bit about it, what's going on there, and give us the details.
Yeah, this is the 12th annual birthday concert. It's the first one that's actually taking place on my birthday, where I got lucky and the Rangers have a day off on my birthday. And the show is sold out with Rhett Miller and Leslie Mendelson, but we have an incredible silent auction that's been going on for a few days, and will run until 9:05 tonight. And we are auctioning off a lot of really cool stuff. People want to see the auction items and bid. They can just text my name, Eric Nadel, as one word, and text it to 243725. That's 243725. And you'll see all the items. We've got a lot of really cool stuff. We have celebrity meals with various media people, including Mike Bassick from The Fan at Encino and Oak Cliff. We have meals with Jared and Matt and me. Brad Sham is doing a dinner at Albernay's. Dale Hansen is inviting 6 people to his house with limousine transportation to and from. All of those things are up for auction. We have a really cool bat custom designed by Warstick, with the old 97s logo on it and the artwork from their latest album. A lot of things you don't see anywhere else, in addition to a wide variety of autographed baseballs and stuff like that.
Eric, what's your favorite song you're jamming out to right now? I know you're a big music guy. What's your best music recommendation for the listeners here on this Thursday?
I've been really enjoying Deer Tick. For those who are not familiar with that band, they play them a lot on the public radio station here, and I really enjoy them. Deer Tick. I've also been listening to a couple of new songs by Leslie Mendelson, who's performing tonight. One of them is called Other Girls. Another one is called The Good Life. They're both streaming. And the new Old 97 single is probably my favorite song right now, Where the Road Goes. And that's from their new album, American Primitive, and people can check that out too.
I'll tell you, if Deer Tick doesn't have a song called Lyme Disease, that's a big-time miss. I think on their part. Eric, happy birthday. We really appreciate you popping on with us. Have fun tonight.
Thanks so much.
Thanks. Happy birthday, Eric.
Eric Nadel, voice of the Rangers.
The legend.
Hall of Famer. Joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Jordan Schultz coming next, Bobby?
Jordan Schultz coming up to talk NFL, Cowboys, and everything else on The Fan.
We chapter your favorite segments and even bring you the entire Sean and RJ show.
Thank you.
It's all there for you on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Sean Shreve here for BetterHelp.
We all carry around different stressors, big and small. When we keep them bottled up.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Learn more. Enjoy responsibly. Must be 21 plus.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. You've got yourself a big, you got a day off. You got a day off today.
Yeah.
No Rangers tonight. No Mavs tonight. No Stars tonight. You can take care of your business at home for a big, huge weekend. Also today, you can go see the KNC Masterpiece at the brand new Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, 5908 Quebec Street in Fort Worth. They are out there. We will talk to them in about 20 minutes during crosstalk, but KNC Masterpiece out today. And, of course, tomorrow, G-Bag Nation will be at the Globe for Rangers welcoming in Ron Washington to the ballpark.
I believe as well, Peyton, ask Chris Strong back there if he's running G-Bag tomorrow.
He says he is?
He is, okay. So, because I believe Lucius is out at the ballpark tomorrow. So, it is a rare Lucius Alexander appearance. So
let him out of the building.
Nosebleeds, because nosebleeds are with us in the morning. So out at the ballpark, it'll be Brian Broaddus, Gavin Dawson, and then you get the Lucius Alexander LA appearance.
We need more Lucius out and about.
Dude, absolutely.
More Lucius.
Maybe I can do that one day at a firehouse, you know?
Maybe not.
I don't think so. I think that most of the time people are happy you're not there.
Yeah. No,
me specifically. So
I want to do this before we get to Jordan Schultz.
I love you, Peyton.
So Bobby brought this to my attention last week, that the only colleges in college football who have not taken in a transfer student in the transfer portal are Army, Navy, Air Force, and Clemson.
Even the Coast Guard has gotten transfers.
Even the Coast Guard in New London, Connecticut's getting in transfer students. Army, Navy, Air Force, and Clemson. Army, Navy, and Air Force all are service academies. They have much higher transfer restrictions than you might have at a university like Clemson. Dabo just hates kids, and he hates seeing kids get money. He's the only one who should be able to earn money. That's his belief. He's an idiot. He has not taken in a transfer. At least that's what we say, that he has never taken in a transfer. Payne's going to play this audio, and Dabo dunks on all of us. Oh, no. He has the most transfer students of anybody in the country.
Well, it wasn't really necessarily like a intentional thing. There's a couple guys we looked at, but, you know, they got to love you, too.
But it also tells us you like where you're at, and you like
that's what people, that's the other part of it. And honestly, every player is technically a transfer. You know, we just signed a whole class of guys transferring from high school. So we like our guys.
You know what? You are a gaslighter.
This is like when he said, we do embrace NIL.
Yeah.
Our program is in God's name.
You are a gaslighter of epic proportions. You said you've got a team of transfers who transferred from high school. You loser gaslighter, you. Are you kidding me? Holy cow.
Man, that is...
Well, we got a whole team of transfers, man. They transferred from high school.
That's big Dabo energy right there, man. I like the theory somebody threw out there of the guy is clearly just trying to get a buyout at this point, right?
This guy,
he just wants a buyout.
This bleeping guy. I hate the term gaslighter. It's way overused. I think it's the first time I've ever used it in a sentence that actually works. You suck. I
think he's so disgusted with the new era of NIL. And I like the theory that he's trying to get his buyout and get out. And that he is doing everything wrong. It's like George trying to get fired from the Yankees.
Can't get fired.
So that he could go work for the Mets.
Can't get fired.
Yeah, it's the same sort of thing where it's just like, what do I do? And he can't. He's trying everything.
Oh, this is a lie. Outright lying. Yeah, you know, we got a whole team of transfers, man. They transferred from high school.
Oh, my gosh.
Good gosh.
The Dallas Cowboys, Chop, they have their schedule released yesterday. Quick overview of it. I know we went through the record prediction at 7-20. You had 12-5 once again. I had 9-8. Anything massive stand out to you about the about the schedule? Anything that you said, okay, that's interesting, or that's a big benefit there, or anything else?
I love the fact that they play the Giants on Thanksgiving. That means the second half you can focus on your Thanksgiving Day
Did
meal.
you just see the Giants commemorative uniforms for the 100 years that are going to be worn twice?
I saw the
this
link.
season?
I haven't clicked on
Oh
it.
my gosh.
Oh, wow.
Do you like them? I do not.
I don't, but it does look like something that would score 3 points in the game.
They're going to go out there and run wing T in this, and oh my gosh, this is just
wow.
That is a.
I mean, look, good for them. If that's what is that what their jerseys used to look like?
I don't know. It was in black and white back then.
So they're wearing the Michigan helmets.
Yep.
Right. They're gonna have the Michigan 3 stripe helmets with the red on them. Goldish yellow pants. All right. So here's what it says.
They're an eyesore.
These are the pants from 1925. This is the jersey from 1933. And this is the helmet from 1938. And Bobby's answering the phone for Jordan Schultz's call right now. So the pants from 1925 and the socks from 1925, the jersey from 1933, and the helmet from 1938. All right, they're paying an homage. I get it. That's cool. If they just made these up yesterday, this is a terrible look. But these are actually, they do have historical reference to them, so I get down with it, even though they're not the best looking things in the world.
I'm not a fan of it. Now, real quick, before we get to Jordan Schultz here in just a second, 817 with a great question for you. Who's the bigger fraud, Dabo or Sister Jean?
Well, see, here's the thing. Sister Jean took a vow of poverty, and she's flying around in a private jet. Okay, and she's doing press conferences. She's the me first nun, the free lunch. She's always there for sister free lunch.
Mm-hmm.
But I do believe she devoted herself in an honorable way for the first 100 years of her life, even though she ruined it, spoiled it in the last 3 years. But I do feel that she was a woman of of honor. Dabo, I think, is a charlatan. I think he is Jack Easterby in a crew neck. That's what Dabo Sweeney is. So, yeah, they're both frauds in my mind. But Sister Jean, very honorable fraud. Dabo, charlatan.
That's a great way to just transition over now to Jordan Schultz, one of the top NFL insiders, does a lot of great work for Bleacher Report and a number of different outlets. You can catch him, I know, frequently on FS1 and others. Jordan, thank you so much for joining us here today on 105 Through the Fan.
My pleasure, guys. Thank you.
So, Jordan, one of the big questions I think a lot of people have heading into this season for the Cowboys after they kind of look at the landscape of everything. We all heard the Jerry Jones all-in comment earlier this year and how much those words have just been reverberating and coming back to bite the Cowboys. But the big question at this point is, what is going to happen with Dak Prescott? And what ultimately is going to occur with the quarterback market, with Goff's deal getting done? Does this set up Dak for $60 million? What do you see when you look a year in advance, when we're on May 16th, 2025? Jordan, what do you think? How do you think this whole situation will have played out between Dak Prescott and the Cowboys?
To me, there's really not a scenario where Dak full well that this is a team that hasn't had the sustained playoff success that obviously they wanted. But considering the alternative, it's really easy to say, we should get another quarterback. I wish we had this guy. But it's really hard to get a franchise quarterback. And despite what some of the sayers might say, Dak Prescott is a franchise quarterback. And as Dallas fans know full well, he has all the leverage. There's a no trade, no tag, $55 million cap hit. The alternative right now is if they don't pay him, he hits the free agency market old. And he has an opportunity to become, at that point, the highest paid quarterback in football. You think about Kirk Cousins at 36.
All right. We are going to really quickly. Peyton's going to check on that because obviously we're having a little bit of trouble there with the connection there for the phone. But yeah, that's ultimately Chop. I've gotten to the point that I really do think it's 50-50 coin flip in terms of
whether he returns
on if he's here or not next year. And I don't know. I don't know what. I don't know which side that comes down on, because I think that in terms of if it's going to be because the Cowboys ultimately decide to walk away or because they play it too cute and then they want to come back around, it kind of depends on on the logistics of it, but I don't think we have a clear answer as to where he's going to be.
I don't either. I think it's more than likely, or as the NFL would say, more likely than not, that he's going to return here. That was a massive lightning strike that just happened, like just down the street.
Dude, we were getting a lot of texts. I know somebody said weather's getting really bad in East Plano right now, according to the 469.
But out where my house is in the Roanoke area, North Fort Worth, perfectly clear. So they're saying. My boy Scooter texted me, perfectly clear.
No, I know somebody was saying the lightning out in, like, they've been driving around, the lightning's getting insane. This is pretty
nasty,
aggressive out here.
Yeah, it's nasty right now.
Maybe that's what was happening. Maybe the lightning strikes, the gremlins were getting into the phone system. Maybe that's what was happening.
What happened
there with the phone? What were you? I saw you applauding. What were you applauding here on the scoreboard?
I'm a Brooks Koepka guy, and he just stuck one from about 180, and he did about 4 feet.
I thought you moved away from Brooks because you became upset with the way he was depicted in the documentary, the full swing.
I didn't care for how he was depicted in that, but then he wore short sleeves again, and he's a meathead like me. I can't go. Eventually, I can't go away from my meathead.
No,
we're meatheads together.
I totally. By the way, you mentioned earlier the Brooks post.
Yeah,
Brian Broaddus texted me a note that I was aware of, and I had said, "Yeah, I know. I was just trying not to blow up somebody's spot." And he goes, "It's her job. She doesn't care." I was like, "All right. Well, so the point is." The Instagram post you saw the other day?
Yeah.
I don't know if that specific one was, but of course we all know our old friend from DallasCowboys.com, Taylor Stern runs his social.
Yes, she does.
So maybe Taylor doesn't like Rory. Or I think it's more likely that's her buddy. The wife is her buddy. And she's probably just or it could just be Brooks.
Yeah, we know.
So she was on I guess Brooks' wife was on the cover of Sports Illustrated.
Jenna Sims. Now Jenna was Jenna's been in the spotlight. She was she with DJ before? I can't remember. I think she was with Dustin Johnson before, like years ago.
I don't know who that is.
Yes, you do.
Who is? No, I'm dead serious. Who is that?
You know who Dustin Johnson?
No.
Okay, stop it.
What?
Troll.
I'm not trolling.
Troll. The golfers, one of the biggest golfers in the last 20 years.
I genuinely like.
He's married to Paulina Gretzky.
When you said Dustin John, like honestly, my first thought was I thought that was
DJ.
a country singer.
He's DJ.
Okay, I thought that was a country singer when you said the name. I'm not kidding.
He's married to Wayne Gretzky's daughter.
Oh, okay.
So, but no, Jenna's tremendous, and she was. They just Brooks and her had a baby together a year ago, whatever. But yeah, Taylor runs the whole thing and runs the social media. But that may have been done by Brooks.
It was a nice. The fan text disagreed. They did not think earlier. They did not think that was a shot at Rory. It
may not have been, but it was very coincidental that it was the same day. Or the day after. Right?
I like the conspiracy theory instead that the reason Tiger and Rory have had a falling out is the same reason Rory's getting a divorce.
Could be.
That's my favorite.
Yeah. The PGA Tour Policy Board.
Live.
Yeah,
no, I was thinking of another three-letter word.
Yes, absolutely. Because on that same post, Rory's ex-fiance commented on it, and everyone on that comment was like, "Oh, she knew exactly what she was doing. Nice troll job on a troll post." So. It may not have been a troll post. It's being presented to the world as a troll post. And I hope it is, because this is why I love Brooks. Because Brooks has no problem saying stuff like that to Rory. He is like, in your face.
Yeah, in your face. Damn it. Sorry, Jordan Schultz's phone did not end up working out. So,
all right.
Yeah, we'll try again in the future. You're not going to be able to you're going to miss him unless you want to call in from Mexico when we get him rebooked.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll be sure to call in.
Yeah, you're not going to watch the games, but you'll call in to interview Jordan.
Yeah, I will set. I'm setting a time. I'm setting time. No time aside for anything. If it happens to be in the convenience of the schedule, then I will do things. Other than that,
you'll be doing other things.
I'll be doing other things.
Yeah,
multiple times a day. If Lord willing, BlueChew.com promo code RJ. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. From Buffalo Wild Wings on Quebec Street in Fort Worth. Coming up next on 105 through the Fan. Let's get you out to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, Steven.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Jumper is Washington, partially blocked. Ricochets back and he slams it. PJ Washington in the right spot.
Iron Eagle with the call as the Mavericks get the victory over the Oklahoma City Thunder, take a 3-2 lead in their series, a best-of-7 series, Game 6 back at the American Airlines Center over the weekend, and they have a chance to wrap things up. Quick update on the PGA. Xander Schauffele, birdie. He's got 5 under. He is 2 shots clear. Jordan Spieth among those at 3 under par.
I don't know who Xander Schauffele is. That's great for him. But, I bet if you read off that leaderboard right now, the top 10 names, I bet I would know maybe 2 of them.
Okay. That's fair. Rory's on it. Do you know Rory?
Yeah.
All right, bro.
I hate Liv.
I hate Liv. Mavericks with the victory.
Is Liv his ex-wife's name? That girl he's divorcing?
No, it's not. It's not his ex. Good reference. Not his ex-wife's name, though. Joining us now, it is time for Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece.
You should have had us up sooner. They were talking some
if you think
trash.
John Smoltz is a homer, listen to Iron Eagle on the call against the Mavericks. Jeez Louise.
Look, if we're gonna give Reggie Bullock hell because he says Bullock instead of Bullock, like I remember that was a big thing for Chop. You don't get to.
Yeah.
Iron Eagle does not get to say Iron. It's Ian. That's your damn name. It's Ian.
He changed it after the 1987 hit Iron Eagle.
Hold on. You're saying you don't get to decide how your own name is said?
Nope.
Well,
you
listen,
don't get to spell your name Kevin and then say my name is Kevin. No, it's Kevin. That's how it's pronounced. I'm sorry.
I don't know if you've paid attention to what's happening in society, Bobby, but you most certainly can.
You get to decide a lot of things.
I'd love to discuss this. Why don't we? That's a good transition. That's a good transition. No pun intended. That's a good transition to play the audio you want to play.
This is great because Hagee, you want to get into sensitive subjects? So
I don't.
For you, just for you, Hagelin, maybe a little bit of Bassick too. Let's hear from the let's see, a new philosopher on relationships and gender.
Oh God,
Harrison Butker.
For the ladies present today, congratulations on an amazing accomplishment. You should be proud of all that you have achieved to this point in your young lives. I want to speak directly to you briefly because I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you. How many of you are sitting here now about to cross this stage and are thinking about all the promotions and titles you are going to get in your career? Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world. I can tell you that my beautiful wife, Isabel, would be the first to say that her life truly started when she began living her vocation as a wife and as a mother. I'm on this stage today and able to be the man I am because I have a wife who leans into her vocation. I'm beyond blessed with the many talents God has given me, but it cannot be overstated that all of my success is made possible because a girl I met in band class back in middle school would convert to the faith, become my wife, and embrace one of the most important titles of all, homemaker.
Someone tag Caitlin Clark in that.
Oh, mate. Stop it. You're going to get canceled. You're going to get canceled today.
The joke. Relax.
We thought I just wanted
for the Chiefs.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah. I thought I just want to make Caitlin uncomfortable.
No, here's the thing, and this is
we defended.
This was our take on it. Mine and Choppy. This is said like this was a commencement delivered at a private conservative Catholic school. Like that's the exact audience. Like the reality is he's not just walking up there and going like, I'm going to say whatever I want to say to this public university or this secular crowd or whatever else. Like this is the perspective in all likelihood of a lot of the people sitting there in that room.
It surprised me. Corey and I were talking about this yesterday. It surprised me that it's taken this long for this to like gain more steam.
Oh, did it happen a while ago?
Yeah, I think it happened over the weekend, and I've seen stuff about it for like the last 2 days. So I'm surprised more people like didn't get ready to be pissed off a little bit sooner.
I didn't see it till yesterday. But like, yeah, like this is. I mean, look at the setting he's in, and what school asked them to do it. The school probably wanted him to give his testimony or whatever, right? They didn't want.
But you had to know, like, I'm with you on that. but nobody can be surprised, right, that this is circulating.
No, you can't be
I'm not
surprised.
I'm not saying he shouldn't have said that if that's what he believes, but like you had to know that was going to make it out into the world, right?
He did, yes.
Yeah, but to me, again, it's like, okay, don't be surprised by it, but I can still think it's silly if, like, this is no different to me than if Harrison Butker said this, like he was invited to a church and he said it in front of a church. Like, that's the perspective of the people that are sitting there, so why would he should feel free to say it in those contexts. So to me, I don't have a problem with it. Again, if this is a public university, which is a, like, by the definition, a secular crowd or a secular university, I understand it. But this is a private religious university. I don't have a problem with it.
I do think there's a lot of secular people listening that are not, let's say, Christian or Jewish or Muslim or whatever. That is not, I just want to make this clear. In the Bible, that is not the belief of the Bible that a woman should never work outside of the home.
Yeah.
That's just a thing that he believes.
Yeah.
That is not the belief of Jesus. That is not the belief of God. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, it's not an edict or a rule or anything else. It is a common perception and preference for people who have that belief, though. And so Harrison Butker's probably talking to a lot of people who have that as just a preference of their personal life.
So, that they believe the best way that a family stays a family and everything is through that.
Right.
I understand where he's going with that, but I also don't want us to come across as saying this is the way Christians have to be.
Yeah.
That is not true.
Yeah, and that was one of the conversations. Again, this was off air. I said with Corey, I was like, there are plenty of parts of that message that I feel like a lot of people would agree with. Is like, for some people, being a mom is like their goal in life, their most favorite thing that they do, and maybe that's what they want to do.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yes, exactly. But then it's like, well, you've been lied to if you're looking for a promotion in your job, and that's what you're focused on. I was like,
that's been much. That's been much.
Yeah, and then, but at the same point, like, I wonder if the same pushback exists for people who, like, trash on stay-at-home moms. There's like, you don't want to have your own career, you don't want to have your own life, because that happens too, and I don't feel like I hear anywhere near this level of outrage about that.
Are there any other hot button issues you'd like to hit Hagee with, Chop?
You know, I don't know that I think we've kind of run the gamut here.
I don't know. Like, I mean, I think Jordan Peterson may have said something this week. Or, I think there was some controversy with Elliot Page. Hagee, would you like to get into that?
Elliot Page.
Pickles on a chicken sandwich. Your thoughts?
Oh yeah, pickles.
Did we just divide the whole?
How about this?
The most controversial. Pickles on a chicken sandwich are trash. Get them out of here.
Are taco sandwiches?
You're wrong.
No, what are you doing?
I don't know. I'm starving. Is Buffalo Wild Wings kitchen open?
Not yet.
I drove an hour here. I'm hungry.
I understand, and people saying the same thing about a hot dog. A taco is a taco.
Yeah.
And a sandwich is a sandwich. They're not no.
Something we can all agree on. The Giants' new uniforms are ugly and terrible and awful, and they need to I just said this, I wouldn't even make my Madden players wear that. They'd be so pissed off at me. Those are disgusting.
Well, I would like to say this. All pants were white to start the 1920s and 30s. It's interesting how we're like, hey, we're going to make them khaki. They were only khaki because we didn't have good soap and good laundry. And so what happened is after a couple of games in the 1932, even if there wasn't NFL, I don't even know. Like there's 4 teams.
Yeah, they were playing on a baseball field.
Chicago,
anyway.
Detroit, New York, and
Dayton. Remember they had the Dayton Triangle.
They had 4 teams.
Yeah.
But I'm like, they just couldn't wash pants.
Yeah.
They washed them the best they could, and they turned brown. They turned khaki color.
They washed them in a river. That's what they did. That's people had a river water bath.
Yeah.
And what went into the river?
That's right.
That's where Chris Farley lived.
No, he didn't.
In a van
he did
down
not.
by the river.
That was a character.
I wonder how white pants were when they first started.
What do you mean?
Like for football pants, when they're like, hey, here's our new football pants. We don't know, because obviously if there was television, it was in black and white.
When football started in the 1920s?
Yeah, so the
like
pants were
television.
gray.
I don't
We
know.
did not have television in the 1920s.
You don't know that.
Yeah. Well, then how do we see Babe Ruth running 750 miles an hour around the bases?
Yeah, those were the moving pictures, Hagee.
Okay, but they didn't have. Never mind.
They had the big screen. They had the silver screen. They had the silver screen back then.
Yeah. So on the silver screen, we couldn't even tell how white the pants were.
True.
So now we just Now we just khaki them. Hey, New York Giants, you got khaki pants because this is the color we wore back then. Nobody knows. Like, what we do in the Hall of Fame, see these pants? Yeah, they were never washed.
Yeah, they're just faded. They're not. Their colors faded yellow.
Is that where no white after Labor Day came from? Because you would wear white pants at the start of the season and they'd slowly get dingier?
I think so. Where are we today, gentlemen, and what's coming up on the show?
We are at Buffalo Wild Wings off of Quebec Street. It is Quebec Street. If you want to come out and say hi to us today.
Is it not pronounced Quebec?
The Nordiques.
Quebec?
Quebec. Yeah, no, there's lots of different pronunciations for it. Just put it into your Googles and drive on out here and see us today.
And if we go off the air, it's the weather. Okay? It looked like we were driving straight into hell from Dallas to Fort Worth.
Awesome.
I was like,
you just knocked a plate over with your laugh. Holy cow.
That was terrifying. That came out over the loudspeaker.
We were all driving. You're driving from Garland. You're driving from Plano. I'm driving from Dallas. Where at the time when we started our drive, you're like, ooh, it doesn't look good that way.
Direction, yeah.
As lightning was
I'm
striking.
sure it's great, and it's an easy drive. You should come and see us.
No, if you're driving from
win
Dallas,
wings for a year.
from Fort Worth and Arlington and Keller, drive here.
Yeah.
I don't recommend driving from Dallas today to Fort Worth.
So should I? I'm going to drive straight from the station over there.
Oh,
maybe
y'all
then.
are right next to Lockheed. Okay, I see where y'all are.
Like Lockheed Martin, like a investment
government
firm?
wings.
Yeah, y'all are right by there.
No, it's awesome, and it's a beautiful Buffalo Wild Wings, and hopefully they're going to serve us some food very soon.
Subtle, Mike. Mike, real quick, just in the last minute, your thoughts on the Mavericks game?
It was awesome.
You thought they were going to get smashed.
Corey,
and we did it the other way. We smashed them.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't believe it. I'm so excited. It was awesome, and I have 2 questions that only God can answer.
Okay.
What, so you're not going to ask?
I thought he can
tease.
he can judge you.
Oh, okay.
Do they have to do with college degrees?
We all, by the way, that's somewhat false. We all need to judge. It's just that there's certain things we shouldn't. Obviously, God tells us to judge.
What is happening in this crosstalk?
I can't wait for this.
The Friday crosstalk is going to be the best
Yes,
tomorrow.
it is.
Michael
All right.
Michael Young joins us at 1 o'clock today, by the way.
Michael Young at 1 o'clock?
Yes.
That's right.
Better than Jeter.
Good spot.
Well, there's 17 games and only how many segments do we do?
Do you really not
12?
know?
12.
Yes, that is correct.
I
Mike.
don't know, 12. We used to do more. Well, we'll go over the first 12 weeks, each segment.
No, we will not.
Oh, good.
That sounds fun.
We'll find a segment.
All right.
I got 12-5, baby, just like last year. KNC Masterpiece, Buffalo Wild Wings on Quebec Street in Fort Worth. Next in the Fan.
Hectic morning. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are in Fort Worth today. Brand new Buffalo Wild Wings off of Quebec Street. We already got people in here. We're bending the rules. I know the kitchen doesn't open until 11, but people are showing up now. Also, you have the opportunity to win free wings for a year at this location. So come by to see us. If you don't care for us, I understand. Come by for an opportunity to try to win free wings.
They have to care a little bit.
You just said I wasn't nice.
They're listening. Well, I mean, we've been number one for so long. Reggie's not here today. He's going to be doing the nighttime show.
Which is called?
You know it,
Get
Mike.
right?
Yes.
There you go.
Don't
Okay.
act like you don't know it.
Well, I didn't know if they changed it.
Okay.
They change things a lot at night.
Okay.
Okay. So we were talking about what? Your niceness. We've been number one.
Mm-hmm.
Reggie, the other day, I was working with Corey. Reggie and Corey weren't alive for 1984 through 1992.
They were.
I was 3, but yeah.
So they think Michael Jordan's a D. I get it. He kind of is now.
He is.
Okay. Michael Jordan is a D for the most part now. But they're like, what's up? Because they're talking about Anthony Edwards. They're like, you know, the difference is he's so likable and he's so nice. And I'm like, well, you guys weren't around and alive for 1984 through 1991. The guy had hair. He smiled. He was cordial in all which ways. That's why Nike and Gatorade and Coca-Cola and McDonald's, all the major brands in the United States of America are like, we want that kid. We want that young man representing us. Not only is he awesome at basketball, but the guy smiles and he sticks his tongue out and he does great interviews. And I was like, he did start changing. Without a doubt, Michael Jordan started changing. Probably right around 1992. He was like, I don't have to be so smiley. I don't have to be so cordial. I don't have to be all of these things now because I'm a superstar. And I'm sensing that with you. You've become...
Because I was having a conversation with Ruben?
Yeah, you were ignoring our guy here who brought a T-ball to get us to have it signed by all of us. And Babe Ruth over here next to me, Corey Majors, is like, let me take up a fourth of the ball with my autograph.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, see what's happening here? You guys were Michael Jordan, 84 to 91. Now you're Michael Jordan, 92 to present, where you're like, F everybody. And you're still going to love you because you're so awesome at basketball and you really were cordial. And guess what? You guys used to have hair, just like Michael. He still has it.
Okay,
I didn't hear, Kevin, that I think rapper Charlemagne had gotten
the God.
Yeah, I think he'd gotten like I think it was him. He'd gotten a Michael Jordan jersey that he bought in a charity auction.
Okay,
and he saw Michael Jordan at a party, and he was like, he happened to have like that with him. It was at this charity thing. He was like, Mike, I got this jersey.
Yeah.
Is there any chance you could sign it? And he was like, you have $25,000.
He would have signed it in 1988.
I don't care who you are. You can go away now. And
yeah.
it was
and
like,
yeah,
wow.
And that's, I don't know where we're at in your stage of becoming that Michael.
All right. You know what? I will accept
Are you
something
92,
if you'll
Michael?
accept something.
Uh-oh.
I will accept that level of being a hater if you will accept that level of being a Mavs hater because you said they were going to get worked yesterday.
Okay. If I accept that, who's the only human being at Buffalo Wild Wings wearing Dallas Maverick gear?
I'm wearing KNC. I'm wearing KNC Masterpiece gear.
I know.
So
I'm more of a Mavs guy than a KNC Masterpiece.
Oh my God.
That I definitely believe.
Hey, I'm super happy I'm wrong. Sandler texts me as he's at the Ranger game doing his Ranger duties.
That makes sense.
And he says, what do you think of the Mavs game? I said, I think they lose by 10, win game 6, and let's see what happens in game 7. And then after the game was over, I said, I told you the Mavericks were going to win by 10. I'm wrong. Guess what? I bet $0 on it. I never bet on sporting events for the most part.
I didn't say you couldn't be wrong. I just wanted you to admit that you were wrong.
I admit I was wrong, and thank you. I am glad I'm wrong.
All right.
I think they're going to win game 6.
I will say this, though.
I hope I'm right.
What?
I hope I'm right on that one.
Mike, and we were discussing this morning. I think all of us were thinking it last night when we were watching the game, though. Kevin, nobody could have predicted, based on how Luka looked in the last game, how he was going to look in this game. There was no way that you would have thought, man, did that guy just go sleep in an ice bath in a hydraulic chamber? Yep, I don't know how to say it.
Is that like it also makes you
chamber.
happy? It's a hydraulic.
Yeah,
it's a long word.
What did he do? Like, what did this guy do? Yeah, and words are difficult.
Yeah,
man.
like hyperbolic.
He looked like he was a rookie again, dude.
Okay, so here's my 2 questions only God can answer about Luka Doncic. 1, how did he look healthy? How for a month has he been so hurt? And here's my theory. You can only shoot up cortisone about once every 3 to 6 months. Like that's you can't.
Or
you
else
can't,
you'll like damage your
you
body.
will lose all the. I believe it's like the fatty pad in like let's say your knee. Like So the thing when you don't want bone on bone.
I got you.
Yeah,
contact.
Like hurting
I got you.
because then it's over.
I got
you don't want two bones to do that.
So you can only take a cortisone shot, let's say 1 time in this whole playoff run.
Okay.
I'm assuming this, and I don't know this.
So you think
he looked 100% healthy, like nothing was wrong with him. It was amazing. I loved it.
How long is that usually effective? Like I know there's not
approximately a month.
Okay.
I'm hoping now that's when you get all I know is this is when you like let's say take a cortisone shot in your shoulder because you have rotator cuff issues. So they're like, hey, we're gonna shoot you up, but literally this is it for the season. We can't do this anymore. Maybe if we do it in May, we could do it again in September or October, but this is it. And we think for a month you're going to feel no pain, and then we hope that maybe it just kind of heals on its own or the pain is so light that you're great. So I'm assuming he cortisoned up his knee. Next thing, I've never seen Luka argue less in my life.
That is what I want to focus on because you know who I like noticed it more because of was Shea. I'm not saying they're in the same category, but when like my focus was off of Luka complaining all the time, there's a couple times when I saw Shea, and maybe that's just a byproduct of like the game's not going your way. I saw Shea a couple times and I was like, okay, great. That's exactly what I want. I want the other player getting twisted up with the officials.
But as you said, it doesn't matter if the Mavs make a 3 and 1, they're up by 20. Luka's going to argue.
Yes.
He didn't argue. I think maybe he argued once for a second, and I was like, Corey, I've never seen this in my life. It didn't matter what game it was. I've never seen Luka more composed and more calm in my life.
Yeah, and smiling on the court. Like, it's almost as if something happened the night before that put him in a good mood, if you know what I'm saying.
What do you have?
We have kids
Yeah.
here, Kevin, so I have to
Well,
be very,
it's fine, but
earmuffs.
Yeah.
That I'm sure he's done that before in his life. Okay.
I don't know.
Is that a baby?
Well, he does have a baby,
Yeah.
so maybe
So-
but it was off season.
I don't know how this happened. He's never been able, he's even admitted, I can't control it. I'm sorry. I want to. I can't. There's nothing I can do, people, and you just have to live with it. And as Mavs fans, we're like, it kind of stinks, but we have to live with it. We have to live that Luka is going to cry baby most of the game, and he's going to be awesome at the game, but he's going to cry baby it. And yesterday, you're like, I can't believe this. He somehow turned into the guy who is, I guess in a way, Kyrie Irving rarely complains on the Dallas Mavericks.
Right.
It's not that I followed all his career and every season and every game, but I followed his season this whole year, and he's just barely complains. It has to be very egregious for him to complain. And I'm like, how in the world did Luka do this?
Can I ask you a question about that? This is my theory. I know you said only God can answer these questions. Not disrespecting
No, we all have
that.
theories.
You're trying to
I'm
ask
a
me to be
I'm a
God right
cortisone.
now?
I have a
I am not.
cortisone theory.
So that is actually my cortisone theory is when something is bothering you, sometimes it manifests itself in other ways. And I wonder if he was like, I can't fix my knee, and so I need to do something else. And that's what led to him lashing out at the officials a little bit more. Maybe if he got a cortisone shot, maybe he's feeling better, and he's like, you know what? It's not so bad. Maybe everything's going to be okay. And that led him to, like, ease off the officials.
Okay, so now here's my next thing, and I'll just go to what my father...
And we don't know for the
we
record.
have no clue. It's just a theory. But
Yeah.
how in the world do you become that healthy
That's
in
a
one
good
day?
that's a great question.
Now, here's what my father says, and I'll work off of this. You get more flies with honey than vinegar. So, we talked about this the other day.
It's a good one. I've never heard it before.
Is that
Liar.
Luka affects his teammates whether he wants to or not
Agreed.
by his energy and attitude.
Yeah.
And I thought last night, as the game started not getting away from the Mavs, but we started having the feelings, it's 89-81. Next thing we know, it's 89-81. And they've gone on a run. But because Luka's not screaming at the ref because of it or quitting on defense because of it, now the honey instead of vinegar saying comes into effect. The players weren't as panicked in it because their leader, like it or not, is Luka Doncic. Their leader wasn't panicking and getting distracted by other things that you can't change, and the team was able to be okay, even though Oklahoma City went on a 10-0 run. Iron Eagle thought it was the greatest thing that's ever happened in his life.
Lou Gossett Jr.
And so I was just like, wow. I think when the Mavs ended up staying the course and that run didn't affect them where they all started kind of collapsing mentally, I thought, great job, Luka. This is the example of if you can stay calm and collect throughout a game, your team has a better chance of staying calm and collect when that other team makes a run against you in a critical situation.
Do you think it's any coincidence then that Jason Kidd was talking about that specifically about himself in the pregame interviews and how he's changed, or not necessarily changed, but he understands, he sees that his team responds. He's like, my team responds to me.
Yeah.
If I panic, they're going to panic. And I've noticed this about them. My temperament is what their temperament's going to be. So if I do these things, if I just make if I throw somebody out there just because I'm panicking about it, is there any coincidence that you think he talked with Luka about the same thing? Look, man, if you panic, they're going to panic.
I think he has. I've talked to Chris Arnold about this back in December or January, right? Because he's closer to the team than we are because he's there every day. And I said, I think Jason Kidd, who showed more attitude and energy as a player, he was still a calm player, don't get me wrong. He didn't let the emotional game get away from him, but he was emotional. I think he has to, and he was more emotional as a Milwaukee Bucks coach, as a Nets coach. I think because he has such an over-emotional superstar that he has to be so under-emotional and really never show emotions. And I talked to Chris Arnold about this. This was 2023. And he's like, no, you're 100% right. Jason Kidd even knows because of he can't feed into Luka's emotions. Because if Jason Kidd starts going irrational on the sideline, Luka will go like, I knew it. Yeah. I knew I was right. Yeah. And so Jason Kidd has to be so calm on the sideline for the most part because he knows I can't feed that fire inside of Luka.
Now, a couple of things. Obviously, the Mavericks didn't lose. If they had, do you think this would turn into a massive Tim Hardaway Jr. discussion?
Yes.
Because of that string of possessions that you're like,
I took a screenshot.
Which one? Where he hit the side of the backboard, then airballed, then backboard?
No, it was the one where it was the
See,
one
that's
where,
concerning that you're like, no. It was
because earlier in the game, he hits the side of the backboard, and then he gets an elbow jumper and hits it off the front of the rim or even misses it completely. And I was like, does he look at the ceiling when he shoots? Is that how he's like, oh, bam? Because I don't know what's going on. But then later in the game, I was like, don't touch the ball anymore because he gets the ball and he's dribbling and loses it, and they score on the other end. And then he comes back and misses a three, just insane miss over. That was the air ball over the top of the. I was like, don't let him have the ball anymore.
But he did make a big shot early on in the fourth.
Okay,
like
weird. That is true. It's the same thing I felt about Josh Green after Josh Green had just as open as you can be miss. There was another one where they were just like, no, shoot it, man. And he made it, and I was like, thank God.
This is the best way that I think I can explain Tim Hardaway Jr. in his limited minutes. He knows that he has to make a major impact in limited minutes now because he's just not going to get a lot of minutes.
Yeah.
What's the biggest adrenaline rush you've ever had in your life?
I guess it would be probably when I got in a car wreck.
Okay.
And I kicked the door. The door was crushed, and I kicked it open, and I had a broken leg.
Do you have a similar type of adrenaline rush?
I know this is not the direction you're going, but when you said car accident when Noah was in the car and he was a month old,
I think my opinion is Tim Hardaway Jr. and Josh Green, for instance, because they're sitting on the bench and the energy in Game 5 and the critical nature of it, I think their adrenaline rush was so much they couldn't feel themselves entering the game and shooting the ball.
Okay.
I think if the basket was 180 feet away, they might have hit rim because that's how much adrenaline rush they had coming into the game. Tim Hardaway Jr. struggled at times to find the right energy to play at his highest level during the game. Josh Green did contribute at times, but I do think those guys had just such a huge adrenaline rush they were struggling to control the energy that they had within themselves.
Well, that makes sense. And, hey, keep getting those kinds of minutes and find that place. And that's another thing. I know we discussed this on our text last night. But, I mean, maybe it's nice, too, that you got Jaden Hardy some minutes. Because what if he is a piece that you need in a championship series to do something? And he's out there doing, like Mike said, and he doesn't know what to do. Because he's like, I don't get these minutes. I've never seen the ball before, and now you're asking me to do this. Corey Brewer did it. And Corey Brewer was the king of the world for us in that one time, one moment in history.
Yeah.
But not everybody can control themselves. I mean, Corey Brewer was a champion at Florida, so maybe that's the reason why he understood how that all works.
A couple things here, because there's a lot to break down from this game, and we're going to talk about the Stars game in a minute. People are asking about Derrick Jones. 11:20, we're going to do a deep dive into Derrick Jones. And then at some point, maybe at 12 o'clock, I want to talk about how everything changed on the glass after the first quarter. Because even though the score was close, and I'm not saying it was like, oh, we're going to lose. What was happening on the boards, I was like, this is going to go poorly for us.
Derek Lively forever.
Man, let's talk. There is a lot of players on this team that and you always have to have that, right? If you're going to go on to win a championship, you need to have so many players that maybe other people don't know who they are, but they're your team and you're like, oh, this guy does this, this, and this, and this. And with Jones, with Lively, it's feeling that way just a little bit. Coming up next, though, let's talk about the other team and why conventional hockey logic ruled Game 5 and the Stars failed to close out. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free KNC.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
One Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Leaves it for Sam Gerard. Shot through traffic. Knocked out Parisi. Wide open net. It's off of Oster and in. The mighty Casey has struck for the Colorado Avalanche. He has goals in back-to-back games, and Colorado has their first lead of the series.
Think about that. It was Game 5, and that was their first lead of the series. We're the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of Quebec. If you want to come see us, also you have an opportunity to win free wings for a year. This game yesterday felt like it followed all hockey logic in the world.
Explain that to me.
All right. So what did we talked about a variety of things, and the Stars were like, nah, I'm good. The power play. The Stars had killed off all 8 power play opportunities in games 2 through 4. And I'm not saying you have to be that efficient, because obviously 0 for 8 is incredible. But you saw it. They were doing excellent on the penalty kill. That's what you want. Now, let's go to yesterday. 2 for 3. Colorado scored 2 power play goals. And I think, I'm trying to remember if it was that Makar goal was the first 5-on-5 goal that they had scored, because I believe the first 2 were the power play goals, unless I'm getting my timeline mixed up. But if you're giving up multiple power play goals, this is probably not going to be the night for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, Kevin, what does that go to? Taking the penalties.
Yeah.
Like, that was what I was saying yesterday. Don't take those penalties there. And what happens, let's go to the beginning of that game. Let's go to the last 0.6 seconds. And I am very curious. I know you were probably going to get to this, but I'm very curious. They don't let that goal in with 0.6 seconds left on the clock. By the way, if you watch that power play, watch every single, they got a block, they got a deflection, and every single Stars player looks up at the clock to see what the clock is and looks back down. And right when that happened, I went, uh-oh, this is bad.
Yeah.
But, Kevin, I thought to myself, man, and I think there are some pretty damning statistics that prove this. If they hadn't let that one through and then they score and they're up 2-0 in the second period,
dude,
this is a different game.
Colorado was ready to call it a day.
Yes. And that gave
should
them
I
life.
say to Colorado?
They gave that gave them life in that moment. They went into that locker room going, "We can do this."
Yes, but just think about, like, you're right. That was obviously a crippling goal. But look at how Colorado scored the vast majority of their goals that night.
Yep.
0.6 seconds left in the first period. Less than 3 minutes left in the second period, and 1 minute into the third period. Look, you can expand the definition out however you want. A lot of hockey people will say last minute of a period, first minute of a period. I've extended it out to 2 minutes. If you want to even extend it out a little bit further, the Stars gave up 3 goals in the last or first 3 minutes of a period. And that just, like, so when we're talking about hockey logic, Colorado dominated the beginning and ending of the periods, and they dominated on the power play. That feels like that's going to be a loss for you almost every single time.
Yeah.
And yet, when Stankoven scored his goal, I was like, oh, my God, we're going to do this. Like, we're going to...
Dude, when Pavelski scored...
it was Esa Lindell.
Oh, man.
When Pavelski scored to start the game, I thought, we got this. I was like, finally, Pavelski's involved in this. So in the very beginning of the game, I was like, we got this thing, man. This is going to be a great night for us.
And then it was interesting. You could see Pavelski was in his flow because he got frustrated later on when he had the opportunity for a deflection.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying you got to make that, but that's something that Pavelski specializes in. And you could tell he was frustrated that he did not get that deflection in there. And so the Stars end up losing 5-3 to Colorado. this is the best game Colorado has played in this series, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
I think so. I mean, I'm going to be honest, I was flipping so much and was so invested in the Mavs that
So you don't go multi-screen on this situation?
I don't have that option.
You have a computer?
You have a laptop right in front of you, Mike.
I do old school TV. Like, it's just television.
All right, fine.
That's all I got.
Yeah. You have the antenna, and you just kind of have to wiggle it every once in a while.
This guy right here gave me an antenna for outdoor.
That's what I'm talking about. There you go. Antennas are important.
But I
baby.
was watching indoors.
Okay, gotcha.
But I just watched the one, so when I flipped back over, like 4-2.
Yeah. Yeah, that was frustrating. That was definitely and you know what, Kevin? They started to give up goals around the time the Mavericks started playing. So that was one of those things,
here's
too.
a great thing. What were you doing Friday at 9 o'clock? Stars just gave you entertainment.
Yeah, they did. They said, hey, let's go play Game 6 in Colorado.
Yeah, as the Rangers are getting to like the 7th, 8th inning, they're like, we're going to start up a hockey game for you in Colorado.
That's an interesting way to look at it, where the Stars won those other 2 games.
And then when they lose that, they're going to be like, what are you doing Sunday? We're coming back home for Game 7.
Let's go ahead and finish this one on Friday. Let's do that.
I think that I should just say the Stars are going to lose, because yesterday I said the Stars are going to win and the Mavericks are going to lose.
Yeah.
And the opposite happened.
You also said the Rangers were going to lose.
Did I?
Yes.
Let's not say that.
By the way, Max, our intern, wanted to bring that up because he was like, I went to the game. That's why we didn't get swept.
We didn't get swept because of John Gray. Tease for baseball Nuggets coming up next.
By the way, Michael Young is changing to 12:20. So
12:20?
12:20 Michael Young today.
Excellent.
So we'll have that rolling.
Now, somebody brings this up from the 214. How can you say that leading 2-0 would have made a difference when they have had a 3-goal and 4-goal lead and they haven't been able to necessarily close it out? I think this was different because you saw in Game 4 what they did when they had a lead, and they shut it down. And Colorado, like after they gave up that first goal, I thought Colorado was going to be ready to pack it in. So props to them for coming back. McKinnon looked good. Makara obviously looked fantastic.
Should have played Wedgwood.
You think this was the game? Ottinger did not play well.
No, he didn't play the best.
Like, there was at least 1 goal, maybe 2, that you're like, dude, you got to stop that. It's tough, though, because he's been amazing in this playoffs. But yesterday, not his finest hour.
The desperate team theory played out. Right, the team that like if you lose, it's obviously over. If you win, great, but you have 3 opportunities to close it out, and the Stars' human nature took over. They played their worst game of the series, which probably helped Colorado play their best game of the series. I ask you guys, maybe we should stick on this one a little bit more, but what gives you confidence that that was just a one-off for the Stars?
I'll tell you why. If you look at not just the playoffs, if you look at the regular season, this Dallas Stars team is awesome on the road. Jake Ottinger is awesome
he's better
on the road.
I don't know why.
And it's a weird thing that you would think like, hey, I would prefer home ice advantage. Honestly, I'm glad we have it, but if Game 7 would happen and it would have been in Colorado, that wouldn't have bothered me that much because Ottinger and the Stars have been excellent on the road, and so I think I'm going to default to that. And you've seen a bigger sample size. I know Makar and McKinnon are awesome, but you've done a pretty good job at stifling them for most, not all of this series. So I still like the Stars in Game 6, but I think that's a very fair question.
Yeah, Colorado's good at home. That is a fact. But the Stars team, they go and they with that kind of focus, and I mean, you just pointed it out. It's very difficult to match the back to the wall kind of feeling that Colorado had, right? Like they knew this is all on the line for us. And what has brought us always talking about the desperate team theory? They definitely were last night. And that's why I was saying last night, I was like, this is going to be fantastic hockey. It was fantastic hockey to be played by Colorado. They came out with everything they had. Stars matched it early and just could not figure out how to stop it late.
There will be no psychologist in the history of mankind to solve this problem.
Okay, great.
Like, it happens to every team every year. It's not like these kids today, or like it happens to everybody at every time, whether it's you name the greatest player of all time in sports. It happened to them at some point too, where they got tired. It's like they got tired of winning.
Yeah.
And so it's so interesting that we didn't talk about it yesterday, and then as the game got to the third period and I'm flipping back and forth, and you can see the Avalanche are faster. The Avalanche are controlling the puck. The Avalanche are more aggressive. Their goalie's playing better than our goalie. And I thought, gosh, how did I – and we just buy into, well, we've seen this team win 3 games in a row. They've dominated this team for the most part, and you're just like –
okay, I'm going to tell you something crazy about this then that you're going to love.
Yeah.
In the NHL, 4 teams, 4 opportunities to close out their respective series, 0 for 4. Yeah. So just to your point, this is by no means a Stars thing. Like the Rangers will look back on it.
And that's the human nature of our brain in all sports, not just hockey, that when we're playing another very competitive team that we know going in would be very difficult to win the series, but you have the opportunity to do it, and then you get up 3-1, our human brain goes into, we got this. And then it's almost like, let's see tonight for New York Rangers. If it kicks in, they're at Carolina. If it kicks into them, hey, Nimrods, you can't go out and just skate around the ice and expect the other team to quit. They don't have James Harden. Anyways, that's a little shot at James Harden.
What? Are you serious?
I can't believe it.
So we talked about how much we've appreciated Tanev being out there and everything.
Oh, no, you don't want him out there anymore?
No, did you see what – you didn't see what happened last night,
The
Mike?
high stick penalty.
He had a tooth pulled from his face last night.
Mouth.
Out of his face. And then it's just like, let's get back out there and play. And, they were just, I don't know, maybe the dentist, because I think you have dentists there available and everything. Maybe the dentist just
Is that the only sport?
Yeah, it's got to be.
Boxing, maybe.
Maybe. Well, but
I have to admit that's a great
UFC.
I have no idea.
I get that there's an ambulance there. There's multiple doctors there. I mean, some of my buddies work the Cowboy games where they're just in the bowels of the stadium.
I've honestly never
just in
thought
case
about that. That's a great question.
Something happens.
It's hockey.
Yeah. So yeah.
Well, with Derrick, remember Derrick had his tooth knocked out against the Spurs. We watched it fly, and it was kind of wild to see that. And he picked it up and was like, "What are we going to do with this?"
Stick it in your mouth.
Yeah, just pop
Stick
it back in.
No,
but he tried. He did. He tried.
It's not going to work long term.
Well, tell Dirk that, man. It's not.
I'll tell Dirk no suggestion.
But then there's Tanev just being super tough. That's another that was a moment in that game where I was like, okay, he's doing what hockey players do, just being Chris Tanev. He's going to get back out there and everything's going to be fine. And unfortunately, it just didn't.
Well, and I love that Chris Tanev's on this team. I love his toughness. He had a high stick penalty that I didn't love, particularly because it really felt like Nathan McKinnon went high on Sam Steele just a little bit before that. No call there. You get the call against the Stars. By no means do I think the Stars win if not for that call. But it is frustrating, especially when your penalty kill was struggling. So Stars go down 5-3. They still lead the series 3-2. We're probably going to talk about this more as the show goes along, maybe more tomorrow. 3-2 for Dallas in both series. They have never advanced to the Western Conference Finals in the same season, ever.
Oh, Mavs and Stars.
Yes, ever.
Well, so somebody has to lose. Who are you picking, Kevin?
No, that was not the point of that.
Wow, so you're saying that they're never going to be able to do it now.
No, that was not the point of that statement.
He does this to us.
Yeah.
Hey, which team do you want to lose to?
You got to pick one, Kevin.
Yeah,
pick
so we're
one.
now,
okay, well, fine. I'm going to do what you guys do. I hope they both win.
Nope.
That's good. Yeah, that's what I do. I want everybody to win.
So this would be history making right here, and I still think it's cool that you do lead both series 3-2. And remember, we talked about it. Now they're not on the same day anymore, so you'll get Stars Game 6, Mavs Game 6. Hopefully that'll be it. But if you don't, you get them on different days. So Friday, Saturday, and then if you have to get Game 7, Sunday for the Stars, Monday for the Mavs. So at least they're not on the same days anymore.
You going to stay up and watch Ed and Couve tonight?
Probably not, because they're not going to close out the series tonight.
You're better a little early tonight because trying to catch up on all the sleep from lost over the last couple weeks.
So here's the deal.
Here.
It's impossible.
You'll never catch up on
that. Your body gets used to now staying up till midnight. That's the tough thing about now sleeping is you get on a sleep schedule, and it's so easy to get off of a sleep schedule, especially during playoffs when you have both teams in it, because you're literally going to sleep at somewhere around 11:30 to 1 a.m., and your body, I think, struggles to get back to, let's say, a 10 p.m. sleep time.
Yep.
Yes. No, I think that's very fair.
I woke up at 4:30 this morning. Why? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to pill it up tonight.
So I'm talking about.
I'm going to take melatonin.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to take Advil PM to try to go to sleep.
Maybe a little CBD from Trusted Lab.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah.
Do you ever worry that it's like too much stuff at one time?
I have a doctor.
Yeah.
That I sometimes ask questions.
Sleep right next to him, Kevin.
Is a great.
So I'm
She's
going
there
to,
monitoring
I'm
him all
going to Eric
night.
Nadell's, concert
and then
at the
you'll pill it
Kessler, and then I'm going to take some things that help me sleep.
Okay. Good luck. Sounds like you have a fun evening ahead. We're the Kansas City Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. I see what y'all did. The texts are already coming in. I think both of them are going to advance for the first time. I'm not forcing you to pick one this time. Coming up next, we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of Quebec. It's time, and that was Edmonton and Vancouver, by the way, for people who want to know about Ed and Couve. Coming up next, it's Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Hey, John Gregg's one of the best pitchers in baseball.
He's amazing.
Next.
Guy Fieri called Palmer's Nashville hot chicken sandwich a
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
And there's a swing and there's a drive. Deep left field. Going back is Florial at the wall. He leaps, and it is history. A 2-run homer for Marcus Semien just over the outstretched glove of Florial. And the Rangers lead 2-0 in the fifth.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, where the Texas Rangers were, in fact, victorious last night. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of Quebec. I don't want to confuse anybody who has already traveled up to Canada. We are in Fort Worth just off of Quebec Road.
I wonder if there is a Buffalo Wild Wings in Quebec. I did ask
Good question.
The bartender here. I said, are you surprised that there's so many people at a Buffalo Wild Wings at 10 a.m. in the 10 a.m. hour? And he's like, yes. And I'm like,
you're welcome.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, and I will say this. One, Buffalo Wild Wings is awesome.
Yes.
We go to a lot of them during football season. We haven't, I don't remember going to this one during the football season. This is our
this is a brand new location.
Okay, brand new. Thank you. And then our Fort Worth following.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I just like to say, if you live in Dallas, Fort Worth people come out and see us a lot more than in Dallas.
And
Fort Worth people, yay. Dallas people, get better.
Dallas proper, because there are other places like Rockwall and Mesquite that are really good. But if you're just talking like city for city, Fort Worth crushes Dallas in terms of appearances. And so Corey's going to reward you.
Yeah, no, if you come out, we have free wings for a year. So if you want to come out and win free wings for a year, that could happen for you today at this location. So make it here. And Kevin also, Mike Florio. He used to be a.
That is not who he hit the home run over. It was not Mike Florio.
He plays right field.
I don't believe that is accurate, but I'll leave it to the expert because it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
That's probably really funny what you said, but I'm struggling to follow.
The left fielder's
Florial.
name was Florial.
Oh.
Mike Florio, who frequently joins Sean and RJ.
Who just got the tip of the ball but didn't catch it?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to John Gray, who started yesterday. And this is an unbelievable run for him. I'm not going to go back and look at every start he's ever had in his life, but let's just look at his last 4 starts. Against Washington, 8 innings pitched, 3 hits, 1 run. That was really good. He won that game.
That was really good.
The next 2 he doesn't even win. But 8 innings, 1 run. Next game, 7 innings, 2 runs. The next game, 6 innings, 1 run. Yesterday, 6 1/3, no runs. He is on a 4-game stretch right now that I don't know. He's been a good pitcher in his career.
5, right? 5 games, right?
Oh, that is. Well, I have the 5th game as pitching against Seattle, which isn't horrible. It's 4 2/3, 1 run. Does that make sense? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, I thought you said there was
Washington, Kansas City, Colorado.
Sorry,
Cleveland.
my bad.
Air.
But the other one, if you want to include his one before that, it was 4 2/3, 1 run, which I'm not saying is bad. I'm just saying the other ones have been all just tremendous and quality starts.
Yeah.
So
my bad.
You start looking at his season, and I'm going to throw this question out to you, which I think most people would say, no, I don't want to agree with this. But if the Rangers only had 1 All-Star up to this moment, up to this point, it would probably be John Gray. I'm going to give you your 3 other candidates along with John Gray.
Simeon's got to be one of them, right?
Yes.
Bochy.
Well, he's already
managing the.
He gets to go.
All right.
And probably part of the coaching staff does too. But I look at Kirby Yates.
Oh, yeah.
I look at Marcus Semien. I look at Adolis Garcia. And I look at John Gray. Those are the 4 candidates, and I think those 4 would definitely have an argument. I'm not saying John Gray would be our only all-star, but if you had to name, if you only got an all-star, and we're at March 16th, I think there's an argument to be made that John Gray has been the best, the all-star for the team, if you could only pick one. I get that they're going to get more than one, but right now...
What about
Go ahead.
What about David Robertson?
I guess because he doesn't have the saves.
Okay.
And his ERA right now, I just saw you pulled up, was 2.49.
Because he gave up 4 runs in that one game.
Right.
He's had 19 appearances and given up runs twice.
Yeah.
Now, I know the 4 spot obviously really hurts him, but I hear you on those 4.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I think to make the All-Star team, though, we take, 8 starting pitchers and 5 relievers. It might be more than that. But I just look at John Gray, and I think a lot of people aren't, let's say, I'm not saying they're John Gray haters, but aren't the biggest John Gray fans. If we went around and started saying, who's your favorite player,
sure,
I think that John Gray's not going to come up too much. But right now, John Gray is my favorite player of 2024 because of the injuries in the rotation.
Yeah.
If he wouldn't have been doing this for his last 4 starts, and he's had a great year, but I just wanted to mention those 4 because they're all quality starts.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that you're bringing this up because you brought up a great combination. Not only is he playing very well, he's playing very well at a position you desperately need right now.
So I look at him and go, man, he might be the one guy that I know would be an all-star right now. I know Marcus Semien would too, and I think that Yates and Garcia would have a chance. I guess you could include David Robertson, but I don't know if anybody else would really make the all-star team right now, and there's plenty of time to change that. Now I ask the next question on John Gray. His career ERA is 4.35. His ERA right now is 2.08. I'll give you another big number here. His whip is 1.17. His career whip is 1.3. Do you believe that he can, keeping his ERA close to 2 might be crazy. Do you believe he can, throughout this season, have one of those career Martin Perez 2022 years?
Okay, let me ask you what defines that, because in my brain, my over-under is an ERA of 3.3.
Okay.
Does that feel career enough?
That would be his career best. His 2 best career ERAs would be in 2017 in 20 games. These were 20 starts, so he definitely did not pitch the whole season. 3.67. And then let's just go to his first year with the Rangers, which is a little hair under one of his other ones, but he had 24 starts and he had a 3.96.
Can we do a quick character arc with him as a Ranger? As he comes here, he thinks he's a starter, right? He is a starter. And then he is a starter for the majority of last season as well, but he kind of has some problems finding his stuff. His best contribution was in the bullpen in the playoffs, and then this year he's starting. He's not good, and Bochy goes, well, you're coming out of the bullpen,
Atlanta,
and he gets that moment. And he's like, crap, I don't want to be a bullpen guy. I want to continue to be a starter. I gotta find these things. And Kevin, I know we were talking about velocity earlier, but I don't think it's the velocity that's become his thing. I think it's just he's found his locations.
Mike, I'm telling you.
And so I think so. I think he's in a mindset now of I have something to prove.
Did we have John Gray on, was it last week?
Yeah, it was last week while Mike was out.
One of the things that he told us that I thought you would love, Mike, is he goes, I've decided not to really focus on that mile-ish drop in velocity and focus on the things that are working. And I was like, that sounds like a logical thing to do.
When I asked Evaldi to start the year about his extension and how much better it got since one of his years in Boston, he's like, I have no clue what you're talking about. I don't care about extension. I'm trying to get extension, but I don't care. I don't look at those numbers. I don't care about those numbers. What are they? He's like, just for reference, what are they? It's like they're saying you're releasing the ball a foot closer to home plate than you were in 2019. He's like, well, I was hurt in 2019, so that might be the reason. But he's like, whatever.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He's worried about executing good pitches, and I love that John Gray's talking about that. You have Baseball Savant pulled up, and I wanted you to pull up this number. Go down a little bit more. It's his fastball batting average against in 2023. No, you went too far.
Okay.
Fastball batting average against, four-seamer last year. What was his batting average against?
Batting average against was 346.
What is it this year?
289.
Wow.
Look at that difference.
That is a big drop.
His slider was 194 last year. It's at 185 right now.
Yeah, so that's
and those two pitches are his main pitches.
Yeah, and that's one of his best. His slider's always been great, but we look at, well, what's the difference between if somebody said, well, why is he 2 ERA this year and a 4 ERA last year?
His fastball.
You just gave it, right? You just gave the fastball numbers are tremendously better, even though 289 is not the best.
Sure.
But if you go from 346 to 289, that's awesome. I'm looking at this. Here's another thing that is awesome. And he's been this guy, okay? He's been this guy with the Rangers. In 2022, 134 strikeouts in 127 innings, and he had 39 walks. That's a heck of a ratio.
Yes.
That's a good ratio. Then you go to last year. 142 strikeouts and 54 walks in 157 innings. That's good, too. Not as good, but still good.
Yeah.
This year, 52 innings, 52 Ks, and 14 walks. That's really good. He has the third
Almost
best.
4-1,
Yeah, and he has the third best ERA in the American League.
Wow.
Would you ever guess that? Like if you're looking at, hey, John Gray, that's amazing. What else?
This is a fascinating number to me.
Yeah.
His put away percentage number on his changeup is 27%. That's where, and I don't know if that means he throws it or if
it gets him an out 20%. Out of his outs, it's 27% of his outs.
It was 15 last year.
Yeah.
So his changeup,
Holy
his changeup has changed up what's happening.
And
for
he's
him.
throwing it less.
Yeah.
He's throwing it 8%.
Yeah,
to 11%. So not much,
but it's effective whenever he's using it.
He's finishing it off. The other thing too is it might be a little bit more effective because he's showing it less in the at bat, and then all of a sudden as an out pitch, he's showing it, and like crap, I haven't seen that pitch yet. I haven't seen
the confidence
the
to be able to
velocity
do
drop.
it though is important.
Yeah. So, anyways, I just wanted to make this Baseball Nuggets about John Gray. There's not a lot of times we've really discussed John Gray in such a positive light.
Yep.
And he has been arguably the best Texas Ranger of 2024.
I'm so glad that you brought this up. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live in Fort Worth. For some people have said it, if you prefer Lake Worth off of Quebec. Coming up next, it's only one segment. It's going to be okay, Mike. It's a tradition like no other. Predicting the Cowboys record after the schedule has come out.
Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because
this is
each
one
game.
segment. What do you got? 877-881-1053, franklinfirm.com text line. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
If you're
Remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of Quebec. So unfortunately, we've already got some text. What the hell, dude? I'm already up in Ohio driving. And then another person said they landed in Canada, found out all the Buffalo Wild Wings were closed there, so now they got to turn around. You might be able to make it. I'm not sure about the fly time there. We're in Fort Worth off of Quebec Street at Buffalo Wild Wings.
There's good fishing in Quebec. I'll tell you that, man. There's definitely good fishing there. So.
Ice fishing.
Yep.
Have you ever been
You're right.
ice fishing?
Yeah. No, I haven't. It looks not fun at all.
Because you're afraid you're going to fall under the ice.
Well,
and get
just
caught.
being
fishing
that
and
cold.
it's cold.
Yeah, it's very cold, Kevin. And I don't understand. I've never understood how you're going to put a log, like a little cabin on the ice,
right?
And you're going to be warm, and it's not just going to melt and fall in like that. Like, I've never understood
It's
that.
so cold.
Yeah.
It's impossible to unfreeze the ice.
Yeah, that's how it is.
All right, now this
Quebec.
is the segment that Mike demanded be on
yeah.
the run sheet. The Cowboys' schedule is out, so let's be irresponsible and predict their record for the season. I can walk you guys through it. Chris Strong, our board op, has already made the bold prediction that the Cowboys will go 7-10.
God, what a hater.
Kevin,
America's team.
can I
Oh my
just tell you
God.
something real quick?
Don't do this. I'm depending on you.
I have them starting the season 1-6.
1-6?
That ain't happening.
Let's go to the dark side, Corey. Thank you.
Don't cheer for that.
Dak
Kevin-
Prescott is a really good regular season quarterback.
I understand
That's a
that,
good point.
and you
That's
know
true.
what? That being said, they're the way it's lined up to start the season is not in good favor for the Cowboys.
Come on.
And I don't like
Who are
the
they
way that this
beating?
looks.
Which
The
game are they-
Giants. The
All right.
Giants. Yeah,
I can
think they'll
see
beat
that.
the Giants. After that,
All right.
All right,
Coin
Kevin.
toss.
So let's walk through the schedule. You guys give me the wins and losses along the way, but
All
keep
right.
track of it yourself.
All right.
And also, if you want to hit us up on the Twitch, on the YouTube, franklinfirm.com text line, I want to hear it. Open the season Sunday, September 8th, on the road against the Cleveland Browns. That'll be the Tom Brady calling game. Win or loss at the Cleveland Browns.
Is Chubb back?
I don't know.
it's on the road against a pretty good team, and that's where I'm just like. He's projected to miss more than half of the Browns season, so Nick Chubb will not be
There you
available.
go.
Okay.
That's a win.
I mean, it's still like, I guess they don't have a
Did
quarterback.
Cleveland make the playoffs?
Our quarterback's better than their quarterback.
Who's their quarterback?
Watson?
Deshaun Watson.
Okay.
It was Joe Flacco, maybe.
Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know. I feel
I'll
like
give them an L on this one on the road.
All right, next, you return home back-to-back weeks. You have the New Orleans Saints and the Baltimore Ravens. Remember how good the Cowboys were at home in the regular season.
Wins.
how good were they, Kevin?
They were
And then
awesome.
loss.
How many times did they lose?
None.
No times?
No times. And then the
impressive.
then the
They're going to
playoffs
beat
happen.
the Saints. Why do you not think they're going to beat the Saints? It's the Saints.
He thinks they're going to come marching in.
Do they have
and win the
Jameis
game.
Winston still as their quarterback?
I think isn't Derek Carr still their guy? So
They suck. Who cares?
Uh,
This is where Dak eats, man. This
Okay.
is where he's going to make $1 billion beating teams like the Saints 100 times in his life. This is what he does.
So you got to win. Corey, are you going loss?
Yeah, I said loss.
All right. Ravens?
Loss.
Yeah, they run. They're talented. This is where the Cowboys usually poop their pants.
On the road against the Giants Thursday night football.
Heck yeah.
W.
That's
an easy win
This
right
is
there.
400 yards, 6 touchdowns for Dak Prescott.
Then you get the mini bye. Then you'll go on the road against Pittsburgh.
I don't even know who their quarterback is.
Well, you have two options. You either have Russell Wilson or Justin Fields with Mike Tomlin as the head coach.
At Pittsburgh, loss.
That's what I have too, Kevin. I only have one win, and it's the Giants, and I'm having a hard time with this.
All right, so you have them losing to the Lions at home. What say you, Mike?
Did the Lions make the playoffs?
Yes.
Loss.
Then you get a
It's
bye.
very simple.
Plus,
I've watched Dak play for it feels like 100 years.
Doesn't the NFL owe the Lions after what happened the last time they played
Man,
us
so
here?
you guys got them already losing 2 home games
Uh-huh.
in the regular season where they lost no home games last year.
All right,
convince
I said
me, Kevin.
I said Oklahoma City's going to win by 10.
Yeah,
yesterday.
dude, you haven't
Good
said
point.
anything. You're
Yeah.
just sitting over there talking
you're
about
not.
our
Keeping
stuff.
it in my mind. I
All
got
right,
them
What
at
are
4
yours?
and 2 right
You're at
now.
4 and
4
2. You think they're going to win at home? You think that home record
Watch
is going
this,
to be?
though. We're about to go on a run here. We're about to go on a Cowboys run. We're about to.
Okay.
This is right
let's
about.
after this
this is
one.
right
After this
about
one.
when Jerry
After
Jones
this
says he's
one.
voting for Trump on the station,
God.
and then we start winning games.
All right, well, I don't. You're definitely not going to think that. After the bye, you're on the road against San Francisco.
Oh crap! That's a 20-point loss.
Jeez.
Corey.
Yeah, I just
That's a loss.
Dude, that's a very tough football team still, and the Cowboys.
And
they're
Brock Purdy's
probably
making
trying
$1
to figure
million.
it out.
That gives them $40 more million to spend on players versus the Cowboys.
On the road against the Atlanta Falcons.
We don't lose to Kirk Cousins.
We don't lose to the Falcons. We can be down 400-0, and then we start on-siding
That game
teams, and
is
it
at
works.
noon. Does that concern you at all?
No.
That is a Kirk Cousins noon game.
It's the Falcons. We win.
All right.
Then at home.
Phoenix will be in by then. So right.
Oh, I could see that.
Yeah, he'll be the quarterback for them.
We move on to November 10th at home against
Election
the
week.
Eagles.
Got that one.
Okay.
Against the Eagles at home?
Yeah.
Yeah, we split against the Eagles. Win at home.
Okay. Then at home against the Texans.
Yeah, win 16-14.
They
Oh,
made
my
the
goodness.
playoffs.
Yeah.
L.
I'm gonna win. You're gonna win 16-14.
Then the
If
next.
they've never beat Trevor Lawrence, why do you think they're going to beat the quarterback that's better than T-Law in that
Yeah,
division?
you make an interesting point. Do you know what their record is at this point in your head?
No.
Okay.
I had them at 1-6. I have them at 2-6, 3-6,
You're
4-6.
supposed to be keeping track of this.
So they're 4-6 right now in my mind, Kevin.
Okay, I got.
Here we go!
I got
There
them
we
at
go.
I have them
6
at
and
4 wins.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you also have them at 4 and 6. Then at the Washington Commanders.
Well,
5
everybody
and
told me
6.
Quinn's the worst coach in the history of football after we fired him.
So we're gonna
winning.
win.
Yeah.
Then you get the turnaround. Thanksgiving. New York Giants
Another
at
win.
home.
6-6, baby.
All right.
Dude, everybody calls me a hater. I got them at 6-6, man.
All right. Corey, do you also have them at 6 and 6?
We're not losing to the Giants. It's not happening.
Oh no, we're 5 and 7. All right.
No, we're not losing to the Giants.
Oh, okay. I
No,
thought
yeah.
you said we were.
No,
then
6
you
and
get
6.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, you know
then
what
you
I'm
get the mini bye, and you host the Cincinnati Bengals.
Mike McCarthy off of a bye week like that, I'll take it. Against the Bengals at home, Joe Burrow will probably be hurt by
That's
then
the only
anyway.
thing that I don't
Yeah.
know. If Joe Burrow's healthy, we lose.
You got to pick right now.
We've beaten Joe Burrow before. No,
Yeah,
I
like
think
in week
Cooper
2.
Cooper Rush beat him, dude.
Well, then we need Cooper Rush. We lose.
Stupid.
I got Cowboys winning that one.
All right. At the Carolina Panthers as we
W,
get down
yeah.
the stretch.
This is on Thanksgiving Day, right?
Are they still?
No,
are
that's
they
the
still
Giants game that's Thanksgiving
Oh, okay.
They
Day.
still got Muggsy as their quarterback.
Let's move.
It's
Let's
still
move
Bryce
Thanksgiving
Young.
to December.
Yes.
Yeah, we beat Muggsy.
Yeah, we win.
And then you host the Tampa Bay Bucks.
Heck yeah.
Who-
W.
Who even plays football there?
The Bucks.
It's at home.
Yeah, W.
Then on the road against the Eagles.
I called split, so
It's
I'm
tough.
having us go 5-1 in division.
Okay. And then you finish up at home against the Commanders.
That's a win right there.
W.
Yeah.
Chris Strong, not Chris Young. Chris Strong says 7 and 10. Mike,
10 and 7, I hope I got there.
I don't think so, because I was kind of at 10 and 7, and it feels like you were lagging a little bit behind me.
At the end, I have us beating the Panthers, the Buccaneers, and the Commanders. Did that get me to 9 and 8?
Yes.
I think 9 and 8.
All right, 9 and 8. I go 10 and 7. You
now go home and smoke some more crack.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Corey, what say you?
Well, Kevin, I had them 1 and 6 to start.
You did.
And then I had them only lose one game for the rest of the season.
So you've got them at 10 and 7.
So they finished their season at 10 and 7.
Hold on. So in the back half of the schedule, where they're on the road against the 49ers, host the Eagles, host the Texans, host the Bengals, on the road against the Eagles, we're taking all of those except for one.
Yeah. So the first half they only win one game. Second half they only lose one game.
Man, that bye must have been incredible.
They really make a big
They didn't
move
lose
there.
their confidence at all? Who did we trade for?
Well, that's what
Jerry
they realized.
Rice and Randy Moss
At that point, they realized running back by committee was stupid, and they traded for a
we're
good
gonna
running
realize
back.
that. What week? Oh, you have the schedule still up?
Yep.
What week do we say the running back by committee was stupid?
October
Week 3.
27th against the Niners. They're
Oh,
like,
okay, yeah.
We tried, guys. We did everything we could. Jerry's like, I argued with Corey and Kevin and Mike every single day, every single week. I tried, but you know what? We got to go get us
Stay
a
up
running
till 2
back.
a.m. figuring out this
We
team.
trade 3 first-round picks for a running back.
We're going to get into a Zeke argument this year, aren't we?
Oh, absolutely.
When
He's
like,
going to tell us how much more important he is to the locker room
The
and how on the
intangibles,
field
guys,
it doesn't
the
matter.
intangibles.
And we're like, on the field it does matter, Jerry. And he's like, but each week he's a professional.
All right, so
I'm being trite.
But it seems like we're kind of all in the same 9
From
and
the
8.
806, Corey has the Cowboys eating in the meat of the season. So that's the meat of the schedule right there.
From the 9-7-2, 6 and 11 for the year. Chris said 7 and 10, but we're all in the 9 and 8, 10 and 7, and that's kind of what I think. I think they're going to be a fringy playoff team who will get knocked out early in the playoffs based on what we've seen now. Like, obviously, a lot can still change, but I don't think they're all of a sudden going to be terrible. I just don't think they're going to be really good.
But the thing, my problem is that, like, there are good teams on this schedule. Now, it says strength of schedule has them, like, middle of the pack. Those are some good teams to start the season. And, you know, that being said, that could change very quickly. A lot of times we'll see a team where, like, they're going to be good this year, and then they turn out to be very poor. But those are teams that are either on the rise or have traditionally been good to start.
Now, Mike, I'm going to tell you something that's going to sound exciting, and then you're not going to like it anymore.
Okay.
Netflix has acquired the rights to a 10-part documentary series about Jerry Jones.
Oh, yeah, we've known this, so they've been following him around for a while now,
True,
right?
but I don't know if they had assigned it officially, the rights to Netflix. It was just being filmed. Here's the part I don't think you're going to love. The 10-part documentary series describes itself as Jerry Jones and his journey in transforming the Dallas Cowboys franchise. And also remember, Netflix has the show coming out, America's Sweethearts, the Dallas Cowboy cheerleader. So I do wonder if this is like becoming a true business relationship, if that will reflect itself in the editorial content of the Netflix documentary.
Well, for sure. We've seen on HBO, Hard Knocks.
Yeah. We saw it on The Last Dance.
We saw how big of a joke that show is when they're like, don't cover the crazy Antonio Brown on the Raiders, as he is the #1 story in training camp in all of football. And here's Hard Knocks, and like we don't even know who he is.
And also remember,
it's all made up.
Netflix is also carrying the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight, I do believe.
But quarterback was pretty decent. Like that.
Sure, because they didn't have like an ongoing business relationship with those people. Is what I'm just asking. I'm not saying this will be the case, but if they're going to run the cheerleader show with the Cowboys, if they're going to run this fight through AT&T Stadium, are they going to give the correct editorial breakdown of the Jerry Jones story, or is it going to be like, it's amazing that he did all this, which it is. But you have to talk about the other stuff,
court situation now and everything, which is ongoing in his life right now.
I do think also that's unique. Like we see all the warts because we're here, right? And I wonder from a national
one of the worst
perspective,
things as a Cowboy fan is me doing this. I'm not a Cowboy fan anymore because of this job, because I know too much about the Joneses.
Yeah, but I mean, from a national perspective, they're going to look at it, and Kevin, you know this, as when you're laying a newspaper out or whenever you're laying the show out. what are the big points we have to get to that are possibly negative? And there's going to be a lot of stuff that falls by the wayside because they just couldn't get to it or they didn't feel it was valuable to the show. And I don't know that that's necessarily editorial rights on the Cowboys' part or if it's just editorial rights on the people who are creating it. There's like, I don't think the rest of the public's going to care about this little thing here or this little thing there.
That's a fair point.
That we as a fan base just like fry over.
Going through Netflix, that would be confusing to me as Netflix's primary basis of existing is for true crime documentaries now. But you're right. The people who make it might not think it's relevant.
But even those true crime documentaries, they'll come back and be like, yeah, they didn't tell this detail, though.
Hey,
you know?
that's
and you're
fine.
Like,
Look, I'm just curious if y'all think it's going to be all-inclusive. I feel like I'm going to watch it either way.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll watch it. I probably won't, but I do think that Jerry is the smartest owner businessman in the history of sports. This is what he's perfect at. If he only knew what he didn't know, because he knows nothing about running a real football team.
Sure.
But he does know how to promote a product better than anybody in the history of sports. That's why they're worth $8 billion or $10 billion or whatever they are now. Like, he's unbelievable at this. This is going to come across so well. He's going to pick up another 1 million Dallas Cowboy fans off of Netflix.
the cops are here, Kevin.
From the cops love us.
Yeah.
From the 972, Cowboys will go 12-5 once again. This I need clarification on. I'm not listening to these guys. They said losing season last year and they want 12-5. By these guys, do you mean our show? Because you need to fact check yourself. Because we all said they were going to have a winning season last year, so do better on that.
I said 12-5.
What does it matter what we say in whatever day it is, or even on Friday? I think. Well, I'll tell you what. Don't bet off of what I say. I don't bet off of what I say. Like, it's stupid to bet on sports. We don't know. As great as the Mavericks play, do I know they're going to win Game 6? If I did, I would go bet $10,000 on it and be a lot richer because of it. I don't get how people are like, well, you said they were going to win or lose, or you said they were going to go 10-7. Who gives a crap? Everybody on SportsCenter or whatever is predicting what the Miami Dolphins are going to go right now.
Kevin,
nobody knows.
After reevaluating my schedule, 17-0. So I relooked. There are a couple things that just came in late.
I'll take that wager.
There were some late votes that were submitted.
I know Jerry's going to have a party during 2024. That's the one thing I know.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of Quebec Street. Coming up next, how Derrick Jones Jr. chose the Mavs and has them on the brink of the Western Conference Finals. Maybe we'll mix in a little My Buddy's an Idiot as well. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You've made us #1 in DFW. Don't care what they say. Thank you for laughing and enjoying some quality sports conversations on The Fan's KNC Masterpiece. Always on the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
agent said, you've got to go to Dallas. And Jones was kind of at a point where his career looked like it was going to go one direction or another. Are you going to be a vet minimum player the rest of your life, or are you going to have the opportunity to do something? He declined a $3.4 million option to go to the Bulls, becoming an unrestricted free agent, even though his agent was like, you might not get that kind of money. And he's like, if you decline this option, you might be stuck in the role that you want to avoid. His agent said, you got to go to Dallas. You got to go to Dallas. He has now set a career high in minutes, points, made three-point accuracy. He is clearly a very important part of this Mavericks team, and he was a huge part yesterday. And the other option he had was the Celtics. Now, I just think Derrick Jones Jr. would have gotten more likely lost in the shuffle with the Celtics and been looking at another $2 million, $3 million deal or whatever. And now, don't you think you're to the point where he might be at, I don't know, $10 million? I might be off about that, but he has made a name for himself here.
I'm with you. His agent, give him all the credit in the world. Like Christian Wood has the worst agent in the history of sports.
True.
And Derrick Jones Jr., I don't have it, up. Must have a great agent because he saw, even though Boston was considered a better team, and you didn't even have Gafford or P.J. Washington.
It's Aaron Turner.
And Aaron Turner, by the way, is also Jason Kidd's agent.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, so Jason Kidd can definitely say, this is how I'm going to use him. This is what I see him as. And we have a point guard. Chicago, because their point guard was always hurt, never have a point guard.
Right.
Boston has never had a point guard, or at least it's really struggled throughout having a very successful team for half a decade. They struggle with it's just Tatum's turn, and Tatum's not a point guard. He's a scorer and only a scorer. Where, yes, Luka's a scorer, but he's getting 10 assists a game. The corner three is wide open all the time in Dallas. He's an unbelievable lob passer. We're seeing that. So his agent saw the vision for, I think I can get you a better contract if you go to Dallas. I'm hoping that Dallas says, this is the perfect fit for us. We're going to give you the most money.
Yeah.
Because I understand that you're a human. You're like, hey, they're giving me $30 million versus they're giving me $20 million. I got to take $10 more million.
In this instance, I think the money was pretty negligible, but he was like, look ahead to.
Right. And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And look ahead.
Yeah.
I know we're talking about him last night and how great he was and how good he's been as a Maverick. But it might be if they're offering 3 at 33 and the Mavericks we can only do 3 at 24. Yeah. There's a big difference there for the rest of your life.
My apologies, they aren't the same agent. I misread that. The quotes were from Jason Kidd and Derrick
because
Jones
you could
Jr.'s
see how
agent.
Kidd could feed it to Jones, could feed it to
My
other
apologies.
Jones.
I just want to make sure we get that right.
But it's the perfect fit for Dallas. I'm assuming there's going to be other teams that go, man, do we have the ability to make him successful if we don't have Luka and Kyrie or a player like him? Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I'm hoping that lowers his market a little bit because I really do want him back. I thought it was a horrible signing.
I do remember that.
I was like, dude, he stunk in Chicago. The Heat couldn't figure him out. Think about how many times the Heat have figured out how to use a player. He couldn't be figured out.
That's why he didn't go to Boston. That was another thing. Sorry to jump in there, Mike. That's another reason he didn't go to Boston is he and his agent didn't think they would figure it out either.
Yeah, he couldn't figure it out in Portland. Early on in his career, very early. Phoenix, he really barely played. But he'd been with Phoenix, Miami, Portland, Chicago. This is his 5th team already.
Right.
And nobody could figure out how to use this guy. So I'm like, why are the Mavericks going to figure it out? But maybe his agent looked at a guy like Dorian Finney-Smith and said, hey, Dorian Finney-Smith got a big contract in Dallas. Would Dorian Finney-Smith ever have gotten that contract if he was playing, let's just say, with the Chicago Bulls for his career and never had a point guard to set up Dorian Finney-Smith? Because Dorian Finney-Smith now, without Luka, is not a very good player in Brooklyn.
And Dorian Finney-Smith, watching Derrick Jones Jr. here, he's better than what Dorian Finney-Smith was, right?
They're different, but Dorian Finney-Smith, he's taken Dorian Finney-Smith's role and been able to play that role in a different way. But
still
Dorian
play
Finney-
good, solid defense. But also like his ability to fly, I think, is something that I just never
but
saw
Dorian's
with
probably a
Dorian.
little bit better 3-point shooter.
Okay, I can see that.
No, I'm not saying crazy great, but I'm just saying probably a little bit better.
But when you look at what it took for them to get Dorian Finney-Smith versus how you picked up Derrick Jones for nothing.
I think the agent's looking at it going, I can go out in the market and say, give me the Dorian Finney-Smith contract. Give me 4 years at like 12 to 15 million a year. And I hope that I want the Mavericks to get him back. Look, the Mavericks are going to be over the cap for the rest of Luka's career.
Sure.
There's no way to avoid it with what he's going to make.
Sure.
So to be like, hey, instead of 10 million, we can only give you 8, and if somebody gives you 10, go ahead and walk. That's stupid. And I'm hoping because Mark Cuban now doesn't make decisions like that anymore, the Mavericks look at Derrick Jones Jr. and go, hey, I understand you have to go out and search the market, but here's what we're willing to offer you right now. Isn't this good enough for us? And if they say, we want 3 years or we want 4 years instead of 3, and we want 10 million instead of 8, just do it.
And you've brought this up in the past, Mike. I'm not disputing that in this instance. Take it for what it's worth. Obviously, he's at an all-time high with the Mavericks right now. He and his agent have both stated that because of this, their preference is to stay in Dallas because they feel like Dallas unlocked the most useful version of him. I do get the counter-argument to that is, that's great. If another team will offer you an extra year at $2 million more per year, then you'd be like, well, I got to go.
Any human being who goes 30 million versus 24 million,
I got to
pretty
go.
easy
I
to
got
figure
you.
it out.
I do.
I was just looking at Dorian Finney-Smith's three-point percentage in his career, Mike. Early on, not good.
He couldn't shoot to save his life when he entered the NBA.
In his best years with Luka, almost 40% three-point, and then he goes somewhere else and look at him, back down to 30. 34 is pretty decent.
30 and 34%.
He was at 39,
Brooklyn.
almost 40% for 2 years with Luka.
Because it's not the same looks.
Yeah, that makes a huge difference. And look at how wide open Derrick Jones Jr. is, but his commitment on the defensive side, like he's one of those guys that he is the bell ringer or the bell carrier for the defense just as much as Gafford or Lively or any of those guys.
Corey, do you need another reason to like Derrick Jones Jr.?
Sure. I mean, I'm fine right now.
You love lefties.
He did bring up something in front of his locker last week, and he asked reporters, have you seen the movie We're the Millers?
Okay.
And
was it a poster of Jennifer Aniston?
Well, he made reference more to the no regrets
gotcha.
tattoo, and so I just thought you'd get a kick out of that I love it. Fun little bit of personality there
I also,
as well.
did you happen to see him and Derek Lively last night, and they were asking how you spell I think Tim Cato actually asked him, what's the appropriate way to spell Derek? Because they both spell it differently.
Oh, yeah.
And Derek Lively hopped in there, and he spelled it his way, and then Derrick Jones Jr. spelled it his way, and he was like, that's just disgusting.
That has to be one of the top 5 most controversial spelled names in life.
That is a segment that I would like to do at some point, the most controversially spelled name.
So as I was thinking about this last night, though, Kevin, I was really giving thought to what Reggie had said yesterday.
Okay.
And
as you always should.
And my mind, yes, because Reggie says things that are very thoughtful. But my mind kept going to, it was nice having him. And it is nice having him. And
I get why he says
and
that.
I'm going to be sad. I'm going to be sad when he's gone because I just don't think that you find guys like that are willing to commit like that all the time. But in my mind, it is, man, it was good to have him for this run. I don't know how far this run's going to take us. I really don't, because you're going to probably run into the wall that is the Nuggets, and that's going to be tough to face. But having a guy with his skill set is pretty special. And then I heard Bobby and Choppy this morning talking about bringing LeBron on, and I was like, I don't want to do that now that I see what P.J. Washington's doing. And so my mind is like, no, I like this group, but sometimes that affects you. In that you're like, we like our boys in blue. I like what these guys are. I'm paying them more than they're worth. And then you get a Dwight Powell contract.
Well, luckily he's on a 1-year small contract now, right? Dwight Powell.
Yes.
But I just say this to the Mavs right now that aren't listening to me. What's the point of letting him walk?
You're going to be over the cap either way.
Yeah, this is where Mark Cuban couldn't understand this because he's smarter than everybody else. You're just losing an asset for nothing.
Yeah.
What team in a championship window just says, even if you're like, that's too much money for Derrick Jones Jr., you pay it, and then a year or 2 years from then, you go, gosh, you can still trade him because he's a valuable player in the NBA. When you just
Agreed.
let him walk, you literally lose the ability to make a trade.
Yeah, I do wonder, though, on this what is one of the things, the big factors I always say for athletes, Kevin? That is contract season.
That's true.
So is this the version that we're like we just unlocked him?
I think it is,
and he is this, or this is he understands it's a money chase.
I think this is
and
definitely
he goes back to something different,
closer to the version he is. Just nobody could unlock it, or no one would give him. Remember what we talked about, I don't know, months ago, is he said he loved the fact that they gave him the green light. And he was like, I've never had a green light to shoot before.
Yeah,
and so,
everybody's seen him shoot and said no.
Yes. And so I think
let's not. You're a long guy. We're not going to ask you to
But
shoot.
last night, man, he was 6 of 6 for 15 points at half.
Yes, unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
By the way, Holland texted and said it's Derek. He said that's how it's supposed to be spelled.
I'm not lying. I'm very in on bringing up this most controversial
what other
spelled
names?
name segment for sure.
Brian might be one, too.
We're the
Jeez.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, Lake Worth, if you prefer, off of Quebec Street. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. What does the holiday slate look like, and what are the best primetime games on the 2024 NFL schedule? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Mike Bassick here, and I've had AT&T fiber internet for years, and we need the best internet with a family of 5. AT&T internet is extremely fast and highly reliable. My wife's a doctor, and she likes going outside on her computer and doing her charting. That's no problem with AT&T fiber internet. If you're tired of internet dead zones, add some Wi-Fi square footage to your new home or your existing home. AT&T fiber internet with All-Fi is
talk about some interesting parts of the NFL schedule. In case you were curious, the Chiefs are going to host the Raiders on Black Friday, but the Chiefs are already running into a problem, Mike.
Okay.
Xavier Worthy had his car stolen overnight in Kansas City. He just got there.
And that's why they need to upgrade the parking
insurance?
lots. That's why they need to upgrade those parking lots in Kansas City.
That's a good point. Now, if it
They
was
don't want to even be there anymore.
I know.
was there. They are not happy.
Well,
the
what
two
they did
owners
though,
are not happy.
What they did though, they said, "Hey, look, we're going to upgrade. We're going to need millions of dollars from y'all, Kansas City." And then everybody was like, "All right, what? Show us your renderings." And they said, "Here's our renderings. We're adding more parking lots."
Well, I think what they're going to do is they're going to move like 30 minutes away. I think they're going to try to make this vote go through the next time in. I know this sounds weird. In Kansas City or like a suburb in Kansas, they're going to get out of Missouri.
Yes.
Like the
Missouri.
Braves did, right? Like the Braves did that.
Yeah, except now you'll actually clearly be moving
gonna go to
potentially
another state.
states too.
Yeah,
which is right on the border.
And then do the vote whenever everybody's working, so nobody can actually go in and vote on it.
And whoa, my gosh,
That's what they did with
that
the
is
Braves.
true. Here's what I'm hoping we can all agree on: if you're going to steal someone's car from the Chiefs, steal Rasheed Rice's car.
Oh, bro.
Right? Like, 'cause
bro.
we don't need him behind the wheel.
That's true. That's true. He needs a driver.
He's not there, right?
And Mahomes' car. Like he's probably like, I got another one.
Well, I think the key is don't steal anyone's car.
Let me ask you this:
But you just said
you have a car situation every 6 months. It
Yep.
feels like. Okay.
Last year was really tough on our family.
All right. So when you get a car stolen and it's new, you obviously have insurance.
Yes.
Xavier Worthy has insurance.
I'm sure.
Is it better to get a car stolen in like the first 6 months of it, or like in year 5? Like as the depreciation has happened quite a bit.
Right.
Well, you got Gap insurance, right, Kevin? You got the Gap that pays off the old car, and now you got to go buy the new car and whatever the down payment was on it. So you got to
That
figure
is
all
a
that
good
out.
point.
Unless
I
you paid in
wish
cash
I
like
had
Kevin
a better
does.
idea of the finer points of Gap insurance, but yes.
Kevin pays in gold bars, so he just like walks in with a gold bar and drops it down.
If you want to ever get me a gold bar with all that Rangers money, Mike, that'd be really neat.
Okay.
They have them at Costco.
Okay. I go to Costco.
Right.
I get like 3 orange juices for like $10. My 14-year-old goes through it in 3 days. He literally drinks half a gallon of orange juice a day.
Kevin, are you suggesting that you can buy gold bars in bulk for a better price at Costco?
I think you
Right.
probably can.
It's not to bulk them.
Yeah,
I just want one.
every time I've tried to buy one, they've been like, it's sold out. I was like, dang it. All right.
Put yourself on the list.
I will do that. All right, your Thanksgiving slate: Bears, Lions.
I love that game.
Giants, Cowboys.
My
Actually,
favorite.
maybe that game will be okay with Caleb going.
Yeah.
Giants, Cowboys.
Okay.
And Dolphins, Packers.
Heck yeah.
You hate this slate, don't you?
No, it's fine. I really.
That Dolphins-Packers
So I go over to
game
my
should be
parents'
good.
house about noonish.
Okay.
So we're about at the end of the first quarter of the Lions game. So it's on as you're visiting. And then we eat around 1 to 2 o'clock. Get that done. Great meal. Love it. One of my favorite meals of the year. And then by 3:30, we're relaxed and it's just everybody's watching the Cowboy game.
Do you guys ever do dessert for halftime, or is it kind
It's
of
like whenever
come and
you
go?
want it, because
Yeah.
then you can go back at, let's say, halftime
Yep.
or later in
Yep,
the
yep,
game
yep.
and go get your, I don't even know when to call it, leftovers. You just rewarm
Sure.
up the meal that you had 6 hours ago.
Or your comfy pants. You can change into your comfy pants.
Those are your Thanksgiving pants.
Yep.
And then we leave right around the end of the Cowboy game. Like when the
Okay,
Cowboy
yeah,
game
yeah.
is pretty much decided.
Yeah.
And then I drive home and I don't watch the night game.
Okay.
Why not?
Do you watch
I don't know,
a
it's just I've
do
had
you watch a
enough football.
Christmas movie at all? I know there's some people that's a
yes,
tradition.
we used to, as when our kids were younger, Sue would put them in jammies. That's my wife. And then
It's good.
Jammies?
Yeah.
yeah, we call them jammies.
It depends
And-
on how young they are. That's
And
fine.
then we would go to a movie theater and watch, like, I don't know, they'd have a Charlie Brown movie or
Okay.
some sort of movie that was a
Yeah.
kid's movie.
Interesting.
We don't do that anymore, but we used to have that. So we used to, like, get tickets for 6, and I was like, it's fine. They're kids. I'll figure out the Cowboy game. After this is over, I'll go back and watch the fourth quarter or whatever.
Right.
But we used to have that tradition.
Okay.
And so, yeah. Like when they have all the Christmas games that you might be getting to?
Yes.
Last year, we went and watched the Iron Claw on Christmas night, and that probably wasn't the best Christmas story.
Dude, it's not exactly an uplifting
So that
movie
was-
at
Oh, I
times.
just started watching that the other day.
Yeah, I definitely want to know what you
I'm
think.
5 minutes in and I paused it, and I'll get back
Okay,
to
well,
it.
there's some dark turns in there. I just want
Yeah.
to give you a heads up so you're emotionally prepared for that.
All right.
Now, speaking of Christmas, we talked about how there'll be 2 games on Netflix this year. NFL says there'll be 2 Christmas games the year after. Obviously, Amazon will have one of those with a Thursday night package, and Netflix would then have the other one. But it sounds like, man, they're not just dipping their toe into this because Netflix is going to have it in 26 as well. They're going all out, and they're saying, we're going to make Christmas our day as well, which I'm sure the NBA is not super pumped about.
Yeah, and that's frustrating for the general fan, right? Like that doesn't have it.
Is it doesn't have Netflix? Okay,
yeah.
I gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, like the general fan that Jerry Jones has been talking to and saying, look, I think the free product's very important.
Yep.
And maybe he was just saying that as he was leveraging it against Netflix or these other companies because he was like, I don't want to give it up. Why would I want to give it up? It's free to the people. Well, that's going to kill our fan base. And they're like, well, we'll give you more money. Maybe that was it. But
do you ever think that Christians will go, these sports have really ruined Jesus' birthday, and it's really not even close to Jesus' birthday if you look at Bethlehem and the weather and everything that was happening?
No.
We're just going to move the birth of Jesus to more of its around date.
I don't. But what a shocking turn of events that would be if they're like, ladies and gentlemen, breaking news.
You can
Christmas
celebrate
is
Santa
being
Claus
relocated.
and all of that on December 25th. But
Perhaps the most popular holiday of the year is now going to try its fade out in March.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
let's do
Or
it.
August.
That's my push.
it's like the old
Let's get closer to Jesus' real birthday for celebrating it.
the preacher.
It wasn't in December.
The new preacher at the church walks in, and they're like, hey, this is a cowboy group, by the way.
Yeah.
All right? And he's like, okay. And he goes 5 minutes past noon. And then the next week he shows up, and there's a clock in the back of the church that has a Cowboys helmet at noon. And it's like, hey, man, you better know what time noon is around here.
I'm not going to lie. Our church has a 10:30 and a noon service. If there's a noon game, we're going to the 10:30 service. All right. I wanted to see what you guys thought about this. NFL.com put out a list of the top 10 primetime games. The Cowboys are in a few of them.
Heck yeah.
Number 10, but you do not believe that this will be competitive. Sunday Night Football, the Cowboys at the 49ers.
It'll be... No, I don't think it'll be competitive in the fourth quarter.
Top 5. Ravens at the Chiefs. Number 4, Rams at the Lions. Number 3, Texans at the Cowboys.
It's going to be a fun game,
November
man.
18th, Monday Night Football.
I mean, I'm not excited because one of my buddies is a really big Texans fan, and he's annoying. All right? Like, just Houston fans are annoying. That's just the way that it
Dude,
is.
somebody I really like's an idiot Thunder fan,
Yeah.
so it's been great scoreboarding him on stuff.
He's talking to you, Ruben.
I thought you were talking about Andrew Heaney. I was like, geez, man, he's a
and
good
Andrew
guy.
Heaney and Cody. Cody, you know who I'm talking about you right now. Anyway, so yeah, I'm not excited about it, but I am excited to get to watch Stroud. We've been talking, pretty highly about him for a while now, and a lot of people are like, "What's the big deal?" If you watched him play, you saw what the big deal was. And DeMeco Ryans he walked in and said, "We're winning right now," and they did. So that was interesting. So I want to watch that one for sure.
I will admit this, Mike. I'm more interested in that game, not only because I'm a Cowboys game. I think it'll be a more fun game. Here are the top 2, and I'm not so sure about this. Number 2, they have the Jets at the 49ers. I guess I still
Because
remain
of Aaron
not.
Rodgers choosing the Jets over the 49ers.
I remain not a big believer.
And he's going to figure it out, and they're going to figure it out as a team. I'm with you. I think that they can, if he's healthy, I think they can fight to maybe get 10 wins, but that's not a premium team.
Yeah.
One of their biggest things last year, Kevin, throughout the entire Hard Knocks show was our offensive line doesn't show up to a game ready. Like they showed up, they had no attitude about them, and so they went and drafted an offensive lineman with attitude. But it might take them a minute to be there. Tyron Smith has attitude. I think that they're going to be better than they were last year for sure because quarterback play is smarter. But I don't know they're going to be elite.
We're at Buffalo Wild Wings here off of Quebec in Lake Worth / Fort Worth, and right now the Jets, who have been a nothing team for my whole life, they're going over the whole Jets schedule on, I'm sure this is recorded, Get Up, because that's in the morning. But it's like, I guess the Jets to us, we struggle with this.
Just because I saw what happened last year, but
because they're in New York and maybe they're the more relevant team than the Giants right now. They're like, we have to cover a New York football team very strongly, and we're going to choose the Jets over the Giants because of Aaron Rodgers.
And number 1 on the list, the Harbaugh Bowl returns Baltimore at the Chargers. NFL.com has that as their number 1 primetime game this year.
I'm going to try to, before the season starts, I don't have a lot of them, but I'm going to try to sell all my Justin Herbert cards.
Okay.
Because I think there's hype on him because of having a new coach.
Sure.
And I do think he's very talented, but the talent has never equaled the on-field play. Now, I hate saying this. Trevor Lawrence is getting really close to that category, too.
Yeah.
And so I think this is a big year for Trevor Lawrence in that I haven't looked at Jacksonville's schedule. I'll look at it like when we get closer to the season. But he has to, I don't know his primetime games, but he has to start showing that he might be a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, or he, I think, gets into this Justin Herbert category of like, the talent's all there, but it's not.
Where the results,
it's not happening on the field.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Got Michael Young coming up in about 25 minutes. But coming up next on a busy night in DFW sports, as Meatloaf would say, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. And did you have 3 screens going yesterday? We'll do it next, live at Buffalo Wild Wings on 105 through the Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball nuggets you won't find anywhere else. Get your fix with Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, and Southpaw Mike Bassett. Weekdays at 10:40, right here on The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa Silent Guard Brakes. The NFL's view on the New York Jets stood out of their schedule release yesterday. They have 6 primetime games. That means someone in the league office has a lot of
WRLD FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, I love the turnout here at Buffalo Wild Wings. I feel bad when we jump back on air. Sometimes I've had to cut a couple of conversations a little short, but Fort Worth kind of on the edge of Lake Worth off of Quebec, having fun at Buffalo Wild Wings. And I think everybody's...
There's a few tables left, but we're pretty much sold out.
Yeah.
Like, we did it. We sold out.
What if we didn't stop the conversations? What if I just gave my headset to the listener and just said, hey, y'all can sit down and talk with Kevin and Mike for the rest of the show?
I don't know how the boss would feel about that. It would be interesting.
Yeah.
And Corey, of course...
He does it once a year for a job opening.
Uh-huh.
That's a good point.
Every year.
We're going to run
3 minutes.
We're going to run an on-the-spot fan phenom. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Everybody's favorite person here today is Corey.
Because I'm sitting at the end of the table with the free wings for a year. That's why.
And
so
you
I'm
have
the
been
easiest
access
access
at this Buffalo.
I'm the easiest access. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how it is. Mike is definitely everybody's favorite.
Yeah. I am famous. Yeah, and I've been charging them to talk to me. You guys haven't seen under the table.
Oh, my gosh.
He has a little sign right out in front of the thing that says,
what do you
"Put
call it
money
on
here."
YouTube or whatever, or Twitch? What is it when they pay $2? So they,
Subs.
subs.
Yeah.
I've been
5
getting,
gifted.
I've been getting my subs.
Oh, my gosh. All right, well, I guess now that you're talking to people for free, thank you very much for that.
Oh, this isn't free.
I wanted to know y'all's kind of breakdown, because I know Mike said yesterday you regular TV kind of switch. I know Reggie has 3 TVs. Other people are doing phone, computer, TV. How did y'all break down yesterday? And 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Yeah. I mean, obviously had the Rangers game up on the phone is how I did that one.
Or you can
right?
listen to it right here on the fan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I had it on the phone. I was watching the Stars game on the big TV to start. And then whenever the Mavs started, I was like, I gave it until the period ended or whatever. Like, it was a down moment, and I flipped it over. And I flipped it over that, and then I pulled up the laptop and watched the Stars on the laptop. And I don't know what it was. I guess my eyes just kept drifting up. Every time I'd look down, the Stars were either scoring or got scored on, and I missed it. And I was like, son of a bee, what's going on here? So this was the most difficult one, Kevin, the most difficult night for whatever reason for me to keep up with everything at the same time. And I don't know exactly why. Maybe it's because I'm a little tired.
Can you tell me, or I'll tell you how stupid I am?
Okay.
I got done throwing my son batting practice at like 7:02. And my brain forgot the Stars were on at 7
I was going to ask you that. My older son did the same thing.
You told us yesterday. You said it's a 7 o'clock puck drop. That's the only reason I knew.
I turned on the Ranger game, and John Gray's dominating. Whoever's pitching for the other team's dominating. And I get to about 7:35, and my brain finally kicks in as we're like in the 4th inning of the Ranger game because of how many outs there are quickly. I'm like, oh, crap, the Stars playoff game is on.
Yeah.
So I think when I turned it over, the Stars were up 1-0.
Yep.
I don't know. There's maybe like 8 minutes left in the first period.
And that's the period where they gave up the goal with 0.6 seconds left. That was infuriating. That is one thing I do love about – not all the streaming services are exactly the same on this if you're watching something live. So that is one reason I kind of like – direct TV or regular TV as well, because I DVR them all. So if I run into that problem you were talking about, Corey, where I just missed that and you're like, what the crap in hell just happened?
Yeah.
Then you can just kind of bounce back. Not all the streaming services run that the same where you can go back.
Yeah, it's just more difficult on Fubo. Their approach to it is not quite the same as DirecTV. I will give you that.
Didn't miss a minute of the Mavs game. Okay. I didn't miss 1 second, one play.
Which makes sense because that's your primary.
Yeah. So when they would go to commercial, I would know that I had 1:30 to 2 minutes to check out either the Rangers, which I at that point checked out a little bit of the Rangers. I did see Jose Leclerc get a big double play, and I was like, all right, we're going to win this game.
He did.
But then I was flipping over to the Stars for that kind of 1.5 to 2 minutes of action. And then when it was halftime, I knew I had, because my son was like, change it back. I'm like, dude, it's halftime. It takes 10 to 12 minutes before they start back up. So I was kind of just catching Stars action, here and there. And when I was catching, I was like, gosh, it was the desperate team theory was playing out. I'm not watching it all, but every time I'm watching, I'm like, the Stars really aren't doing too much this game, and it seemed like the Avalanche were doing the most.
I just want to drop this.
It was fun when there were 17 hockey sticks on the ground at one point.
Yeah, dude. Come on, man. Help us out just a little bit.
Yeah,
clean this up.
Clean it up, man. Look like they're going to start a fire out there.
I did want to throw this out there just as an aside, because we get this every now and again. From the 817, y'all's text bot is so sensitive. I will tell you this. If you text the word stop or something like that, you'll get the automatic, you will no longer receive text messages from us again. That doesn't mean you're blocked or anything like that.
They say you guys need to stop saying this.
Yeah.
And
it'll just take the word stop. So they're right. Our text bot is sensitive, but you could still text in and everything and get right back in the conversation. I wanted to make sure everybody knew. Just because it says that doesn't mean you're blocked or anything.
What about the person that texted earlier and said, test, this is John? And then I replied back to him and said,
John is here.
I said, good day, John. Are you from Earth?
John was in front of me, and he said, can I run a test to see if I'm blocked?
Oh, okay.
So, yes.
Where's John at, Kevin?
That is why.
Hold on, you're Ryan.
That is why.
You're not John.
It's or the word quit from the 817.
Yes.
That's another one. Or the word quit. So watch out for that. All right. I'm going to start with, we're going to talk with Michael Young in just a second. So I might kind of want to quick hit this.
Okay.
But the Rangers have continued to stay above 500 or at 500. It felt like a big win. I realize in the span of the season, there's more than 100 games to go. If you lost, it wouldn't be the end of the world. But in a run where it looked like you were probably going to start stacking up losses, it felt really positive to get a win and get an outstanding performance from John Gray.
Yes. And luckily, the schedule gets a little bit easier right now.
Yep.
With one series, and it gets tough on the road with Philly and Minnesota, but I don't know how they're going to fight through this stretch of injuries because, we kind of found out yesterday, Boch let us know a little bit, but kind of finding out more. We're probably still 2 weeks away from Evaldi possibly rejoining the team.
Yeah.
And at least one start through, another time from Dunning possibly joining the team. So I don't know. They sent Jack Leiter down. I think they made the right decision there and not make him pitch another.
That news got broken on our show, by the way.
Yeah. I would say that they're going to have to pitch a random dude at least once, if not two more times. And literally, Jack Leiter was the best option. Whether you're disappointed or not, we're all like, dang, I wanted him to be better. There's no other better option that they could go with for those three starts. So now you're going to go to an option that you think is worse, but you hope will do better.
Now, I want to take you to something very specific about the Mavericks game. All right, I'm going to go back to the first quarter. This is when I was really concerned. So, Lou Dort misses a shot. Josh Giddey grabs the rebound, feeds it to Jalen Williams, hits a three-pointer. Mavericks are still ahead 22-20. So I realized you're like, oh, it's the first quarter. Like, calm down. I get that.
Yeah, calm down, bro.
Fair. Here is why I was concerned. At that point, that was the fifth offensive rebound of the game for the Oklahoma City Thunder. And one of the things that we had talked about going into this game is like, Oklahoma City is not a good rebounding team in general. They're especially not a good offensive rebounding team. I just thought this was a bad sign for the night that they were crashing the offensive boards. But the rest of the game, so think about that. In the first 9.5 minutes, they had 5 offensive boards. The rest of the game, they had 3.
You know what?
That's crazy.
We worked together so long that we're on the same cycle.
You knew it. Don't say cycle.
I don't know what else to call it, Kevin. So Mike calls it that, so I feel like we should all just, call it that too. In that moment, I agree. There was oh my gosh, they keep getting these rebounds.
Yep.
But all of those rebounds were long rebounds, and Daniel Gafford was underneath the basket. And so that was the one thing where I was like, it's not going to be like that all night, is it?
Yeah.
And it did take a couple moments of, like, P.J. Washington went up for one. I feel like he got it off the top of the backboard where Tim shot at some point. and Daniel Gafford went up for a couple too. But
do you like how strong they came back how strong they came down with the boards as well? There was no way they were getting stripped of that board without a foul.
I saw Lively at one point grab one, and then I was like, oh man, he almost elbowed Shea in the face. But yeah, there was. I felt like that wasn't going to happen all night.
Okay,
and I think you just pointed out throughout the night it didn't. Those were long rebounds. We were underneath. We were crashing boards, and those things just happened to go out on the perimeter where they were shooting from.
I'm with what you're saying. The one thing that did hurt the Mavs is P.J. Washington picked up 2 fouls in the first 4 minutes.
Yeah,
and he's such a premium rebounder. I didn't realize he even had 10 last night
because he does it so quietly, right?
Yeah, and so I thought when they had to take him out and bring kind of Josh Green in early, who's obviously not as big or as physical.
Sure.
I was worried about what you were talking about too, because the energy in the building, and I thought at 8-2 to start the game, I was like, oh crap, this is going to play out the way I thought, hoping to be wrong. And then luckily, Mavs make a couple buckets. They then go on a run of their own, and then they close it, and they're winning at the end of the first. I was like, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it up by 2 at the end of 1.
But Kevin, when you look, I know they have decent team rebounding for Oklahoma, but they don't have any. Like Chet Holmgren had 4. And the rest, we had 3 guys that had 10. And those are 3 guys that we expect to have 10, or at least 2 of them we expect to have 10.
Yeah.
And that right there, that makes me know that they're going, how do we beat these guys right now?
And you saw the dream scenario play out yet again. Maybe we'll talk about this more tomorrow, but as you want to see the rotational patterns happen for your big guys, Gafford and Lively, I think, played every second of the game, or just about every second of the game. They combined for 20 points and 17 rebounds. Like, when we drew this up, all the times that we had nobody, that was the dream. Like, hey, can we get somebody? Hey, can we get a couple of people? And you've seen, since game 1,
like most of Dirk's career,
pretty much,
most of Jason Kidd's career.
Pretty much. Most of the franchise history.
We've never had centers.
The last 8 years we've been running literally Dwight Powell out there.
Yes.
And Maxey.
And outside of game 1, you have seen Lively, Gafford for the vast majority of every game. And in terms of, they miss a minute and a half. And so you saw that play out to perfection. Yet another reason you turned it around on the boards. I'm so glad the Mavericks won, but early in the first, that was my concern. And then they flipped a switch, and it wasn't a problem.
Stop being so concerned, bro. Just trust in Kidd.
Come on, we all get concerned.
Luka got healthy, and Luka became a man. I don't know if he's going to stay a man when it comes
in terms of not complaining.
Yeah,
I know Luka got 10. But there were times when there were balls that I was like, oh, man, I felt like Luka could have gone up for that, and he didn't. And I do wonder, he played his game last night. He looked good at certain things. It wasn't an overtly physical game. You all agree it wasn't one of those that we've seen the last in games 3 and 4?
I thought it was probably less physical.
I just didn't think it was as physical as those by any means.
Yeah.
And I felt like he did a pretty decent job of avoiding a lot of contact too. But I also didn't see the same lift whenever he was going up for rebounds. He kind of let things settle to him. But he has such great understanding of watching the spin on the ball, knowing where a rebound is going to be, and being in that place. He's very good at being in the right spot.
Last thing is he got to the top of the backboard and swatted that 99-90 layup off of the top of the board.
Yes.
Or the bottom of the
I
board.
was going to say, wasn't that? I know Shay's. He did jump up and swat
was
one.
Was that right after he had been blocked too? Sorry,
it was 99-90. It was right about a minute to go, and you're like, probably going to win this game. In fact, last thing. Me and my son are like, there's a minute left. Don't take out
everybody.
I was like, if they go down and hit a 3 and then we turn it over and they hit another 2, it's a 6-point game. Let's not play with fire here. But
they still had all their guys out there.
We knew Derrick Lively was going to make all his free throws.
Damn right. Mavericks win 104-92. They take that series advantage 3-2. I know the Stars lost. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But they are also up in their series 3-2. Both teams went away from this being the first time in history that they've both made it to the Western Conference Final in the same year. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, perhaps Lake Worth, if you prefer, right off of Quebec. Coming up next, we will bring on Texas Rangers Hall of Famer Michael Young. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Now the 2-1 pitch is swung on and a high fly ball into deep left center field. Back goes Sheffield at the wall, leaps in the air, and that's gone. And so Michael Young, the kid from Los Angeles, comes home to hit a home run at Dodger Stadium. And that's got to be a lovely moment in his life.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, kind of on the border of Lake Worth off of Quebec. If you want to come see us, but right now we bring to you the man who hit that home run that Vin Scully called. He's in the Rangers Hall of Fame. He'll be in Allen for the Dallas Card Show this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Young, how are you today?
Hey, what's going on? Thanks for having me.
I know it's been a while, but how amazing is it to have that first home run and have Vin Scully be the guy who's calling your first home run?
I'm so glad that was played. I mean, honestly, there are certain parts of my career that I've kind of just forgotten about, but that is not one of them. I mean, my first home run, I had about 50 to 75 friends and family that day. Heard the recording of it the following day. Vin Scully, man. I mean, say no more. So honestly, it was my first career homer. Randomly in an interleague game in LA, and to have the legendary Vin Scully call it was a huge highlight for me.
I think you were playing at the time, but there is about 3 innings of a Dodgers game that he called, and he just talked about manta rays and and sharks and stuff. And it was the most captivating stuff. I was like, this is amazing. So if you ever get a chance to listen to it, take that time. It's great. All right, Mike?
Yeah, you got it. You got it for sure.
I've always been curious about this. You were, and Ron Washington described this to me about you and everybody else he ever talked to about you. You were like the epitome of professional when it came to 162 and the grind of baseball and going through it. No matter if it was good or bad, you always had not necessarily a politically correct answer, but you had a really good, real answer about what was going on. What does it take to get through 162? What was that for you and your personal every day I'm going to go with this kind of mentality?
I mean, it's kind of a sliding scale, right? I mean, my answers to the press were totally politically correct. I mean, you could go ahead and slap me with that one. I mean, I wasn't trying to give them anything, right? But I mean, when it comes to my communication with the staff, with Wash, obviously, and with my teammates, I'll be much more upfront and kind of, telling them what I really, really thought. And when you're trying to get through 162, it is really, really difficult. Baseball's a trip like that, man. I'm a fan of all sports. We're in the, NBA playoffs right now. The Mavs are doing great. It's fun to watch. I love the NFL. I love college football. But there's something about, summertime baseball in the big leagues that is incredibly special. I mean, right now the Colorado Rockies have won 7 straight. And I'm not trying to throw any shade towards the Colorado Rockies, but you just don't see teams in the NFL ripping off winning streaks like that. They're headed towards the first pick in the draft. They just don't do it. And baseball is a really unique and special sport in that sense. A lot of things can happen over the course of 162 games with very, very few off days. And when you're a really, really good team and you hit a cold stretch and you're slightly banged up like the Rangers are now, you got to figure out a way to kind of pound your way through it and keep your head above water and keep fighting. It really does reveal a lot about a lot of people, how you find a way to gut through a season.
Let me ask you something specifically, because we kind of saw it yesterday. How much does it help in that one instance where you have a starting pitcher who that day is like, nobody's touching me, like John Gray was yesterday? Like, he talked about it. You're hurt, you're losing, but you got that guy on the hill, and you're like, we're not going to lose today.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, you can try and figure out a way to figure out how a team isn't hot or how they're going to get hot. But at the end of the day, the answer pretty much always comes back down to starting pitching. And if your starting pitchers are doing really, really well, your offense can take a big, gigantic breath, relax, and do what they're really, really good at. So if your starting pitching is setting a really positive and aggressive tone for your ball club, you're going to have a chance to rip off some games where you hang up some W's and set a really, really good tone for your summer.
So, Michael, I'm going to ask you this, being a pitcher and then knowing how many runs are getting scored for me versus my other starting pitchers at times. Do you guys know, like, Andrew Heaney just cannot get a run scored for him to save his life right now. And I thought the other day on the mound, he was pitching good, but I thought he got a little bit frustrated just because the pressure of just kept pitching in a 0-0 game for about a 2-week stretch here. Do you guys damn, how come we don't hit well when this dude's on the mound?
100% you're aware of it as an offense, no doubt. And again, it's one of those things that pops up over 162. You guys mentioned 162, and there's a ton of layers in that. And I remember one specific example was in 2013. I was playing in Philly, and Cole Hamels was obviously one of our best pitchers. And Cole went through a stretch in the first half where he was just doing Cole Hamels things and just shoving. And we could not get a run for him. I mean, and it became a thing. Like, we knew that Cole was not getting any run support. We knew Cole was throwing the ball incredibly well, and we couldn't figure it out. I remember after the game, we were sitting in the locker room and actually in the kitchen, and I went and got like a round. We had an off day, the fun day. I got like a round of beers. I put them around. I looked at Cole and I said, "Cole, I don't even know what to say." Like, I didn't even. It was beyond an apology. It was beyond. And Cole just kind of smiled, and he's like, "Hey, man, that's part of it." And it's true. There's really no way to explain it, but. To answer your question, yes, as an offense, you're completely aware that you're struggling to score for a guy who's out there battling every 5 days.
Well, with Heaney specifically, he's an Oklahoma City Thunder fan, so you think that has anything to do with it?
That's awesome.
Did you? I know Cole Hamels reacted the right way. Did you ever have a pitcher who's like, "Don't say a damn thing. Don't say a word to me because I don't want to hear it."
I mean, no, but probably to your point, I knew Cole would react that way, so that's why I probably said something, and there's probably other guys who wouldn't. I'd probably just go the opposite freaking direction and not say anything to him.
I'd love your perspective, Michael, on this. And I know when you came up, you were traded from Toronto, and you didn't have kind of maybe the Wyatt Langford or the Jack Leiter pressure to be the next great player of the Texas Rangers. Can you kind of talk about maybe what they're going through? And obviously they haven't got off to the best starts, but I do feel like they've kind of put a lot of pressure on themselves because of where they were picked and the expectations on them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I didn't have anything like what these two guys, and if you can probably throw Evan in that mix too, about what they have to deal with in terms of the pressure, right? I was not a first rounder. I didn't have that kind of, weight on my shoulders that these guys have, and especially in Wyatt's case when, a year ago now, he's probably taking finals and getting ready for the SEC tournament, and here he is in the big leagues. Like, that to me just is mind-blowing that he's even doing this right now. So I'm sure it's difficult, but again, I think these are one of those things where it's really, really going to pay dividends down the road. If they can figure out a way to kind of get through this first stretch of their career and really process everything productively and go out there and get through this first turn of the league. By the time they get to the second one, they can kind of like relax a little bit, trust their ability a little bit more, and then go out there and play. I think the biggest thing for any young player is to be incredibly confident, no matter what. One of the things that's always talked about in any sport really is, what comes first? Is it production or confidence? What's the chicken or the egg? And for me, it's definitely confidence. You've got to make sure you maintain confidence, even when you're going through a stretch where you're not being productive. If you do, your teammates will see it. They'll feed off of it. I think in even a small sense, the people you play against see it and will feed off of it. And if you can do that, you're going to put yourself in a position to turn this thing around really, really quickly. But your confidence cannot waver, man. You got to drag that through those doors every single day. If you do that, you're going to be okay.
And being a veteran player and an all-star and maybe having a young guy come up, let's just say it was like a Wyatt Langford, a position player, would you kind of just keep telling him that? How would you, as maybe a leader of the team, talk to a Wyatt Langford through? He's not doing bad. He just hasn't had maybe the power numbers everybody thought.
Sure. I think the biggest thing you tell them is, is that, one, it's the same game they've always played. But I think the biggest thing is just to really, really dig in and trust themselves. They're going to have stretches where they're going to struggle. It happens, man. You can go through down the big leagues right now and look at a bunch of really, really good players or pitchers, and they're not off to great starts. It happens every single year. So I think the biggest thing that you tell them is to, again, you have to make sure that you maintain your confidence. And, again, what you want to do is look at it as an opportunity. There's a lot of players in this league who are really, really talented, and they get it to a rough stretch, and they kind of go the other direction, and they can't really stop the bad momentum. I think the really, really good ones see a slump or a tough start as an opportunity to kind of show what they're made of. That's their chance to say, all right, this is who I am. Anyone can go out there when you're on fire and they throw the white thing and you're going to stick it because you're just hot, right? Anyone can hit like that. There's players in A-ball who can hit the big leagues for a stretch who are just get hot. But when you're struggling, that's when you really, really kind of see what guys are made of. So for me, I would tell those guys, hey, man, it's an opportunity to really, really kind of announce what you're all about. And this is baseball. Congratulations. You picked a really, really tough freaking sport.
How much should we blame Mike Bassick then for the expectations on Wyatt Langford in preseason? He was like, he's going to be the MVP, I think, guys.
He's a top 10 MVP.
Oh, yeah, top 10 MVP. So should we blame Mike for that?
It's my fault. It is. Sorry.
He's not over, boys. He's not over. He's not I'm not going to – one thing I won't do is I'm not going to put any predictions on the kid, but I'm also not going to put any limits on him. To Mike's point, man, you're talking about an incredibly talented young kid who's mentally tough, who's hungry, who wants to be good, and he's just playing in the big leagues right now. I mean, shoot, man, Corey Seager went through a stretch when the big leagues was just hard, and Corey Seager is an all-world hitter, right?
Yeah.
It's a tough game, man. It's a tough game. It's a tough league. Whether you're a hitter or a pitcher, it is hard up there. More so than any other sport, I think, is when you really, really see kind of this fluctuation in performance, whether you're an established vet or a young kid. It's a tough game up there.
And I was showing Michael at the end of April last year, Gunnar Henderson was batting under 200 with 4 RBIs and 1 home run or something, and he ended up having the 4th best WAR in the American League, won Rookie of the Year, and I think finished top 5 in MVP. So I'm still obviously hoping that Wyatt Langford can kind of somewhat Gunnar Henderson his season when he gets back.
Could happen, man. I mean, you're right. You look at Gunnar Henderson now, and he's probably headbutting Juan Soto for the MVP of the league right now. It's you look at Jackson Holliday, top prospect in the game, consensus, had to go back down to AAA. Not a bad thing. Just has to regroup a little bit. Again, it can be tough, but again, maintain your confidence, and they should be just fine.
Well, I just want you to know, since sometimes you know how us media people are, the headline we're going to push out of this interview is Michael Young says Wyatt Langford's still the favorite to win Rookie of the Year and likely top 5 MVP.
Exactly. Michael Young says he'll win the MVP and pass Barry Bonds in 3 years.
There you go. You heard it right here on the Fan.
I'm okay with that. I think I'm going to be okay with it. One of the other things I was kind of curious about is because we're watching this Rangers group right now defending the title. But, I mean, you went through this experience of you played the most baseball. You played more baseball than anybody for 2 straight years. And I'm kind of curious, coming off of a World Series run, did you notice your body felt differently going into the next season or throughout the next season because of, what the amount of baseball you played the year before?
That's a good question. I did not. I felt good. I felt fine.
But you're Michael Young, yeah.
No. I honestly, I think for the rest of my team, I think we probably, if you compare, say, 2010 and 2011, right, a very deep run in 2010, and in 2011 we caught some breaks, right? We were really, really healthy the following year, probably healthier the following year, and this team has been snake bitten by a little bit of injury so far. So it's always kind of a different deal, but for us, like at least for me personally, no, I felt fine physically. You want to get to a point where you have your healthy team, and then you can really, really start getting back to that championship feel. When you have a really, really good team, it's a special feeling during the season when you can honestly, you walk into a series and the other team is looking at you a little bit differently, right? And all you got to do is kind of like, you're already walking in with a higher stack of poker chips. You just got to kind of like push them a little bit, and then they're going to fold. It's a weird feeling, man. And I remember one time you just had this incredibly competitive group. And again, we're all hoping for the same thing, that we can get healthy with this group now and they can have that feeling all over again. Because I remember one time we were in 2011 and we played one team. I remember who it was, but I won't say their name. They weren't very good. and we played a Friday, Saturday, Sunday series against them. And after the Saturday game, we were literally yelling at them from the dugout because we felt like they quit. And we were screaming at them to give us something. Like, we felt like they looked at us and they'd already quit. And we're yelling in the bottom of the eighth from our dugout to push us. Like, is this all you got kind of thing? And I mean, again, we're dying for some competition. We're dying to go out there and play hard. And that's honestly, like, what I think a lot of good teams feel. I'm pretty confident the Dodgers and the Braves and those kind of teams that really, really do really well every single year, they feel that way all the time.
Now I'm clearly looking through the schedule of that year right now to try to determine which team that was and see if we can figure that out. Now,
we'll figure it out.
Yeah,
we will.
We'll figure it out. We'll just text you and you can be like, yep. So we have multiple people who have been texting in that just want to let you know how much the Rangers fan base still loves you, which obviously segues into something that I think is super fun. Dallas Card Show this weekend. Dallas Card Show has always been super great to us in terms of our charitable causes. You're going to be signing there on Saturday. How cool is it to just kind of like interact with the people? And then a follow-up, are you into baseball cards or different cards in general?
So the first one, the first part of your question is, yeah, I look forward to these things because, I have my job with the team now, but for the most part, I try and kind of like, I don't have much of a desire to be in the public eye. Not to say that I'm big enough to, I can't with that. It's so miserable. I'm not saying that at all. But like, I don't really, venture out in the public eye much anymore. And that's by design. I spend a lot of time with my family. I go to a lot of my kids' games, and that's pretty much it. So, but when I do have the opportunity to get back out there and kind of re-engage with a lot of Ranger fans, I love it. I have a blast. And, to shake some hands and say what's up to some people who I might recognize or meet some people who I don't. I really, really do enjoy it. So I'm looking forward to that. The second part, when I was a kid, not anymore. No, matter of fact, like I have a bunch of my cards scattered around the house. I'm like, I don't even recognize them. The kids use them for like all kinds of crap. They don't care either. They just throw them everywhere.
Oh no!
They don't care. Oh yeah, they do not care at all. Yeah, they don't care. But when I was a kid, oh my God, I was a baseball card machine when I was a kid, man. Like the prizes, the Ken Griffey Jr. card with the hat over the thing and the gold chain.
Yep.
I mean, that is my favorite card ever. My dad gave me a Willie Mays card when I was cool. It's still in the case and mint condition, all the stuff. So I loved baseball cards when I was a kid. Yeah.
All right, so Michael, I do love baseball cards, and I still buy them today. And I bought some cards after spring training because I saw this 17, almost 18-year-old Sebastian Walcott. And I know you're part of the organization, so maybe you've got to – I know he's not off to the fastest start, but he is so young. Can you give us your assessment of what Sebastian Walcott could be when he keeps, maturing and growing?
Yeah, I mean, so when we were in spring training this year, we, a lot of us have kind of like obviously seen him a little bit, but for a lot of the staff in big league camp, they really hadn't seen him. And we had a little, inner squad in the backfields, playing shortstop, gets the ball on the backhand side, and a lot of times 17-year-olds, Mike, I mean, you can attest to this, like, you just have like this crazy motor, right? So if you see like a shortstop who's 17, he kind of like gets the ball to his backhand, he's going to go there as fast as he can, the transfer is going to be fast, his feet are going to be moving 100 miles an hour, he's going to throw it as hard as he can, and who the hell knows where the ball's going to go, right? Walcott goes, picks it clean, looks it first, 2 steps, and just throws an absolute feed across the field. But again, it's one of these things that as a player, you really look at body language. In that one play, the body language said, like, I'm the best player on the field. And he's playing like a big league inter squad. And all of the big league staff kind of looks around like, okay, now, whoa, what was that? So he's one of those dudes, right? Like when you watch him play, he's a very physical kid. He's tall, he's strong, like you said, being so young. The physical, he checks every physical box. So now at that point, you just want to coach him up and get him out there where he is getting consistent at bats. And our minor league staff, from the front office side to the coaching side to the development side, they do an unbelievable job with these kids. So he's in really, really good hands. But like you said, tough start. But again, I really do believe that if you get off to a tough start when you're young, it could be a good thing, right? Because you're going to go through a stretch again in your career where it doesn't go well. The more you learn from it and the more you can kind of troubleshoot your way out of it, sooner than later, you're going to be in really good shape. So a ridiculously talented kid, and it's going to be fun to watch him develop.
Last thing I got for you, how proud are you of Bassick for rising through the broadcasting ranks? And then also, my quick research, was it Cleveland or Oakland that you guys said, hey, don't just quit on this series?
Well, the first one, so proud of Mike. Look at him, man. Just starts slinging the Emmys his way. The second one, I have absolutely no comment on.
All right. Yeah.
Man, awesome stuff.
It may or may not be true that it was both.
Okay. All right, man. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Everybody is sending in so much love for you, and I hope you feel that from the fan base now and this weekend. Thank you very much, good sir.
I appreciate it, guys. You guys take care, man. Always good to hear from you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Young right here on 105 through the Fan. And I just want to shout out Michael Young as well, because we do Peace-a-thon every single year. Michael Young autographed one of those rookie cards for us, and then he's going to be at the Dallas Card Show on Saturday. Dallas Card Show, always super generous with, you know, when we got the Johnny Effin football and Ricky Williams, let's smoke some weed about it jerseys. That is who we got those from. And so he'll be there in Allen Saturday signing autographs. I'll be out there if you want to chat.
That is cool, man.
I can't make it. Again, what's
How
wrong
sad
with me?
are you about that?
I don't like it. But I just have the Rangers Friday and Sunday for Bally's, and then Saturday my son has a baseball thing. My other son has 2 basketball games, so I'm out.
They do it. They have like a pretty massive section of Pokemon cards.
Oh my God! Yeah,
right? Yeah. I remember being out there and seeing
tables
that.
or whatever it is.
All right,
700 now.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever kind of collectible you're interested in, you'll probably find it.
I have a feeling I'm gonna be rolling through on Saturday.
Dude,
so be
people
ready.
ask for you at that show all the time, Corey.
He's too big. We've been number one for a little bit
busy. But Carter is so into Pokemon right now that like
Lots
that's
of Pokemon.
Yeah, so that's where he needs to go to one of these shows so that he can learn the process of bartering and all that too. So
this will definitely give you an economic teaching right there. Right now,
from the 469, I'm the one that got the rookie card signed from Michael Young.
Oh!
So they're Toloing, baby.
I got
Love
a
it.
sign from him.
Well, okay, I think he means he won it for Peace-a-thon, but there's nothing I can do to stop the opinions of Mike Bassick.
Here
It's
we
time
go.
for Mike Likes It.
Well, let's talk more about the schedule.
You
My butt.
don't give
No,
a
I don't.
damn
I
about
don't.
that.
The Cowboys are America's team, and I can't wait for them to start in 4 months or whenever it
Lies.
starts. All right, so I want to go back to the Mavericks real quick because if you weren't listening earlier, I totally get it. It's a lot later in the show right now at 12:45 versus 10:10. I'm still just amazed, and I'm bringing it back up. Maybe you can take it in another direction, but I'm still just amazed at Luka being able to not be distracted at any point and any time during a game with the refs. Like, I've never seen that ever in
You
a
think
regular
that's a
season.
bigger deal than his knee just kind of magically seeming like it was better?
I think they're both a big deal.
Okay.
I don't know which one to put first. The miracle, I don't know which one do you put as a bigger miracle. He looked completely and totally healthy after playing about 12 games where he did not look healthy at all. Or that he, for the first time in his professional life, I didn't watch him play too much Euro League,
right?
That he didn't argue with the ref for pretty much the whole game.
The only time I saw him argue with a ref is when he was like literally laying on the floor because there had been a collision.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think he should have got that foul call because it was just like run a basketball, but I thought I get where you're going with that. I think the physical part's a bigger deal. Like, I understand what you're saying 100%, but his physical and mental focus in there picked up another 30-plus point triple-double. Compare this triple-double to the Game 4 triple-double.
I didn't text you because
it's shockingly different.
you texted after that game. You said worst triple-double ever in the history of the basketball.
Mark.
And I was like, oh, man. But I wanted to text you last night and be like, best one we've seen from him. And, like, it was fantastic. No, it's not his best.
You know
but it
I'm not
was great.
wrong about Game 4. That was a bad
No, it was.
triple-double.
I think the great thing is Luka did mention it. I just had no clue. I had no idea going into it. I said this. It's obvious. Shea's better than Luka. Through 4 games, there's no doubt. If you're watching these games, it's fine. We can give the excuse, and it's a legitimate excuse that Luka's hurt.
Sure.
But Shea, through 4 games, was better than Luka, and it really wasn't super close. And so we thought, well, can he be close to? I think you might have said, Corey, yesterday, can he match? Can we at least get it even? Can we get it even on the Shea-Luka matchup?
Yeah.
And it was like, and I hope so. I'm just like, I'm hoping at one point Luka can play better than Shea, but maybe I'm crazy for even thinking that because of the injury
Now
situation.
you don't feel that way.
And he outplayed Shea, and Shea had a good game. I'm not even saying Shea had a bad game, but
he's had consistently good games.
He's been pretty much the same player almost every game, Shea. But I was just like, wow, two things happened that nobody could have predicted. Maybe if my theory is this. My theory is for the first time in the playoffs, and probably maybe the first time this year, Luka took a cortisone shot in that knee to stop the pain.
Okay.
Because as long as the doctor believes a cortisone shot can stop the pain if he puts it in the right spot, it does. It is the most miracle, amazing thing I ever had. I couldn't throw a ball 15 feet, shot up cortisone, and the next day I could throw the ball, and it was like I never got hurt. And I was like, I can't believe this. Now, eventually it wears off. I'm not saying the next day, but over time it will wear off if the injury doesn't either heal itself or, the cortisone eventually wears off. But I'm assuming that, and my hope and assumption is that cortisone shot can now, if you win one of the next two games, get you through the rest of the playoffs. You have about a month. If you made it to the NBA Finals, you have about a month of basketball left. Does that make sense?
Okay, it might not now the way you describe, but yes, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Does that change at all? Like, you want Minnesota to pick up a game to force them to go to Game 7, or you like, if we cortisoned it up, I'm not as concerned about like the days of rest.
If that's we don't know, right? At least I haven't seen. Maybe I missed it if they did say, yeah, we shot him up, but I have not seen that out there in the world that they gave him a cortisone shot, because that's the only thing that makes sense to me, how he could be that healthy after. And it was just a 1 day off.
Yeah.
You have today off and you have tomorrow off, and then you play Saturday here at home.
But even if they did, and I know the cortisone has its time limit, you're reducing inflammation by having more time off. So I'm going to go yes.
Okay.
Give me more time. I understand what we're saying here, but I'll take the time. Anything to get him off his feet, man.
I'm with you, and the longer the playoffs go for teams, and the more 7-game series that they have to play, where it goes all 7. The more fatigued a team can get. It's an interesting question. Is it tonight, Minnesota and Denver?
Ooh,
I haven't looked yet.
Yeah,
there was a line from Luka, by the way, last night too, after the game, where he said that Kai reminded him that he plays basketball because he loves it, and I wonder how much that
is interesting.
Changed his whole perspective on it, and
that's
that
a great
approach.
point, man.
So,
that's a great point.
I think that's a small thing that you definitely have to remind yourself of. You get to play for a living. You don't have to work for a living, and I get it. There's a lot of work that goes into playing at the highest level, but it is an unbelievable job. Sometimes when you think about it, and you dreamed about this your whole life.
You're living
being
it
in
now.
these situations. So don't take it as the biggest pressure. Take it as you've reached this goal, and now you get the test, the fun test of seeing if you can accomplish this goal. And so I love that Kyrie said that. I'll change this. It's weird because Kyrie didn't have a bad game yesterday, but once again, you're kind of I heard Gavin Dawson say this, and he's probably really right about this, because he grew up a big Portland fan and still has Portland blood in him. He's like, when you watch Damian Lillard, he can't win a championship as the best player. It's impossible because he's too little. And what happens is in the playoffs, you start putting these 6'7" guys on you that are long and as athletic as you, and you are giving up 4 inches, and it makes it very difficult. And I'm guessing, I don't know this, is this just Kyrie in the playoffs? Not that he's bad. He's not bad, and he's making plays. I don't want to take a shot at Kyrie at all. I love what he's doing, but him getting clean looks, him being a 25 to 30 point scorer, especially in this series with the guys that are guarding him that are much bigger than him, it seems to give him issues.
Does it feel like, I'm not disagreeing with your broader point, does it feel like at all some of those pretty clean looks he's quick to still distribute, because he's like, that's probably a better look if all things are even?
He's making the right play.
Didn't Grant Hill, though? I thought Grant Hill made a big comment with about 6 minutes to go in the game, and he said, you had the shot, you made the right play, but passing to Derrick Lively or Daniel Gafford, Gafford is in a way not the right play, because you had a 8-foot, 10-foot jumper that probably Chet can't block. You threw the alley-oop that got a foul, but in this moment, this situation, how clutch it is, You do it.
Yeah,
It's time
Gafford's
for you to
likely
do it.
going to be 1-1 from the line or 0 for 2, and you're more likely
Yeah.
going to be 2 for 2. You're the better guy. You're the guy you need to do it. That's a big factor.
But I don't want this to sound like at all I'm taking shots at Kyrie. I thought he played a very good game, but when you look at the box score,
Okay,
you're kind of like, ooh, like I hope that he can maybe be able to take over Game 6 at one point against Oklahoma City, where they're like, oh crap, now we have to deal with this.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. How encouraging is it? Here's my positive spin since they won.
It.
How encouraging is it that you're one win away from the Western Conference Final at a time where maybe you haven't seen peak Kyrie in this series and you've seen a hobbled Luka, and yet you're still here?
Yeah, no, this is surprising with the way they've played. Even Kenny Smith last night said, I can't believe we could ever look at a game where Luka and Kyrie combined for 43 points and they easily won a playoff game. He's like, there's no way before the trades that they could go under 50 and they'd have any chance to win a playoff game.
That's
And
what I
would
thought
say,
yesterday,
And I'd say if you'd have never made these trades, first of all, you'd never be in this situation. Second of all, it would be under 60 and you couldn't win because you're going to have to get 130 to have a chance to win.
By the way, shout out to Luka.
baby?
Shout out to Luka for that 3/4.
Holy cow!
That was what I was going to talk about in the C block, Kevin.
Okay, we'll skip past
you know what?
that.
Never mind. Never mind. We're not doing the C block today.
I got a different.
No, that was amazing, and that was awesome. I was kind of curious your thoughts on PJ Washington bringing the ball up the court more early in that game. I thought that was an interesting. Like they get the tip. PJ turns around and says something to Luka, and then he's bringing the ball up the court. And I was like, oh, and this is different.
Maybe
and
take away
also
a little bit of physicality as Luke is getting bumped by Lou Dort.
Yeah, maybe that was just giving him Luka a little bit of a break to start the game and not being so physical. And then the other part was, and y'all talked about the trades. Oklahoma City essentially facilitated both of these trades for Gafford and Lively. So it's kind of awesome.
Oh, yeah.
That's holy cow.
Even though they love Case and Wallace, and I get why they love him.
But that's a good point, man. I still go back, and I remember this vividly. By the way, we're one win away apiece from it being the Western Conference Finals that we called of Mavericks versus Nuggets. I just remember when we were at the Super Bowl, some people were hyped who were like really hoop heads. There's a lot of apathy about the move for Gafford. And you look back at it now.
Because of the KP thing, for sure.
And you're just like, holy cow, I'm really, really glad that we made that move. That was a huge deal for the Mavericks.
I just really hope, we'll obviously talk about it tomorrow, but that the desperate team theory doesn't play out in Game 6 for Oklahoma City on the road the way it played out for the Avalanche in Dallas last night. Because if Dallas thinks we have this because we're at home and we're up 3-2, I'm not saying you can't win Game 7, but, man, if you pass up the opportunity to win Game 6 at home because you're just like, we didn't have the energy we needed. We didn't know that they were going to come out and play for their lives and that their whole, like, guys, Oklahoma City's lives are on the line. They're going to come out with the best energy they've had all series, and they're going to keep that energy up. It doesn't mean they're going to win, but you can't go into it going, let's see if they want to win this game. Oklahoma City, I know they're young. They're going to really want to win the game, and they are going to play very hard.
This is a Luka 50 game.
Ooh, and you know.
That's what I'm putting on it.
And even if it's not, when does Kyrie lose an elimination game?
Never. And Pete DeBoer, never.
Just a good point.
I just saw where on MLB Network, Max Scherzer moved to the 60-day injured list.
He did.
Yeah.
I think that came out yesterday afternoon, I think. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, on the edge of Lake Worth, off of Quebec, where Corey might still give you the opportunity to win free wings for a year. He will also give you next the C block.
My kid asked me if I wanted to hang out with him this summer, and when he told me what he wants to do, I think I'm going to get murdered. We'll talk about it next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
About to be masterpiece, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, off of Lake Worth, where, yes, we're having a conversation. I will try to continue our conversation until the second we go back on the air. Corey Majors. It's time for the C Block, which makes it most popular, but also I know you gave out some free wings and free wing coupons today. That made you even more popular.
That's true. That is very true.
I was thinking about wearing my Wang Mavericks jersey today.
Why'd you pause that long? I'm thinking about wearing my Wang.
Well, because I still have a Wang Juju jersey.
Why would you do that?
Because it's awesome, because on the back it says Wang. And so I was like, we're at Buffalo Wild Wings, but then I could say I wore my Wang jersey.
He's got his Wang jersey on. That's Mike, you know what?
Number 16.
I'm actually disappointed. You went with the Jason Kidd look today instead.
I was thinking about it. Just, you know, I dropped the ball without wearing my Wang jersey.
Yep, that is true.
What did your wife say to you in the morning? She's like, are you seriously wearing that?
T-shirt underneath or sleeves?
No, I was just going to put it over this because I knew it was going to be a rainy, wet day. But I haven't even taken the tags off of it. I literally bought it,
and it's just been hanging.
Yeah, I think it's a really. You can't get Wang jerseys anymore,
God.
And it's not like they made a lot of them.
So your Wang's just hanging in the.
Stop it!
I got this at Reunion Arena. I got this jersey at the arena.
Wow!
Not even at the AAC.
At the hangar?
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
So,
I see what. Don't you?
That's
dare.
what it's called.
You guys got the Wang at the hangar?
See, I knew that's what was about to happen, Chris. I knew that's where we were going with this.
Chris has really stepped up his game. I remember when you were a rookie, Chris. You are a vet, man.
Dude, I sucked. Yeah, it was much better.
Well, we didn't say that, but
hey,
since you did,
it happens.
We'll just let it.
Yeah, that's why they're called rookies. They're not called all-stars.
Speaking of, is like Derrick Lively is no longer playing like a rookie, right? Like that's. I know I didn't really want to talk that long
Isn't
about
he a better free throw shooter than Gafford.
Well, and it was the moment when Kyrie Irving told him, "Look, I'm giving you the freedom to know that you can do that." And and he's not playing like a rookie defensively. Offensively, early in the playoffs, he was like he would get a little
he was timid,
rush things and go too fast, and
I agree with both your talk.
And now here he is looking like he's just much more comfortable in what they're doing. And I do think that free throw moment was a big deal for him. That's awesome. He looks like a vet, and I like it.
Now, what'll be interesting is we haven't gone further, but if you do play Jokic, and now all of a sudden he's playing the best player in the world for approximately 20 to 25 minutes. Not that I'm going to say, gosh, Derrick Lively, like, it doesn't matter. Rudy Gobert's a 4-time NBA Defensive Player of the Year. And
he made him look like a fool.
Yeah, and obviously Karl Anthony Towns is a veteran all-star who's also a center. And Naz Reid is a really good basketball player. And it doesn't matter. There's nothing you can do to slow down that guy.
All right, so I do want to point out, Kevin, a lot of people are here because we're here today.
100%. They're all here
Buffalo Wild Wings. Well, there was one guy that just walked up to you and told you a story that he got here, came inside and sat down and started ordering and everything, and then, heard us on over the speakers in here. And he was like, I just was listening to them on the radio out in the car, and then he heard something happen. He was like, oh, they're here, and he started looking around, and he saw that we were in here. So some people were
that's
just
wild.
They were just coming to eat, and
You're
they
lying.
No, he's right over there,
Hey.
and then he's got to see his favorite radio show.
How does it feel to be this famous?
Is
it overwhelming?
It's
delightful.
amazing.
Thank you guys
I'm
very
gonna have
much.
to. I'm gonna have to gate
At this
my
point,
house. You know.
Do you think you're more famous than Michael Young?
No. I did text Michael Young though, Kevin. I just told him thanks, and he said absolutely
alone.
he loves being on with us.
Did he admit which team it was?
No,
or if it
I
was
didn't want to
both of them?
ask him. So
we got that dead to rights. You heard how hard he was laughing.
Well, you got to do the blink twice if it's Cleveland, blink once if it's Oakland.
You know, it is amazing. I'm taking your C block up.
It's all right.
When I leave the hotel with the Texas Rangers and there's autograph people there, I swear to you, every time I look, the 5 guys that are there to get 7 million autographs all look at each other, and they're like, we don't
know who that guy
Like, we have no clue who that guy is. And I just walk right by, and I'm like, doo-doo-doo.
Do you kind of want to sign, though, as part of you? Like, I wish they'd ask
but
me.
I find it, I don't care. I would sign if they had my cards, but I just find it funny that they're all confused because they're all like, that's somebody with the team. And then they all look and they all have a quick 3-second conversation like, no clue.
Yeah, we'll figure it out later. We'll have to look at the
They're
roster.
like, it's not worth it. If we don't know them, it's not worth it.
Now, the tease was that my son invited me to hang out with him this summer. Now, he's 16.
Oh, this is not the son I would have guessed.
No,
then.
this is Avery. He's 16, and he's gotten a job, and I don't see him as much as I used to see him.
Sure.
But, after, like last night, he gets done with work, and he comes home, and he wants to talk, and I'm like, I'm in the middle of watching this game, but what do you do, right? You got to give time to your kid. So he said, Dad, do you want to go hang out with me this summer? And I was like, what do you mean by that? And he said, have you ever heard of the app called Abandoned World?
Oh, dear.
I mean, that sounds not good.
Okay.
I agree.
So, Abandoned World is an app, and here's some of the description. Discover hidden gems off the beaten path. Explore a different side of your surroundings by venturing beyond tourist spots. Try abandoned locations for a unique adventure. Abandoned World officially allows you to discover the exact location of urbex spots, easy to use and functional, exploration guaranteed. And they have 170,000 active explorers out there. Now, Kevin, what you can do is
Hold
you
on.
can...
Wait. Is there any way for you to look up what was the most number of active explorers they ever had? Because I'm just going to warn you, if the high point is like 220,000 and now it's 170,000, I think you should be cautious about.
Okay, well, see, my first thought when he said let's go to hang out at some abandoned places was, this sounds like serial killers got together and said, let's create an app and invite people to we'll trap them.
Yeah,
that was exactly what I thought.
Yeah.
When we were driving in Wyoming, you're just driving this stretch of nowhere. There's this road that had hay bales, and it had a sign that said free Wi-Fi, and it pointed up the go.
No.
And yes, me and Brandon were definitely like, they're murdering people there, right?
Yes, because everybody needs free Wi-Fi. And so that's exactly what I'm thinking here is that I don't know about this. And it says it's free. All right. Interactive and modern design. Obviously, got to get the design out there. But you can upload your own pictures, upload your own abandoned spot, navigation support. So they got like Google Maps and stuff like that. Save your favorite places, search and explore around the world. Now, when I was a kid, when I was his age, absolutely, I'm doing stuff like this, right? I'm going to find a railroad track that goes over a river. And you know what? He's always like, Dad, you know that railroad track in Stand By Me?
Yes.
He's like, I want to find a place like that. And I'm like, me too. Like, that sounds fun. But
did he not take the message of what happened in that movie?
What did happen? They went and found a dead body. And they got caught covered in leeches, and then they were okay. Everything turned out all right.
I think maybe you should watch that train scene again.
They almost got died. That is true. But those are the
Didn't Boys in the
adventures.
Hood find a dead body
Those
at
are
the train
wacky
tracks?
tales
too?
you get to tell your friends later on in life.
Which movie are you guys talking about?
Stand By Me. Did
Yes,
you say
but-
Boys in the Hood?
I think so, right?
Okay,
When-
but that's definitely
when
a
Ice
different
Cube
movie.
was a little kid. And then there's a dead guy.
From the 214, an abandoned zoo in Cisco is pretty cool. And that's the part, like Carter, whenever Avery was telling us about this, Carter was like, I don't know, Avery. Abandoned places are kind of creepy.
All right, that's why you should not do it. If Carter is your voice of calmness and reason, I think you should listen to him. Because Carter, he likes things on the edge, fair to say?
That is, yes. He'll push you to your limit.
He's the most likely to push the envelope of the Majors clan.
Oh, he's the one, when we were in Mexico, they had the Bombay at this, resort. They had the Bombay is at...
Used to be a shop
Wet and
like
Wild.
20 years ago.
No, Wet and Wild, they had the Bombay. It was kind of like Geronimo, but it was taller.
Oh, yeah, I remember
And they had that at the resort in Mexico, and Avery was like, nah, I'm okay. And Carter was like, I'll do it. And he did 15 times. And then he's calling Avery a wimp for not going up there and doing it too. And I was like, dude, your little brother's calling you out right now. And he's like, oh, whatever. Anyway, so that's the way it goes. I don't know, man. Should I take Avery up on this? Choose locations in DFW and go see abandoned spots.
I mean, bring a gun.
This is because of bonding with my kid?
Yes. Because of bonding with your kid, I'm going to take it a step
Take
further.
him to a nice dinner.
I think Mike's definitely going to disagree with this then. Start in DFW. If it goes amazing, consider branching out a little bit further. Have just a father-son experience.
All right. Well, I mean, one of the great things, we have an area in Plano, and I can't remember the name, Arbor Hills. And it's walking trails and stuff like that, but then you can go off some beaten paths and kind of take those. And there's a pond and stuff like that. You're not going to get too lost out there. But that's always fun. But I am kind of scared of getting trapped. My foot gets caught in a bear trap, and now somebody's trying to take me down and eat me.
I don't know how long it'll take me to get there.
I could feed people for a while, bro.
But just remember, if something weird happens, call me because I'll believe you. If you tell me you went into this haunted amusement park and now you have to get the spirit of whatever back into one of the roller coasters, I'll believe you in a heartbeat. I won't even be like, what? I'll be like, all right, what do we got to do to reverse the curse? Where are you? I'm on my way.
From the 817, what's the name of the app? It's Abandoned World is what the app is called. And then somebody said, been to that abandoned zoo, read the story. They used to be a water park there. It's not creepy at all. It's actually really cool. Get some shrooms and give some to your kid and yourself and have a good old time. No, I don't think I'm going to do that with the kid. I mean, 16, I'm going to let him do his thing right now. But that's the approach there. Kevin, did you see the Cowboys video for their schedule release?
I did not.
It had Post Malone. It had Tim the Tap Man. And
sounds like they're all in. I don't know who
Michael
Tim
Irvin.
the Tap Man is.
He's a streamer. He plays Warzone and other stuff too.
Is it Like he has tattoos?
Tattoos, yes.
Oh man, that's awesome.
And
you don't care at all.
Oh, man, a guy who gets streaming and tattoos at the same time?
No, he doesn't.
Shut up. You don't care.
Who
at
else?
all.
They also have Michael Irvin and Jerry.
Tim the Tool Man tattoo.
They were FaceTime calling people, and they called Megatron, and they called John Wall and Ninja. But they also
shut up.
They also called Kay Adams. And I showed Adrian the video.
Who's she a fan of?
Me. The Bengals. It was the Bengals. And Adrian watched the video. And after seeing Kay Adams, she goes, okay, I understand now. I get it. She was like, she has got a cute personality. And then Kevin.
Hold on. Wait, just real quick. Did she say cute personality?
Yeah, she said cute personality. Right. And that's,
She's too small for you.
She is tiny. She is very little.
She's 5'1", 86 pounds.
Kevin, you remember last year, though, the Tennessee Titans had the best video. And we discussed it a little bit yesterday.
Was that the Man on the Street one?
It was the Man on the Street one where they went around and asked people, hey, what is this team? And they would come up with, the Red Stallions.
Right.
The girl that said the Red Stallions did the video for the Titans this year, and they redid it, and it was freaking awesome again. So, Kevin, if you want to go find that one and see what the Titans are going to lose to this year, you can go watch her video of Man on the Street because it's epic. So, there you go. Hopefully, I don't die in one of these abandoned locations.
Where are you going to start?
I guess I need to get
You're really going to do this?
Mike thinks it's a bad idea.
He said there's only a few locations here. He said around the country there's 107.
Don't trust your son.
Okay.
You need to do more research
on
this
these
before
That's
you
a fair
go to the
point.
next
Don't
place.
trust your kid because these kids
They say so many things that are wrong.
Yeah. Well,
but with confidence. They do say it with confidence.
He did break into a building recently with a friend and stuff like that. I'm good. And but it was just they were hanging out. It was an unfinished apartment complex, and so they broke into it, and then the cops told them to leave. So
that was nice of the cops.
Yeah, they didn't arrest them or anything. That was cool.
Okay.
And that's the C block.
Man,
everybody.
that last part of the story might have made me change my mind about what you're supposed to do. I feel like I was really
They were
on
hanging
board.
from scaffolding like they were Spider-Man, and I was like, you can't go out anymore, son. And he took a video and posted it on Snapchat. What kind of idiot does that?
My daughter did a moron thing like that, and then they've made fun of me the rest of my life because I took her and her 4 other friends that were like in a building that they were building, like, apartments or condos or whatever, and stupidly took pictures and like kind of broke in. And my whole speech was 5 minutes on how to not be a dumbass. And if you're not the one being a dumbass, but your friend's being a dumbass, tell them, hey, dumbass, stop being a dumbass.
Exactly.
And so it's known now as the dumbass conversation.
That makes sense. If it happened the way you describe it, that
I
makes
pretty much,
sense.
like, you probably said dumbass like 30 times in your speech. And I'm like, yeah, don't be a dumbass.
Yeah. It makes a lot of sense.
Oh, my gosh.
Back to you, Kevin.
Delightful. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth by Lake Worth off of Quebec. If you want to come and see us.
Quebec.
No, it's Quebec Street.
Quebec Street,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh, Quebec.
If you've gone to Canada, you've gone too far.
Yeah.
Coming up next, let's go
Might
back.
be a socialist, right?
I don't want to get into that.
Oh, okay.
Let's go back to the stars and discuss where the NBA and NHL playoffs sit right now. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free KNC? Delicious! Spend your lunchtime commercial-free. Afternoons beginning at 12:20 on 105 through the Fan and the Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
You heard what I just said. Right now, we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings off of Quebec Street. Not in Quebec, off of Quebec Street in Fort Worth, right on the edge of Lake Worth. It's a brand new opening for a brand new Buffalo Wild Wings. This place has been packed all day long. If you can't make it to see us by 2 o'clock, you should come by here because this spot is fantastic.
Yeah, man, it's a gorgeous place to come hang out, eat juicy wings, have some nice ice-cold beers. I see all the beers on tap. It looks like there's 1,000 over there right now.
Dang.
I mean, that's a round number right there, Mike. But also, the juicy wings, 26 mouth-watering sauces to choose from, and TVs all over this place.
They have desserts now, too.
You're talking about like brownies and cookies and
Yes.
stuff. I see them over there. They look amazing. Listen.
No, like chicken fried steak.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, like desserts.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I appreciate that. Come on out. Hang out with us today, or just hang out at this new location in Fort Worth, 5908 Quebec Street.
Heck yeah.
We'll see you here.
Congratulations to the humble paper coaster holding that cold, crisp, refreshing Dos Equis. The paper in that coaster could have been a coupon or a losing lottery ticket, but instead, it's a glorious pedestal for Dos Equis. Nice work, paper coaster. From where you sit, you're holding a winning lottery ticket. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2024 Dos Equis, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
When is a good time to buy a home? Have you waited too long? Well, there's 2 ideas. Either the rates are going to go up, so you're buying at the right time now, or the rates are going to go down and you're going to refinance later. If you're looking to buy a home, find that home of your dreams, start with TexasLending.com. We'll take care of you now and in the future. Start with TexasLending.com.
where the ice cream sandwiches are. God, you're getting old.
Can hear them.
And I'm like, stop mumbling. You guys are mumblers.
They all mumble, man. They all mumble.
Like, you'd get fired so quick talking. They would.
And when they wake you up in the morning, too, and you're like, I'm not even awake, and you're mumbling, I can't understand you. And you're just like, just go to another room right now.
I don't know what you're saying. I don't even know if you're speaking English at this point.
Hey, we're back here at Buffalo Wild Wings, where Mike is definitely shaking his fist and yelling at the clouds. We're in Fort Worth, off of Quebec Street. If you want to come out here, we're going to be here until 2 o'clock. If you can't make it before the show's over, this is a new Buffalo Wild Wings. You should absolutely check it out. I want to go back to the Stars, but I also want to talk with you guys about the NBA and NHL playoff pictures as a whole. I get that this is an interesting topic either way, but when you're one of the last 8 teams left in both brackets and one went away from being one of the last 4 teams in both brackets, which has never happened in the history of those two franchises together, I kind of wanted to take a look at where we are. So the Celtics advance. They beat the Cavs so they can get on to trading Donovan Mitchell or whatever. The Knicks smashed the Pacers in the last one. Do you think that is more indicative of what's going to happen and it's going to be Celtics or Knicks, or are you like, not so fast, my friend?
I think it's going to be Celtics and Knicks, and then I do think the Celtics easily beat the Knicks.
I agree.
So I think the Celtics have such an easy path to the NBA Finals.
You think it's going to go 5-5-5 because they won their first in 5, won their second in 5? I could see that being a
maybe 6, but I could see it being 5 or 6. I struggle to see it going 7, so... But I can see the Pacers winning Game 6 at home and then pushing that to 7, and then the Knicks winning Game 7.
Right.
But, I do think the Knicks are going to win that series. I think the Pacers play bad defense, and we've seen throughout the history of the Mavericks, if you're a bad defensive team, it's almost impossible to make it to a conference finals.
Sure. On the Western Conference side, the Timberwolves have the most amazing defense we've seen in a while. They are 2.5-point favorites. Corey, I'm going to go to you to start this. They play tonight, Game 6. What are you thinking about Minnesota-Denver? Because obviously if the Mavericks can win on Saturday or on Monday, hopefully Saturday, this is who you would play in the Western Conference Final.
All right, so I think it was Kendrick Perkins, and I don't always love things that Kendrick Perkins says, and I think it was him that said it. But Rudy Gobert after the game the other night is like, we this, and Kendrick Perkins was like, you need to be better at these things. And maybe it was Draymond that was saying this. I can't remember, but like that is where one of those points of all these things that are going on, and Rudy Gobert has to be a better player against Jokic.
Yeah.
Cat has to be not in foul trouble in the third quarter in these games and be effective. And so when he banged his knee on one play that he went down, I was like, oh no, that could be really bad. But like it can't just be Anthony Edwards on that, and they have to be better. Reed is one of these guys, and I'm like, he is a mismatch nightmare. He can shoot. Yeah. He's got the size to go along with it, and then you can put him on the court with all this other size as well. So this might be the perfect time for me, Mike, to go ahead and start investing in my Anthony Edwards cards because I think it's about to happen.
Give it one more game.
That's what I'm saying all right. I think it's about to happen.
So I watched this morning, the top 5 sports cards right now by players that have gone up the most in the last week. Number 1, Anthony Edwards.
Yep, makes sense.
So it's usually not the best time to buy right now. Like his Hoops card went from PSA 10 a week ago, or starting the playoffs, you could get it for $24.
Wow.
It is now selling for $96.
Wow.
So that's too big of a jump. Does that make sense? So if you buy now, he would have to win the championship.
It's not going to go back down to 24 if he loses.
No, it'll go probably to like $70 to $60, right? If they, let's say, get eliminated by Denver.
I think
that's
60.
Because
it looked like he was going to be ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, it looked
everyone's like, oh, gosh.
Yeah, we better get on this.
There was still 2 to 4 years for him to maybe do something like this. Do you know who the third hottest card in sports is right now? I'll give you an idea. He plays locally.
Okay.
He's gone up the most. He's had the biggest percentage of growth in his cards in the last week.
PJ Washington.
No, all sports.
Wyatt Johnston.
That makes sense.
Because he's only 20 years old. He's scoring all these goals.
Just turned
he was
21,
the only hockey player on the list, and his cards have been going up based off of this playoff run and what his age is.
Well, then that's a great transition over to the Avs and the Stars. I was thinking about what you were saying in terms of the desperate team theory. For the Avs and the Stars, you're up 3-2 for the Stars, but I wonder the same thing with Oklahoma City and the Mavericks. If the Mavericks lose in Game 6, then they're like, oh, crap, we have to go back to Oklahoma City and play Game 7.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if they'll have more urgency than the Stars, who are like, worst case scenario, we go back to our barn for Game 7. But I'm not really sure because the Stars have been so good on the road, too.
Yeah, I'm just hearing DeBoer talk last night. After the game, he doesn't have that in mind at all. He's very casual, but I guess that is just his whole approach is very like
I could see
that line that I told you last week, Kevin, that I heard from the ESPN announcer. He does such a good job at making the tense moments normal. You know, he's very. No, this is no different than usual, but it didn't sound like he had any plans on, no, we're going to be fine, we can come back here. It was, no, our focus turns to, we're traveling there now, and we're going to go put we're the best. He even said, we're the best road team in the league. Like, they're good and everything. Right. I get it, but we know what we're good at, so we're going to go do that. With the Mavericks, though, I am a little more, it was interesting how we missed our free throws here in front of our home crowd. And Oklahoma City looked like they were struggling to make shots and do that last night, Mike, where I thought they would make more. And I wondered how much of being in front of their home crowd didn't, like, sometimes in a way affected them negatively.
It didn't make sense that it was 24-22, and they scored 8 points. It felt like in the first 90 seconds it was 8-2. And I was like, oh, crap.
Yeah.
But from that point on, the next 10 minutes of the quarter, they only scored 14 points. And to your point, their shooting wasn't there. In fact, they were saying, did they make a mistake not starting Getty? Now, he did have a decent game off the bench. He stayed away from the three-point line for the most part and made some smart moves to get a little easier shots. It's weird. Is it weird that somebody's 21 years old, has played basketball their whole life, is a top 6 pick in the draft or whatever he was, 4th or 6th, somewhere around there, and he never learned how to shoot a basketball as a point guard? I get confused on certain things going, Getty is such a talented player. I'm like, you never learned how to shoot a basketball.
Mm-hmm.
In 2020 through 2023, like, shooting's overrated. I'm not going to practice that. But I hope, to your point, the Mavericks understand what's at stake. They did against the Clippers.
I think they do.
And
I really do.
The one thing about the Clippers, and look, I got nervous about that series when it was 2-1 Clippers, is Harden and George play their least in the most crucial do-or-die moments for the most part in their career, which is weird because they're probably both going to be Hall of Famers. But I don't know about Shea.
Because none of them have a track record.
Right,
in the
and then
moments.
Their role players are like, even Chet is a very good player and probably going to be a star in the future.
Yeah.
But he's a role player right now trying to figure out how to become a star on the biggest stage. So I'm hoping because of that, the Mavericks, what you said, need to take that attitude of, this is our do-or-die game.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean you quit Game 7
No,
if you
I
lose.
get it.
But they need to look at it as, this is a do-or-die game.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you on that.
And where Colorado and Dallas, a little bit of the opposite.
Yeah, exactly. Because I don't know. It is interesting because Dallas can be like, well, if we lose, we go back home and DeBoer never loses Game 7. Or you can be like, why the hell would you tempt fate like that? And we've been the better team. Let's close it out. Now, on the hockey front, nobody has advanced to the conference final yet. I think you're going to see that tonight. The Rangers are playing the Hurricanes, the New York Rangers. They're up 3-2. They play tonight, can clinch their spot in the Eastern Conference Final. Tomorrow, Panthers and Bruins. I also think that's wrapping up in 6 with the Panthers advancing, and I think that is going to be a freaking war in the Eastern Conference Final.
So watch that one is what you're saying?
I think it's going to be outstanding, and hopefully you're watching to see who you play in the Stanley Cup Final, right?
Yes.
And then obviously the Stars play tomorrow, but tonight, just if you get the time, Canucks and the Oilers as, what did you say, Ed and Couve?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's what Mike's going with. That series is locked up at 2-2, so you could potentially still have several more. What you'd really love to see there is that go 7 and the Stars close it out tomorrow and have a little bit of time before you set that up, and you'll have home ice advantage in that series as well. You know what's really funny is the different paths the Mavs and Stars have taken in terms of Stars have had home ice, and they will every single way in the West, whereas the Mavs have been on the road every time, and they'll be on the road in the Western Conference Finals if they make it as well. But both teams have the shot, and it's never happened in the Metroplex.
I want it to happen so bad. I want to see that happen.
I think it will.
Three championship runs in DFW.
You know what's
leading
funny?
up to football season, which is on the way for another one.
Did you guys see the interview where Luka cussed immediately after the game?
Oh, no, I didn't.
So they tell him, they're like, hey, Barkley said you guys were going to get blown out before the game starts. And Luka's trying to kind of think of what to say, and he says, oh, S? Except says the whole thing.
Right.
And then
that's just the way he talks, dude.
Yeah, I know.
He does it a lot.
And then they go to Barkley, and he goes, well, you don't have to worry about that much longer, like him making predictions, because he's like, our
because they lost.
Our show's ending. Like, we're almost done doing this, so you don't have to worry about me predicting games any longer. And
what are you trying to say, Mike?
That's
funny. Are you saying something about our show?
No, I'm saying TNT's broadcast.
Are you?
I don't know.
What are you saying here, Mike?
I think I'm talking about TNT and Inside the NBA.
Okay. I thought you were.
But then Ernie Johnson has literally brought up, I would like to say at least 4 times, to Barkley, Kenny Smith, and Shaq. Draymond Green does know this because he is in the NBA. He's like, the last 20-something games, the Mavs were number 1 in defense in the whole NBA. And they all keep acting shocked like, no, they weren't. And it's like, Ernie has told you this, guys,
like
4
million times.
Yeah. Because they keep getting surprised, like, and the Mavs play defense tonight. And it's like, guys,
don't be surprised
Ernie
by that.
goes, remember
the last 2 months.
Yeah. It's interesting because they keep thinking of a Luka-led team or a Mavericks in general. And you're like, no. This literally might be, you brought up Minnesota, and they're great at it too.
Their defense is unbelievable.
But maybe this is the best defensive team in the playoffs.
Now, just a quick side note. Did you guys see the TV rating number for the Caitlin Clark debut?
Billion?
No. It was less.
2 billion. Oh.
It was like the Super Bowl.
$500 million?
It drew 2.1 million viewers.
Is that good?
That's really good,
It's
honestly.
incredible for the WNBA.
It's more than a Ranger game or like a good Ranger game. That would be like a good, right? Isn't that
Yes, and it was more than the New York Rangers Carolina Hurricanes game.
Wow.
It was the highest rated WNBA game in 23 years, going back to when the LA Sparks played the Houston Comets on NBC in May of 2001.
Was it like the first game ever?
No, because the league started in 96. I think that was part of a doubleheader leading into a NBA playoff game, if I believe that's correct. And then the NBA Knicks and Pacers game, 4.9 million. T-Wolves and Nuggets were 3.5 million. But I'm telling you, if you can get WNBA games up to half the ratings of the NBA, I don't think that's
just hurt,
likely.
right?
That's what I think too. But still, even if it's just the Fever, that feels like a huge deal.
Oh my gosh, yes. I mean, they, like you said yesterday, they've never made a profit in the league, and I'm seeing a lot of WNBA commercials right now. But I have to remember, they've done this my whole life since the WNBA existed. Is that during playoffs, you're like, how many WNBA freaking commercials do you need? But the NBA supports that league. They're desperate.
Absolutely.
They're desperate to stop supporting it. They're like, we really want this to work because we're wasting $20 million a year supporting this league.
I wonder how many people are watching to see her succeed versus the other. Because there are a lot of people that are
That's
like,
a good
hey,
question.
man, I want to see her fail because she's been on too much of a high.
And you've said this. What's interesting is, Kevin, if she fails, the league fails again. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard people go, I hope she doesn't do well.
If you're in the league,
a WNBA
you
fan,
damn sure better hope she does well.
You want your league to still be trash for the rest of your life?
I get it. If you're a player in the league and you don't like the attention that she's getting, but it's the same thing like if you were a golfer. when Tiger Woods was there, and you're like, oh, I wish people would shut up about Tiger Woods until you see the prize pool for your next tournament. And you're like, oh, never mind, it's not so bad.
I'll take the money.
I would be all about Kalen Clark succeeding if I'm an owner, if I'm a player in the WNBA, because that's your ticket to the next TV contract.
That's your lotto ticket right there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Friday.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
Jumper is Washington. Partially blocked. Ricochets back and he slams it. PJ Washington in the right spot.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Had a blast all day at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth on the border of Lake Worth. We're right off of Quebec Street. If you didn't get a chance to bounce out and see us today, this place ain't going nowhere. It's a really awesome Buffalo Wild Wings as well. So I hope you guys get the chance to make it out. And right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Hagee, we are rolling.
Were you surprised at all at the way the Stars game played out? Now, I know if you go back and look at it, you're like, hey, you gave up goals in the beginning of periods, you gave up goals in the end of periods, and your penalty kill struggled. That is the recipe to lose a game.
Well, first of all, Hagee, I would like to apologize and ask you how you are doing.
Oh, I'm doing well. Thank you very much.
And I would like to say, actually, I was not surprised. I think it's difficult to defeat a champion, and that's what the Avs are. Even on your home ice. So I didn't expect this to be easy. I was kind of startled that Ottinger didn't have a better game, but this is a classic letdown moment in sports. Maybe the Mavs had one in Game 4 and the Stars had one last night.
This is the first time then I think in the series that their stars actually played like stars.
Makar was awesome.
Yeah, the Colorado, all of them had been 4 or 5, they've been minus players if you look the way the series was rolling. And last night the power plays helped them. They got that going. They got confidence. They had the better goalie last night.
Yeah.
And, the times where Ottinger had been able to see pucks, it seemed like last night he was really fighting to find the puck. And, some of the shots that even were missed, you could tell he was on one side of the net. Puck was on the other side. I don't think he saw it particularly well last night.
Now, on the flip side, I mean, not that we didn't want everybody to win last night, but clearly the Mavs winning was key. You've heard the statistic ad nauseum, 81.9% of the time. It's 2-2. Whoever wins Game 5 wins the series in the NBA. How impressive was that Mavericks performance?
Oh, it was incredible. I think it just confirmed for me how much better they are and how difficult it is to figure out how to win in the playoffs. The Thunder have an incredibly talented team, but I think the Mavs' overall experience and game plan and sophistication was more than the Thunder team is, for the most part, ready to handle.
All right. Yeah, I think if the Thunder don't make threes, they have a hard time winning games.
Agreed.
I mean, especially against the Mavs. The way the
Mavs defense, man, that's been consistently good.
Yeah, they didn't rebound particularly well, the Mavs, the first quarter of the game, but after that, things kind of settled in.
I'm really glad that you said that, Broadus, because there was one sequence we talked about earlier in the game where they got an offensive rebound.
Josh Giddey deal?
Yeah, exactly. And then he fed it to Jalen, hit the three. At that point, we're talking about 9 minutes in the game. The Oklahoma City Thunder had 5 offensive rebounds.
Yeah.
They only got 3 the rest of the way. So the Mavericks flipped the script on the boards, and to me, that was the difference.
No, it was Dallas did a great job of that, and we saw a little Hardy last night because Exum has been so bad. They threw something different, so they're trying, and they figured out the rebounding part. Luka, Dawson called it. He called it on our show that Luka was going to have a 30-point game and everything was going to be fine. But hey, I seem to think that Luka, as long as things are going well, he's always going to look like the type of player that we think. It's when things go bad. I think he's got some Euro soccer in him. Like Cristiano Ronaldo and those guys, when things aren't going.
I think he got cortisone inside of him.
You think he got some shot ups?
How in the world did he go for 12 games looking like so slow, and it just his knee wasn't working to it looked like he had no knee injury ever? That's my theory.
I think Luka is. It's a good theory. I think Luka's got some. I think he's got some dramatic moments to his.
Oh, for
game.
sure.
Yeah, and I think
that's the boy. He's the boy who cried wolf. So you never know when he really.
You never know.
Hurt.
Yeah. I think when as long as things start well for him, he is going to battle through anything he has. And if it's not going well initially, then he's going to struggle. And Again, I've seen Cristiano Ronaldo do this in soccer matches. When it doesn't go well, all of a sudden you start complaining, you don't play well, and then Portugal gets eliminated out of the World Cup. You know, I've seen this before.
As long as we're giving shout-outs to folks on G-Bag, shout-out to Mr. Zach Wolchuk for Colin Pavelski getting the goal yesterday.
Yeah.
Very well done. Now,
how did Luka not complain?
That's an amazing
I've never
thing
seen
to me,
him
too.
complain less in any game that I've ever watched in my life, and I was like, how is he doing this? He can't help himself. In that game, that was the most controlled Luka I've seen in my life.
Raising the hand for every foul. He was trying to take some fouls. Mike, you were even talking about, he's like, he was trying to take fouls.
That was mine, yeah.
For his teammates.
It's on me. Pass it over here.
Like,
don't put that on Hardy. Put that on me.
Yeah, there was one time kids like, no, what, Luka, what are you doing? Put your hand down.
Yeah.
Don't.
I just couldn't believe it. I've never seen him not complain for the whole game, and somehow, some way, he controlled his emotions for the whole game.
I think it's a great question, Mike. I wonder if it's a coach or a sports psychologist, but the way he was talking about it last night, it was clear that somebody that he, respects reminded him that, it's supposed to be fun out there and you're supposed to be enjoying yourself and you can't play your best if you constantly got a scowling or complaining about things.
I think that game he had here on Monday night really affected him. I don't think he wanted to go through that again. I mean, just emotionally, physically, and then probably being on the court because it was a constant show of frustration Monday night.
Here's where I think it helped out the most. 89-71, Mavs got this game. 10-0 run. Because Luka wasn't distracted by the referees and screaming at them and not getting back on defense because he's so mad at an offensive possession, I think the rest of his teammates, I'll say besides Kyrie, because Kyrie's a veteran guy. The rest of those guys were like, our main guy's not panicking. He's not getting distracted. We don't have, 8 other people against us. It's just 5-on-5 basketball, and our guy is cool and calm right now. And I think it really helped out when Oklahoma City made that run that their leader, their best player, wasn't screaming and yelling at the referees.
The Dallas Stars got here in 93-94, so it's been 31 seasons. They have never been in the Western Conference Final at the same time, and both teams are one win away from making that happen. I just think
it's
that's
amazing.
I know the Stars lost, but I still think that is a super cool thing to look forward to this weekend.
Title town, baby.
Yeah, that's right.
No, the Stars have some Rangers in them. They're so good on the road. They just wanted to do this thing on the road.
Agreed.
There's going to be a game 7.
Agreed. Oh no. What do you guys got?
6 guy over here.
Hey,
what do you?
We got to 6 games, haven't we?
Yeah, the Avs can't win it.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming
7.
up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Heggie. Thanks for asking. Bobby Carrella's going to join us talking Mavs 4 o'clock.
All right. Love it, love it, love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Thank you to everyone who came out to Fort Worth and Lake Worth to see us today. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night.
Good night, Kevin.
If you're laughing, we're happy. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Luka focuses on game, not refs, as Mavs take Game 5. That's the headline on ESPN when I woke up this morning, right there on the .com. That's exactly how I saw it. And I hope y'all appreciate me calling him out when he acts like a petulant child on the basketball court because of the greatness that awaits us if he can wrangle this bad boy. Okay, General, at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy Scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here at 75 and Fitzhugh, keeping those Gators down best he can. Wolchuk and Chiafalo, your Nosebleed brothers, are here, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Yeah, I just thought that headline captured it perfectly. And I'll tell you what, we are giving him a little bit too much credit because he almost broke down in the third quarter. He was getting distracted as the Thunder were trying to get back in the game, and there were 2 possessions in a row. He's burning holes in the official. And I'm like, okay, here we go again.
This is the moment.
But then he comes down and hits about a 27-foot three. Bang! They go back up double digits, and he's like, oh, everything's great again.
Smiling.
I realized at that moment that Brian Broaddus is the man that called it, not me, who merely called a 30-point triple-double last night from Luka Doncic.
Easy.
It was Brian Broaddus last week who said, if the shots are falling, nothing bothers Luka. That's exactly what it is. The shame and the ego blow when he's getting locked up is too much for his super arrogant European playboy basketball superstar fragile ego to withstand, right? So if he does not score, he's mad at somebody. Something wrong happened and he is the victim. But when he's going and they're up, then it is all good and he can play through injuries. I believe that is what we witnessed last night. And I'm thrilled, that it appears the Mavs are going back to the conference finals. Yeah. The Thunder can't figure out their defense.
No,
all you have to do is score 100 points.
Yeah, it should have been over last night. Now they'll finish it in Game 6 at home. But Luka aggressive from the beginning, defensively, getting that nice little block as well. I mean, he's doing it at both ends of the floor, and it was nice to see him playing with a smile on his face, not getting just pulled off sides every single chance he can get. And how about Derrick Jones Jr.? I mean, it does make a difference when your guys are finally hitting some wide open shots and you've got the high flying lob city going on.
Yes.
I mean, that does help quite a bit to where now Luka's like, okay, now my teammates, you're actually coming through when I get them a wide open look as well. For Kyrie, too. So, yeah, I mean, you make shots. It makes the world a difference, but I do really think the defense has been absolutely incredible for the Mavericks. That's been sustainable throughout the series. They still played good defense in the last game. They just, unfortunately, in the fourth quarter, fizzled out and then didn't make their free throws. But last night was awesome to see out of Luka. No question about it. We need that moving forward. Don't let those refs get in your head every 2 seconds, bro.
No, and the defense, I think Derrick Jones Jr., Derek Lively, obviously Gafford, but these guys are playing at such a high level. And Jones Jr. is a player that I meant to bring up a couple of times yesterday. There's a story in the New York Times about how he wants to come back and how he chose the Mavs over the Celtics because he wanted to get a chance to have a more significant role. But he only signed for 1 year and $2 million.
Yeah.
And now, once again, his career arc is going up. I think he is a critical piece. I think he's like this team's Sean Marion. Obviously, not the offensive game, not the all-star resume, but the ability at that size with a 7'3" wingspan to pretty much defend anybody, blocking the Chet Holmgren 3 late.
That was awesome.
You
turned into points.
I think he is as important as anybody in this Mavs turnaround from midseason to this point.
Yeah, man, I don't disagree with you at all. His athleticism and how Luka is able to take advantage of that with all these lobs, like it was just ridiculous last night. And him defensively, the versatility, he can guard all these guys. You can throw him on Chet for a minute, and then he can also go and make life difficult on SGA and really everybody in between there. So him knocking down the three-point shot was one of the biggest things of the night last night. That's the shot that we talked about. They're giving these guys. Oklahoma City is giving it to you. Can you make the wide open 3-ball? And to this point in the series, up until last night, he couldn't. He was 1 of 8 from that corner 3. And then last night, he's like, forget this. I'm going to go ahead and knock this thing down in a huge way. And that was paramount for the Mavericks to get it done last night. So, and then there's just contributions everywhere. Like when Luka's playing at the height of his game, then it's like, okay, now everybody just fills nicely into their roles and they know exactly how to act here. And PJ Washington, not the best game for him for the series, but big moments late in the game to help you
Big
say,
rebounds.
okay, thank you. Yes, like there is the team effort on this when your guy who is paid the most and is supposed to be the man, now everybody just fills in right where they need to be, and you saw that beautifully last night. So I thought all that stuff was awesome, and I'm still just blown away that Luka, I guess, can just turn it on. And turn off his pain sensors, or I don't know, but that was
Maybe he did get shot
a completely different human being last night than what we've seen throughout the entire course of this series.
Yeah, like
a
Mike's onto
completely
something
different
there.
one.
He-
Little Toradol, maybe
He did. I mean, he looked a little bit fresh. He looked a little more pep in the step there.
Can we kick around your NBA gang of 7 and figure out how much Toradol is being used in the NBA? Because we know in the NFL,
I've only got a
it's
couple of
rampant.
guys. I don't know if they know about that kind of stuff.
They're under the drugs.
I don't think they're into the drugs. They're into the X's and O's and things like that.
Okay. We need to garner up a more drug induced gang of 7 here.
The medical staff.
So we can
I'll
get
work
some of
on
those
that.
perspectives.
Sure.
Why can Luka go from dragging one of his legs through 4 games, and then last night he can go be Mr. Bouncy and he's hitting all his close shots. Oh, and by the way, he's got enough legs to shoot the 3 ball. Hit 5 of them bad boys.
Yeah, I didn't see him
What
shooting
happened?
a lot yesterday.
Is that
That's
just
pretty
him?
nice.
Maybe he's turning off his pain sensors, and maybe that's what it is. Maybe he's a 1 of 1.
Hey, he's 12 of 22, shooting the ball, so that's 54%. I think it's all about his mental side. I appreciate Dawson, saying nice things about that. I really do believe it is all about mental with him. When he does not have success, that's when he goes into frustration mode. And I think it affects the way he plays. And he got off to a good start last night. Team got up. They were ahead in the game. It wasn't something that he was stressing about too much. And he was playing. As long as he's playing well, I think that's the recipe for him fighting through any injury that he has, anything that he might have. You saw it the other night in the game. And you even brought it up, Chief, in the Monday night game. It was Oklahoma City goes ahead, and then Luka turns it on, but it's too late. You saw that. You're wondering, whoa, what happened here? He's capable of blocking out things. He can block out the officials. We saw that last night. He can block out pain. We saw that last night. A lot of it, I think, is all mental with him when it comes to how his game is progressing. I really do believe that with him.
Yeah, no, I think 100% it's his biggest challenge for maybe these next 4 to 5 years in his career. If he wants to be an all-time great, it's, capturing that energy. I think it's just so fleeting, and, you can see how, sometimes you get wrapped up or you get caught up in a moment, and the next thing you know, it's been minutes or a long time where you're in a bad energy state, and it's difficult to, predict how long you can stay in the right one. After the game, he was like, "Oh yeah, I didn't scout the refs all game long. Everything was perfect." And afterwards, he was in just this great, really positive state of mind. But as Brian said, that's when things are going well.
Yeah.
We need to see him be able to do this while he's not getting to the line and not hitting shots. That will be real progress. It's easy to act like the nice guy when everything's going well for you.
I think though too, you're just clearly on that about him with the way that he manages those things. And but I think the thing that really might be more important, somebody got to him.
Yeah.
Somebody did. And
I think it's Coach Kidd. I think this is Jason Kidd, personally. I think he deserves a lot of credit for this.
I know one thing. I saw a kid do something, and I wish I could lip read. But remember, Lively gets the ball down in the paint, and then he's kind of holding it high and looking for somebody.
Mm-hmm.
He came off the field, the court, and I think the kid told him, listen, you take that ball to the rack.
Yeah.
Don't pass. You take it. You go be that guy. And you could see Lively kind of nod his head, and I felt like that Lively was a little bit more aggressive after that. Maybe Dirk said something.
Could be.
Maybe Dirk said something to him like, Luka, you gotta hold things in check here. Your teammates are counting on you. Your emotions are. Your team is going through this roller coaster ride with you. Maybe somebody like that said something. I think that somebody it would have to be somebody that he really, really respect it. Hell, it might be somebody might be somebody outside the Mavericks. You know, what if somebody called him up like a LeBron and like, you know, Luka, man, you know what? You're playing your ass off. I know you're banged up, but your team needs you. You know, this is how you got to approach this. Or maybe Luka reached out to somebody else. Maybe he reached out.
Yeah.
You know, something different happened with him, and to where, you know, he's kind of calming that thing down.
Hopefully he can keep it up, you know, because in the next series, you're not going to be able to have those games where you aren't focused and you lose. You know, whoever that is, Minnesota or Denver, you're going to have to be dialed in 110% each game. Maybe it's Kyrie Irving. You know, he was referring to him as his little brother last night.
There's no question. Somebody he really respects got to him and said, bro, we're riding, our emotions are riding with your emotions right now.
Who's referred to who as a little bro?
Kyrie said that's my little brother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I hope Luka didn't little bro Kyrie. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, to be a little off.
He is feeling it.
But I think the Thunder are good enough in the regular season to be totally dominant, but this is their what do we do to get to the next level season? Like, how did we have so many wins and look so good in game one and then fall apart? And, you know, I think that's part of becoming a veteran basketball team. And I'm glad the Mavs can get them now because they are freaking loaded, bro.
I think them in Minnesota, right? We were kind of looking at both of those teams like, all right, that's awesome, but how will they fare in the postseason? And now you're kind of seeing like, all right, this is their learning curve. This is their experience. But, yeah, those are going to be formidable opponents in the West moving forward. Mavs are catching them at a good time.
They led the league in three-point shooting, and right now, like I said, if they don't make three-point shots, they're a different team. They don't rebound well enough, and if they don't hit their threes, then all of a sudden they're in trouble.
So I figured out how to use the Hulu app last night, and I put my phone down, so I watched the rest of the Mavs game, and then I go back and finish the Stars game, and I'm like, what the hell happened here, man?
Stars?
I mean, honestly, this one was pretty simple. They got 2 power play goals. Their penalty kill wasn't good. They were 0 for 8 in their previous 3 straight wins. They give up 2 goals in the special teams they lost. That one goal right at the end of the first period with 6 seconds, like 0.6 left.
Yeah, crushing.
That was a pain in the buns.
Yeah.
But I think, you know, for me, I thought once Pav scored, okay, now, like, he was due. So I threw that call out there. It happened. I was a little shocked. Someone's like, you need to go to Vegas right now. I'm like, no, if I'd actually put money on that, it would not have happened. That's how my luck goes.
Yeah.
But I think it was pretty as simple as you got to stay out of the penalty box, but otherwise your penalty kill needs to be on. They were dominating the series. They didn't. I mean, the Colorado Avalanche showed up. Cale Makar was the best player for them on the ice, and that was the first time since maybe the third period of game one that he's been that way.
Desperate team theory there last night.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they weren't going to go down that easy.
Part of a champion.
Yeah, you had to, you know, the whole idea was to make them shake hands with you last night.
Yeah.
And they did anything but that. You know, I go back and I watch the way that Otter has been playing. I just really believe this. When you watch these really good goaltenders play, they see every puck. They see every shot. I think Otter had some difficulty last night finding the puck a couple of different times. And give Colorado some credit. Their star players have not been playing like star players in this series.
Yeah.
And they showed up. Instead of being minus players last night, they were all plus players.
Well, salute to Southern Leisure for having us out yesterday.
It was
and
fun.
all the Tolos that came by, picked up a hot tub, picked up a fan T-shirt. After the game, went and coached the basketball team, and it was round one of our playoffs. We're down 30-2 at half.
Oh my gosh!
You know what? We were like the 8 seed against the 1 seed.
Oh,
so we were working on breaking the press in the first half, and we kind of got it together. You know, it's pretty much like 3 passes usually to get. And I'm like, all right, ladies, here's the deal. We're going to lose by less than 28 in the second half.
There
Right?
you
I'm
go.
thinking if they beat us like 30-3, that's a win.
You have to win.
We go out there and win the second half 15-9.
There you go.
We walked off that court heads held high as champions.
Yeah.
That had just gotten waxed in round one.
Look at that, but
playoffs.
hey, momentum for next regular season, though. You're taking that with you into the offseason right there. That's encouraging. That keeps you going a little bit.
I think if you wore a coat and tie for every game, I think they would be better.
I'll give it a shot, man. But this gal on the other team,
a coat and a tie.
This gal on the other team,
And a piece of luggage to carry him in, right?
in the opening minute, made 2 threes and a 2. She's got 8 points in 7th grade in the first minute of the game. Then her point guard starts finishing like she's Kyrie on both sides of the hoop, right and left-handed off glass, and I'm like,
both hands?
Okay, all right. This is looks like we got our work cut out.
Did you call
for
a
us.
quick timeout when that girl hit
yes.
Not a fluky one seed we're dealing with here.
When she hit the 2 threes and then the other one, did you call a quick timeout?
I did. I was. They were all over us. We really had to get the press break figured out more than the 3 defense. Yeah.
Did they pick you up full court?
They did.
Oh, geez.
That's pretty standard.
A team full of
really?
agitators.
It's a good learning opportunity.
Yeah.
Sounds like you learned in the second half, man. That sounds like a second half moral victory
As
right
your
there.
ladies are getting pummeled.
Yes. Yes.
You got it, guys.
Yeah. But it was fun. So salute to them, and they did a great job. Best of luck to you. Okay. A lot of Tolos in that league, by the way.
Are there?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, Dallas Crush last week. They got us pretty good, but they had like a Tolo coaching them, so that was cool. Nice. G-Bag of the day is coming up at 2:30. NFL schedule overreactions. Wolchuk has you next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversations. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.
with 2183 down.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by TrainInfo.com.
Train heating and cooling systems are tested, retested, engineered, and re-engineered to keep up with you. We run together. Visit TrainInfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. TrainInfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
Welcome back, Nation. We're 7 minutes here from your G-Bag of the day. Some NFL schedule overreactions here. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Window Nation. Here's Wolchuk with your overreacts.
Oh, this is always fun. ESPN judging overreactions to the 2024 NFL schedule release. Now, the one big thing for the Cowboys is I think 6 of their final 9 games are home games. So if they can keep that home cooking going in the regular season, they're looking pretty good for maybe a strong finish in the second half. We'll see. I mean, if you're looking for wins in the schedule, that might be one.
I got an overreaction. I got them starting 2-4, Wolchuk.
Ooh, Cowboys overreaction. 2-4 start.
At 2:40, can we play the win-loss game?
Yeah.
Let's do the win-loss game. I'm in on that.
Dude, it's the best time of the offseason.
We'll do a show win-loss instead of like us saying, oh, well, I think they're going to be 9-8. We'll do a show. We'll be our collective group. How about that? Well,
sounds good to me. Majority vote on who gets the dub and the L for every game.
Yeah, we'll have a vote off.
Okay.
Let's vote off.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Now, we start with the Jets. Overreaction or
You guys
not?
are going to pick 7 and 10.
You think so?
No, they're at least an 8-win team, Broadus.
I'm thinking maybe 5.
Ooh.
He doesn't mean that.
I don't at all.
Please don't let that happen.
No, we'll go through.
That'd
I'll
be
give
a
my
long
honest
year
opinion.
Wolchuk will tell you
That'd be a
now they're
long
like
year.
a 9-win team, and then when he goes through the schedule, it'll be like they're a 14-win team. They're winning 14.
It's going to be 17-0, guys. What the hell are
now
you
that
talking
I've actually
about?
looked and seen it, there's
now
no way they're
now
losing.
that nobody's counting them in, they're not a Super Bowl contender. Dak for MVP, 17-0.
I guarantee you we're going to find a way this group is going to get 12 wins out of this.
I think 10 max. It's a tough schedule.
Watch. We'll be like, oh, yeah, it should be a loss, but you guys will homer it up.
Look, 4 straight years of 12 wins.
Especially him.
You think me?
Yeah, he'll especially homer
For
it up.
sure, man. We all know our roles. We're like the Mavericks right now. Everybody understands their role.
I could get excited about it.
Dawson will pick like a 7-game losing streak, and then Wolchuk will fight him about it.
Spoiler alert, 2-4 is my hottest take.
Is it?
And then after that, 6 out of 9 at home.
The dust settles at 9-8.
Let's 240. Keep us on.
Okay.
After
Good tease, Brian.
yeah.
Turn us on, keep us on.
Let's start
You
with
know
the Jets.
We won't give you a free T-shirt.
Will the Jets be in first place going into their Week 12 bye? So we know they're starting 0-1. They're going to San Francisco. But after that, schedule looks pretty good for them. They've only got 3 of their next 7 games, or 10 games, I should say, against teams that made the playoffs last year. We buy in on the Jets being in first place in the AFC East heading into their bye week, Week 12, before their schedule starts to get a little more difficult.
No, that's a lot to, no. Miami, right? You have, sure, Aaron Rodgers, maybe healthy,
yes, you
but
can't
it's
even,
the Jets.
You don't know if he's going to be healthy.
Like Miami has a legit track record here, of being good. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to say that's an overreaction. I'll believe it when I see it. I'm not saying the Jets are going to be in first place in anything in Week 12.
Jets play good defense.
They play good defense. It hasn't mattered.
But they've worked on their skill guys, right?
They did work on their skill guys. Here's the issue for
if
them.
their quarterback stays healthy, you don't think that's a...
I think their first 3 games, their offensive line could end up being completely decimated.
You're saying that maybe...
They have short weeks. I think they play their first 3 games in like 10 days or something crazy like that.
What?
Their first 3 games are within 11 days. I don't even know how that makes any sense.
Whoa, how did that work?
Your left tackle's
probably got that Thursday night game mixed in there.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
they're going to play on a Monday, then a Sunday, then a Thursday. I think they're probably like a Thursday, Week 3 Thursday nighter. So that's going to be extremely strenuous.
League doesn't care.
But after San Francisco, you're playing what? Will Levis and Drake May and Bo Nix and JJ McCarthy.
Healthy, yeah.
Yeah, if you're a Jets fan and you're healthy, you're sitting there at 4-1 because you feel like, yes, I'm going to beat Will Levis, I'm going to beat Drake May, Bo Nix, and JJ McCarthy. I should be 4-1 going into Buffalo.
And then
you're probably going to lose in Buffalo.
And then
you're going to lose again.
All right, overreaction or not, comes down to Week 18. Barkley's playing the Giants. Saquon Barkley is going to lead the Eagles to the playoffs by running all over his old team in Week 18.
That's a That's a ball. That's
He's
a ball
going for
sack.
250
That's a
and 3
reaching ball
touchdowns.
sack.
That's a reaching
If
ball
I've ever
sack
seen
because
one.
is Kellen Moore going to run the football?
That's a fantastic point. By week 18, no. He will the first
He will
4
on
weeks
first
of
and
the
10 and
season.
second and 9,
Well,
Broadus.
that's what I'm saying, though. I mean, is that run all over somebody when you're gaining 2 yards a shot?
With an offensive line, he can definitely run the football. They got one there.
Do you think he legitimately is going to run the football with this
No,
guy?
he won't be healthy. The biggest overreaction.
No, I'm talking about Kellen Moore. I know the guy won't be healthy.
Yeah,
he will hand the ball off. Kellen Moore will turn around and hand the ball off. There will just be no nuance. There will be nothing special about it. It'll be very plain and simple, and it'll be very predictable. And it'll be first and second down. And then Jalen Hurts, can you do what Dak had to do for many years and just bail us out of third and long?
That's a good point. I think you're right.
Falcons could win the NFC. That might be the most laughable overreaction that I've seen here. And I guess they have a very favorable schedule, but come on. Like, they could win their division. I think they are the best team in their division, but they're not winning the NFC. What are we doing?
I mean, give me a 2,000-yard season from Bijan Robinson and great defense. I think Kirk Cousins could win so many regular season games then, lose in the divisional round. But sure.
But yeah, winning the NFC, like in the postseason, I don't see them making a run like that. I can see them making it. I think they'll be a playoff team.
Well, they have like the easiest schedule in the sport.
Right. But once you get into the playoffs, that doesn't matter.
No. Yeah, they're not. I would be blown away if they win a single playoff game.
And then final overreaction or not, a healthy Joe Burrow and the Bengals will win the AFC North, which might be the best division in football.
What injury is he coming back from?
I'll go true on that one. We'll check.
Wrist injury.
Yeah.
I'm buying on the Bengals. They got an easy schedule. They were winning games with a subpar quarterback last year who nobody even knew who he was.
The Super Bowl.
Well, they're winning the division for sure.
That's my hot take.
There it is.
He's dethroning Mahomes
We got
this
Cowboys schedule takeaways and game by game coming up in Krusty's Corner in about 15 minutes. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day in the Pimp Cup. It's Lucius.
Yeah. Streets got to eat, baby. Slip slide trying to provide.
On the
for
road
me.
tomorrow, huh, Lucius?
We are on the road tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Lucius out there at the ballpark with us.
Hey, man.
It'll be fun.
Tolo's going to love you out there.
Who?
The Tolos. They're going to be all coming out. Lucius! They ask about you every time we're out there.
They'd be like, oh my God, is this Walt? Finally meet the great Walt the Barber. All right, let's see what we got right here.
Let me get that tape up real quick.
Man, Reggie, I love you, Reggie. I get called Chris a lot, too. Especially on the fan text. Tell Chris to shut up.
Got you down.
Chris to shut up. I was like, ooh, that's me. All right, Angels manager and a legend here in DFW, Mr. Ron Washington. He told his team to lay down a squeeze play. It didn't work out for the Angels. Bases was loaded. Good call by Ron. But they tried to lay down a bunt. And it didn't go right. Yeah, fraudian. They tried to lay down a blunt.
Ron, among other things.
And it didn't go well, so Ron let it be known in the presser.
Your mate missed it, but why did you want to call for that?
Lefty on lefty. I didn't sink a ball left-hander. I didn't want him to hit into a double play. He can handle the bat. He didn't do the job. It wasn't anything I did wrong. He didn't do the job. I would have rather went to the ninth inning with a 6-6 lead than to went to the ninth inning the way we did. It didn't work out.
What did you think of some of the at-bats tonight from Shonowell and Paris, and good ones against?
No, very good ones. We fell behind 5-0. We fought back. We tied the ball game. We had a good matchup. Lefty got us.
Yeah.
End of the game, the home run the lefty hit was the game.
It is what it is.
We tried to do something to get back in the game. It didn't work in our favor. But other than that, I thought we did a good job of battling and staying in the game, not giving in, and we got beat.
When a pitcher is that wild, does that make it a little tougher to get the
Wow. He was throwing the ball in the strike zone. Why are you making excuses? He was throwing the ball in the strike zone. He did not get the bunt down. Period.
Bang that table, right, Lucius?
Wild.
Bang
the hell are you
that
talking
If
about?
you want to make a point, bang that table.
Yeah.
Bang that table.
Drop the antlers on him. We loved Ron back in the day, man. We made these Ron Washington T-shirts, and then we made these, we called them wash rags, where they were like a handkerchief with Ron's face on them, and I still have one in my office.
There you go.
Whoosh.
Yeah. Whoosh.
All right, let's see right here. What was that? Day number 2 for Wash or 3?
I think he's looking for 3 right here.
Yeah, this will be third.
Okay, all right. Well, we have a woman She's sitting in the McDonald's parking lot, giving the guy a hard time while he tries to eat his burger in the car.
Okay.
She just runs up to his car. I guess not supposed to be parked there. I don't know what it is. Listen.
Get away from my car.
Come on!
Get away from
really,
my car.
you? Boy? Get out of your car, boy! Son!
Go somewhere, crazy.
No, I'm not crazy. Get out of your car now.
You don't
Yeah,
want me to
eating
get-
your McDonald's.
You don't
Get
want
out
me
of
to
your
go
car, ass.
Get your order straight.
Come on. I'm so ready to fight club this. Let's go. Come on.
Wow.
No.
Come on.
you-
Oh,
Damn.
you're a get a degree. Go to school.
I am what I
Go
eat.
to school.
I am what I eat. You see my car versus your car.
You're eating McDonald's? Go to school.
You see my car versus your
Go
car.
to-
Bye.
Oh.
Bye.
Make $1 million a year. You
But you eat McDonald's.
son. No, I'm not eating at McDonald's. I was getting a coffee at McDonald's.
Oh.
You?
That's not
$2
eating?
bill?
That's not eating? Go home, Miss Washington. Take your ass home.
Come on. No, get your ass out of your car. Are you going to post this? Because you look like a right now. I with your, get a degree. Go to school. Go to school. Oh, I'm putting it on the internet.
Wow.
It's wild times we living in, people.
Man, just let me eat my Big Mac
What
in
was she
peace,
so upset
please.
about?
Wild times. I don't know, man.
You're eating.
I love eating my food in the parking lot. I really do.
Keep your energy positive, stay prayed up, and keep your head on a swivel out here.
Amen. Kidding.
Well, let's see what else we got. Oh, yesterday was the church day. Hope you got your blessing. Shout out to my pastors, Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. Yeah, get your mind right. Freddie Haynes, a freedom fighter. Reverend Ike, he's with God now, and I know he's up there shining. All them diamonds and gold on Reverend Ike, that perm. Woo, Reverend Ike, like a soul singer. I love old Reverend Ike. You guys familiar with Drake's song "Rich Baby Daddy" featuring Sexy Red and SZA?
I don't think so.
Bend that ass over, hands on your knees.
Oh, yeah, I know that one.
Let that breathe.
Yeah.
You know what? Yes. Extremely familiar.
Yeah.
Now that you sing it, Lucius, yeah, we know
you
that
should
one.
look those lyrics up. Okay. I like it though. I like Sexy Red. I don't care what y'all say about it. Well, we have a baby girl right here. She done cleaned up the song.
Okay.
In the name of the Father.
Okay.
Bust the Bible open, let the word breathe. Take the devil off, ask and receive. Ask and receive, ask and receive. Take the time to pray and get down on your knees. Ask and receive, ask and receive. Take the time to pray and get down on your knees. Ask and receive, ask and receive. Take the time to pray and get down on your knees. Covered by his blood pouring over me. He's looking over me. He's looking out.
Yeah, nice job.
Oh, yeah, she killed it, bro.
What is she, about 8 or so?
Yeah, she's young as hell, dude. Hey, but look, she's got the capabilities.
Yeah.
Yep.
She's got the gift that keeps on giving right there.
Yeah.
She's got the skills to pay the bills. How much time we have now? We don't have enough time. Don't worry about it.
All right.
We're out here.
Let's do some voting here before we get to the Krusty's Corner. We got Ronnie said, Lefty got us.
It's just a fact of life. The way you said it's just a fact of life, you know? You got us.
I'm so happy he's back.
We tried and failed.
Woman giving burger eater a hard time in the parking lot. That's why I prefer to eat my fast food, actually, in the parking lot right there.
Do you?
I do. I like the food for some reason tastes a little bit better sitting there eating it while you're paying
In the
bill.
car.
In the car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just the plastic chairs and the tables inside.
Yeah.
I just feel like too grown to be sitting in there. Or something.
I won't eat there, and I won't eat in the car either. I'll take that joint all the way home.
Good for you. I can't do that.
You have better patience. You're at least snacking on the fries, though, Lucius, on the ride home. You are. You're not even ordering fries. You're ordering onion rings.
For the most part, I do not eat fries.
2 orders of onion rings, please.
See, the onion ring has to be dipped in something. So there's no way that you could be driving. So
I'll just eat the onion ring straight up.
And I have to have something to watch while I eat. If there's nothing to watch, I will like search, click on things until there's something finally to watch.
let the food get cold.
That's what the air fryer's for, though, right?
100%.
You're set.
Hey,
we don't let Remy eat on the way home because of choking concerns with toddlers.
Oh,
you know what
that's
I'm saying?
fair.
Yeah.
but we don't explain why, right? So I'll be like trying to sneak bites, and she'll be like, Daddy, why are you eating in the car? Like, wow, boss, slow down. Is it Church Day Blessings with the Drake remix? I'm going to vote for Ronnie.
Oh, somebody's mad at the little girl for remixing that song. F that little stupid brat.
The jam right there. How can you have a problem with that?
Man,
She
the rain
cleaned
be
it
getting
up,
the people
dude.
sometime, bro. I think it's the weather. It gets the people.
That would make sense. Chief?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the champ.
All right. Lucius?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the little girl.
We're sitting here at 2-1, Bully.
I'll go with Ron.
3-1, Brian.
McDonald's lady.
By a score of 3-1. And still, your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's one of the finest managers or coaches to ever set foot in this Metroplex, Ron Washington, leading the Angels against the Rangers tomorrow night. Right here on The Fan. I can't wait to... There should be an audio goldmine flowing from Ron. Maybe some reminiscing, some nostalgia.
Ooh, that'd be good.
Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are you going with it, man?
Yeah, we're going to put the show on the line. We're going to pick this Cowboys schedule, win and loss. We'll be back next.
Coming up Friday on Sean and RJ, it is a Nosebleeds takeover. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Team executives, streaming live and always available on demand. Stay in the know with your favorite teams with Odyssey. AUDACY. Download the free Odyssey app today.
It's a Memorial Day weekend fan hang, complete with a one-of-a-kind party favor. Join us Saturday, May 25th as we team up with our Revolver friends at their brewery, 5650 Matlock Road in Granbury. And while they last, pick up a free one-of-a-kind Tolo Revolver pint glass. We'll watch the Rangers together, listen to some tunes, and enjoy some delicious Revolver. Presented by Alba Limo. For your transportation needs, think albalimos.com. Come party Saturday of Memorial Day weekend at Revolver Brewery in Granbury with the Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Oh, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. NFL News today is coming up at 3 o'clock. Bobby Carella talking Mavs at 4. One of our favorite Mavs talkers is going to join us about this 3-2 lead. It's time for the corner, though, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king of the Crusties, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Man, I appreciate guys also carrying me yesterday on that show on yesterday.
Yeah?
Just that one segment?
I'd seen a guy for 20 years.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that 345.
You guys had a nice little 3-man show.
I thought it was Mike Zimmer the way you were salivating over that guy.
No, man, I hadn't seen my guy in a long time, and it's funny. We started talking, and next thing I know, you guys are chopping it up. I'm like, man, they're probably talking about something I'm probably not very good at. So good for you guys.
I think it was actually a football segment.
Was it a football segment?
Yeah.
I don't think it was. I think it was something else.
We were probably talking over your head anyways about it.
No, that's what I'm saying. Probably talking way over my head about it.
Getting too inside the game.
Inside the game. I will say this. I did have the NFL, the Cowboys schedule figured out with like an hour to go in the show. It finally all came together. At the Detroit game,
you got the final leak.
The final, I was able to kind of get the final piece, and I was trying to figure out Detroit, and then where the bye week fell. We were right about when we went through it. The bye week was on the week
7 bye.
Yeah, we figured
Nailed
that out.
it.
October bye.
We figured that out. But
that's an early one.
But I was going through, but like with an hour to go,
you got the ding.
I kind of figured it out that okay, this is what it's going to be. I spent like the whole show basically trying to figure out the schedule.
Yeah, you were grinding yesterday.
For something that was going to be released at 7:30, sir.
I
It's a
know.
very responsible use of your time.
I know, but you know what the thing is, Dawson, I sit there and it's always like a game to me.
No, I get it. Yeah. I've seen you do this every year. It's fun.
It's
Yeah.
a total game. to me.
Competitive spirit, man.
Exactly. All right, we're going to, for the show of record here for the Cowboys schedule, we have the show of record for baseball. We're going to be the show of record for schedule, right?
Sure, I'm
Schedule. You know what I
totally
mean?
on
This
board
will
with
be
that.
this will be what our show thinks the Cowboys are going to be this year.
Yeah,
So,
this is
so instead of coming after us individually, you could just come after the whole show.
the only
you know.
prediction that matters.
Only-
this one right
this
here,
is the
and
only
it's a
one.
democracy, right? Game
We'll
by
vote on
game
it.
democracy.
We'll vote on it. We'll vote
Lucius,
on
you have to vote too.
Oh, yeah, I always get people to say, hey, man, tell Dawson I said. Hey, why don't you tell Broadus to go?
Yeah, there you go. I'm totally with you on that, man. Just let me know. All right, week 1, Cowboys do open up at the Cleveland Browns. It's a 3:25 game on Fox. Win or lose, gentlemen.
Yeah, I think that's an L. I don't feel good about
I'm going to
that.
say that's an L as well. That's a tough matchup, especially with a couple of rookie offensive linemen probably playing. That's a good front.
Schwartz, Myles Garrett. This is going to be a 16-9 loss. You had 3 field goals. Brandon Aubrey's the only one that scores.
That's that running game style, too, that troubles the Cowboys. They're Dunsky.
Lucius, you're going to say Dunsky on this one?
Yeah, 100%.
All right, show of record, an L.
0-1.
0-1, no!
It's all right, Walchuk.
The
We'll get
perfect
them.
season's ruined.
They're about to go on a heater here. I can feel it.
Week 2, the New Orleans Saints come to town. That's going to be a noon game on Fox. Gentlemen, New Orleans Saints, week 2.
Light work. That's a win.
Derek Carr? Kidding me? Dennis Allen? Cowboys.
Wooly.
It's gonna be
That's a win.
It's gonna be a road crowd though.
It will be. There's a lot of folks from New Orleans that are living here now because of
Yeah, Black and Gold B and all his friends.
Yeah.
Yeah,
tearing that
Cowboys are
place
taking
up.
that one.
Okay, that's a W, so we're 1-1. Good job, guys.
God, let them lose to Derek Carr and Taysom Hill.
September 22nd, Cowboys host the Baltimore Ravens at 3:25. Baltimore at 3:25 on September 22nd. Gentlemen, win or lose?
Yeah, that's an L.
They got Derrick Henry, right?
They do.
That's
yeah.
a big L, bro.
And with a chip on his shoulder, he's in the house of the folks that never called him.
Yeah.
Didn't even touch base. He wanted to be here so bad he's courtside at Mavericks games. He can't do that for the Wizards.
You a big L, and I ain't talking about Cool J.
Wooly Bully, you're going to get outvoted if you go with the W here.
All right. I'll still with the W.
Okay, but you can
I'll
keep,
do it.
Keep your
A
own.
pity dub.
Well,
Look at that.
Group voted L, so we're 1-2.
Damn it.
Thursday night game, the September 26th, the New York Giants come
That's
to
a
town.
win. That's a win. The Giants stink.
The Giants do stink, don't they? But you're going to New York here.
That's a
No,
Thursday
this
night,
is,
too.
This is at the Giants.
Yeah.
At the Giants. I'm
Okay.
sorry. At the Giants. My bad.
Cool.
At the Giants.
Yeah, that's a dub. That's a dub.
Yeah, Dak owns the Giants.
Yeah.
2-2. Next, you travel to Pittsburgh for October 6th at Pittsburgh. That's going to be a Sunday night game.
Rookie O-line cost you 20-16 Stillers.
Chance for Dak Prescott to be
don't know.
2-0 at
Yeah,
home.
Who's still his quarterback?
Missed it.
Russ.
It's either gonna be Russ or Fields.
Missed it.
Oh.
Missed it.
I'm gonna leave. That's a tough one. I don't know.
Dude, I think Mike Tomlin's just going to find a way. That's just a find a way game for the Steelers.
Yeah, that's an L for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
L for the Cowboys it is. Cowboys are now 2-3. They come home to play the Detroit Lions on October 13th.
They've been waiting for this game since last Thanksgiving, right? Or last December. They're going to be so fired up, Detroit.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yes, dude. Yeah. What Dan Campbell is going to throw up there on the projector screen for team meetings, what's going to be in the locker room at each and every locker, only God knows, bro. This might be the first game he actually comes out there with that lion that he wants to on that leash when they come out of the tunnel. This might be the first unveiling of that. It wouldn't shock me at all. That's a Detroit dub.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Lions. I think the Lions are just better right now.
Lucius,
Yeah, that sounds nasty. That's another L.
2-4, boys. We're off to a good start. Mike's feeling the pressure right now.
I'm sensing a turning point, though, Brian.
Okay, here we go.
Campbell's going to go for
Bye
2
week.
every time.
Bye
in that
week. A
game.
lot of questions.
Bye week to get healthy.
Bye week. you're
Bye week
2-4.
last year, everything good happened.
That's
You
a
think
dub.
they came out of the
They're gonna
bye?
win the bye week?
Now they're winning out, huh? Come on.
Okay, follow the bye week. at San Francisco.
God dog it.
Oh,
come on.
Sunday night ESPN.
I don't care
Sunday
if you
night
had 2
NBC game.
years to prepare. You're getting your ass kicked
Yeah, I'm
in
not.
San Francisco.
I can't take him against San Francisco. I did it last year. I said I'd never do it again.
2-5.
Dawson, Lucius?
Yeah.
2-5. Man, Mike McCarthy is.
Yeah, it's looking bad for you, Mike.
Yeah, Brian's smiling over there.
No, not me.
Yeah, he is.
November 3rd.
Paper started shaking. Oh my God.
Oh, 2-5, 2-5.
Look at this.
Come on,
coming
Sam,
together.
take over, baby.
November 3rd at Atlanta.
Win.
I'm going to win there too, man.
Dawson,
That's a loss, Brian.
Lucius.
Who's that? ATL. Oh, that's the new boy. Oh,
Bijan.
Yep. Nah, they're gonna win that one. No, that's a loss.
Oh,
that's a loss.
So it's 2-2.
So you got to be the de facto.
That's a loss. They're gonna get crazy.
W.
Let's go, Brian. Yeah. Woo! It's a
3-5.
positive post-game
All right,
show.
November 10th at home against the Philadelphia Eagles.
Win. They beat the Eagles at home every year.
Lucius. Philadelphia home.
Yeah, dub.
Yeah, man. I think they're going to get that victory that week.
Win.
Here we go. 4-5. Back at it. November 18th at home. Houston Texans. That's a Monday night game.
That's the Diggs Brothers showdown.
Ooh.
We finally get it this year. Hopefully.
And this is CJ Stroud versus Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
They've become seemingly besties.
It's actually all in versus Jerry's all in.
Houston.
Sam Lucius.
Yep.
That's an L.
Yeah, I guess we'll go L there.
It's a 4-6 right now.
That's a tough game.
All right. November 24th at the Commanders.
They've had trouble going to Washington, but I think that's a win.
Yeah, they had trouble when it was a good defense. Now that they have they have nothing. Yeah.
Rookie quarterback.
Yeah, it's a dub.
Lucius, dub. 5-6. Back at home on Thanksgiving against the New York Football Giants.
That's a win.
Victory.
Yep.
Lucius,
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take that too.
6-6. Oh, we're on a road. We're talking playoffs now.
Let's go.
In the hunt.
That's when Jerry comes out and put that voodoo on us.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, we're looking pretty good here.
December 9th at home versus Cincinnati.
L.
And 100% a L.
Yeah, I'm leaning loss there.
Maybe Burrow's hurt, but that's if not, that's an L.
6-7. Playoff talk stops. December 15th at Carolina.
Win.
It'll be ugly, but they'll pull it out.
Lucius,
I'm going to ride with my teammates on that one.
That's a dub.
W. 7-7. Playoff talk back on Monday morning. Dawson.
Big conference win.
Throwing
you
them
know?
back in the mix.
Anything can happen once you're in the
Tiebreakers.
tournament, baby.
December 22nd against Tampa Bay at home.
That's a win.
They just have their number, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give it to them.
That's a W.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Heads above water.
Uh-oh.
Heads above water.
Winning record, boys. Let's go.
Wait a minute.
December 29th at Philadelphia. 325.
That's a loss.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's
Split
L.
with Philly.
Yeah, I lean split with Philly too. I hate it, but that's an L.
That's 8-8, boys, right now.
It's an
Last
8-8 league, Broadus.
Last game of the season, January 5th, against the Commanders.
Got him.
At home.
Dang.
That's a dub for the boys.
This is for the wild card spot.
Oh, that's for the
Can you
division
get
title,
in?
baby. 9-8 wins the East this year. First back-to-back division champs since 2003. Woo!
You call it? What do you call it? W's?
Yes.
No, I don't believe they will win that football game.
They're winning that football game.
I think they win it.
Yeah, I call it dub.
It's a dub.
It's a dub.
5-1 in division, 4-8 outside of division, 9-18.
9-8.
I think that's realistic.
That's what we had. 9-8.
I think we did good solid work here today.
We don't even need to watch the games.
I think I had the Atlanta loss though, so I'd have them at 8-9. But
Yeah.
show prediction, we're sitting here at 9-8. I feel great about that.
Show
I think that's
prediction for us is 9-8. If anybody asks,
That means we're all betting
we're
the
on
under.
record.
That's
We're
right.
all on record here.
We'll talk more about
Thank you,
that
guys.
and more.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, sir. Brian Broaddus and Krusty's Corner brought to you every day by Reliant Air Conditioning. And the NFL news today is coming up next. Wolchuk, where are you taking it?
Yeah, we have Bobby Wagner that's going to make Cowboy fans absolutely sick. More schedule fallout, and what the hell's up with these jerseys? That's next.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our commercial-free expressway. Afternoons at 5:20 on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for your NFL news of the day, and here's Wolchuk.
Well, welcome to Kansas City, Xavier Worthy. His car got stolen overnight from his apartment complex in Kansas City, according to the Chiefs. And some are saying that it might have been Rashee Rice just trying to hold on to that wide receiver 1 title. I don't know. Maybe like he can keep Xavier away from the practice field. But the Rashee Rice jokes about this are all over social media. They are actually kind of funny. I hope Rashee Rice is doing okay. SMU zone, Richland High School. I'm pulling for the guy. But not a fun morning for Xavier Worthy when he goes outside and all of a sudden my car's not there. I don't know. There might be somebody that can relate to that on the show.
That was the worst feeling in the world, especially when Eric and I walked outside. And I kind of looked at Eric like, I parked it over here, didn't I? You know, I thought maybe but no, didn't work out.
What did Eric say to you?
No, dude.
He goes,
like, bro, are you kidding me?
He goes, yeah, he did. He goes, I think you dropped an F-bomb and then said, bro. Because he wasn't thinking about my car. He was thinking of how he was going to get home.
Yeah. It's like, dude, you're my
how
ride.
am I going to get home?
Dude, where's your car?
No way.
You did drive us today, right, Broadus?
Yeah.
You parked right there.
Right there.
Oh, man, watching the color leave his face, and he was just completely distraught. He was hoping Ashton Kutcher and company would pop out saying he's been punked.
Yeah.
It was a long night. That walk back sucked, man.
Man, well, we just did the Cowboys schedule. We got them at 9-8. Now, one area that the Cowboys have certainly tried to improve is at linebacker. I mean, they drafted Maris Lufau. Hopefully he turns out to give you some productivity. And then they brought in Eric Kendricks, who is their lone big free agent acquisition. So hopefully that gets a little bit better. But there was a guy that we've talked about for the last couple of years. His name's Bobby Wagner. He's been an all-pro. He seems like he's an ageless wonder. We're like, oh, this is going to be the year. Bobby Wagner's not any good. What's he do? He sets a career high in tackles. Well, he was on with Up and Adams. And now he's finally reunited with Dan Quinn in Washington. And he let us know what we had wondered the last couple of seasons. Yeah, he was trying to reunite with Dan Quinn and come to Dallas. Break our hearts again, Bobby. Take it away.
I think the biggest thing for me is, like, I've always been on the West Coast. So coming to the East Coast, you want to come and kind of have and be around, some familiar faces. And so, obviously I had a ton of respect from him from afar. We actually tried to make it happen a couple times. It just didn't work out structurally from a contract perspective, but we finally got it right. I think, him as a person, him as a leader has always been amazing. I think a big thing too was being able to be coached by Coach Norton again. He's like my favorite coach of all time. And so being able to be back in the room with him again is great too.
So DQ did try to get you to go to the Cowboys.
This is correct.
Why? And it didn't work out. Why?
It didn't work out. You got to ask the Cowboys there.
And now you get to face the Cowboys twice a year. That's interesting.
Yeah, but I have no feelings there. It's definitely not on the same level of Seattle.
I like what Kay was doing there. Tried to bait him a little bit with, now you get to play the Cowboys twice a year. There's no, bad
after they
feelings.
asked you to sign a contract that had you playing for free.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it came down to, the financials. But I don't know that a Bobby Wagner's making the big difference for the Cowboys advancing in the postseason, but I'm sure he wouldn't have hurt.
They still end up getting boat raced by the Packers.
Who is Kay Adams a fan of?
She's kind of pulling for the Bengals.
Is she a Bengals?
I don't know if she is actually a Bengals fan.
I think she's a fan of all 32.
But she's definitely spoken very highly.
But they had her on the schedule release. They had her as one of the
Bengals fans. Yeah,
prank call. They had her on the prank call. So
I think she's kind of chosen the Bengals as her current team that she's riding with right now. Because there's a lot to like about
Mia
the Bengals.
Kimes is a Seahawks fan, right?
Yes, she is a Seahawks fan. She's from Seattle.
Okay.
I don't know why I thought Kay was from Chicago, but I could be very wrong about that.
We can look it up.
She's definitely pulling for the Bengals
we don't have
right
to guess.
now. These might be the most disgusting uniforms I've ever seen. Actually, there's probably worse, but these are bad. See the Giants' new 100th anniversary unis?
Unfortunately.
So they're dubbed Century Red. The fresh kit is basically retro elements that they found in their earliest years.
She's from Chicago.
She's from Chicago?
She is
Nailed
from
it.
Chicago, yeah.
Pants and socks from New York's inaugural 1925 season. They got a red and blue jersey from the 1933 season. And a helmet designed with their 1938 headgear in mind. It looks terrible. And the brown pants are like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, okay, am I wrong? I'm not that mad at the uniform, but the brown khaki-looking pants look awful.
The pants are really what brings it down.
Yeah, you should probably went with a white or maybe a blue or something like that.
Yeah, but they can't do that in 1938, right?
Yeah, but you're not in 1938.
Well, yeah, that's the part of the retro that you should just not do.
Well, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it look like 1938.
Paying homage to the ugliest time in their franchise's history.
When you could not launder your white pants, so they looked khaki at midseason.
We're gonna get them laundered.
We don't need to remember that part of it.
So this is what it was. These are actually white pants that by middle of the season became khaki because they had so many grass stains and whatnot, but you couldn't totally clean it off the way you can now.
And the feces.
That's what it looks like to me. I don't know, Chief. To answer your question, I'm looking at Krusty myself. Like he's the only guy that was around back then. To know exactly.
I mean, I'm
what's going
sure
on with
you're
these
getting
pants.
nostalgic when you look at these, Broadus.
You know what? I
mean, it certainly wasn't a cool color that you would want to play.
So if yours is white, you don't get a ring?
yeah. You got to have grass stains.
So I would have been standing over there with white pants. Is my problem. Yeah. But no, they're trying to go back to like 1938. That's what they're trying to do.
Like, some people
clowns
like
want
the
them
good old days, right, Broadus?
You clowns want them to have, give me blue or white pants. And come on, man.
Yeah, just match the other portions. Just match the top half, which is exactly that: blue and red and white.
Would have been good. I didn't say anything about the Bears unis 972. I think these Giants one look god awful. Like the Steelers Bumblebees 817 likes them.
Yeah, no, the Steelers the Hamburglers,
the Packers throwbacks. Like those are not good looking jerseys.
No,
have you ever seen what the Broncos do with their the Broncos had some brown and gold uniforms.
You don't want brown on that uniform.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you just forget that part of your history.
Yeah.
I do like the Giants helmet though. The helmet's not multiple
bad.
lines
Michigan
going back.
kind of Wolverine vibe.
Yeah, I like that.
Helmet's not bad at all. Now, the Jets are the first team in NFL history to receive 6 primetime games in the first 11 weeks of the season.
Dude, but looking at Daniel Jones in this ugly-ass uniform is just
he's
hysterical.
funny. He's just goofy. Daniel Jones is just goofy, but their counterparts there in New York, like, you're banking on Aaron Rodgers. They did this last year. It failed for them. The NFL says, the Jets owe us. They better show up. They better be good. I don't know that you can count on this.
Who said that?
Week 1, the league. Week 1, Monday Night Football. Week 3, Thursday Night Football. 6, Monday Night Football. Sunday Night Football in Week 7. Week 9, they've got Thursday night again, and Week 11, Sunday night. So your prime time is pretty much littered with the Jets. And if for some reason Aaron Rodgers goes down again, or maybe he's just not any good anymore, yuck. It's going to be like Broncos last year.
If he's not good anymore, that'll be fine. It'll be funny to watch him just not be good.
At least he's out there and we can make fun of him.
If he's injured, like that is going to be a huge problem. That's disappointing.
It's just a mistake.
You know, last year we had a bunch of Raiders games, and thank God we don't this year, primetime Raider games. But it's going to be a healthy dose of the Jets, and please have Rodgers just be healthy. Doesn't matter if he's any good.
Man. We've got the Thanksgiving Day slate. Bears, Lions. We know Giants, Cowboys, and then Dolphins at the Packers. Could be a juicy game. Lambeau Field for Thanksgiving is kind of nice.
Yeah, that you have to catch it. You want to make sure you get in there before December for sure.
That's going to be fun. Turkey Day in Lambeau.
Yeah.
Week 1, you've got your rematch with the Rams and the Lions. So that'll be a good primetime game on Sunday Night Football to start the season. I'm excited for that matchup. Top 10 primetime games. Cowboys and Niners were listed. I don't know why, because it's two teams that, of course, have great history, but the games have kind of stunk, especially last year. Packers-Eagles, which will be opening the season in Brazil. Broncos-Saints. You've got Sean Payton going back to New Orleans, which is kind of fun.
But just an awful game. Not in any way a top 10 primetime game.
No, otherwise you wouldn't be super into it. But, yeah, I mean, you've got the storyline there, which is why it would be. Bears and Texans. Maybe the Bears are a little bit better with Caleb Williams. You got the last two, last year C.J. Stroud wins Rookie of the Year. Maybe Caleb Williams wins it this year. Lions-Niners, which will be fun. Ravens-Chiefs to open the season. Rams-Lions. Houston and Dallas is number 3 on the list, which is going to be a juicy one. I don't know why Jets-49ers is so high, and then Ravens-Chargers week 1 or number 1 on Monday Night Football.
Was it Robert Saleh was there, right?
Yeah,
Saleh and half the coaching staff, right?
Yes, but I don't know. I don't think that. I mean, hopefully you have.
Is this
Rodgers.
the year they get that Saleh's done?
Yeah, if they don't make the playoffs, sure, absolutely. I think we already heard like him and Woody Johnson were like getting in huge fights, the owners' meetings, and it doesn't seem like things are going well over there. It costs $695 in total to attend every Carolina Panthers game this season on TickPick. It's cheaper to go to Carolina season tickets than any other team in the NFL. And for $695, I mean, sign me up. I'd pay for that.
Great cash, homie.
Absolutely.
I'd go.
300 level though?
I mean that's you're gonna go sit in the nosebleed seats for every single Panthers game on the season.
I'm gonna work my way. I'm gonna work my way down.
Yeah, so if I drop a G, I can go to the Lower Bowl.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah.
It depends on how tight the security is, because I know at AT&T, like just to get into different sections, they got to scan your ticket, make sure you're in the right spot, right?
They do. But I mean, last year it looked like there was just nobody there at those games, so it might be pretty easy to go ahead and just.
They might encourage it to actually look better on TV if we at least get people down there in the bowl.
You would think they would do that, but watching the A's game, everybody just spread out. All like 15 people that came to see the game are all spread out across the whole place.
Crazy.
Guys, we want you all bunched up,
group
please.
on in together, guys.
We need, please get together on this. All right, this is something that we need for the sport. It looks better. Michael Brockers is retired from the NFL, former Rams and Lions defensive tackle. I do think the Cowboys.
I thought he retired a while ago.
He's officially retired today. He sent his paperwork in. He was a good player. And
the NFL decided he was done 2 years ago. He decided today he was done.
Yeah, held out just in case you get the call. I'm ready. I'm always in shape, but he's officially retired. Chargers, it seems, won the trolling when it came to their schedule.
They do every year.
Videos. Man,
these guys are the anime
Chargers
kings. crushed
it. So they did a Sims.
Sim
schedule release.
They've done anime before.
And they were, last year was the anime, and it was really good. So they made fun of a couple of people, including Taylor Swift. They showed her jet. They made fun of Chiefsaholic, who was in it in a courtroom, and then Harrison Butker, who was in the kitchen taking a pizza out of the oven. Which was good. I mean, it's funny.
Good.
I mean, the Chargers nailed it.
It should have been cupcakes or something, though.
That
It should have
would've
been.
been
It shouldn't have been something as badass as pizza.
Apparently, they also hit a QR code in their schedule release video, which when you scan it, takes Raiders fans to a membership sign-up page for the World Clown Association.
I do like that.
So I love it. I mean, I love that we're doing bits here. The Cowboys video was pretty funny. I mean, it's basically just
Did you figure out who the people were?
Once you figured out who they were, at first I'm like, I don't know who some of these people. Some of them were just random fans.
Yeah.
But I mean, of course, some of them you knew. I mean, the Eli Manning one was pretty great. I liked that. Dawn Staley was pretty vicious at the end. She definitely was not
Philly
a fan. Not a fan of the Cowboys. But I do love now the war of the social media teams when it comes to these schedule releases every year. That's kind of become the new best thing. Because I got to say, I used to get super geeked out for the schedule release. I did not really care much yesterday whatsoever. I was just too immersed into stars and
No, that's a great point, dude. It has really changed this spring as far as
I mean, that's just like graduating into adulthood at some point.
I
Will do that to you.
Took a peek at it. I'm like, okay, we got Cleveland and Pittsburgh early in the year. Thank God. When it's the bye week, 6 of the last 9 at home. Sweet, let's do it. We'll see how it goes.
Fresh, new, Walchuk,
Made me feel bad.
adult man perspective. Because Broadus has been only thinking about this schedule for the last 72 hours. That's all he's talked about.
Trying to like get it out before anybody else.
Yeah. I did. I had
it
it wired before an hour before it went live.
Yeah, you do. We'll never forget that.
Take that.
We'll have that on your tombstone, Broadus.
Yeah,
good job, buddy.
He always figured out the schedule. That's what we'll do.
He was the schedule man.
Yeah.
There you
All
go.
right.
Your NFL news of the day.
Great job by Wolchuk once again.
right there.
Who do you feel better about advancing now? Which 3 and
What are
2
you trolling
team?
over there?
I'm
You're the
just saying,
Chargers
is it-
social media team?
No, it's usually and that's
You think he peters out a little bit?
He stops, and you're like going.
It's kind of like Gavin do his thing, man. He's the quarterback of this. I know my role.
Thank you, Wolchuk, having
Thank
some
you.
damn respect. Unlike this guy over here.
Okay,
Rusty. You got a fight coming.
I do.
At 877-881-1053. Who do you say you feel better about now?
Not
Mavs
you.
or Stars? Text in and give your answer. Which 3 and 2 team most likely to advance? We have 5 thoughts on each of their games last night coming up next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat D&M leasing before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, just call D&M and tell them what it is.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's the sports bar. They have the best wings in town with 26 mouth-watering sauces and rubs to choose from. Go see for yourself at the new Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth.
Right on. Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a good one. Let's talk Mavs and Stars with you at 877-881-1053. We're looking for your text feedback on this. Go ahead, leave that name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous right here in the G-Bag Nation. Who do you feel better about advancing now, Mavs and Stars, and why? Maybe you want to say both, but we just need your feedback on that topic at 877-881-1053. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. I mean, both teams are in a great situation. I'm picking both of them to advance, but I just feel like now the Stars are likely going to Game 7, and the Mavs are likely going to close this thing out in 6. And I think they're both clearly the better teams here, but I feel better about the Mavs. And probably a big part of this is the Thunder are such a young and inexperienced playoff team where the Avs are champions. They have people that have been here, and they are going to not only know how to execute the game plan, but they're going to play with a high emotion. I think the Thunder might come in here and just roll over.
Yeah. I mean,
halftime.
That's a huge reason why I feel the exact same way as you. I feel great about both these series. Ultimately, I think both of these are going to end in Dallas's favor, which is great news. But the youth factor of OKC, you can see that. I mean, the Mavericks have been the better team. And you can say the same about the Stars, really, too. Like just throughout the entire time, even in losses for the Stars in Game 1, for the Mavericks in Game 4, where it's like you're the better team and you end up losing. And that was kind of just a fluky situation. Ultimately, that Luka. I mean, if Luka is going to be this version of himself, it's a no-brainer. The Mavericks are.
Oh man.
Because even when he was struggling mightily, it was still tough sledding for Oklahoma City to even get a victory. Now, if he's locked in for whatever reason, he's not injured anymore or something, it's all she wrote for Oklahoma City.
That's a big topic right there, Chief. Wolchuk, Brian, Lucius, text. What do you expect from Luka? But before let's flesh that out here in just a second. How are you feeling about these two teams' chances right now, Bully?
Well, I mean, I think both are done in 6. I think the Stars go on the road and they take care of this thing against Colorado, and I think the Mavs come back home and they win it. I think you make a good point in terms of just the opponent. I do think OKC seems like maybe the moment's kind of getting a little bit too big for them. It's crazy to think like last night was really the first dominant playoff Luka game of this series. When he came into this postseason, I think he even went through the first round against the Clippers, averaging the second most points per game in playoff history behind Michael Jordan. And then this series, he was averaging far less, like maybe 22. I think it was like 10 points less than he typically does per game in the postseason. Then last night, you have the 31-point triple-double, which was incredible. But I just think the Stars overall are better between the two teams. I think the Stars, I don't know, in the conference finals against Denver, are we going to pick the Mavs? I'm not sure. I think the Stars can win the Stanley Cup. I don't know that we necessarily are going to look at the Mavs and say, okay, can they beat Denver? Can they beat Boston? I think they're capable, especially since, Kyrie hasn't really been that good, and they're on the verge here of getting to a Western Conference final. I think you're kind of playing with house money. It's pretty incredible right now, but I do feel, I guess, a little bit better big picture-wise about the Stars. This series, to me, has been so damn dominant for them, and I really thought it was going to be challenging.
That's another great topic out of that, Brian. More likely team to win it all. I think I would agree with Wolchuk at this point because the Stars are the best team in the West. And I don't think the Mavs would beat the Nuggets in a 7-gamer. I'm probably picking Denver in 6 or 7.
Yeah, I have not seen the New York Rangers play a bunch of hockey, but I know they've had some opportunities to close out the last couple, and they just haven't been able to do that. But before that, I mean, they're with the President's Trophy, so they had the most points for the year.
And they've also got depth and good goaltending.
Yeah, the Stars were right there with them. Madison Square Garden is electric when you start to talk about playoff hockey. So that would be cool if somehow the Stars and the Rangers got into that, and we can all experience what the MSG, what that's all about. I think there's going to be a Game 7 in Dallas for the hockey. But I do feel like that the Mavs on Saturday are going to find a way to close this thing out. I think they figured out a couple of things about Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City, though, when they don't shoot well, I've said this a bunch. When they miss threes, I think they're in trouble. There's been some really low-scoring games. You have to give Dallas some credit by the way that they played. They've closed out. They've made contested shots. Yesterday, they didn't foul. You know, when they don't put Oklahoma City on the line, you see what happens. Oklahoma City, they struggle with their shot and they don't get free throws.
Sure.
Then, you know, you find a way to double-digit win that thing. So I really like what the Mavs are doing. I think they figured out, too, that they don't want to have to play Exum anymore. I think that, you know, even though Hardy can be wheels off, it's better.
He was productive last night.
It's better.
Way better than Exum.
It's way better than the last 10 games. So or Exum, they've just figured out that they.
Is he not healthy or something? He's like a totally different guy.
He hit a couple shots in game 4. I'm like, hell yeah, let's go. And they just didn't play him.
He needs to have whatever Luka was having then.
Get him that shot, whatever the hell it was.
But I do like the Mavs closing out. I think there is going to be a game 7 here for hockey though, and we always now we'll bring up the stats about Pete
Texas Pete.
Yeah, we'll bring up those and hopefully it doesn't end on a fluky bounce or something like that.
At 877-881-1053, the 817 here. If Kyrie and Luka are both on their game consistently versus Denver in a series, they have a shot. I think so too. You know, I think against Boston, I would pick them. Like if they would get past Denver or, you know, long shot Minnesota at this point, I'd pick them against Boston. How much fun would Luka versus Porzingis be?
Oh, dude. And then Kyrie in Boston, they hate
right.
him. They hate Kyrie there in the Garden. He was saging the place. I mean, that's some juicy storylines there.
Yeah, I would love that. This is Trey working with Victor. We both think Stars and Mavs are killing it and we'll be making it to the next round. Both teams have all they need to take it all the way. That's Trey in the 214. Marcus from Mesquite, OKC is a Jimmy Butler away from being scary, but Mavs and Stars in 6. Yeah, you know, they need a veteran leader. I mean, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is amazing, but do they have a real secondary superstar yet? I think Holmgren and Williams could become those. But, you know, kind of like when it's at this level, you need those elite players to go win you series. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is incredible as a scorer in the paint, you know.
Yeah, he is.
Like his bag of tricks and skill level is, you know, very high, very extremely high. But he's kind of trying to get it done by himself. You know, and last night, you know, not much help.
Yeah, but they had trouble shooting the threes. You just go through what Jalen Williams was 0 for 3. Dort was 2 of 8. Holmgren was 1 of 5. Joe was 2 of 8. Wallace, who knocked down a couple of big threes in the game the other night on Monday night, he was 1 of 5. Josh Giddey, I love when he shoots. He made 1 of 3.
Okay.
They had some problems shooting that 3. So
what version of Luka are we getting? I mean, I said a couple of days ago, I think it's more mental than physical with Luka. I had no freaking idea that he could actually play without limping. So that's a medical mystery. Maybe things just came together perfect. Maybe he got past a point with the recovery and the wear and tear wasn't making it worse. He just needed to get through 2 weeks of it or something. I don't know what happened, but that was amazing. I don't know if we can trust that. Remember in the Suns series, he had his breakout on defense in 2021.
Yes.
Jason Kidd had this great quote, "You got to participate." And I really think it must have struck Luka at his core. And he came back and played his ass off defensively the next game. The next game they lost, and he was unfocused. I think it is until further notice, the focus version of Luka is kind of touch and go. I would think once you get to the playoffs, you would say, okay, I'm going to be 110% dialed in. But for whatever the reason, you know, that's not usually the case. In the next round, I think it would cost you the series if he does it. So fingers are crossed, however many games are left in this series, Luka can build a track record. Like, this has got to be the standard. We're focused. We're playing defense. We're trying to block shots. We're closing out. We're not talking to the refs unless it's, hey, how we doing? Can I get a little clarification on this, that, the other thing? When Luka gets there, I think the team will be ready to win a championship. I don't know. You know, I'm waiting for one of these moments to be like a final transformation for him. What do you guys have for me?
Yeah, when's the last shoe to drop here where you just decide this is going to be who I am consistently, night in, night out, particularly in the postseason? You're not just going to see games here, moments here where all of a sudden, okay, now it's time. Because like you said, once you go up against a Denver or somebody like that, you're not gonna have chances to just, I was just kind of donging around for 3 of these games. But yeah, no, you're not. Whatever version of Luka you've got for majority of this series here would not allow you to beat either one of these teams coming up in the Western Conference Finals. So, and I think the only reason why I think like this next game, this closeout opportunity game here, will be you'll have 2 days off here between the game because they're not playing till Saturday. I think that benefits Luka in a huge way.
Yeah.
And just his entire understanding. I mean, the Nuggets might be putting away the Timberwolves tonight.
Yeah.
So when you start having some perspective here, like, dude, we have got to take care of business here because we need all the rest we can. We can't be stacking up an extra 4 quarters on our body. We've already done that. We've already done the giveaway game in game 4. This has to be a foot on the throat game, and we got to get up out of here because we need all the rest we can. And if you entice Luka with rest, I think he will be like, all right, let's go balls to the wall for 4 quarters. But that's one game.
Yeah, it is.
That's not for the rest of the postseason.
I mean, if he lays an egg in Game 6 and does that routine again in Game 6, I won't be surprised because as Brian, as you have expertly pointed out, if things aren't going his way,
Right.
I think it's making excuses. I think it's pointing the finger. I think it's trying to take away the attention from the fact that he has failed. He can't handle sports failure. And I think that drives him. I do think it's toxic. I think a lot of the players in sport that get to the highest levels are like that because they're almost playing terrified of not being good enough, right? And that fear is an incredible factor. But you have to be able to harness it. Like Jordan harnessed it. Isaiah Thomas harnessed it. Bill Laimbeer, played violently out of control. Draymond Green plays violently out of control from time to time. Some guys it gets away from them. Luka, it's got a European soccer vibe to it, where he's going to roll around on the court and be like, "Oh, I'm hurt. That's why I can't do it." Just own the fact that the other guy made a good play and get your ass back on defense.
Sure. You get some short memory here. But maybe that was a great learning experience for him. I do think Jason Kidd deserves a lot of credit for a lot of the adjustments that he's made. But him and Kyrie, I think, maybe they went to Luka and said, dude, you need to understand we can't have this here. Everyone's looking at you. The second you start, you're changing. We got bad vibes now on the court. I mean, heck, they're winning. They're cruising along, and you're still pouting left and right to the ref. And then the fourth quarter just unravels itself, and now you blow the game. I mean, he was talking post-game like that's really irked him. I think he's coming back home on a mission. I'm hopeful this wasn't a one-off. I think he smells the blood in the water. He knows we need to take care of business, and they ruined a great opportunity in Game 4.
Well, you can't cry for free throws if you're not making them either, Luke.
Hey, that's fact.
You got to make your free throws.
And that's something that he constantly
might be the
needs
best
to work
point
on.
of all right there. Yeah.
We got to run, Nation. When we return, it's time for the 340 segment here. Where are we going, gentlemen? What do we got coming up? Oh, college football super segment?
Oh, dude, yes. We've got the cover of EA Sports. We're 100 days away from college football. Let's go. Some big storylines as we get set for another great fall. That's next in the Fan.
Bobby Carella's coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll be talking hoops with him. But let's chat Frankels with you before we do that. If you are hurt in an
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Of tomorrow night's game begins at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Bobby Carella's coming up at 4 o'clock. We're talking Mavs with Bobby. It's time now for the Woolchucks College Football Super Segment.
Let's do it. We finally got the cover. We got that special edition cover a few days ago for the EA Sports new NCAA game. But we got video footage and pictures of Travis Hunter, Quinn Ewers, and Donovan Edwards. They are going to be on the cover of the new EA Sports College Football game.
Did they film that at the Cotton Bowl?
Yes, they did.
Like
they
here in
filmed it at the
Dallas.
Cotton Bowl right here in Dallas.
There
They
we go.
sure did. So 8 days
The
after,
Cotton Bowl, where they still have those special type of urinals, right?
Oh,
That's the trough.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're going to get rid of those because they're renovating. Maybe that's like #1 on the priority list.
They got to be the last stadium in America that are still troughing it, man.
I bet. You think the Big House has them in Michigan?
I'll text Dutch right now and ask him.
Rose Bowl.
Rose Bowl? Yeah, Rose Bowl's pretty
Rose
old.
Bowl's got to have them.
I've never used the bathroom at Lambeau Field. Yeah, I never went up. I've never
Lambeau
been to
could be a trough.
Lambeau Field could have one.
Yeah.
Text in if you know that. By
There's
the
a
way.
couple of high school football stadiums in the area that have them.
Yeah.
Like when I was doing the high school football beat, calling some games, all of a sudden, like I'm leaving the stadium, like crap, let me just try and take a leak real quick. You go in there, like, what the hell? Yeah, they're still doing these here in the high school unit. But I guess some of those stadiums are old, so that makes some sense. Like I think Temple maybe that was one that had them. But
Temple Owls? Or the Temple Wildcats.
The Wildcats, yeah.
Wildcats, what am I thinking?
But shout out to Quinn, Travis Hunter, and Devin Edwards. Now, I did think that we might get Shador on the cover. Like, we were kicking this around on BetQL. Like, could it be Shador
You guys
and
taking
Dion?
odds?
But it's Travis Hunter.
Taking odds?
Travis Hunter is the man? Yeah, we thought it was going to be
three of them. But he's the Colorado representative, not Shador.
Right, but okay, so this is the official one, then they're not doing a separate one? I thought this was going to be like the deluxe cover, but they're still going to have...
It's a different picture.
Okay.
So the deluxe cover that we saw is a different image with like those few guys with their backs to it, and you can read their jerseys. This one, they're all looking at the camera. Quinn Ewers is holding the football. Travis Hunter and Edwards are flexing a little bit. So, but those are going to be the three guys that are in the main cover right now. So I'm pumped about the game, but we were all wondering who's going to be on the cover, and it's these three individual men.
Group effort.
And
that's fine.
Why not? I mean, it makes sense that you've got Texas and Quinn on there. Now, we're 100 days away from college football.
You think Sanders wanted money?
Oh,
That's why they didn't
you think
put him
that's
on?
what it was?
You think he wanted more money, and that's why they didn't put him on?
Maybe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Maybe.
for sure.
That could be
that's
it.
the,
Well,
that's
this-
the reason people aren't in video games.
Yeah, this video
$600
game
or something.
perpetually, yes, lowballing all of the payouts on these things. So that would make plenty of sense. But I mean, when you're talking about the face of college football right now, you'd think it would be the combo of Shadur and Prime on the cover together. I think is exactly what you would have wanted for this video game. Now, them not being willing to pay for it makes plenty of sense, But that would have been the home run.
Well,
hitter
Travis
right
said,
there.
I'll take it. That's fine with me. I mean,
Yeah.
being on the cover of this thing, especially the first one back in like 10 years, I think it's pretty freaking legendary. I wouldn't have turned that down, but hey, I get it. Shador, he's a businessman. Now, some of the storylines going into the season, I forgot that they're still doing this, but it's the Pac-2. The Pac-2 is still a thing. Oregon State and Washington State just never got anywhere. So they are playing the season out as the Pac-2. It's just Oregon
Pac-2
State
After Dark?
and
Is that what it's
Washington
going to
State.
be?
I mean,
at 1 a.m. Central?
Yeah, I guess so. And now you don't even have both quarterbacks have left, both squads. Cam Ward's gone to Miami. DJ Uiagalelei is going to Florida State.
That's his third transfer.
Man,
We're going to split up all that Pac-12 TV money between the two of them.
It's great for them.
Looks like we're back on primetime,
Woohoo!
boys.
Let's
See
go,
you next
boys.
week.
They're also writing about a Texas quarterback battle. Now, here's what I was thinking on this one. Quinn's the guy, and I've been on that, and they love him there.
But Arch is the man.
But Quinn has an issue with staying healthy. The last 2 years, you have had Quinn go down and miss some time.
Mm-hmm.
If Arch were to come in and play well, if this were to happen, I hope Quinn
Tony
goes ahead
Romo
and
and
wins out.
Dak Prescott?
What if that did happen and Quinn unfortunately something happens to the shoulder again and he has to miss 4 weeks? Arch comes in is balling out.
It's the new Bledsoe
That might
Brady.
be a situation where like Arch, I'm sorry, but we can't. Give
I didn't
you back
realize
over
how
the
big
reins.
Arch is.
He looked like he made some massive.
I was in
improvements.
Austin. Ben introduced me to him a couple of weeks ago.
Wow, you buried that.
Yeah,
I didn't know you met Arch Manning on your trip on family weekend. Did you ask him to pay you out for the $10 that nobody else paid you for?
No, I did not.
For the Masters?
No, he was. Bennett got inducted into that. He's part of that Cowboys.
Yeah, you
group.
mentioned that Arch Manning is part of that.
Arch is one of the Cowboy guys. They were inducted into the 2 weeks ago, and I was.
I think
standing
you might have been. Maybe you were out.
Maybe I was out. I didn't know you met him.
Arch. Yeah, Arch.
Firm handshake.
Oh gosh, big
hell
guy.
of a grip.
Yeah,
big guy.
Yeah,
real
big.
big.
Kind of shy. He was
quiet.
kind of real quiet. Yeah, but real, very. It's like, oh, well, hey, nice to meet you, Mr. Broadus, and all that. He was very friendly. I said, please call me Brian. We'll get you on the show. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, let's get him on the show.
We'll get you on the show.
Yeah. You start exchanging phone numbers.
I did. I was trying to get him on the show. Is what I was trying to do.
No, you don't need to tell your
the hustle.
representatives or anything. Just hop on with us.
But he crushed the spring game, 355 yards, 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Like Quinn's not in danger of losing that job until Arch actually gets to play. And the only way he's going to play is if there's an injury, which he has a history of getting hurt during the season. That's the only way I can see this playing out. And that wouldn't shock me. Arch comes in, he crushes it, and then it's like, I'm sorry, Quinn. But I don't know, possible first-round pick? That's going to be a tough situation. Like, I could see that getting a little bit tough for Sark.
This could be, you're talking about maybe Quinn being a first-round pick?
Some do have Quinn as projected possibly a first-rounder right now, but that can all change. We had a lot of guys projected top 10, like Sam Hartman, that ends up going in like the 7th round.
To me, I was thinking Spencer Rattler.
Tyler Van Dyke.
Yeah,
talk about a guy, TVD, falling off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
Sam Howell at one point was projected to go pretty damn
Sam Howell,
high.
it's amazing. He did not get selected.
Man,
turns out Arrowhead still has troughs.
Oh wow!
Oh, that's we should have known that.
Oakland Coliseum
That
has
makes
troughs.
Oakland, yeah.
Now, not all troughs are made the same though. There are old stadiums with the circular one in the middle.
Yeah, that's
where you're all having to look at each other.
Yeah.
That's crazy,
Why would you even
dude.
build
What's
that?
going on?
That's
You're 5 years old going to take a leak with your dad.
Yeah,
at
like
waist level
pulling
with
the
all these
pants
grown men.
all
You're
the
like,
way down.
I tell you what.
At what point did that make sense to anybody?
Happen. The pants all the way to the ankles. An adult.
Tradition.
An adult.
An adult.
Hammered at a stadium. Hammered.
It's usually a special education situation, isn't it?
What are you doing making fun of people?
No. I think it's a Euro thing.
Is it a Euro thing?
I think it's a Euro thing.
That's the first time I've ever heard that in my entire life. The Euros pull their pants all the way down to their ankles to pee.
I think so.
And they go butt to urinal and just push it through and pee from the back.
I think my man was German when I saw him. Yeah, I think he was a German dude. I'm just telling you.
A German guy just pulling pants all the way down?
I walk by and it's shocking when you see it. Like, there's stuff on the floor and my man's got his pants.
What stuff's on the floor?
Well, just choppy peeing on. Like, you can't even, like, you use the urinal
A stadium bathroom is so disgusting on the bottom.
Yeah,
especially a football stadium.
We get a bad splashback.
Oh, yeah.
It might be.
What'd you see me do? I'm not pulling my pants down.
But you were like, what were you doing the other day? You wiped your legs off.
Oh, I had a little bit of dribble down.
Yeah.
Why? What are you outing me for right here?
I'm just
Are you
talking.
kidding me? This is a safe space, I thought. Now Broadus is over here.
I was trying to get around you, but you were like wiping urine off your legs.
That's the benefit of the depends. He doesn't have to worry about the dribble effect.
Are you kidding me? That happened what happens in the bathroom stays in the bathroom unless you're peeing next to Brian. I didn't have to worry about this when I was peeing next to Rex.
I was trying to get out of the bathroom area as you were like doing.
You didn't say a damn thing.
Well, I was trying to be nice.
I think that's a Euro problem, Brian.
I think we have some.
By that, I mean you.
We have some concrete evidence over here, Dawson, don't we?
Is it a Euro problem?
Do some European pee Googles.
A quick Google of do Germans pull their pants down to pee reveals that they do.
Yeah.
Because for the last 30 years, they have become a sit-to-pee male society. So when they come to an American urinal, they're like, well, I guess I got to pull my pants down first.
Oh, no.
See, and then they go butt to urinal and they do the tuck and pee.
I want to hear it.
I didn't say you were wrong. I said I've never heard anything like that in my entire life.
You did. You jumped on the soapbox.
You gave me brand new information and it blew my mind. I'll tell you what, I'm looking at every Euro strange right now. Especially you Germans, grown men Germans. I'm looking at you funny, fam. Get accustomed, bro.
What the hell?
I think the last place on earth I would sit to pee is a football stadium
It's
bathroom.
shocking. It really was.
They do it out of a courtesy for the cleaners. They don't want to have any spillage. village.
There we go.
So they use their jeans to soak it all up down there? That is disgusting, fam.
Gosh, dude.
That is gross.
We saw a style the other day where people were wearing pants like they'd been peed in.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, yeah.
They're flying off the racks, bro. Selling for $600.
But it doesn't make any sense the way that the wetness is.
Nah, somebody's trolling. They said, watch this. I'm going to sell my pee pants.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to sell the pants that I wore the other day in the bathroom. We'll see if we get any traction.
Yeah, watch this.
Other storylines, of course.
Paper towel, man.
Expanded playoffs. We've got that to look forward to. How does Kalen DeBoer do in Alabama? Ohio State and Michigan, we have no idea what's going on with their quarterbacks right now. And could it be the last year for Ryan Day? If Ryan Day doesn't beat Michigan, what's going on there? Dion in Colorado in the Big 12, big storyline. No Harbaugh in Michigan. How's he look? Georgia, can they bounce back after not making the playoff?
They will.
And then how about Florida State? The college football snub. They get the new sexy transfer quarterback. Do the Seminoles bounce back?
I think they'll be fine.
I think so too. I'm excited.
469 says, imagine walking into the bathroom when Luka and Derrick are going pee next to each other.
Exactly.
They're just talking
Dirk,
through the
especially
urinals.
big 7'4" Dirk.
He
might have left German before this new trend started.
Out of respect, right?
Probably.
Probably why he left.
I would imagine.
Need to get to the NBA quick.
Okay.
This is embarrassing. They're sitting to pee.
I bet Bobby would have some insight on this. Corella, been in the locker room for years, part of the Mavericks organization.
I believe Belt. He pulls his pants down the whole way too, I bet.
Yeah.
Bobby Corella.
But that's not European.
They just fall down. As soon as he undoes the buckle, they just fall down. Sloppy ass Bobby.
Sloppy.
He probably hasn't bought new pants since he got on that soda diet. We got a top 10 coming up here.
Flowers yesterday. Did you see that?
That was nice.
Yeah, the gentleman gave him flowers.
He deserved it.
Nah.
Finally, man got his credit for something. It's Bobby Corella coming up next right here in the G-Bag Nation.
It's afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
UmbrellaMavs.com right here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon to you, Bobby. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing as well as you could after another 8:30 tip-off. But, hey, it's way better to win those than it is to lose them, that's for sure.
Man, you can say that twice and mean it. It's definitely worth it when you're staying up that late. Any idea of what is the catalyst for, Luka's improved focus last night, and what are the chances that he can make that a standard for his performances?
Man, I'm glad that he came out and said it so that I didn't have to say it. But, he focused on basketball. That's really all it is. We know that he's a very emotional guy. And look, OKC's been playing physical with him. The Mavs have been playing physical with Shea. It's been a grind of a playoffs. Before that, the Clippers were grabbing and scratching and clawing him, and it feels like Luka's been bleeding from his hand or his knee or his arm for 2 months straight now. But Luka just said, screw all that. I'm going to focus on basketball. I'm going to focus on cooking the guy in front of me, and he just did it. It was a night and day difference in terms of attitude and temperament and poise and composure and all of that stuff from Game 4 the other day. And, if he can maintain that kind of mindset and that kind of clarity and just focus on the moment, then, we know what he's capable of. He's one of the best players on earth. And, last night it just looked so dang easy.
I thought maybe after Game 3 they knew the Thunder couldn't figure out how to score on them enough, and maybe they got overconfident there in the second half of Game 4.
Yeah, Shea hit so many tough shots in Game 4. He had 30-something points, and he didn't make a single basket inside the paint. He is just unbelievable. But, and I kind of thought the same thing too. I want to say 54-43 was your halftime score of Game 4. And I just was like, man, I don't know if OKC can score enough points to win another game this series. I just don't think they can. But they heated up a little bit from three, and they knocked down every single free throw they took, and the rest is history. So, the margins are still thin. But what I can, pretty confidently say now through 5 games is in a half-court setting, the Mavs defense has been, it's gotten the better of OKC's offense for sure. And, OKC through 5 games is still looking for a whole lot of answers, and they're running out of time to find them.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, brought up the defense. Obviously, Oklahoma City 25% from 3, like their shots weren't falling, but how much credit do the Mavericks get on the defensive side of the floor? It seems like really ever since we know the deadline moves made a huge impact on them defensively, but Jason Kidd's got this thing dialed in right now. These guys are playing.
Yeah, Derrick Jones Jr. is having an unbelievable playoff run. First Paul George and now Shea. And, it really feels like, there was an ESPN graphic last night. Apparently the Thunder shot 0 of 8 whenever Jones was guarding them. But it really feels like throughout this entire series, every single basket Shea has scored has been on somebody other than Derrick Jones. Like, he's playing out of his mind. But, the Mavs have had defenders like him in the past. We know, though, this defense will really only be as good as your weakest link will allow it to. But Luka and Kyrie have been defending their tails off for, again, going back to that Clipper series. And they've had moments of weakness. They've had bad games or whatever, especially on offense. But the defense has been consistent, and it's been steady. To your point, last night, OKC, they were 10 for 40 from 3. 39 of those 3-point attempts were either open or wide open based on closest defender distance on NBA.com. And last night, OKC had their highest expected effective field goal percentage. It was basically their best quality shots of the series, but they didn't knock them down. So that could be either a little cause for concern and say, hey guys, job's not finished yet. Maybe they found something by replacing Josh Giddey in the starting lineup, or it could just mean, look, they're getting good shots and they're still not making them. Maybe we're in their head or whatever. I don't really know what it is, but OKC did generate a whole lot of good looks last night, especially from the 3-point arc. The Mavs are going to have to tighten up the screws on that a little bit heading into Game 6. But they've done so well throughout most of the series that I do have confidence they'll be able to maintain this level of defensive intensity.
Does it feel like we're seeing the maturation process in real time of Derrick Lively? Just from the start of the postseason to now, it seems like we're dealing with a slightly different player. He's just so active and all over the place.
Yeah, he was unbelievable last night. Earlier in the season, and really for most of the season, including most of the Clipper series, he's kind of just hung out around the rim, shot blocker, intimidator, rebounder, that sort of thing. But he's switching out, stepping out on the perimeter, guarding guys like Shea, guarding Jalen Williams, guarding smaller, quicker players. and holding his own. I mean, he is barely ever getting beat off the dribble by smaller, faster guys, and that really, it gets me excited spinning it forward, thinking about, like, man, in 2 or 3 years, can he be the next kind of like Nick Claxton, Bam Adebayo kind of big that can guard any position on the floor and just dominate? I mean, I don't know what his ceiling is, but I do know that if he keeps defending like this, then, I mean, this Mavs defense is going to be really, really good for a long time because, I mean, it just unlocks so many things. He brings like the best qualities of Daniel Gafford and also in this event, the best qualities of Maxi Kleber. You got one guy that can do both. I mean, that's pretty dang awesome.
Yeah, more questions about the defense here for Bobby Carella, Jones. My question here, is he going to be one and done? How aggressive will they need to be to keep him? Do they have that already in a mid-level exception or something like that? And how crucial to you is it that they do bring him back next year?
I think it's really important, unless they believe that Josh Green and, further down the depth chart, Omax Prosper can take big steps forward. There's really nobody else in this roster that can do what Jones does defensively and offensively for that matter. He only shot something like 34% from three, which is slightly below league average, but I mean, he's running the break. He's getting put back dunks. He's attacking off pick and rolls in 4-on-3 situations. Like, he's been so valuable at both ends of the floor. Going into this offseason, a lot of it obviously is subject to other roster moves and stuff. But right now, the Mavs only have the taxpayer mid-level exception, which is, it kind of varies, but it's somewhere between like $5 and $6 million, I want to say. Whereas other teams will have like the full mid-level exception, which is, roughly double that, or just cap space to offer him. And so, if he keeps playing like this, then obviously he's going to raise a lot of eyebrows around the league. But there was an article in The Athletic that Tim Cato wrote, I think it was published yesterday before the game started, or maybe the day before, where Jones said, I want to be here. I want to stay in Dallas, and the Mavs have kind of been the first team throughout his career that have really figured out his ideal role at both ends of the floor, and Jones has thrived in it. So hopefully they can get a deal done. But I mean, man, if you're shutting down like Paul George and James Harden and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, like he's made a big name for himself in a hurry during this postseason so far.
Bobby, it's maybe not one of those things that move the needle, but you saw Jalen Hardy get opportunity. Is that because of what's going on with Exum? Are they just trying to find any kind of offense or defense or spark? I know that it might be one of those things that Exum had done so well for them at the throughout the year, but is it now just like, is it going to be Hardy throughout the rest of the playoffs?
Yeah, we'll see. In this series against OKC, with the way they defend, they're real rangy. They're playing the passing lanes. They're real aggressive with their help. I think that, quickness is prioritized. You think of like Josh Green's impact in this series. Obviously, Kyrie, these guys are able to keep it in like a half-court setting. The Mavs want to control the pace. They don't want this to be like a back-and-forth kind of affair. But within the half court, you have to be able to move quick to get around these OKC defenders. And we saw Hardy do that a couple times early in the game. Get past his man. He finished at the rim one time. He had a couple lob passes where he was able to break down the defense or attack in those 4-on-3 situations. And, Dante, for as steady as he was in the regular season and for as good of a shooter as he was in the regular season, quickness isn't really like the thing he's known for. He's more he plays more at Luka's pace, I'll put it that way, as opposed to Kyrie's pace. And so, maybe it was just looking for a spark. Maybe J. Kidd was testing the waters a little bit, but I thought Hardy played pretty well. He missed a couple jumpers, but that's going to happen. Off the bench, I think another reason maybe is, look, Luka and Kyrie's scoring numbers for the most part have been down. And so off the bench, you're looking for anybody that can give you 10 points in a hurry. Tim Hardaway had a good game 2. Josh Green had a pretty good game 2 in game 3. But that's kind of it. You need a little more pop off the bench. And so I think J. Kidd is maybe seeing what Hardy was, capable of. And if the Mavs are able to advance, then I think it'll kind of depend on obviously the opposition and what they need. But I thought he held his own at both ends of the floor. So, I would expect to see him out there again in game 6.
Bobby, I'm glad you brought up Kyrie, and it's Bobby Carella with us here in the G-Bag Nation. But Kyrie's got point totals of 9, 9, and 12 now in the series. And if you look at some of the other things that he's doing on the floor, it's not that he's playing bad, but I'm curious your assessment offensively of how Kyrie's doing right now against Oklahoma City. And is that something that can carry over, or just maybe a situational based on the opponent type of deal?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is the way they're defending him. They're double teaming him a lot, and not even like coming off a screen. I mean, sometimes they're just sending another guy his way. And Kyrie is a lot like Luka and a lot like guys like Jokic and LeBron, where he can get a good shot for himself pretty much anytime he wants, but he's going to prefer the great shot for his teammate over the good shot for himself. And OKC is they're not really double teaming Luka at all when Kyrie's in the game. So they're turning Luka into a scorer, which means they need a facilitator. And so Kyrie's assist numbers throughout most of the series have been pretty high, higher than they were in the regular season. He's had 11, I think he had 9, and another game with 8. And so he's looking to table set for other guys, but, we'll see. I think, most teams aren't going to want to double Kyrie. They're going to want to double anyone that's going to be Luka, and then Kyrie can attack in all that space. OKC is doing it the other way around, which for my money is the first time I've seen that ever happen to the Mavs, where we're going to double team one of Luka's teammates instead of Luka. I just cannot remember that ever happening before. And if the Mavs are able to advance and go to the next round, whether they're facing Minnesota or Denver, I'm not sure we're going to see those teams double Kyrie, in that event. So maybe Kyrie will have to shift back into scorer mode, but as it stands right now, OKC is saying, hey, we have to pick our poison when facing the Mavs, and we're going to pick Luka over Kyrie. We're gonna let Luka try and get 30, and we're going to try and hold Kyrie under 15 or 20. And it worked in game 1, and it kind of worked in game 4. But hey, I mean, you're not keeping everybody off the score sheet, so. We'll see if they do it that way again in Game 6, or if Kyrie's finally able to get it going a little bit.
What's the highlight play from last night in your mind? I mean, Luka had that one shot where he thought he was fouled. It still goes in early in the game, and it was like, oh my gosh, that was crazy. And then you have the 3/4 court alley-oop situation very casually. You have Derrick Jones Jr. blocking a three-pointer where he's under the rim when Chet Holmgren's going up to shoot the basketball. There were so many highlight plays last night.
Yeah, that's my one. Jones blocking a 7-footer's three-point attempt and then leaking out and getting the dunk. And at that point in the game, it was early or maybe midway through the fourth quarter. Yeah. It was still it was a ball game at that point, and it was kind of crunch time. OKC was making a push, and then Jones just swats that thing out of midair. He is unbelievable, man, with the way that he can do that and turn defense into offense. I mean, that was just a massive, massive play.
The funniest play though is the final 30 seconds of the first quarter. THJ and his willingness to shoot a shot that is the worst miss you've ever seen, get the ball back, and then jack up another one that doesn't hit the rim.
Hey, at the end of the day, basketball is entertainment. And that was pretty entertaining.
Yeah, hey, the 2 3-point air balls from Lou Dort in the second half were pretty awesome.
I love that.
When the big strong guy shorts it is hilarious.
Yeah.
There have been a lot of air balls in the series by both teams. These are two of the best shooting teams in the NBA, and there have been some horrifying misses. So, my God, I mean, let's tighten the screws a little bit, boys.
Well, for the Mavs, let's hope OKC keeps missing all those.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think about the other series, though, with Minnesota and Denver?
Man, wild swings. God, it looked like Minnesota was about to waltz their way to the finals, but Denver is a beast, man. I mean, Nikola Jokic he's reminding everybody what he's all about, and Jamal Murray looks healthier again. I don't know how Minnesota's going to be able to get it done, but I guess, as a Mavs homer here, I'd prefer that series to go to a grueling 7th game. So we'll see, but man, if Denver's playing like this, it's going to be so tough to beat them. But hey, someone's got to do it, right? So why not let it be the Mavs?
Is Luka healthy again? What did he say anything last night? There was a lot less limping.
Yeah, he looked physically better. He looked faster. He looked more kind of calm and controlled and everything. There wasn't as much limping or anything. But dude, I mean, they showed his list of maladies before tip-off, and it was he's got 5 or 6. He looks like a hockey player. He's got 5, 6 injuries going on right now. So. All the more reason why winning Saturday would be so huge, because game 1, whether they go to 6 or 7, game 1 is next Wednesday. So if you can win on Saturday, wrap that thing up, you have all day Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday to get more treatment and get closer to 100%. But if you go to 7, you're playing Game 7 on Monday night, and then you got to turn around and play 48 hours later. So I'm not into that. That's not really my thing. So hopefully they can win it for Luka.
Well, you're doing a hell of a job covering this thing. I know you're having a blast, Bobby. We appreciate you joining us so much. Is there anything else about this matchup that we forgot to ask you about before we let you go?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I know this series has been a lot about Luka versus Lou Dort and Shea versus Derrick Jones, but watching Derek Lively's been a treat, man, for everything that guy has going on and off the floor. He is just playing out of his mind right now, and I'm just like, God, for as excited as I am to get to watch Luka and Kyrie play basketball every night, like just watching Derek Lively's just been unbelievable, and hopefully he can keep it going.
Amen. Enjoy the ride, sir. We'll catch up with you soon.
Hey, thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
Cheers. Bobby Carell, Mavs.com. Yeah, as a rookie, guys that drive the basket know how to take advantage of you, get you in foul trouble, get you leaning one way or another. But he knows all their tricks, and you can see them turning away shots now like he's, it's not going to be like Wemby or Dikembe Mutombo in his prime or anything like that, but it is amazing. And, for him to just be a rookie at this age, big men usually develop slower. Right, this is just the beginning. This is the tipping point for I believe Lively becoming like a top 5 center in the game, and maybe top 3 defensively. Okay, top 10 time, Wolchuk. Where are you taking it?
Happy National Barbecue Day. The new yearly list, the top 10 best barbecue spots in Texas. What's your go-to spot? 877-881-1053. Let's do that next on The Fan.
I want to chat Window Nation with you, though, because we have some incredible opportunities right now at Window Nation. We're right here smack dab in the middle.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
A sports bar, it's the sports bar. They have the best wings in town with 26 mouth-watering sauces and rubs to choose from. Go see for yourself at the new Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And it is time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by our friends at the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one gets hurt in an accident, not your fault, call the Frankels 214 or 817. 333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Now here he is, Zach with an H. You're Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. Oh, it's a beautiful day. National Barbecue Day in the barbecue capital of the world. Right here, we've got luxuries such as Hurtado, which we love so damn much, up the road. Some other great barbecue places that we've gotten to have, such as Pecan Lodge. I know we've done our Jared Sandler charity event over there.
We got one coming up, too.
Terry Black's is pretty darn good over there as well. I mean, we really are in a barbecue paradise here locally in DFW. Not Austin, very famous for their barbecue, but Texas Monthly has their yearly top 10 best barbecue joints in the state of Texas. 877-881-1053. What's your favorite spot? And tell me what's your spread. Like, what's your go-to barbecue order as well?
So is there one person who has the greatest job in the world that gets to spend their entire year just bouncing around from barbecue joint to barbecue joint here in the great state, and then they file their list and then immediately get back and go again for next year's list? You just keep circling back and hitting every one, and you just see how the palate has changed.
Yeah. I mean,
what a job,
these food editors, man, these food reviewers, and now TikTok.
Because it has to be one mouth. If it's one list, this has to be one mouth. This can't be a collaborative situation where I ate at these places, he ate at those places, and now we come together and discuss. This has to be one person putting this together.
One individual author for this specific list. And gosh, that's a dream job.
Yeah, dude, if you could monetize that, if you can get the clicks or the views or whatever it takes to make that whole thing like pay the bills, that would be a dream life. I would say, you know, Hurtado moved into my top spot because I think it crushes all the things that I would go to other places for. Plus, you got the birria tacos.
Yeah,
those things are so
like
good.
that pronunciation.
You find
by the way.
yourself-
You really nailed that. I can tell you've been working on it.
Thank you.
Do you
I think
guys-
about it all the time.
I think about those tacos all the time.
Do you guys find that you like hurtado because the combination of you love barbecue, but you love Mexican food?
Yeah, the
too?
fusion of it. I
it's
think that's what
beautiful.
sets it apart.
I think that's what makes it so unique and so different. I love barbecue. Of course, I grew up in a barbecue family, but I like the combination of the two. That the way that they're doing it over there, and I just like I say, there's Pecan Lodge. I mean, Dawson bought us all sandwiches at one time.
So good.
And I told my mom and dad, I said, I don't think I've had a better barbecue sandwich. Just when you talk about the smoke, the bark, the salt, the pepper flavor of it all, and the bun, and all that stuff was just. You didn't even need sauce. It just that was just perfect. But I think the combination. I'm with you guys. I think the combination of the Mexican and the barbecue together is so unique. And I think we're going to see even more of that.
It's delightful.
One that I saw a video of in Austin, there's a barbecue joint. They're crossing like Texas-style barbecue with Korean flavors.
Okay.
So
that looks like an Asian barbecue fusion. Looks pretty damn delicious.
This is where to me burnt ends.
Ooh.
If you could take the Korean, the sweet sauce of Korean barbecue, and make it put on burnt ends to where you get it part of the glaze it. Yeah, sticky ribs and stuff like that.
Yeah,
that's what.
That pairs well. That makes sense, dude.
Yeah,
it's delicious. So we got a lot of text rolling through. I mean, you talk barbecue, people are in on that.
Yeah,
man. All right, so we got Hurtado, of course, for sure, top spot. Cadillac, Panther City being texted in.
A lot of people tell me about this Panther City. I need to make that trip.
Dude, I'll go with you because that's an 817 situation I need to get involved with.
Panther City's in this top 10.
I'll drive.
Heck yeah, they are.
I'll drive. I need. Everybody tells me about Panther City. I need to make.
We went to that one brewery, me, you, and Lucius in Panther City. Those guys came over, said what's up to us, and they were like right down the street.
Yeah, man.
Lucius, you been to Panther City?
No,
you have not.
No.
Okay.
Those are good.
I haven't either, but they are legendary over there. We got to get over there.
We got a bunch of Oak Cliff places that are really good too, right?
Yeah, we're getting some hidden gems that are being texted in. B4 Barbecue in Maybank is super, super good.
I drive by Maybank all the time.
Yeah,
what am I doing?
And there's that one barbecue spot that I just discovered this year, and I've already been like a whole bunch of times. Especially when we got those Ranger games. I got some time to get over there because they close early, right?
Right.
Smokey John's Barbecue.
All right.
On Mockingbird. Oh my God. Smokey John's barbecue is so damn good. And you walk in there, you see like all the stars, who's who on the wall that's been there. You're like, oh my gosh, this is a great Dallas spot. Awful burgers though. I did try to get a burger over there. It was hella dry. Yeah. And Little Mama's barbecue. Little Mama's barbecue is good, bro. That's in Dallas too. Big heavy plates.
Yes.
You got to get a heavy.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's heavy.
See, I'm the guy that like if you put it on butcher paper. I know that
you like that.
I like when you talk about heavy plate, big plate, but to me that's when you put it on that butcher paper with like the cheese, the onion, the pickles, the onions, and then put all the
you get a little paper on that fork at times.
Everybody,
Who cares?
yeah, you got all
it's
that
got grease.
Yeah, you got all that.
Man. We got the Patriotic Pig in North Richland Hills is a hidden gem, the 558.
Okay, that might be the one. I just texted my cousin because they had some great barbecue at their wedding the other day, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, what is this?"
Maybe
and
that's it.
It was off 820. It might be that, but 585 might have just nailed it right there because that's the location of wherever this place was. So shout out to them, Patriotic Pig, and we're getting the Meet You Anywhere text. That's a great spot. Meet You Anywhere is phenomenal. They got a couple like Trophy Club, Grapevine. I think there's like two. I think there's just the two locations.
Meet You Anywhere, like MEAT.
Yeah,
Wow.
Meet You Anywhere.
Got it.
They do a hell of a job, dude.
Okay.
That smoked that jalapeno cheddar sausage for days, bro.
God.
Aaron Franklin's place, Loro, is an Asian barbecue fusion already in Dallas at 214. That sounds something we might need to try.
Aaron Franklin's got it going. He knows.
Hutchins dominates. Got a couple of texts in for Hutchins.
Yeah.
Blood Bros.
You
from
want the half
Austin.
chicken at Hutchins.
You've talked highly about that.
You want the Point barbecue at Hutchins for sure.
Texas Twinkie.
Yes.
Texas Twinkie's
Oh, I know
fantastic.
you're anti-jalapeno. It's a veggie, but
everybody loves them there.
They
Whenever
do.
I'm there, people are just running in like, "Can I get one Twinkie?" And I'm
Yes.
like, "Okay."
I've done that. I pulled up right there and just say, "Can I get? Well, I get two.
Yeah.
Let me get two of those things. One doesn't cut it."
And the McKinney one has a drive-through.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Blood Bros from Austin is the one I was talking about from the 817 that's doing that Korean barbecue fusion.
Hey, I just got a message from Tolo Tal.
Yeah.
It says Smoky John's was started by Harvey Martin.
Oh.
Tell you, man, this place is so damn good, bro.
See, I think
They got Johnny Taylor on the wall.
Yeah.
They had Too Tall Jones on the wall.
Oh, if they had Too Tall Jones, you know it's good.
Okay, how late are they open?
They close at 7, dog.
They DoorDash this stuff.
Meshach and Garland
I'll
being
look into
texted
it.
in. Smoke and Ash Barbecue in Arlington. It's Texas barbecue with an Ethiopian twist. That sounds interesting.
Whoa.
So here's the top 10.
Ethiopian girls be fine, bro. Them big old foreheads. Sexy as hell, I'm telling you. I see them at the airport all the time. Be like, whoa, wait.
Bright colors. Oh, we're real bright colors. Yeah.
Love a good flower dress. Panther City Barbecue, number 10.
We're going to go there. We're going to go that place.
Panther City, man. And I mean, some of the sides they've got here sounds delicious.
What?
But let's go.
You got
The
one?
pictures are looking fantastic. I mean, it's pretty much your traditional stuff. You know, your cream corn, potato salad.
Where's this?
Panther City. Yeah, we're going.
Cilantro slaw and queso fresco.
Queso fresco.
But
Oh, I like potato salad. Nice, cold, mustardy potato salad.
Yellow. Yeah.
Yes,
Got a
cold, too.
Yes,
Some
cold.
good baked beans with them.
Ooh,
Dude.
diced up bacon in
jalapeno
it
and
too.
Yeah, come on,
sausage, pork belly burnt ends, touch of sweetness in there. This review's pretty damn good for Panthers.
I love these loaded baked potatoes at these places. They'll do a sweet potato as well.
Yeah.
And they're just mashing brisket and all sorts of incredible things inside of a potato.
Yeah,
Just
Mila, that's her go-to.
Oh, bro.
The true Texas barbecue that's connected to the HEB.
Yeah.
She gets that every time we go to HEB. She's like, can
Brisket
I get
baked potato.
How's the barbecue at those HEBs?
It's pretty good.
I haven't
Pretty
tried
good?
it.
All right.
Pretty good.
I like it.
Snow's barbecue comes in at number 9.
I've heard a lot about snow.
And in 2008, Texas Monthly actually had them as the number 1 barbecue joint in Texas.
Yeah.
But they're at number 9. Number 8 is Evie Mae's Pit Barbecue, which is in Wolfforth, Texas. 7, we got Franklin Barbecue. 6, Cadillac Barbecue.
Man, I hear great things about that.
Gamma
Yeah.
Road. That's really close to us.
That's the one it's only like a couple days a week though.
Yeah,
Man,
until
they
like
do-
1. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple days, couple hours. Like, that's it.
So you're basically jumping in line like 6 a.m.?
Yeah, you got to get there early.
I think Sean did it on one of these Saturdays and
Oh,
just
wow,
like
it's
you go out there, you're gonna be waiting in line for
So
a
it's
while.
only
whatever, but
weekend? Is it like a
I
Friday,
think
Saturday,
it
Sunday?
might be like a Thursday, Friday, Saturday situation, something like that.
They've got Wagyu pastrami ribs. That's one of their house specialties. That sounds freaking
love
delicious.
pastrami.
Number 5 is
beef.
Leroy and Lewis Barbecue, which is in Austin.
Okay.
Have not been there, and actually, I think maybe we have talked about them on one of these lists before, but they're jumping up. Number 4 is Burnt Bean Company, which is also in I think it's in Seguin, Texas. Actually, Austin Street in Seguin. Apparently, their Holy Trinity platter: beef brisket, baby back ribs, and sausage. It uses prime 30-day wet-aged meats. That's the one thing you got to get when you go there. Number 3 is Truth Barbecue. Truth Barbecue in Houston. What do we got?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Political joke about Truth Social. Yeah, I wasn't going to put it together for the audience, though. I kept that one for myself.
Here they do a Carolina-style whole hog pastrami brisket, and they've also got that boudin.
Boudin?
Boudin, what you call it?
Boudin?
Because I called it boudin the first time, so now I'm just always going to call it
That is still
boudin.
working the restaurant. They won't even correct you.
Yeah.
Boudin, smoked sausage.
Hot boudin, cool koosh koosh. Come on, Tigers. Poosh, poosh, poosh.
Number 2 is Interstellar Barbecue, which is located in Austin as well. But number 1 on the
These
list.
Austin people are figuring it out.
Austin's got a lot. Number 1, though, is Goldie's Barbecue in Fort Worth.
Yep.
They've been reigning number 1 now for the last 3 years, I think. But they're doing it. They're doing it right.
Pittman went over there and did a special with those guys over there. They've got some incredible smokers. These huge,
Right on.
like those propane tank.
Yeah,
it's
I
huge.
like those ones.
And they
Yeah.
just they got them, man. It's Goldie's.
Was Goldie's the one that was on? It was featured on that Netflix
Goldie.
barbecue show.
I'm sure it was, man.
It was either Goldie's or one of these other ones on the list, but the pit boss that they have there is just basically like she's 60 to 70 years old, and maybe it's Snow's. Maybe it's Snow's Barbecue there is the one that does it, but it looks amazing.
Our buddy Greg just texted me, and he said smoke sessions.
Oh, yeah.
Have you heard that one, Lucius?
What?
Name the time and place, bro.
Long time.
What? The setup.
Tell Greg,
Setup.
That was an invite.
My man Greg is not butt cracking me on this. And it's called Smoke Sessions is the name of the barbecue place.
I think I've been going there for 3 decades.
Yeah. Don't smell my car.
And then going to Snow's Barbecue after that.
Well, Lucius was surprised when he ran into Smokey John's and was getting barbecue.
That's right, Greg. If you're butt cracking me, I'm going to take a swing at you. But yeah, there's a place called Smoke Sessions is what he's saying.
Let's talk some more hoop. Little Rimmer coming up, Chief. What's it looking like?
Ric Flair, the King, and 2 Derricks. Let's rim it next in the nation.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, will the Mavs and Stars make history and close it out in Game 6? Plus, we got Brian Ray at 11, a combo platter, and Masterpiece of the Week. Jam-packed show.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Glass Doctor.
Hi, this is Larry Patterson, owner of Glass Doctor. Your fogged insulated glass window frames don't have to be replaced. The specialists at Glass Doctor can install new insulated glass in existing frames for less than you might think. Visit glassdoctor.com today.
Hall of Famer Eric Nadel hangs with the G-Bag Nation every Friday at 5:20. Presented by the Texas Lottery on your home of the world champion Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yeah, baby. Welcome back. It is the Nation right here on The Fan. An edition of The Finest is coming up at 5 o'clock. But before we get there, we need to talk some more basketball, buddy. What you got?
Let's go ahead and cut the lights out and put the kids to bed. It's the G-Bag Nation. It's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance. I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion. No, we don't have an issue.
Brian, I'm about to fight you.
It's a victory. Mavs Thirsty Thursday, and Luka looks healthy, and he's throwing lobs from full court.
Washington the board. Oh, another banger for Dallas. It's Lively off the special delivery.
Yeah.
From Luka.
Give you a special delivery over there.
There was little enthusiasm from usually your very right.
I know. I was replying to some awesome barbecue texts that we're getting.
Okay.
I got a lot of good feedback.
There you go.
To go check out some barbecue spots.
Just was wondering where the enthusiasm was.
Enthusiastic. Rain dance.
There you go.
Let's go, baby.
All right.
Mavs crotch first, winning it in 6.
Yes, we are. We are.
Luka has such a knack for throwing those passes up to those guys.
He does, man. Just nonchalant.
It's unbelievable.
It's stupid. in the sense that it's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, like you're like, no. Oh,
Yes.
oh my gosh.
No, yes, yes. no, yes.
The athleticism it takes on both sides to pull that off, from the lob itself to being able to time it and
2 dribbles and a throw half from half court.
Yeah. And then catch and flush is pretty dang awesome. Derrick Lively, Derrick Jones definitely need to get plenty of love for their efforts last night. They were huge, but of
I thought
course
those Washington dunks were massive. You know,
Yes,
after
yes.
the Holmgren one, to come down the baseline like that and get a putback on your missed three, and then another one right down Broadway. I really felt like that kind of evened the score as far as the emotional temperament as it was getting late and closer.
Yeah, man, I can't disagree with you at all. The team effort here, of course, you got to have your stud being the stud, and you got that yesterday. 31, 10, and 11, 5 3-pointers made from Luka. Everything was working for him. He'd been struggling at the rim. He'd been struggling from deep. It's like, what is this guy gonna be able to do? And yesterday was a different version of him, and we welcome that, and we hope to see that continuously over the course of these next few games and throughout the postseason here. So, third 30-point triple-double of his postseason career ties him for second most such games by a player aged 25 or younger. So Luka continues to do historical things, just I guess when he wants to, you know.
These guys keep playing Hardaway.
No, I'm
just asking. I
Dude,
mean,
that's
they don't give a rat's, about us. But they're gonna,
the one game he's on, right? He can give you 20 to 30
That's
points.
That's what scares me. Like there'll be a game where he's on.
Yeah.
And then last night you're just kind of like,
you can tell pretty quick though when he's not, and it's the majority of the time. Yeah, I mean, last night you definitely could tell when he hits an absolute terrible three, gets it back, jacks it right back up. It's like, Tim, you know what? I think we're okay here, buddy. I don't think you have it tonight.
The top of the backboard. It was a Westbrook. And then he shows the same level of Westbrook confidence by getting the ball back and immediately thinking the best thing for our team here in this moment is for me to give that another hack. And he went ahead and hit the other side of the backboard on that next one. He's entertaining, he's frustrating, he's hilarious. It's a roller coaster. It is.
The 17 in game 2, I don't think you win without that.
Yeah.
But it's like, could somebody else do better than that?
It's like when you get that moment in the series already, now you're like, you've gotten your moment.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all you're going to get here.
Yeah.
But that's what you need. You need to pick, like last night you get Derrick Jones Jr. He used to has a big game. Maybe THA will give you one eventually.
And I know this isn't the time to be considering things like this, but if he's close enough, I'm going to continue to play him and hope he has a couple of more big games because I want to trade his ass this summer. We need an expiring contract for him to get that money off the books so you can keep Derrick Jones Jr.
I'm with you on that.
I like what you're talking about there.
Well, I got player acquisition talk for the Mavs here coming up in just a second, but I first want to highlight the tweet from Ric Flair last night, the Nature Boy. He ended up deleting this tweet, or his people did for him or whatever, but he tagged and didn't subtweet Donovan Mitchell of the Cleveland Cavaliers, who was a little bit banged up and sat out what would be the final game of his team's season. Celtics send home the Cavaliers. Apparently, Nature Boy, Cavs fan.
Who knew?
Not me. He tags Donovan Mitchell.
So he went at Donovan Mitchell?
Yeah. Well, at Spy Dad Mitchell.
Okay, Spy Dad Mitchell. Got it.
Sore calf? Really? You would think for $32 million annual salary that you could have participated in the game tonight and represented Cleveland. I've wrestled in rotator cuffs after almost dying from surgeries and airplane crashes. Never missed a match. I'd like to check the tape on that. Never missed a single match, Rick. I could never imagine missing an opportunity to star in a playoff game for the NBA championship. And you represent Cleveland. So disappointed. Apparently tonight you are taking the night off at the expense of your whole team. And he's one of these guys that capitalizes the first letter in every single word. So everything is first.
Jesse Holly swag.
Yes, Jesse Holly. He does the same thing. Which I would imagine would be a little bit strenuous and not worth the effort.
Yeah.
But to each his own. Nature Boy. I thought did you guys think that was going to be a little bit more derogatory? Weren't you guys expecting when I said like he was upset here, sore calf coming out of the gates? Really? You're going to sit out? You're a softie? I thought a P word was going to get flown in there.
For sure. Yeah, when you're talking about a guy like the Nature Boy, I would anticipate that. I think the KD injury from 5 years ago has a lot of these guys scared off of the calf, and I think they should be. It's not worth it.
No, it's not worth it at all.
Yeah, that's totally fair. But you know, Ric Flair getting up in the mix there. I get it. Hey, if you were a guy that was actually doing the things you're alleging that you did with the rotator cuffs and surgeries and almost dying, never missing a match, I understand. I get it.
Yeah, dude, they were brutal on those wrestlers in the 70s and 80s. Have you seen any of the movies about that kind of stuff? Like, they were having to drink and do drugs just to deal with the pain and the grind. Like, they're out there, like, barely hanging together, and they weren't getting good medical treatment at all. They got to, like, wrestle 5 nights a week. You know, like, they were putting it all on the line and jumping off giant ladders and falling on razor barbed wire or whatever for, you know, night after night on tour, grinding until it became the big, massive promotion on TV that it is today.
That grind was bone to bone, too, because there was no cartilage in those shoulders.
Right, yeah, they went through it, you know, and they earned it, but, you know, it's a little bit different, you know, a little bit different than pro sports today.
Well, here was Stephen A. Smith on his podcast. He's talking about the Lakers and LeBron here, and then it quickly turns into a Mavericks conversation, and you're going to want to hear what he says.
Let me tell you what else I've been hearing. LeBron James is trying to get the Los Angeles Lakers to draft Bronny James with a second-round pick. He'd also like for J.J. Redick to be his next head coach. I'm just telling you what I've heard. Now, that doesn't mean the Lakers want J.J. Redick. It doesn't mean they don't. They haven't made a finite decision about anybody yet, but LeBron has. That's the guy he wants. But here's a news flash, what I've also heard. Bronny James might not make it to the Lakers' second-round pick because of a team like the Dallas Mavericks could position themselves to get him in the second round. They'll take him because LeBron said he wants to go where his son goes. And if you're the Dallas Mavericks and you got Kyrie and you got Luka and LeBron James is willing to come to Big D, that might be the first time something's more popular than the Cowboys.
So, I mean, hey.
There's a lot to like about that. The Kyrie relationship, and I think that on paper, this might be the best fit, ideally, is him joining this roster for LeBron.
Sounds like the first shoe is if you want him to be a Maverick, LeBron James, then you want somebody other than J.J. Redick to get the head coaching gig.
Yeah, the thing
Lakers.
Yeah, the thing with the Lakers is they're interviewing a bunch of candidates. They sound like they're going to they've gone through, I think Sam Cassell was in this group. You know, they had some guys, some assistant coaches, and some guys with head coaching experience that they're going to interview. So yeah, they're working through these names.
As exciting as it would be for me, still not getting not even 25% of the Cowboys ratings.
I mean, they're not going to overtake the Cowboys.
Oh yeah,
nothing close to popularity, but it would be one of the. I think the most fun developments in the history of DFW sport. I think that spells championship, maybe championships.
Yeah.
You know, LeBron's still the top 10 player. Maybe, you know, on some playoff nights, he's still the best player in the game, you know, when he cranks it up. So, you know, if I'm the Mavericks right now, this is the number one opportunity. I'm obviously coaching staff focused on playing these games, but as a front office, all of our tentacles around the league are working the hell out of this story to try to figure out what it would take.
Yeah, I'll take Bronny in the first round. If that's what it is. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Especially for a team like the Mavericks where like you legitimately are a championship caliber team here. You throw a LeBron on this thing and all of a sudden it's like, my gosh.
You're the favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can make this happen real quickly. You know, if that's the agreement, it's a superstar run league, there would be, you know, very little that anybody could do about that. Wherever LeBron wants to go, they will move mountains to make that a reality for him. All righty, exciting stuff there with 3 hours down, 2 to go right here in the G-Bag Nation. Both the Mavs and Stars up 3 games to 2. We're going to talk Cowboys schedule with you at 5:20 as well as, you know, LA Live coming up at 5:40. But an edition of The Finest is next, Chief. What do you have in order?
Yes, sir. The NFL just slapping an entire country in the face, man. Just patronizing these folks. It's sad, and it's next in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat Men's T Clinic with you, though, because they are my go-to for keeping my edge sharp, for getting out, getting in, getting out, and getting back to being.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Based on 2023 new Chevrolet deliveries.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We have the Expressway coming up at 5:20. Talked a lot of Mavs today, and we'll have more of that for you coming up. We'll be on the hockey, though. DeBoer has an update. We'll have some audio on the Stars' path to the Cup, and we'll talk some Rangers baseball as well coming up here at 5:20 in the Expressway. You'll have Around the Bases coming up at 6 o'clock for more Ranger stuff from Wolchuk. But right now, it is 5 and time for an edition of The Finest. Here's Chief.
Cowboys safety Wanye Thomas tweeted out, "Every day I walk in meetings and I'm like, damn, we really got a G.I. Joe character as a coach." He's describing new D-line coach Jeff Zganina.
And he does look like one.
He does.
But I love listening to him talk. I was listening to him talk about Mozzie, and he's fired up, dude. He seems like a weight room coach. He's got that kind of mentality to him.
The calves on this guy are
The
ridiculous.
strength and conditioning coach?
Strength and conditioning guy.
Yeah. The weight room coach.
No, I mean, you work in the weight room.
Heck yeah, they do. This guy knows a thing or two about pushing, heavy back squats.
You got a little bit of yogurt.
Got a little yogurt on my
Yeah.
face. A little save for later situation. Should we be confident in this guy though? Broadus, him being a game changer on the D line.
He's with Washington last year, right?
I think what happened. You were talking about Ron Rivera as potentially a defensive coordinator, and I guarantee you that Jeff got recommended. Ron was thinking, well, I'll bring him along and all that. And then all of a sudden it's like,
we'll take the idea, but not you, Ron.
Yeah, we'll take the idea, but not you. Exactly. And so when Mike got the job, they're looking for a D-line coach. And Mike hired Greg Ellis. So Mike McCarthy
called it.
Probably got this one squared up.
This is Ganina.
Jeff's Ganina.
Well, yeah, this dude's he's built like a brick house.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
He was a player at Purdue, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, back in the day.
Well, what do you guys think about what the NFL is doing with? I know we've actually had a lot of Germany talk today, a little bit more than I had on the bingo card for today's show. I actually got a trough update as well. I believe there is no trough at the Big House in Michigan, according to Derrick Holland. Now he gets to pee in the luxurious pee spots.
He said he pees on the field.
Yeah.
Because he stands on the field during the games. Tried to trump us on that one.
Classic Ohio guy. Can't respect the Big House. Peeing on the field.
So there is an update from that standpoint. But Germany, Munich, Germany, the game that the NFL is feeding them, one country, one game for the entire season. And they are going to get gifted with the Giants versus the Panthers.
Oh man!
Oh my goodness!
Like, what are you guys doing, man? Like, I get
season for Bryce Young.
The London games. It's like, hey, you got 3 of them. If you want to throw in, Jacksonville on a couple of those, whatever. Okay, you got 1 game in Germany every year, and this is the second year you're doing this, and you're going to give them Daniel Jones versus Bryce Young.
Maybe it works because they're used to soccer and like 3 scores over the course of 3 hours is fine.
Yeah, they love field goals there maybe a little bit more than we do over here.
I have no idea why you would want to subject that to an audience that you're trying to grow and like cultivate as rabid NFL fans.
I'll tell you this,
it's going to set you back 5 years.
I think it's disrespectful and it's patronizing.
I'll tell you what, you talk about the growth. The growth is already there. And there was a time when we were in NFL Europe, like you could fool the fans with bad players. You can't do that anymore in Europe.
They know what they know
the really good players. They know the bad players.
To make it worse, the Giants are going to wear those crappy throwbacks that they just unveiled today. Just make it the worst thing in
Germany.
But the German fans have ever seen.
You got to be very mindful. You got to be very mindful though of going, because those fans they know really good football. They're not like
they're about to get to know bad football.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying.
Having a hell of a year.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They're probably sitting there going, "Whoa, we got the Giants in Carolina. Are you kidding us?"
They're going to pack that place out.
They will pack it.
They're going to pack it out.
The one time
they should hang tough and say, "No, Roger, we're not going to do this. If you're going to bring your sport over to our country one time every year, give us like what you're giving to Brazil. You're giving them Packers and Eagles, at least something respectable."
Yeah, they got Dolphins Chiefs last year. That was a good game.
Did they get Brady? Did they get Brady in the first time though? They played. I think in
was it Patriots Seahawks? Maybe.
I think it was Patriots Dolphins.
I know the Dolphins played there last year.
Was it last year?
Last year was the Dolphins Chiefs.
I think Brady was Buccaneers and somebody.
He did in 22.
Yeah.
Yep. Got the job done.
Brady played in London?
No, he played in Berlin.
Oh, he played in Germany?
They did it. Yeah.
Oh, so this is the 3rd year of Germany? I thought last year was the first year of Germany.
Must be year 3.
Yeah.
Germany!
Nonetheless, I'm feeling for those fans right now.
They know, trust me. They know.
You can't ball sack those
folks. Get you the husband.
You have Pat Mahomes launching a new drink, Throne Sport Coffee, a ready-to-drink iced coffee brand with natural caffeine and electrolytes.
Yeah, whatever.
So you get the energy and you get the hydration. Like it seems kind of like the perfect marriage. In theory, this seems like the ultimate bevy.
Yeah. We're on the move. We got to get to practice. We also need to get hydrated, right? It's like coffee with a liquid IV in there.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, you got to wake me up, and you got to give me the stamina to work through whatever practice or game I'm dealing with here. We'll see how this ends up transcending some of the sports drink stuff.
Yes. I mean, that would be cool if you could come up with like a coffee additive that could increase, especially because, that coffee will dry you out now.
Yeah, because the coffee's like dehydrating you.
Genius.
So like Sean Lee would have been all over this thing. Sean Lee, remember, secret sauce. He's got in his Gatorade bottle during the game, just straight black coffee coursing through his veins. He could have he probably cramped up a time or two more than he should have had, he had this electrolyte-filled Throne Sport coffee that Mahomes just put his name on.
Okay. Don't tell me like the sport drink market there's give up now. There's give up.
This feels like give up. This feels like revolution.
Gatorade has water now.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Gatorade has a water product.
What does it taste like? Flavored?
It's water. It's just. I think it's water.
It's Gatorade water.
Are you saying the market's oversaturated, Brian?
I'd say it's oversaturated.
Okay, but at least this is a new spin here.
Gatorade,
you got coffee and
gave up. The one company that invented sports drinks. Gatorade, it was a Stokely company and it got sold, I believe, something like that. But yeah, they quit. They're now Gatorade water. What?
The old dog has quit. This is the young hungry dog trying to get in the mix here, and it looks like they might be revolutionizing the sport.
Before, Brian, yet again, crap take.
Yeah, a coffee drink that hydrates.
Every day
you.
It gets worse.
What on?
Sports coffee? Now it's oversaturated? Sign me up for this. You want to poo-poo on poor Mahomes over here, Brian?
I think that sports coffee is a bad idea myself. But they had a whole thing with like the quitting of. What are you doing over there, by the way?
I'm just having fun.
Well, we have to understand. Broadus hasn't had a sip of coffee. Broadus hasn't had a sip of coffee his whole life, so he's got a little. He's an anti-coffee bias.
No, I don't know. I'm just saying the sports drink place is giving up.
By and large, yes.
Gatorade now has water,
and you wouldn't drink the
They're
water.
They're coming after that Death Water company or whatever it's called, Kill Water, whatever.
Yeah, Death Water. Yeah.
Man, they went from in 1966 to like all of a sudden like you know what? We can't make sports drinks anymore. We're just going to make water.
Well, I do think people kind of figure out with the Gatorade there was way too much sugar and not enough like good sports stuff in there, so they had to
kind of like this coffee thing. I think
I don't have the bona fides on the amount of sugars and carbohydrates and things of that nature. All I know is it's Mahomes, it's Throne Sport coffee, it's ready to drink, iced, caffeine, and electrolytes. Now it's going to run you $15 for a pack of 4.
Well, that's about standard.
I guess it's about standard in this new day and age.
Wow. Yeah. I would like to get a little price break.
Yeah, that's a little expensive.
On quantity.
Pat, we need help.
Whoa, are you going after Pat now?
I'm asking him for help. All right, the people out here that middle class, we need a price break.
You need a price break on that coffee?
Yeah,
sports drink,
dude. Honestly, the coffee is expensive. You go out there, you get the little pods.
The last day.
Oh, dude,
I'm out. I'm gonna have to go and stop at the store on the way home. We got that morning show tomorrow. I can't not have a pot of coffee to start the day.
Full potski.
I heard that guy that invented the pods, like I think he might have done something to himself.
What?
Oh, yeah, because he got so depressed because of the pods. They how much they can't recycle those things.
Oh, pod depression.
Yeah, he invented pods, and it's such a litter thing now that he can't. I mean, he's like.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he just.
You're ball sacking the hell out of us right now.
Look it up.
Yeah, look it up. That's a good move.
I'm serious.
You do the work. You do the research and come back and tell me if I'm
just
wrong.
telling you, I think the guy that invented the pods, I think he went a little cuckoo.
Where'd you see this?
Is he still with us?
Look it up.
He's got like a guilty complex.
You're the one that saw this. Yeah. You don't know the facts.
Yeah. I'm just throwing it out there. You guys
get the biodegradable pods. I think Pete's does the biodegradable
So you think like this guy was so overwhelmed by the recycling community?
Yeah, that he got depressed that he invented something that can't be recycled.
All he wanted to do was invent a coffee pod that wasn't bad for the environment.
Yeah.
He's like super green guy. Yeah. He's got his EV vehicle and he's like, no, what have I done?
I got to look this up.
I ruined the world.
I've ruined Mother Earth. Single-handedly.
Well, thank you for the coffee pods, sir. And yes, we should make those more biodegradable. I've seen people like put little like tree seeds inside the pod. It's actually like a super cool germinator for plants. So you can actually use it to plant stuff.
Oh,
outside.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We got to cut the bottom out. The coffee's really good for getting seeds going.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
Coffee grinds?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I've been seeing people put the little coffee grinds out there to try and keep the mosquitoes away. I don't know if that's like
Burning coffee grinds?
Yeah.
I've seen that too online. I haven't used it yet.
All right, here we
I'm
go.
willing to try anything at this point. Bleep these mosquitoes.
100%.
All right, here's the title. And you know me, reading stuff is a disaster.
Yes.
Why the
Take your
man
time,
behind
buddy.
the Keurig coffee pods wished he had never invented them. It's a story. Article is more than 9 years ago.
2015.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, I knew I'd heard this.
Yeah.
But he said he wished he'd never invented this thing.
But is he still living?
Still cashing checks?
Because you did sort of allude to the idea that he may have hurt himself in a way.
Yeah,
That
but I think
that was pretty reckless.
Yeah, you said he did the Lord's work on himself.
I think he was not. I think I might have embellished that a little bit.
I turned my mic off when you said that. I was like, welp.
The entertainment factor super high though, Broadus. That's what you do. You take an average to decent story and then you spin it, and now all of a sudden it's a 10 out of 10, dude.
I'm telling you, this guy, he's not too happy, and he might not be with us anymore. I need to do a little further.
He's not too happy.
Yeah. He's not.
I'm not seeing any death.
Thank God.
John Sylvan's his name.
I think John's alive. I think he killed this guy off, but he's still alive.
I think he's trying to
Broadus, you're about the guy that invented the Keurig, huh? Wiped his whole family out, man. It's a sad situation.
Murder suicide.
I knew he was really depressed. It could have happened.
Well, it is weird. There's nothing about him after 57 years old in 2015.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like there's nothing on him.
He left the earth, I think.
No life updates past 56.
This guy's
incredible.
a billion. This
R.I.P. to the
Green
Keurig
Mountain
guy.
thing has a revenue of $4.7 billion.
On Island, and it's just hanging out there.
Yeah.
They get me for like $6 every day.
He invented it in 1990. How about that?
Ahead of his time.
Good run.
Yeah.
It is impressive. I did have a little throwback Thursday football story for
Sure
you
you did.
guys. Now, this is something that'll just make you jealous of the genes of these individuals. Not the jeans that they're wearing, but the jeans inside their body. Devontae Adams and Jock Peterson played high school football together. And during Jock's senior year, he was wide receiver 1. Devontae Adams was wide receiver 2. And Peterson had 650 yards, 9 touchdowns. Devontae Adams had 500 yards, 7 touchdowns that year. But, I mean, there was a point where Jock Peterson, obviously stud MLB player, was the better receiver on the high school football team than Devontae freaking Adams. Dude.
And I saw some high school.
What a
clips of
1-2
them.
punch.
Wow. Unbelievable athlete.
Did they not have Derrick Carr that year? Or no, they went to the same college, not the same high
they
school.
went to Fresno.
That's right.
High
Yeah.
school,
Sounds like low totals. Like I'm firing the coach or getting a new quarterback.
Hey, Jock, can you play quarterback?
These are 2 1,000-yard receivers here, bro.
Yeah.
You better get them the rock. And then finally, your news update of the day, our good buddy Harrison Butker, who's definitely not stirring up the pot here, is now, according to Fanatics, amongst the most popular sold jerseys over the last 48 hours. So he is. There's going to be a lot more Butker jerseys floating around America than you would have ever imagined there would be. I mean, how many kicker jerseys? Do you know anyone who's ever bought a kicker jersey? I would say probably not off the top of your head. You don't know any single
I'd have
person.
rocked a Dan Bailey there when he had it stuck on automatic there for about a half decade.
I mean, I'd rep Brandon Aubrey.
I want to get that 17 butter. I do.
Plano's
Pat McAfee, maybe, but he was a punter, right?
That's a punter.
I think McAfee was pretty popular, but you're right, punter.
Yeah.
Well, it is pretty cool we got Aubrey, though. I forgot about that.
Yeah, he's a
Good
badass.
money. Yeah, good money. All right, we got to run. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
An edition of The Finest is in the books. When we return, it's time to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial-free to the top and update you with everything that's been happening in sport. We're 23 minutes from L.A. live right here in the nation. Twin Peaks is the place to be to watch all the sports. Your ultimate sports launch with a menu to match. Pair any of their